At Yunus Sect atop Panlong Peak, Lin Luochen lay on a rocking chair, drinking alone. Gazing at the reflection of his own white hair and beard in the cup, countless emotions surged within him. His entire life had been a living mockery of the saying, "Do not bully the young when they are poor, do not bully the middle-aged when they are poor, and do not bully the old when they are poor." Now all that remained was for death to grant him its final hollow dignity. It would not be long, for today was the day his allotted span of life came to an end. Abandoned in desolate mountains as a child, Lin Luochen had been found by an old hunter without sons or daughters and had grown up at his side. After his adoptive father Lin Chongsheng died, Lin Luochen was left with no one to rely on. He had planned to leave the deep mountains, take a wife, have children, and live out an ordinary life. Yet the heavens rarely heed human desires. On that day, when he was fishing by the riverbank, a celestial maiden suddenly fell from the sky. He saved Lin Luochen, the saintess of Yunus Sect, who was gravely wounded, and followed her in flight, sharing life and death peril along the way. By a twist of fate, the two of them even consummated a union as husband and wife. He thought it was a wondrous immortal encounter that would open the door to an extraordinary life. He never imagined it would mark the beginning of a lifelong nightmare. He was seized by Gu Qinghan, sect master of Yunus Sect, and imprisoned atop this Panlong Peak. The cultivation art practiced in Yunus Sect, the supreme emotion-severing formula, demanded the cutting off of all feelings and love to glimpse the great Tao. His brief dewy affair with Lin Luochen had shaken her Tao heart and become her inner demon. Gu Qinghan wanted Lin Luochen to slay her inner demon, seal her heart, lock away love, steady her Tao heart, and break through to a higher realm. Lin Luochen, however, could not bring herself to do it, and repeatedly begged Gu Qinghan to let Lin Luochen go. Yet the more she acted thus, the more furious Gu Qinghan became. She kept Lin Luochen imprisoned in Yunus Sect, waiting for Lin Luochen to strike. Yunus Sect took whatever they pleased from Lin Luochen. Poetry and songs, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting were all taught to him, and only cultivation was deliberately withheld. Lin Luochen understood that Gu Qinghan wanted Lin Luochen to watch him grow old day by day, so she would eventually let go of her attachment. For him, time truly was a merciless butcher's knife, each stroke cutting deep. Over this past century, Lin Luochen had exhausted every possible method, yet still failed to escape Yunus Sect. Lin Luochen did everything in her power to help, but could not get him out, and was even punished several times because of it. All Lin Luochen had was the introductory finding method that Lin Luochen had secretly passed to him. After reaching the great perfection of qi refining, he had no idea how to break through. He tried to invent a cultivation art on his own, but he fundamentally did not understand the Tao of cultivation. After several reckless attempts, Lin Luochen nearly killed himself, only hastening his own aging. Now 100 years had passed, and with his qi refining at great perfection, his lifespan was nearly spent. Throughout this century, every time Lin Luochen came to see him, it was always from afar, with Gu Qinghan at her side, watching him from a distance. At first her eyes were misted with tears, and she choked out endless apologies. Later, as time flowed on, Lin Luochen seemed to grow numb. Each visit, she only looked at him in silence. Lin Luochen watched her gaze transform, from guilt to calm, and finally to utter indifference. He knew that as he grew older and older, Lin Luochen's supreme emotion-severing formula was growing ever more profound. At this moment, recalling the ridiculous comedy that was his life, Lin Luochen could not help but drain the wine in his cup. Immortal fate. Accursed fate. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw two streaks of light flying toward him, two women descending with immortal grace. Lin Luochen set his cup down, hatred flashing across his eyes. Gu Qinghan, Lin Luochen. The two drifted down a short distance before him. One of the women looked at him with a complicated gaze and slowly walked toward him. Her face was peerlessly beautiful, her figure lithe and graceful, her bearing icy and aloof. Dressed in a flowing blue and white gown, she seemed like a celestial maiden from the ninth heaven, making all who saw her forget the mundane world. Lin Luochen looked at Lin Luochen with a complicated expression, poured himself another cup of wine, and let out a self-mocking laugh. So you have finally decided to act. If you do not make a move soon, I will die of old age anyway. Lin Luochen stopped before him, a flicker of sorrow and helplessness passing through her eyes before she lightly parted her lips to speak. Do you have any final wishes? As long as it is within my power, I will fulfill them. Lin Luochen cast a glance at Gu Qinghan, in the distance, hatred as deep as an abyss flashing in his eyes. He drained his cup in one gulp, then stood and slowly sized up the Lin Luochen before him. 100 years had passed. He was withered and on the verge of death, yet she was exactly as she had been at their first meeting, her temperament even more transcendent, making one instinctively reluctant to profane her in the slightest. This perhaps was the celestial being Gu Qinghan wished her to become, untouched by mortal dust. Lin Luochen's lips curled into a wicked smile. He lifted his hand, hooked a finger under Lin Luochen's chin, and spoke in a slightly mocking tone. Lin Luochen, before I die, I want one final bout of pleasure. Will you grant me that as well? A trace of astonishment flashed in Lin Luochen's eyes. Clearly she had not expected such a request. Though the two of them had once shared the reality of husband and wife, it had been a pure accident, and they had never been intimate again afterward. Now confronted with Lin Luochen's demand, she truly did not know what to do. Gu Qinghan, on the other hand, was trembling with anger. How could she not see that this fellow was deliberately trying to disgust her? She was about to step forward and teach this ignorant old man a lesson when Lin Luochen's voice suddenly sounded in her ear as a transmitted whisper. Master, you are clinging to appearances. The body is but a shell. Whether one holds feelings or not has nothing to do with it. At those words, Gu Qinghan glanced at her in surprise. She had not expected her to have reached such a state of detachment. Perhaps for Schwanger this was the best opportunity to sever herself from the past. Seeing Lin Luochen remain unresponsive, Lin Luochen let a cold smile tug at his lips and looked at her intently. What is it? Did you not just say that as long as it was within your power you would fulfill it? He chuckled darkly. To die beneath the peony blossom and remain romantic even as a ghost. Perhaps to die in your arms would not be such a bad end. Lin Luochen pressed her red lips together, then said seriously, if this is truly your wish, I will see it done. Gu Qinghan was just about to speak when Lin Luochen's voice once again sounded in her ear. Master, this is what I owe him. Do not worry, I will personally send him on his way. At that, Gu Qinghan could only snort coldly. Old thing, do you even have any strength left? Lin Luochen burst out laughing. Why don't you come and see for yourself? You. Gu Qinghan was once again so enraged she could hardly speak, while Lin Luochen drawled lazily, what about you? If you are not convinced, come over here. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel in earnest, Lin Luochen only said softly, come, let us go inside. Lin Luochen grew irritated at her light, detached tone and simply pulled her into his arms. Inside for what? No one but you two ever comes to this Panlong Peak. Here's fine. At his words, a flicker of panic appeared in Lin Luochen's eyes, but Lin Luochen had already pressed his lips roughly against hers. She knew Lin Luochen only wished to disgust Gu Qinghan. With a faint sigh in her heart, she did not push him away. Lin Luochen raised one hand and cast a spell. Clouds and mist surged from all sides, shrouding their figures. Clearly she was far from as detached as her words had claimed. At the very least, she did not wish anyone other than the man before her to see her body. In the end, all Gu Qinghan saw was that detestable fellow cast her a look, then tear at her disciple's gown with a wicked smile. She wanted to rush forward and stop him, but remembering what Lin Luochen had said, she forced herself to halt. A short while later, muffled groans from Lin Luochen and a certain someone's triumphant laughter sounded from within. So what if she is Yinu Sect Saintess? In the end, she is still my woman. Lin Luochen, your mouth claims to be pure as ice and spotless as jade, yet your body is far more honest. Do not put on that deadpan face. You look just like your dead-hearted master, and it infuriates me. Listening to the sounds coming from within, Gu Qinghan could not help conjuring the scene in her mind, grinding her teeth in fury. This scoundrel deserved to be cut into 1,000 pieces. She wanted to storm over and drag him out for a savage beating, yet she feared seeing what she should not see. She hesitated for a long time, while the commotion within grew louder, and her disciple's suppressed voice reached her ears. Gu Qinghan clenched her delicate fists, then turned and left in haste, choosing simply not to see. Old hag, what are you running for? Are you not supposed to be pure of heart and few in desires? Ha ha, old hag, your heart is not calm at all. What kind of supreme emotion severing are you cultivating? If I have another life, I will make you kneel and cry for your father and mother, ha ha ha. Lin Luochen's wild, arrogant laughter rolled out from the clouds, as though venting all the humiliation he had swallowed over the years. Gu Qinghan trembled with fury, waiting in the distance, as every moment dragged like a year, unable to sit or stand at ease. Even on the brink of death, this old thing refused to behave. Whether it was a final flare of life's fire or not, Lin Luochen was exceptionally vigorous. Half an hour later, Lin Luochen wiped the mud and grass from her body and changed into a clean set of clothes. As the cloth concealed the bruises and traces of passion on her skin, she once more became the cold, noble saintess of Yinu Sect, sacrosanct and inviolable. Were it not for the lingering flush on her cheeks, one would never guess that moments ago she had been pinned beneath Lin Luochen at his mercy. Lin Luochen sneered. Your mouth kept saying no, yet your body was remarkably cooperative. You do not have another man, do you? Thinking of what had just transpired, Lin Luochen's expression grew slightly unnatural, yet she answered him very earnestly. Other than you, I will never be intimate with any man. You may rest assured. Lin Luochen smiled faintly, lay flat in the shape of a wooden plank, and looked up at the blue sky and white clouds. His voice was calm. You may do it. Lin Luochen sat beside him, watching his breath grow weaker and weaker, her expression impossibly complex. Lin Luochen, do you regret saving me? Lin Luochen gave a derisive snort. What do you think? If I were given another chance, I would never save you, you star of misfortune. Lin Luocheng's eyes filled with guilt. I am sorry, she whispered. Lin Luochen closed his eyes, his voice weak. Enough nonsense. If you do not kill me now, I will simply die on my own. He felt Lin Luochen clasp his hand, pressing something into his palm and intertwining their fingers. This is the fate-defying steel through which you and I became bound. I know you dislike it, but legend says it can reverse the cycles of fate and reincarnation. Lin Luocheng's slightly choked voice reached him, and something seemed to fall onto his face. If there is a next life, may you never encounter me, this bringer of misfortune. If there is reincarnation, I will definitely repay you. She did not care for him too little, but the more she showed it, the less Gu Qinghan would let him go. Lin Luochen could only feign a state of wanting nothing, cultivating like one possessed in secret. Sadly, she still failed to rescue him before he died of old age. All she could do was personally send him on his way. Lin Luochen wanted to open his eyes, but lacked the strength. He could only clutch her hand tightly. Lin Luochen squeezed back and murmured something under her breath as though trying to ease his pain. Lin Luochen felt as though he were drifting in an endless void. Lin Luochen had not struck him down, but his allotted life had reached its end. Her voice seemed to travel across time and space, echoing again and again in the emptiness. He instinctively followed along, their voices gradually merging until they sounded as one. With fate as strings, I pluck away past dust. With reincarnation as blade, I sever bygone days. I trace back along the long river of time, reverse cause and effect, and wield the great Tao as my edge. I behold a green lotus blooming in the sea of suffering, illuminating karmic sins of 3 lives. I grasp reincarnation and cut away former dust, reshaping the true trajectory of my fate. This body shall be a stele suppressing the long river of destiny. This thought shall be fire burning away the shackles of heaven's Tao. Even if 10,000 tribulations fall upon me, I shall see only the undying green lotus. I gaze upon destiny, and I am destiny. Thus I see the true self. The true self shapes the I. This is fate, and also reincarnation. As the final words were spoken, a beam of light tore through the void. In the darkness, a smooth round seed slowly sprouted. In the next instant, a vast black river surged forth, and the scenes of his present life flowed past before his eyes. Damn, this is the life-flashing lantern show already. Lin Luochen darted his gaze left and right, searching for his unknown parents, and for the old hunter Lin, who might be waving to him. But he did not find them. Instead, a powerful force grabbed hold of him and yanked him down into the black river. Shit! Lin Luochen jolted awake. He opened his eyes to see a dilapidated wooden hut, dazed and bewildered. I didn't die. A wooden hut. Had that woman thrown him into a hut to die on his own? No, this hut was strangely familiar, and even his own voice sounded off. Lin Luochen sat up, looked at the scene before him, then at his own hands, utterly incredulous. A moment later, wild, half-mad laughter burst from the hut, echoing for a long time, without ceasing. A millet dream, as if separated by a lifetime. No, it is another lifetime, ha. He did not know how long it took before he finally calmed down. From the wild boar pinned outside, squealing as it awaited slaughter, he could roughly judge the time. 3 days later would be the death anniversary of his adoptive father Lin Changxing, and this boar was the sacrifice he had prepared. It was while offering sacrifices to his adoptive father that he had met that ill-fated woman Lin Luochen. At this thought, Lin Luochen hesitated. Having been given another life, should he still save her? For generations, the Lin family had lived by hunting along the edge of the Duanyue Demon Gorge. By the time it came to Lin Luochen's foster father Lin Changxing, they were so impoverished that no woman dared marry into the family. It was the very embodiment of that old saying, poverty does not endure beyond 3 generations. Yet after 3 generations of poverty, the bloodline itself was on the verge of extinction. Just as the family was about to die out, a gigantic white rat crawled out from the depths of the Duanyue Demon Gorge and delivered Lin Luochen to him. When Lin Changxing lifted the child into his arms, the white rat looked back at the boy with visible reluctance, bowed several times, and then vanished from sight. From that moment, Lin Changxing was certain Lin Luochen was no ordinary child, and so he named him Luochen, one who descends into the mortal dust. Lin Changxing clung to the belief that one day immortals would descend to take Lin Luochen away, granting him supreme fate and boundless wealth. Yet he waited for that longed-for immortal fate until his dying breath and never saw it come. Lin Luochen in turn lived to old age without ever meeting his true parents. Most likely his parents were already dead. Lin Luochen was not truly of the Lin bloodline, and as Lin Changxing lay dying, he urged the boy to descend the mountain one day and seek another path in life. Yet Luochen did not leave immediately. Stubbornly, he remained on the mountain to observe 3 full years of mourning for him. When those 3 years were finally over, Luochen planned to pay his last respects at his foster father's grave and then descend the mountain to seek his livelihood. No one could have foreseen that he would encounter the gravely wounded Lin Luochen on the mountain and softened by a moment of compassion choose to save her. At the time, Lin Luochen even thought Lin Changxing's spirit had manifested to send him a wife. He had no idea that what was being sent to him was a lifetime of free room and board. Now reborn into a new life, Lin Luochen's first instinct is to stay far away from Lung Yueshuang and never repeat the same mistake. He wants to go far from this place, seek the Tao, and pursue immortality. Once his cultivation bears fruit, he will return to settle accounts with the Yunus sect and Gu Qinghan. Yet if he does not save that foolish woman, she will likely drown in the lake, and then with whom will he settle those scores? Lung Yueshuang's death would end everything for her, yet it would do nothing to atone for the century of imprisonment he endured. No, having been confined for 100 years, that debt must be paid back and paid back in full. More importantly, she still carries the reversal fate steel. His rebirth may very well be connected to that steely, and such a supreme treasure must never again fall into the hands of that woman Gu Qinghan. Yet if he goes to her again, he fears he will repeat his old fate and sink into the same mire. Perhaps he should drag that woman from the water, seize the reversal fate steely, and then flee at once. But with both the Yunus sect and Miao Yin sect contending for this artifact, could he truly escape with it in hand? Lin Luochen could only smile bitterly. Though reborn, he was for the moment nothing more than an ordinary man. Was there truly nothing that could defy the heavens and rewrite fate? At this thought, Lin Luochen could not help recalling the reversal fate steel and the scripture Lung Yueshuang had recited. Instinctively, he murmured the scripture, "Destiny strings the bow of bygone dust, while reincarnation wields the blade that severs the past." In the very next instant, he was wrenched into a pitch-black ocean, standing upon a solitary slab of black stone. The ink-dark sea lay utterly still and lifeless, broken only by a single budding green lotus swaying gently upon its surface. One of its unopened petals began to glow like a small oil lamp, casting light into the surrounding gloom. Having idled away 100 years within an immortal sect, Lin Luochen at least knew this realm was his own consciousness sea and spiritual platform. But why did his spiritual platform harbor a green lotus? The lotus seemed to be slowly brightening. What would happen when all of its petals were aglow? Lin Luochen reached out to touch it. The lotus merely swayed, offering no other response. He stirred his thoughts and recited the scripture once more, and this time the lotus truly responded. It flared with a wash of verdant light upon which words surfaced, revealing a cultivation art titled the Fate and Reincarnation Mantra. The passage he had been reciting was precisely its opening preface. This technique had been comprehended from the reversal fate steel itself, and possessed terrifying might to peer into destiny, overturn causality, and step into the cycles of time and reincarnation. A cultivator of this art could glimpse fate, deceive fate, and reshape fate, even stepping into the river of time and wrestling a sliver of survival from within reincarnation. At its ultimate height, the practitioner would nurture an entire world within their body, transform into the Tao itself, and transcend beyond the three realms. Having finished reading the entire text, Lin Luochen could only conclude that whoever created this art was a madman, yet also an unparalleled genius. Under normal circumstances, he would have scoffed and dismissed its creator as a braggart spinning grandiose lies. But now he did not dare take it lightly, for it was indeed through this art that he had been reborn. With such a wondrous technique in hand, how could he possibly fail to avenge his great hatred? Lin Luochen quickly forced himself to calm down, for he discovered that only the first 3 chapters of the art lay before him. This cultivation method could carry one only to the Golden Core realm. The subsequent sections had vanished without a trace. Could the remaining chapters still reside upon the reversal fate steel? Or perhaps they would appear only once he reached the corresponding realms. Surely the creator had not simply failed to complete them. No, that was impossible, absolutely impossible. Regardless, this was the only path open to Lin Luochen at present. After all, since this mantra could be cultivated up to the Golden Core stage, he could always switch to another technique later if he had to. Once he had grasped the situation within his body, Lin Luochen slowly opened his eyes and sighed helplessly. He now possessed a cultivation art, but what remained to him was only 3 days of time. Even if he raced against the clock to cultivate, the improvement to his strength would be limited. Raising a hand to smack his own forehead, Lin Luochen muttered, "Is there any way to increase my strength quickly?" As his hand moved, a blood-colored broken blade was knocked from its place and clattered onto the wooden floor with a crisp ring. It looked like the tip of a long sword. The rest of the blade had vanished, leaving only this palm-sized shard. The shard was crystalline and translucent, like amber streaked with a trace of bloodlight, as though it had been stained by fresh blood. Lin Luochen bent down in delight to pick it up, his face alight with the joy of recovering a lost treasure. According to Lin Changxing, this broken blade tip had been found inside Lin Luochen's swaddling cloth when he picked the baby up. No one knew what material the shard was made of, only that it cut iron like mud, was terrifyingly sharp, and impervious to water and fire. Lin Luochen had once tried burning it in a fire for 3 days and nights. Even then it remained cool to the touch, without the slightest warmth. Ever since childhood, Lin Luochen had treated this broken blade as a throwing knife, and with it his hunts had never failed. Yet in his previous life, during his escape from the Yunnu sect, its extraordinary nature was exposed, and Gu Qinhan promptly confiscated it. Now Lin Luochen gently wiped the shard clean, a faint smile of recovered possession curving his lips. Old companion, long time no see. He still did not know what connection this broken blade had to his parents, but with the sword itself shorn into their fate, was likely just as grim. From the fact that this shard could sever spiritual tools, and even wound cultivators, it was clear it was a true immortal artifact. Judging by that, his parents must have been cultivators as well. Only some calamity had led to him being abandoned. Lin Luochen sighed, then drew his finger along the edge of the blade. At once the shard pulsed with a strange, blood-red radiance. By chance he had discovered that once it absorbed his blood, its edge grew preternaturally keen, and each time his wound would heal swiftly. From then on, Lin Luochen had often fed it with his own blood. Suddenly inspiration struck him, and he laughed softly. "I've got it." He tucked the broken blade away, rose to his feet, and began quickly packing his belongings to head down the mountain. Since he could not meet them with brute force, he would have to rely on cunning. Though he could not defeat them, he knew every detail of what was about to happen. 3 days later, on the shore of a lake deep within the mountains, he waited. Lin Luochen lounged beside a lonely grave, drinking wine, a fishing rod propped before him as he idly cast into the lake. He tapped his wine flask against the open jug set before the tombstone, his tone tinged with melancholy. "Old Lin, it's been a long time, but I'll soon be on the road again." He chuckled. "If you feel lonely, I'll burn a few fairies for you next time, living ones. Rest easy. I'll come back to see you whenever I can. If your spirit watches over me from the heavens, be sure to shield me from misfortune." Lin Luochen drained his wine, then donned a half-face iron mask, and took up his fishing rod once more. "I know you're reluctant to let me go, so I'll fish with you one last time. This one's bound to be a big catch." Time flowed quietly on and no fish took the bait, but Lin Luochen was in no hurry at all. Rod in hand, he gazed calmly at the sky and murmured it should be about time. Back then he had been fishing in this very spot, joking with Lin Luochen about sending him a wife, so he wouldn't end up a lifelong bachelor as well. No sooner had those words left his mouth than that foolish woman suddenly appeared in midair and plunged straight into the water. At the time, Lin Luochen was frightened half to death and briefly wondered if Lin Luochen had become an official in the underworld for his wish to be granted so swiftly. He had never imagined that entering the mystical gate would be like sinking into a boundless sea with freedom cast aside forever. As he drifted through these thoughts, a violent surge of spiritual power erupted nearby. The air above the lake twisted abruptly, and a woman in blue and white palace robes appeared out of thin air. Her garments were drenched in blood, and the instant she emerged, she toppled head first into the lake before Lin Luochen. Lin Luochen watched the great splash with a detached gaze, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. "You have finally arrived, Lin Luochen. I have waited a long time for you." He sat quietly on the shore, fishing rod in hand, calmly watching Lin Luochen struggle in the water as her blood quickly stained the lake red. Her spiritual power had been sealed, unable to circulate her chi, and unfamiliar with swimming, she could only look toward the shore in helpless desperation. Help me. I don't know how to swim." But Lin Luochen remained unmoved, serenely continuing to fish, plunging Lin Luochen into utter despair. Was this man blind that he would not help? She thrashed weakly in the water for a long while, but wounded as she was, she simply lacked the strength to reach the shore. Soon Lin Luochen's strength was spent, and she began to sink slowly toward the lakebed, her heart filled with unwillingness. Was she really going to drown in such a senseless way? At that moment, with a resounding splash, a figure leapt from the shore into the lake, trailing a cloud of bubbles. Lin Luochen glimpsed a man wearing a half-face mask beneath which a pair of deep water-dark eyes flashed with icy light. That single gaze seemed to pierce through endless time, awakening a strange sense of déjà vu within her. Before she could grasp the feeling, he had already slipped behind her, wrapping his arms around her from the back and driving them both upward toward the surface. Moments later, Lin Luochen rescued the unconscious Lin Luochen from the water and placed her on the shore. At this moment, Lin Luochen was completely drenched, her beautiful eyes tightly closed and her delicate face pale, resembling a celestial maiden who had fallen to the mortal realm. Lin Luochen gazed at the pitiful Lin Luochen, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "Hey, wake up, wake up." Lin Luochen showed no response. Seeing this, Lin Luochen's lips curled up slightly as he tugged at her collar. He saw the magnificent sight before her chest, along with the reverse fate tablet that was deeply embedded in the abyss. Lin Luochen salvaged the small iron tablet from the abyss, taking out another nearly identical iron tablet. This was the reverse fate tablet he had painstakingly replicated from memory by hiring the best blacksmith in the city, nearly bankrupting himself in the process. Lin Luochen had just obtained this reverse fate tablet, and had no time to inspect it closely before her cultivation was sealed, rendering her unable to detect any difference. At this moment, it was the perfect opportunity for a switch. Lin Luochen quickly exchanged the two necklaces that held the reverse fate tablets, then pressed down heavily on the middle of Lin Yuanshuang's chest several times. Lin Yuanshuang, don't you dare die. I haven't settled the score with you yet. He had no qualms about the boundaries between men and women. Every inch of her body aside from her own was probably the most familiar to him. After a while, Lin Yuanshuang turned her face to the side, coughed up a couple of mouthfuls of water, and groggily opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lin Luochen with his hands pressed against her chest, Lin Yuanshuang's beautiful eyes widened in panic. Lin Luochen calmly withdrew his hands and said nonchalantly, "You're awake now. Don't misunderstand, I was just saving you. And don't think you can make me responsible. Otherwise I'll just toss you back into the water. Do you understand?" Lin Yuanshuang was dazed, but having escaped death, she instinctively nodded. The feeling of choking on water was far too uncomfortable. She would rather be cut to death than drowned. Lin Luochen smiled in satisfaction, helped her sit up, and then suddenly tore at the ragged clothing on her back. However, this tattered garment turned out to be remarkably resilient, and he was unable to tear it apart, clearly a magical garment. Lin Yuanshuang was startled, covering her collar in fright, taking a few steps back, and watching him warily. What do you want to do? Even in her injured state, she was concerned that this guy would attack her. Lin Luochen picked up the liquor on the ground, and said lightly, "If you don't treat your injuries, I can take advantage of the situation now." Although he spent most of his time at the Yunu sect, he had learned quite a bit of crude language from Lin Changsheng since childhood. Although Lin Changsheng was not particularly impressive outwardly, he was quite lewd in private, constantly making suggestive remarks. Lin Yuanshuang didn't understand the phrase "take advantage of the situation," but knew this guy wanted to help her. Although Lin Changsheng was not particularly impressive outwardly, he was quite lewd in private, constantly making suggestive remarks. Lin Yuanshuang didn't understand the phrase "take advantage of the situation." Now that her spiritual energy was exhausted, she couldn't even produce any pills from her storage ring. At this rate, she truly wouldn't survive until her spiritual energy recovered. As Lin Yuanshuang removed her clothing, she tugged at her wound, causing cold sweat to pour down her face, her brows furrowed, making one's heart ache. Lin Luochen looked at the various wounds on her back, pouring strong liquor over them to wash away the blood. Lin Yuanshuang gasped sharply, her delicate body trembling slightly. Lin Luochen, expressionless, calmly took out a small knife, lit some paper money, and after it was glowing red, scraped her necrotic flesh. This time, he was well prepared, unlike in his previous life, when he was flustered. His hand holding the knife was remarkably steady. Lin Yuanshuang had never experienced such pain. Tears welled up in her eyes as she felt as if she was dying. Moments later, Lin Luochen poured the prepared wound medicine onto her using several bottles before he could stop the bleeding. Lin Luochen then took out a bandage and gave her a simple dressing. Although Lin Yuanshuang's wounds were all on her back, the bandaging inevitably wrapped around her front. Lin Luochen, with immense willpower and wisdom, averted his gaze. He could not allow himself to sink any deeper. After a series of actions, Lin Yuanshuang was drenched in cold sweat and panting heavily, taking quite a while to recover. "Thank you, young master." Lin Luochen remained silent, putting away the wound medicine and carrying Lin Yuanshuang in his arms toward his small wooden house. Lin Yuanshuang immediately panicked, hastily saying, "Young master, I can." "Shut up. Unless you can fly, don't move around, otherwise I'll toss you back into the water." Lin Luocheng's gaze was sharp, his tone icy, scaring Lin Yuanshuang into curling up, her face turning pale. She couldn't understand why, but she felt a sense of familiarity and an innate reverence towards Lin Luochen. Yet in her memory, she had never seen him before. Where did this sense of familiarity come from? Moreover, where was he taking her? He couldn't possibly be taking her back to be a captive wife, could he? It's over. With her spiritual energy sealed, she couldn't fight him. Realizing this, Lin Yuanshuang hurriedly began to operate her cultivation method repeatedly, trying to break through the spiritual energy shackles within her body. Lin Luochen, unaware of her wild thoughts, kept recalling the events that would unfold next. In his previous life, this foolish woman insisted on walking despite her injuries, resulting in her wounds tearing open and wasting a significant amount of time. This led to her being half dead when the pursuers caught up, almost costing her life. In this life, he could not allow history to repeat itself. He had to ensure she broke through the spiritual energy seal and regained her strength as quickly as possible. Lin Luochen quickly carried Lin Yuanshuang back to the wooden house, placing her on his bed. "You need to heal quickly. Once you're better, leave immediately." Looking at Lin Luochen, who was cold and unyielding as he sat at the table, Lin Yuanshuang was somewhat bewildered. After a while, she regained her senses and weakly said, Young master, it seems you don't like me very much. No, I treat everyone this way. But you looked like you wanted to see me drown by the lake. Lin Luochen replied indifferently. You suddenly appeared, and I thought you were a mountain spirit or water demon. How could I dare approach? Lung Yuanshuang was speechless. At that moment his calm demeanor didn't seem like someone afraid of ghosts at all. She struggled to get out of bed, weakly bowing. Young master, I am being pursued and cannot linger. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay your life-saving grace. Lin Luocheng's lips curled into a mocking smile. You indeed repaid me, but it also caused me to be imprisoned for 100 years. He knew full well that Lung Yuanshuang was being pursued, with the target being the reverse fate tablet on her. A few days ago, the Broken Moon Demon Gorge radiated beams of celestial light, illuminating half the sky. Powerful figures from the surrounding Lanjun and Xianzhou heard the news and rushed to the Immortals Sect in Xianzhou. Although they secretly seized the reverse fate tablet, somehow the news reached the Miaoying Sect. As the Immortals Sect was leaving, they were ambushed by the Miaoying Sect, and almost all the arriving experts were wiped out. Lung Yuanshuang was captured due to her misstep, and in the end it was Gu Qinghan who fought desperately to rescue her, using a teleportation talisman to send her away. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan broke out in another direction, taking away most of the Miaoying Sect disciples. Most of the Miaoying Sect cultivators believed that the reverse fate tablet was with Gu Qinghan and pursued after her. Although Lung Yuanshuang escaped with her life, she ended up in this desolate land, her spiritual energy sealed, and fell into the lake. If it weren't for Lin Luocheng's rescue, this dignified saintess of the Immortals Sect would have likely drowned in the lake. According to Lin Luocheng's memories from his previous life, the Miaoying Sect people would soon catch up. Seeing Lin Luocheng remain silent, Lung Yuanshuang hesitated, saying, Young master. Lin Luocheng opened the door and said lightly, Take care, I won't see you off. In any case, she wouldn't be able to walk far before fainting. He could just fetch her back later. Until she stepped outside and saw the wooden door slam shut with a bang. Lung Yuanshuang remained in a daze. In his previous life, despite his best efforts, he couldn't hold her back, which wasted quite a bit of time. Thus Lin Luocheng skipped this step and directly opened the door to send her off. In any case, she wouldn't be able to walk far before fainting. He could just fetch her back later. Until she stepped outside and saw the wooden door slam shut with a bang. Lung Yuanshuang remained in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? He actually didn't try to keep me here, did he? Really let me go? Although she hadn't expected Lin Luocheng to retain her, his complete lack of attempt to hold her back still left her feeling a sense of loss. From childhood to adulthood, how had she ever been treated with such coldness? Lung Yuanshuang couldn't help but feel wronged as she glanced back at the tightly closed wooden door, leaving unsteadily. Outside, a sudden downpour of heavy snow began to fall, identical to the memory that haunted Lin Luocheng. He retrieved from his bosom the Niming Bay reverse fate tablet he had secretly swapped from Lung Yuanshuang when she fell into the freezing water and lost consciousness. The little iron tablet bore the two characters Niming on its face. Its reverse was filled with tiny illegible script. Lin Luocheng poured his spiritual energy into the Niming Bay, but having only just scraped into the first layer of refining qi, his power sank into it, like a drop into the ocean. Undeterred, Lin Luocheng murmured the summing Luinhui Ju Fate reincarnation formula, and the Niming Bay responded with faint glows. Yet his insufficient spiritual energy could not truly awaken it, and the tablet soon dimmed again. Convinced this was indeed the same Niming Bay, he slipped it back into his pocket. Foster father, I am leaving, he said, glancing with reluctance at the wooden hut where he had grown up, then rose and walked away from that place of entanglement. He had not gone far when he spotted Lung Yuanshuang collapsed in the snow. Like in the previous life, she had not gone far before collapsing again, grievously wounded. Watching snowflakes slowly bury her form, Lin Luocheng shook his head in helpless amusement. What a stubborn and troublesome woman. He looked up briefly, then scooped her into his arms and strode swiftly toward the distant mountain ranges. By the sky, the Luo demoness had yet to arrive. There should still be time. Cradled in Lin Luocheng's arms, Lung Yuanshuang felt the chill recede and, half-dazed, blinked open her eyes to see him. If this one disliked her, why would he save her? As in the last life, Lin Luocheng brought Lung Yuanshuang to a temporary cave he had been using while hunting in the mountains. The cave was deep. He partially concealed its mouth and kindled some dry wood inside. Lin Luocheng helped the groggy Lung Yuanshuang upright, and holding a gourd of wine, forced it toward her small cherry lips. The strong liquor choked Lung Yuanshuang awake. Her eyes widened in panic as she flailed, certain she only then did Lin Luocheng relinquish his hold. Lung Yuanshuang coughed and spluttered from the wine, lips parted, droplets clinging to the corner of her mouth, her cheeks flushed. Her expression recalled the scene before his rebirth, and Lin Luocheng could not help cursing inwardly. He scolded lightly. Hey, you're the sacred maiden of Immortals Sect. Must you wear such a sultry expression? After a few moments, as the bonfire and strong liquor chased away the cold, Lung Yuanshuang finally steadied. Young master, you have saved my life again. Ooh, I have no way to repay you. In the future, Lin Luochen took a swallow of wine to chase away the chill and smiled. I lack a wife. Will you pledge yourself to me? Lung Yueshuang, staring at the gourd head used to make her drink, flushed crimson with embarrassment. Young master, you jest. Jest? I'm serious. Lin Luochen surveyed her up and down and teased. You are a little plain, but you look well fed, and you'd make a good mother. Your figure is suitable for bearing children. Very well. I've saved you twice. You can pledge yourself to me and stay to bear my children. Lung Yueshuang turned red and shook her head repeatedly. Young master, I belong to Yunus Sect. I have vowed to remain unmarried for life. Lin Luochen paid her vow no mind. I care not whether you are of Yunus Sect or the Sect of Desire. Tell me simply, are you a woman? Can you bear children? I am, but... She began only for him to cut her off. Being a woman who can bear children is enough. I do not mind if you are plain. Having never met such brazen logic, Lung Yueshuang's head buzzed through. She had never before been insulted for being plain. This was bad. Would he force himself upon her? Young master, that's unacceptable. Please make another request. She protested. You're dawdling a fine since you're so plain. I don't like you anyway. Lin Luochen feigned impatience and at last revealed his true intention. Hey, race the deal. Don't you have pills, spirit stones, arts, talismans, treasures? Give them all to me. Lung Yueshuang, startled at being insulted again, could not tell whether to be relieved or angry. She awkwardly explained, my spiritual power is sealed. Oh, everything is in my storage ring, and I cannot take them out. Lin Luochen snapped. Then stop dithering and break the seal. Hand over the treasures. Hurry and break the seal. If Luo Yaoyao catches up, you won't even get a chance to run. Lung Yueshuang uttered a small sound and urged, young master, if someone is really hunting me, you should leave while you can. Lin Luochen growled, spare me the nonsense. I think you're trying to renege. Come on, take out the things, and he'll go. Lung Yueshuang shrank back, fell silent, and obediently sat cross-legged. A hateful, unreasonable barbarian. Still, Lung Yueshuang feared bringing trouble upon him, and forced herself to attack the seals within her body with all her might. When Gu Qinghan had sent her away before he had already shattered most of the seals, she only needed time to fully break free. Lin Luochen watched her with a complicated expression. This foolish woman could not discern priorities and had no backbone. She had only recently left home, ignorant of the world, pure and innocent. Her realm in Taishang Wangqing Ju was not deep. This was her first time outside. Exactly the moment one might deceive her. He wondered why Gu Qinghan had brought her out this time and entrusted the Niming Bay to her so casually. The coarse liquor bought in the town could not compare to the nectars of Yunus Sect. Yet to him, this cheap spirit carried the true smoke. Unable to piece it together, he took a gulp of the strong wine to warm himself. Once he had disliked drinking, but years within Yunus Sect had given him the habit of drowning his sorrows in wine. The coarse liquor bought in the town could not compare to the nectars of Yunus Sect. Yet to him, this cheap spirit carried the true smoky taste of the mortal world. He glanced at Lung Yueshuang and drank with a wistful air. Well then, one night of marriage grants as much favor as 100 days. He would wait for her to break the seal before leaving. He pretended not to be worried for her. His motive was to obtain a few spirit stones and treasures to aid his cultivation later. Lin Luochen did not fear that she would fly into a rage when her power returned. After all, the two of them knew one another through and through. How could he not understand her in this state? If she truly intended to kill him, she would not have clung to him for a century, never letting go even in death. With such thoughts, Lin Luochen leaned against the cave wall and silently circulated the summing Luanhui Ju. In his sea of consciousness, the azure lotus was about to fully ignite. He wondered with curiosity what would happen when it did. Would time rewind again? Or would he discover that everything had been but a fleeting dream at death's door? After some indeterminate time, a ripple of spiritual energy spread outward, and Lung Yueshuang slowly opened her eyes. The Taishang Wangqing Ju within her resumed its operation, her lost cultivation returned, and her heart settled, her gaze as calm as still water. She looked at Lin Luochen, and to her surprise discovered fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him. He is a cultivator. Realizing this, her eyes chilled, and she watched him warily, her pretty face turning frosty. Although Lin Luochen knew Taishang Wangqing Ju affected temperament, her look still annoyed him. What are you staring at? My power has returned. Are you going to renege now? The ethereal coldness of Lung Yueshuang was instantly broken, as she hurriedly shook her head. I did not mean that. Lin Luochen gazed at Lung Yueshuang, his eyes quickly becoming clear as he extended his hand, and asked, where are the items? Lung Yueshuang obediently took out a considerable amount of spirit stones, talismans, and disposable magical treasures, placing them on the ground, while looking at him nervously. Is this enough? This fellow, despite being a cultivator, was truly too weak. Likely a descendant of some wandering cultivator practicing and hunting in these deep mountains. Lin Luochen expressed dissatisfaction, saying, "Is your life worth so little?" Lung Yuanshuang hurriedly rummaged for more treasures, almost ready to hand over her personal belongings. "Young master, the techniques of the Yunu sect are not meant to be shared, and I must keep some items to deal with enemies." Although Lin Luochen successfully deceived her into giving him treasures, seeing her clear, yet foolish eyes filled him with frustration. Seeing his gaze, Lung Yuanshuang nervously said, "Young master, these are all I have left. If I manage to escape, I will surely return to repay your life-saving grace." Lin Luochen nodded slightly. Using the storage bag she provided to collect the items from the ground, Lung Yuanshuang quickly urged, "This place is dangerous. You should leave as soon as possible." Lin Luochen glanced at her, grunted in acknowledgement, and said coolly, "Remember what you said, don't die." He stood up and walked out decisively, leaving Lung Yuanshuang in a daze. "So you've been guarding me all this time just to take my treasures? How foolish of me to still hold on to the fantasy that you were cold, yet kind, wanting to protect me." At that moment, Lung Yuanshuang finally realized that all the stories were lies. However, watching Lin Luochen leave a heavy stone in her heart finally lifted. Although this fellow had a poor attitude, he had ultimately saved her twice, and she did not wish to drag him down to his doom. But before Lung Yuanshuang could rejoice, her expression changed slightly as she turned to look outside the cave. Although this fellow had a poor attitude, he had ultimately saved her twice, and she did not wish to drag him down to his doom. But before Lung Yuanshuang could rejoice, her expression changed slightly as she turned to, after all, he had just reached the first layer of qi refinement, and the upcoming demoness Luo Yaoyao was a cultivator of the exit realm. It is essential to note the 9 great realms: Qi, Refinement, Foundation, Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent, Soul, Exit, Integration, Void, Ascension, and Tribulation, Transcendence. The disparity between each realm was immense. Even Lung Yuanshuang at the peak of the nascent soul stage was no match for Luo Yaoyao. How could he possibly confront that demoness? With his assistance, Lung Yuanshuang had regained her cultivation ahead of time and was safe from peril. He had already been quite benevolent towards her and could consider himself finished. Lin Luochen instinctively looked up at the sky, only to feel his scalp tingle in an instant. A purple streak of light was flying from afar, hovering above the mountains. The figure was a woman dressed provocatively, her purple dress barely covering her vital parts, with her ample bosom poised to burst forth. Her gaze swept through the mountains, seemingly searching for something. Lin Luochen quickly hid behind a tree, his face filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend why she had arrived so swiftly. This woman was none other than the demoness of the Miaoyin sect, Luo Yaoyao. In Lin Luocheng's memory, this demoness was supposed to have arrived at the hour of the dog tonight. But it was only now the hour of the rooster, just after sunset. Why had she come early? Lung Yuanshuang regained her cultivation ahead of time, and you also arrived early. How is this reasonable? Did you install a spiritual link on her? Lin Luochen broke out in cold sweat, his mind racing as he tried to conceal his presence as much as possible. In his past life, he had been driven away by Lung Yuanshuang at the hour of the dog, only to encounter Luo Yaoyao on his way out. Luo Yaoyao directly controlled Lin Luochen with her eye technique, using him to locate Lung Yuanshuang's hiding place. Lung Yuanshuang, unable to stand against Luo Yaoyao, was forced to use a teleportation talisman, with Lin Luochen leading them into the Broken Moon Demon Gorge by mistake. The two hid along the way, but ultimately were still caught by Luo Yaoyao and fell victim to her intoxicating smoke. In the end, Lin Luochen and Lung Yuanshuang inadvertently became a couple, initially expecting to fall into enemy hands. Who would have thought that a blood moon would arise, causing the beasts of the Broken Moon Demon Gorge to revolt, buying time for Lung Yuanshuang. Ultimately, with Lin Luocheng's generous assistance, Lung Yuanshuang broke through to the exit realm and turned the tables on their foes. Lin Luochen had thought that by leaving early in this life he could avoid disaster, but who knew Luo Yaoyao would arrive early too? He could only pray that Luo Yaoyao would not see him. But contrary to his wishes, Lin Luochen felt as if something was sweeping past him. In the next moment, a purple light descended and Luo Yaoyao appeared before Lin Luochen, startling him. Lin Luochen feigned fear and nervously asked, "Are you human or a mountain spirit?" Luo Yaoyao gracefully approached, pressing her body against Lin Luochen, exuding an alluring aura. "Sister, I am a celestial being from the heavens, come down to ask you something, young man." With her enchanting and seductive demeanor, Lin Luochen pretended to be mesmerized, his gaze drifting. Celestial being, may I ask?" Luo Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with purple light as she smiled and asked, "Young man, have you seen a woman dressed in white palace attire?" Lin Luochen felt as if his head had exploded, as if he could give everything for the woman before him. He was about to blurt something out when the green lotus in his sea of consciousness suddenly shook, instantly awakening him. Lin Luochen felt as if his head had exploded, as if he could give everything for the woman before him. He was about to blurt something out when the green lotus in his sea of consciousness suddenly shook instantly. Lin Luochen replied honestly, I am a hunter from the mountains here to hunt and preparing to go home. Luo Yaoyao looked at the mask on his face, suddenly reaching out to remove it, laughing, why were something like this? Before she could finish her sentence, she stared at Lin Luocheng's face, unable to resist the urge to swallow hard. The man before her had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, exceptionally handsome, and his physique was robust and strong, exuding masculine energy. I never thought that in these deep mountains there would be such a strikingly handsome young man, truly a delight for this sister. Lin Luochen didn't know what to say, and could only stand there foolishly feeling somewhat amused. He wasn't sure if he was considered good-looking, but he knew that there were many women in the city below who wished to marry him. The widow from the Zhao family in the city, still retaining her charm, was even willing to give him her vast fortune just to be with him. During his time in the Yunu sect, he had also used his looks to sway numerous girls, helping him escape the sect. However, Lin Luochen never expected that his appearance would land him in trouble. Luo Yaoyao gazed at him with seductive eyes, gently caressing his face and licking her red lips. To think you're still a pure young man, it would be a shame to miss out on such a rare beauty. She removed her upper garment, leaning in provocatively against him, softly stroking Lin Luocheng's chest. Ah, this young and strong body is truly mesmerizing. Although Lin Luochen had lived 2 lives, he had never encountered such a situation and nearly couldn't help but step back. Oh no, I've encountered a rogue woman. In broad daylight, under the open sky, how could she want to perform such indecent acts with him in this desolate wilderness? Where are the morals? Where is the decency? Luo Yaoyao pressed against Lin Luochen, only to find him unresponsive to her advances, leaving her bewildered as she looked up at him. Lin Luochen, seeing her shameless demeanor, felt his fists clench. Since he couldn't resist, he could only boldly venture into this den of tigers and dragons. Luo Yaoyao chuckled, pushing him down to the ground, leaning over him with a hint of regret. Such a handsome young man, if I didn't have to catch that little girl, I wouldn't be able to help but drain you dry. Lin Luochen did not expect this demoness to try to drain him completely, and couldn't help but curse silently. This was a genuine forced confession. Perhaps he should just be honest. After all, Lung Yuanshuang had a teleportation talisman and wouldn't die. Just as Lin Luochen was about to speak rather than sit idle, a pure moonlight poured down from afar, heading straight for Luo Yaoyao's back. At the same time, a clear and cold voice rang out, "Demoness, die." Luo Yaoyao sensed the fluctuation of spiritual power the moment Lung Yuanshuang made her move swiftly, turning around to cast a spell. She quickly conjured several strands of purple silk to block in front of her, but it was still too rushed, and she was knocked away by the moonlight. Lin Luochen had not engaged with her yet, so he was unharmed and immediately threw out the broken blade in his hand. Die! Seeing the incoming attack, Luo Yaoyao instinctively batted the broken blade away, then realized something was wrong. This was bad. The attacker was not Lung Yuanshuang. In the next moment, a beam of moonlight shone down, and Lung Yuanshuang appeared behind her like a ghost, slashing with her sword. Luo Yaoyao had no time to cast a spell, and in a hurried defense, she was still knocked away, blood spurting out. However, Lung Yuanshuang did not pursue. Her figure swept past, quickly snatching Lin Luochen, who had just picked up the broken blade, and made a swift escape. Lung Yuanshuang. Luo Yaoyao clutched her chest where the wound was deep enough to see bone, filled with shock and anger. She had not expected Lung Yuanshuang to still be here, even so close to her. When Lung Yuanshuang was captured by their Miaoyin sect, she was marked with their tracking seal. But for some reason, after Lung Yuanshuang teleported, the tracking technique could only sense her general location. Until recently, the mark suddenly showed a clear position, prompting Luo Yaoyao to rush over. Although the mark became vague again, midway she still locked onto this direction to search. However, upon arriving here, the mark completely disappeared. Luo Yaoyao thought that Lung Yuanshuang had already recovered her cultivation, deliberately misleading her with the mark, so she felt safe to indulge in pleasure. Little did she know Lung Yuanshuang had not left, and had even plotted against her. And this seemingly weak kid had actually broken free from her charm, distracting her attention. However, upon discovering that Lung Yuanshuang had escaped, Luo Yaoyao realized that she had not recovered and was still severely injured. Then this wasn't a trap, but merely her desperate attempt to save someone. Was this kid important to her? Luo Yaoyao, without caring to put on her clothes, quickly took to the skies, relentlessly pursuing the two. The blood gushing out stained the snow-covered mountains red, looking horrifying. At this moment, Luo Yaoyao's charming eyes were filled with killing intent as she decisively launched a signal flare. At the same time, she waved her hand, sending out strands of purple silk towards Lung Yuanshuang and Lin Luochen to bind them. In Lung Yuanshuang's hand was a long sword glowing with white light, constantly swinging to fend off the incoming purple silk. She was determined to escape, and although Luo Yaoyao wanted to keep her, she couldn't do anything about it for the moment. Lin Luochen watched Luo Yaoyao, whose upper body was stained with blood, and looked like a beautiful ghost relentlessly pursuing them, and couldn't help but be amazed. Damn, the vitality of these cultivators is truly tenacious. The sight of this white bun turning into a blood bun cast a shadow over his heart, further solidifying Lin Luochen's Dao heart. She was determined to escape, and although Luo Yaoyao wanted to keep her, she couldn't do anything about it for the moment. Lin Luochen watched Luo Yaoyao, whose upper body, "Sister Yuan Shuang, you risked your life to save him. He wouldn't be your little lover, would he, eh?" Her voice was enchanting and alluring, twisting like a lover's whisper in the ear. Lin Luocheng's mind buzzed, and his gaze instantly became hazy as all sorts of illusions flooded in. Lung Yuan Shuang also momentarily lost her focus, secretly thinking it was bad. The heavenly demon sound of the Miaoyin sect. This is one of the sect's ultimate techniques, a soul attack combined with sound. Taking the opportunity, Luo Yaoyao exhaled a pink mist, quickly enveloping the surroundings. "Sister Yuan Shuang, and that little boy, you might as well stop trying to escape and surrender." Lin Luochen smelled a fragrant aroma wafting in his body, suddenly feeling hot, and his mind filled with thoughts of men and women. In his sea of consciousness, the blue lotus swayed, incessantly struggling to bring him back to clarity. Lung Yuanshuang quickly said, "Be careful, this is the Miaoyin sect's drunken love mist which can incite desires." She immediately held her breath, swinging her long sword continuously, trying to disperse the rolling pink mist. But strands of purple silk shot out from the mist like spirit snakes, attacking from various tricky angles. Lung Yuanshuang was already not Luo Yaoyao's opponent, and her injuries had not healed. She quickly fell into a disadvantage. At this moment, Luo Yaoyao's enchanting voice echoed in the mist, carrying a captivating power. "Sister Yuanshuang, you have never enjoyed the pleasures of being a woman, have you? Today I will give you a lesson. I guarantee you will savor it endlessly and never want to return to being that pure and passionless saint. What do you think?" "How shameless!" Lung Yuanshuang cursed. Luo Yaoyao deliberately gasped a few times and laughed charmingly, saying, "How is it shameless? The harmony of yin and yang is the fundamental path. Without the shameless affairs of men and women in your eyes, where do you come from? If everyone were like you from the Yunu sect, the human race would have been exterminated long ago." Lung Yuanshuang no longer argued with her, for in this brief moment her wounds reopened. Her internal spiritual power had not fully recovered, and fighting while injured made her no match for Luo Yaoyao. Lin Luochen struggled to say, "Quick, let's go. Her reinforcements are coming." Seeing that he was already starting to be affected by the drunken love mist and the heavenly demon sound, Lung Yuanshuang quickly took out a talisman and activated it. With a twist in space, Lung Yuanshuang and Lin Luochen quickly disappeared from their original spot. Teleportation talisman. Luo Yaoyao sneered. "Little girl, let's see how many teleportation talismans you have. You can't escape." She waited at the spot for a moment, and a dozen streaks of light flew in from all directions, revealing beautiful and enchanting women. Elder Luo. At this moment, Luo Yaoyao had already put on her clothes, but the bloodstains could not be hidden, and she emanated a killing aura. "Let's go, follow me. They are in the Duanyue Demon Gorge." Although the mark had been erased by Lung Yuanshuang, she still relied on the residual scent of the drunken love mist to lock onto a general direction. The disciples were puzzled. Wasn't there only one person? But they did not dare to ask further, and nodded, following Luo Yaoyao deeper into the Duanyue Demon Gorge. Within the Broken Moon Demon Gorge, in a desolate, deep forest, Lung Yuanshuang appeared in midair carrying Lin Luochen, and then they began to fall. In the distance, a massive eagle noticed the two, folded its wings, and swooped down upon them, its sharp claws glinting with a cold light. Lung Yuanshuang quickly reacted, her longsword transforming into a stream of light shooting forth with waves of sword chi. The giant eagle let out a long cry, spread its wings wide, and quickly soared upwards, followed by a gust of fierce wind. The sword chi pierced through the wind, directly striking the giant eagle, producing a sound of metal clashing. Blood mixed with feathers fell down, and the giant eagle realized she was not to be trifled with, letting out a mournful cry as it quickly flapped its wings to escape. Lung Yuanshuang caught the longsword that flew back and landed on the ground, with Lin Luochen spitting out a mouthful of blood. But she couldn't afford to think more, quickly distancing herself from Lin Luochen, keeping a wary eye on him, fearing he might succumb to his beastly instincts. After all, this guy had inhaled a considerable amount of intoxicating smoke, and she could barely withstand it herself, let alone him. Lin Luochen's face was flushed, his gaze burning as he looked at her, feeling an unbearable heat in his body, longing for a place to vent. Damn, why did that demoness Luo Yaoyao use intoxicating smoke on him so quickly? It was unbearable, extremely unbearable. Lin Luochen could not withstand the intoxicating smoke any longer and involuntarily lunged at her. Lung Yuanshuang wanted to push him away, but her whole body was weak, making her seem somewhat hesitant. "No, don't." Seeing such a beautiful woman, Lin Luochen could no longer control himself and kissed her directly. Lung Yuanshuang let out a soft moan, the intoxicating smoke in her body sensing the male's presence erupting instantly and leaving her in a daze. With the last of her reason, she weakly pushed against him, slurring, "Don't." Lin Luochen greedily inhaled her breath, wishing to merge her with himself. Just as Lin Luochen was losing control, the azure lotus in his sea of consciousness finally lit up completely. The azure lotus swayed, and Lin Luochen felt a refreshing sensation pouring down from his head, leaving him in shock. He could no longer probe the tiger's den. This was truly life-threatening. This stream of coolness not only flowed through his body, but also passed through his mouth to Lin Luochen. Lin Luochen quickly calmed down as the Supreme Forgetting Emotion technique finally took effect. She widened her eyes and instinctively pushed Lin Luochen away. Lin Luochen staggered back a few steps, feeling the coolness flowing through his body, and he felt relaxed all over. He instinctively activated the Fate Reincarnation technique, and the coolness rapidly gathered towards his eyes. In an instant, the world in his eyes changed. Before him, Lin Luochen was suspended like a bright moon enveloped in a holy moonlight, as if the moon goddess had descended. But at this moment, this moon goddess was shrouded in a faint pink mist with blooming peach blossoms surrounding her. After pushing Lin Luochen away without the suppression of the cool stream, the residual, intoxicating smoke flared up again. She noticed that Lin Luochen before her had a refined air, making her blush and her heart race. So this guy looked like this. But at this moment, this moon goddess was shrouded in a faint pink mist with blooming peach blossoms surrounding her. After pushing Lin Luochen away without the suppression of the cool stream, the residual, intoxicating smoke flared up again. "Are you all right?" Lin Luochen came to his senses, raising his blood-stained broken blade and cautiously stepping back 2 paces. "I'm fine, but you seem a bit off." Lin Luochen, caught in her thoughts, immediately blushed deeply and hurriedly swallowed an antidote pill. "It's nothing, don't talk nonsense." She dared not look at Lin Luochen again, nor mention what had just happened, quietly touching her red lips. Supporting herself against a nearby tree, Lin Luochen breathed heavily, desperately, trying to expel the toxic smoke. Lin Luochen also dared not look at her, turning his head to scan the surroundings, discovering a dense green aura wafting around. He was astonished. He could actually see demonic energy. When he saw a towering giant tree not far away along with the Black Mountains in the distance, his expression changed slightly. Was this near the Wanfeng Mountain? In his previous life, he and Lin Luochen had also landed near this giant tree, ultimately escaping to the distant Wanfeng Mountain. This time their landing point deviated slightly from that of his previous life, but not by much. However, according to what Lin Luochen had told him, each teleportation talisman had a random landing point. Why were they both here again? At this moment, Lin Luochen felt the deep malice of fate towards him. Damn it, did this damn sky want to force him to help, to give everything? But soon Lin Luochen calmed down and guessed the approximate reason. Although each teleportation talisman had slight differences in the runes resulting in varying directions and distances, each talisman had a predetermined direction once drawn. Lin Luochen likely used the same teleportation talisman, and since the usage location was similar, the landing points were not far off. However, the landing point of this teleportation was almost identical to his previous life, which posed no harm to Lin Luochen. At least he was somewhat familiar with this route, not completely in the dark. Lin Luochen glanced back at Lin Luochen only to find that the pink aura around her had faded significantly, and the moonlight enveloped her once more. However, under the moonlight, her blue and white dress was stained red with seeping blood, appearing quite shocking. Lin Luochen knew that Lin Luochen's wound had reopened again and couldn't help but sigh. "Why did you save me? Wouldn't it have been better to leave?" Lin Luochen looked up at him and said honestly, "You saved me, so I cannot stand by and watch you die. Moreover, I just wanted to give it a try. If it became unmanageable, I would also escape using a teleportation talisman." Lin Luochen looked up at him and said honestly, "You saved me, so I cannot stand by and watch you die. Moreover, I just wanted to give it a try. If it became unmanageable, I would also escape." Lin Luochen shook her head, saying, "No, that was the last one." Based on the situation from his previous life, Lin Luochen knew that within 2 days Luo Yao would come after them. If he did not intervene, this foolish woman would surely be captured. Luo Yao had a somewhat twisted psychology and wanted to witness the fall of the saintess of the Jade Maiden Sect, Lin Luochen. If he simply walked away, who knew where that demoness would find a man to torment Lin Luochen? What if she got even more twisted and found someone non-human? In the end, Lin Luochen exposed herself to save him, and Lin Luochen could not accept his woman being defiled by others. Most importantly, he had no choice. Being in the depths of the Broken Moon Demon Gorge, he would die faster if he left Lin Luochen. Thinking of this, Lin Luochen helplessly said, "Let's go." Lin Luochen asked in bewilderment, "Where to?" Lin Luochen replied lightly, "Of course, to find a place to hide. Can you still walk?" In the end, Lin Luochen exposed herself to save him, and Lin Luochen could not accept his woman being defiled by others. Most importantly, he had no choice, being in the depth. Lin Luochen covered the bloodstains on the ground, identified a direction, and sprinted towards one of the paths. His running was vigorous, inevitably resulting in physical contact between. Lin Yuxuang somewhat understood his personality, weakly replied with an "oh" and obediently nestled in his arms. After all, she had already been held by him once, being held again was not a big deal, right? Lin Luochen covered the bloodstains on the ground, identified a direction, and sprinted towards one of the paths. His running was vigorous, inevitably resulting in physical contact between the two. But Lin Yuxuang noticed that Lin Luochen tried his best to avoid touching her wounds and sensitive areas, causing a warmth to spread in her heart. This guy isn't too bad when he's not being fierce. At this moment, with the residual poison still within her, she gazed at Lin Luochen's chiseled face, her cheeks involuntarily flushing as her thoughts wandered. Suddenly Lin Luochen lowered his head, frowning. "Why are you staring at me? Shouldn't you be focusing on recovering your energy?" But Lin Yuxuang noticed that Lin Luochen tried his best to avoid touching her wounds and sensitive areas, causing a warmth to spread in her heart. This guy isn't. What was she thinking? Being caught in the act was so embarrassing. Lin Luochen carried Lin Yueming forward, trying to avoid areas dense with demonic energy along the way. Some areas above were shrouded in dark clouds or glimmering with blood-red light, leading him to deduce that demonic beasts might be lurking within. Lin Luochen carefully observed the changes in the surrounding demonic energy, cautiously skirting the edges of various demonic beasts. Remarkably, he encountered not a single demonic beast in his path, proving that his speculation was correct. However, as time passed, Lin Luochen noticed the light emanating from the green lotus gradually dimming. This miraculous divination technique actually had a time limit. Seeing him circling around a swamp, Lin Yueming curiously asked, "Is there something in the swamp?" Lin Luochen hurriedly lowered his voice and said, "Keep your voice down, there's a red-scaled flood dragon inside." Lin Yueming was taken aback and exclaimed, "How can that be? The red-scaled flood dragon dislikes water. How could it be in the swamp?" Lin Luochen replied calmly, "Although the red-scaled flood dragon dislikes water, it lays its eggs in swamps. If you don't believe me, you can go try it out. Just don't run towards me when the dragon chases you." In his previous life, the two had unknowingly stepped into the territory of a spawning red-scaled flood dragon. Lin Yueming was forced to confront the red-scaled flood dragon, and even attracted 2 disciples from the Maiden Sect, narrowly escaping thanks to her burning blood. However, this exposed their location, leading to the discovery by Luo Yaoyao and others during a carpet search. In the end, a desperate Lin Yueming was struck by the love-drunk smoke and fled with Lin Luochen into the Wanfu Mountain. If it hadn't been for the blood moon and the rampaging demonic beasts, the two might have had to perform a spring scene in front of everyone. After breaking through, Lin Yueming, filled with rage and embarrassment, counterattacked Luo Yaoyao, but still fell into a dire situation. If Gu Qinghan hadn't arrived in time, Lin Luochen and Lin Yueming would have fallen into the hands of the Maiden Sect. Unaware of all this, Lin Yueming listened intently to Lin Luocheng's explanations, suddenly recalling the relevant records. "How do you know there are red-scaled flood dragons here?" Lin Luochen breezily replied, "I am a hunter." The naive Lin Yueming was momentarily stunned, her little head brimming with questions. Are ordinary hunters so capable now? She was skeptical, but after Lin Luochen crossed the swamp and set her down, he pulled out several spirit fruits from his storage bag and tossed them into the center of the swamp. Before the few radiant spirit fruits even landed, Lin Luochen scooped up Lin Yueming and sprinted away. Sounds of movement came from behind in the swamp, but Lin Luochen had already run far, and the red-scaled flood dragon did not reveal itself. Lin Yueming, feeling apprehensive, said, "I don't mean to doubt you, you don't have to prove it to me like this." From the aura that just emanated from the swamp, she had confirmed that there indeed was a red-scaled flood dragon beneath. Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly, "You're overthinking it. I'm just leaving a little surprise for the demonic girls of the Maiden Sect." Lin Yueming gasped, and then suddenly realized something, her beautiful eyes widening. How does the young master know they are from the Maiden Sect? Lin Luochen was startled internally, but maintained a calm demeanor. "That shameless demonic girl mentioned it. And didn't you just say that was the love-drunk smoke from the Maiden Sect?" Lin Yueming replied, "Oh, but felt that something about this guy seemed off." Lin Luochen carried her, while cautiously navigating along a route from his memory. Most demonic beasts here had a sense of territory, keeping to themselves. Lin Luochen avoided areas dense with demonic energy, weaving through the edges of the demonic beasts' territories. Lin Yueming found it puzzling, but the two truly hadn't encountered any demonic beasts along the way, leaving her both surprised and curious. How did this guy manage to do that? But frequenting the riverbank, how could one avoid getting wet? Lin Luochen suddenly noticed a surge of demonic energy approaching them from a distance, and he swiftly turned to look. What kind of demonic beast could be this hungry? Just as this thought arose in Lin Luocheng's mind, an image immediately appeared before him. It was a 10-foot-long saber-toothed tiger covered in scars from battles having been driven to this place after defeat. It lay on the snow, and upon hearing Lin Luochen's footsteps it excitedly rose and charged towards the two. Nascent Soul Realm. Upon seeing this scene, the world before him instantly reverted to its original state, and he could no longer sense the demonic energy. The Green Lotus also dimmed, accumulating strength once again. Snapping back to reality, Lin Luochen wasted no time and hoisted Lung Yueming onto his shoulder, taking off at a run. A demonic beast is coming, get ready to fight. Don't leave any traces, and it's best to mimic the demonic beast's movements. Lung Yueming felt the large hand on her behind, instantly blushing, yet instinctively grasped her sword. However, when she extended her divine sense, she found no trace of any demonic beast. Just as Lung Yueming prepared to ask her divine sense, suddenly detected a giant tiger chasing after them. She was stunned. How did this guy know about the demonic beasts even before she did? But there was no time to think further. She quickly formed hand seals and focused. Lin Luochen freed one hand and continuously tossed spirit fruits into the distance, letting out a series of wolf howls. Moments later, a strong wind roared through the forest, and a giant tiger leaped out roaring as it pounced towards the two. Lung Yueming was prepared. She crouched on Lin Luocheng's shoulder, pointed a finger, and the wind blades sent the giant tiger flying. The giant tiger got back up roaring and ready to fight again, when suddenly a chorus of wolf howls erupted from the forest. It was the Gale Snow Wolf pack that Lin Luochen had startled, rushing out from the woods in a flurry, easily numbering over a dozen. For a moment, the sound of tigers roaring and wolves howling filled the air as a fierce battle ensued, and Lin Luochen seized the opportunity to escape with Lung Yueming. Shortly after, Lin Luochen shook off the wolf pack, panting heavily as he made his way to a secluded thicket. Lung Yueming lay on his shoulder and said shyly, "You can put me down now." Lin Luochen set her down and asked, "Can you handle a nascent soul early-stage demonic beast now?" Lung Yueming nodded. "I should be able to." Upon hearing this, Lin Luochen carefully pushed aside the snow-covered trees, revealing a very concealed cave. Inside is a hibernating ironback bear, incredibly strong, with its abdomen and eyes being its weak points. Move quickly and decisively. Try not to make any noise, or everything will be in vain. Lung Yueming scanned inside with her divine sense, and indeed detected a very concealed aura of a demonic beast within. She dropped several formation flags to conceal the area's movement, then cautiously stepped inside. Inside was indeed a massive ironback bear sleeping in the cave, which suddenly opened its eyes upon sensing movement. Without hesitation, Lung Yueming unleashed a barrage of over 100 sword lights around the ironback bear. The ironback bear roared, raising earthen walls to shield itself, and soon earth spikes shot towards her along the ground. Moments later, Lung Yueming emerged, clutching her shoulder with blood seeping through her wound. "It's done, but how did you know there was a nascent soul early-stage ironback bear inside?" Lin Luochen entered the cave and skillfully began to dissect the bear's corpse with the broken blade in his hand. "Don't question my expertise with your ignorance. Oh, I am a hunter." Lung Yueming felt a sense of awe, but was even more confused inside. Can a hunter really stand at the cave entrance or by the lakeside and know exactly what kind of demonic beast it is? Seeing Lin Luochen preparing to dissect, she kindly reminded the ironback bear has tough skin and thick meat, ordinary weapons. She stopped mid-sentence when she noticed Lin Luochen had already pulled out a golden core from the bear's corpse. Lung Yueming felt her worldview shattered, doubting whether she had fallen behind the times. Are ordinary hunters this impressive now? The cave is deep and narrow, with its entrance concealed among the weeds, making it extremely secluded. Inside there is a large spiritual spring, which is currently frozen by ice, emanating a chill. After taking the demon pill, Lin Luochen instructed Lung Yuanshuang to use a flame talisman to incinerate the bear's corpse. He smashed the ice surface, filled a wine gourd with spring water, and washed his face before finally feeling at ease. It was a close call, and he managed to avoid repeating the past mistakes. He should be able to hold out until the blood moon arrives right. But Lin Luochen remained troubled, wondering why Luo Yaoyao had arrived early. Could it be the fluctuation of spiritual energy when Lung Yuanshuang broke the seal? Or was it because he had taken the reverse destiny monument in this life? As he suspected, the reverse destiny monument has the effect of obscuring heavenly secrets and hiding one's aura. Although it hasn't recognized a master yet, it can still interfere with the mark on Lung Yuanshuang within a certain range. However, when she left Lin Luochen and fainted in the snow, her location was exposed. Although it hasn't recognized a master yet, it can still interfere with the mark on Lung Yuanshuang within a certain range. However, when she left, "You should hurry and heal." Lung Yuanshuang replied with a sound of acknowledgement, but hesitated as she glanced at the clear spring. "Young master, I want to clean my wounds. Could you step aside for a moment?" Lin Luochen noticed her disheveled appearance and reminded her, "The water is very cold, but don't use it directly for bathing. Your body can't handle it right now, you might get sick, and I don't want to take care of you. Also, the water leads to other places with currents and demon beasts, so be careful. Lin Luochen looked bewildered. How did he know about this? This guy is surprisingly attentive and concerned for her. Lin Luochen ignored her astonishment and walked a short distance away, turning his back to her as he gazed outside the cave. Although Lin Luochen is a cultivator, she doesn't practice physical training, and her constitution isn't any better than an ordinary person's. She was injured first, then fell into water, got poisoned, and now bathing in this cold pool, she simply couldn't withstand it. In his past life, she had been on the brink of death, making him frantic and developing a damned attachment. He must crush her feelings for him in the cradle, leaving no opportunity. I understand. Lin Luochen said, looking at his back with a slight smile, throwing out several formation flags to conceal their surroundings. She took off her tattered dress, using her magic to summon the water flow to heat it before cleaning her wounds. Lin Luochen occasionally glanced at Lin Luochen, and seeing that he had no intention of turning around, she finally felt relieved. Did she truly seem that ugly in his eyes? What kind of aesthetic does this mountain wild man have? Lin Luochen heard the sound of water splashing behind him. Though he appeared as still as a mountain, he couldn't help but imagine the scene behind him. He knew very well that beneath the tightly wrapped dress of the woman behind him lay an incredibly alluring figure. Lin Luochen, young and full of vigor, couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. But he suppressed his desires and began to analyze their current situation. Now they just had to wait for 2 days until the blood moon arrives, and Gu Qinghan and her reinforcements would come. He hadn't touched Lin Luochen, so Gu Qinghan couldn't possibly capture him back to the Immortals sect, right? But he felt that woman couldn't be judged by common sense. He was more inclined to find an opportunity to escape then. Lin Luochen would rather risk being eaten by a demon beast than be imprisoned in the Immortals sect again. But if Luo Yaoyao pursued him, should he sacrifice himself to the tiger? At this thought his mind became chaotic and he hesitated. After a moment, Lin Yuanshuang's cold yet melodious voice came from behind. Young master, it's ready. Lin Luochen turned around to see Lin Yuanshuang in a blue and white long dress, her long black hair draped over her chest, exuding an aura of icy elegance mixed with a hint of fragility. Although he had seen her countless times, Lin Yuanshuang's unparalleled beauty still had a striking impact. In his past life, Lin Luochen had often scolded himself for being bewitched, allowing his smaller desires to control his larger judgments. Yet every time he saw Lin Yuanshuang, he felt it wasn't unjustifiable. Which man could withstand such a trial? This woman not only looked beautiful, but her figure was also extraordinary, making it hard to resist. Lin Yuanshuang felt uncomfortable under his gaze, as if she stood before him completely undressed and couldn't help but shift away. Young master. Lin Luochen snapped back to reality and felt a surge of panic, quickly turning away, not daring to look any longer. Hurry and meditate. Lin Yuanshuang replied with a sound of acknowledgement and handed him a jade slip. Young master, this is the breathing technique, which can conceal one's aura and life fluctuations. This was originally a technique from the Immortals sect, but she didn't care about that anymore. Lin Luochen did not expect such a pleasant surprise and accepted the jade slip without hesitation. Lin Yuanshuang sat cross-legged, casting healing spells on herself to begin her recovery. After Lin Luochen organized his talismans and pills, he also quietly sat down to practice the breathing technique. He didn't know how long had passed when Lin Yuanshuang slowly opened her eyes and saw Lin Luochen quietly nibbling on dry rations. Only then did she remember that the man before her was merely at the qi refining stage and couldn't go without food and drink like her. Young master, why do you carry dry rations? Lin Luochen couldn't exactly say he had planned to run away down the mountain, so he casually brushed it off. It's normal for hunters to carry dry rations into the mountains. Oh, what's so strange about it? Lin Yuanshuang awkwardly replied, I didn't bring any fasting pills. Fortunately, you have your own rations, young master. Lin Luochen couldn't be bothered to retort. In his last life, he had gone 2 days without food, which left him too weak to run after employing quietude to control movement. How's your injury? Lin Yuanshuang answered honestly. After 2 more days of meditation, I should recover about 70 to 80%. Can you defeat that demon woman? I can't defeat her. I can only escape. That demon woman's drunken love smoke is very peculiar. Do you have any way to counter it? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanshuang pondered for a moment and uncertainly replied, perhaps the detoxification pill might have some effect. Lin Luochen felt deeply disappointed. After all, they had already tried it in his past life, and it only provided relief. This time Lin Yuanshuang had only inhaled a small amount, and it might not work next time. Then give me 2 pills. Lin Yuanshuang poured him a few detoxification pills, which he directly tucked into his waistband. Just as Lin Yuanshuang was about to retract her storage ring, Lin Luochen reminded her, don't put everything away. Oh, what if your spiritual power gets sealed again? Lin Yuanshuang paused looking at her body but didn't know where to stash them. Lin Luochen pointed at his chest, and Lin Yuanshuang's delicate face turned red as she turned around to tuck them into her bosom. Young master has saved me multiple times. May I ask for your esteemed name? Lin Luochen replied with no sincerity, nameless. Lin Yuanshuang hesitated and said anxiously, did I bring trouble to young master? What do you think? I'm sorry, I will find a way to protect your family. No need, they are no longer around. Off. Lin Yuanshuang expressed her apologies saying, then what are your plans in the future? How about coming with me to Xianzhou? Lin Luochen chuckled coldly. If I go to Xuanzhou, will you take me in? Off. Lin Yuanshuang expressed her apologies saying, then what are your plans in the future? How about coming with me to Xianzhou? Lin Luochen chuckled coldly. If I go to he had no fondness for the righteous path. If the Yunus sect could imprison a man to death, what could be better in the other righteous sects? In the path of cultivation, there is no distinction between righteousness and demon. It's merely the survival of the fittest, just different ways of feeding. Well, see. The two chatted intermittently when suddenly a demon beast's roar and the sound of an explosion came from afar. The two exchanged glances, casting the breathing technique towards the cave entrance, only to see two streaks of light shooting up into the sky. It was vaguely visible that two elegantly dressed women were being closely pursued by a 20-foot-long crimson-scaled flood dragon. The crimson-scaled flood dragon unleashed a plume of fire, accurately striking one of them. That person was merely at the peak of the golden core stage, instantly charred black, plummeting from the sky, and was swallowed whole by it. The remaining woman turned pale. The three of them had been drawn in by the glowing fruit, but unexpectedly, there was a crimson-scaled flood dragon below. Not only was the crimson-scaled flood dragon at the nascent soul stage, but it was also exceptionally adept at concealment, swallowing one person whole. Though the two managed to escape, they never expected this demon beast could soar into the sky, far beyond their imagination. Just as she was panicking and fleeing, a dark streak of light swept past, capturing the woman and shooting up into the sky. The woman screamed in agony, blood raining down, but soon fell silent. The crimson-scaled flood dragon roared in anger and reluctantly returned to the swamp. Lin Yuanshuang's beautiful eyes widened, unable to help but cover her cherry lips, her heart filled with lingering fear. A crimson-scaled flood dragon at the nascent soul stage and a steel feather eagle. At this moment, Lin Luochen appeared to her as an unfathomable figure, as if shrouded in clouds and mist. Who exactly is he? Why is he so mysterious, seeming to know everything? Seeing the three disciples of the Miaoyin sect fall one after another, Lin Luochen said lightly, let's go back. Cold Moon Frost responded with an following him back to the cave, filled with confusion, wanting to speak, but hesitating. Lin Luochen suddenly remembered something and looked up at her. Do you have any secret techniques to break through your limits? In his past life, with his full support, Cold Moon Frost had successfully broken through to the out-of-body realm. In this life, he did not intend to be so wicked again, and could only hope that Cold Moon Frost would break through ahead of time. Cold Moon Frost awkwardly replied, if I could break through, I would have done so already. Lin Luochen frowned. In the previous life, you broke through just 2 days later. Surely you can't be just one step away from the out-of-body realm, needing only to break that final barrier. I advise you not to hold back any means. If you do, it will be too late. Cold Moon Frost, seeing he did not believe her, said unhappily, young master, I truly am not lying to you. Lin Luochen frowned. Was his investment as an ordinary person so crucial? He suddenly recalled the strange phenomenon he had seen around Cold Moon Frost when he was divining, and then memories of his death began to assault him. In his past life, during that incident, Cold Moon Frost had also emitted a brilliant moonlight, which gradually stained with blood. Lin Luocheng's heart sank. Heavenly Lord, you wouldn't play me like this, would you? Seeing Lin Luocheng's grim expression, Cold Moon Frost comforted him. Young master, there's no need to worry too much. My master can sense my location. Oh, as long as the righteous reinforcements arrive, she will come to find me. Lin Luochen responded with an yet felt that relying on others was not as good as relying on oneself. He took out several paper manuals of techniques given by Cold Moon Frost and began to flip through them, starting to grasp at straws. In his past life, Lin Luochen, who could not read naturally, could not understand them. But during his 100 years at the Yunus sect, he had become quite knowledgeable, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. After all, there was nothing to do there, and with no partner to create children with, he could only find ways to pass the time. Among the manuals, there was only one offensive sword technique, called Qingping sword technique. This was Lin Luocheng's first real encounter with an offensive technique, and he eagerly flipped through it. This sword technique was not a basic method like the breath control technique. It contained a large number of cultivation terms that made him frown. Lin Luochen tried to gesture with his hands, but felt the energy flow was not smooth. No matter how he gestured, something felt off. What does it mean to draw the energy from the ground's veins into the dantian? The dantian is the center of the Ren meridian. How can it relate to the positions of the 8 trigrams? Cold Moon Frost felt a bit awkward. She had only stumbled upon this sword technique, which did not belong to the Yunu sect, and had not examined it in detail. She could only sit beside Lin Luochen, look carefully, and then began to explain. This refers to when a cultivator steps forward harnessing the thunder energy from the Jin Palace, which is then transformed into sword intent through the dantian. Lin Luochen then asked, this sword intent requires Qingping floating water. How does it connect with the subsequent fierce winds and torrential rain in sword intent? The brilliance of Qingping lies in its ability to soften the rigid. When initiating it needs to contain 7 parts softness, and when the sword intent. She spoke with a focused expression, occasionally tucking back her long hair, wafting a fragrant breeze that made Lin Luochen feel quite uncomfortable. Damn, does this woman not realize her own charm? After finally clarifying all the questions, Lin Luochen hurriedly closed the sword technique and moved a bit further away from her. Thank you, Fairy, for your clarification. I will comprehend the rest myself. Cold Moon Frost smiled at him and said, young master, if you don't understand anything else, feel free to ask me. Lin Luochen responded with an I understand. You should recover quickly. Interacting with this woman was more torturous than fighting beasts outside. He did not want to challenge his own weaknesses again. The two of them stayed in the cave, feeling that time was passing excruciatingly slowly. Lin Luochen just wanted to escape this suffering as far away from Cold Moon Frost as possible. Cold Moon Frost, on the other hand, was in a room alone with a man for the first time, feeling very uneasy and not knowing what to say. Fortunately, she had already done fasting and did not need to eat or drink, otherwise she feared she would have to awkwardly dig up a spring. On the evening of the second day, Cold Moon Frost slowly opened her eyes. After 2 days of recuperation, her strength had mostly returned. Although her internal injuries still needed time to heal, her external wounds had completely recovered with no scars left. Meanwhile, Lin Luochen was wielding a dry branch in the cave, his sword techniques flowing like the wind, and the dry branch emitted a faint blue light. Lin Luochen's figure was graceful and agile. Initially, his sword intent was weak like ripples, but after several moves the sword intent stacked up, resembling a torrential storm. A hint of astonishment flashed in Cold Moon Frost's eyes. This guy's talent was truly remarkable, and his innate ability in the sword path was terrifyingly strong. She had merely provided a bit of guidance, and in just a few days he had practiced, as if he had been immersed for years, a true genius born for the sword. Unfortunately, he was still at the chi refining stage, and many sword moves were beyond his current capabilities. Seeing Lin Luochen engrossed in his practice, Cold Moon Frost turned around and reached into the abyss to pull out the reverse destiny steel. She always felt that this iron steel was somewhat different from before. It seemed much lighter, and the patterns had subtle changes. But Cold Moon Frost did not suspect Lin Luochen. After all, few people in the world had seen the reverse destiny steel. This item had always hung around her neck. How could there be a counterfeit that could be swapped? This must be a divine object concealing its brilliance. Lin Luochen, who was secretly observing the abyss, felt a weight lift from his heart and pretended to casually sheath his sword. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have guessed that this steel was so unfathomable, deeply concealed. Has your injury healed? Cold Moon Frost replied with an How is the situation? Lin Luochen said lightly, not bad, we haven't found them yet, but it should be soon. In the past 2 days, streaks of light occasionally streaked across the sky and fireworks rose up, creating a lively atmosphere in the mountains. The disciples of the Maiden Sect not only failed to find them, but were also killed by many mountain beasts, suffering heavy casualties. In the past 2 days, streaks of light occasionally streaked across the sky and fireworks rose up, creating a lively atmosphere in the mountains. The disciples of the Maiden Sect not only failed to find them, but were also killed by many mountain beasts suffering in the previous life due to their exposed location. Even though this place was very hidden, they were quickly discovered. Now, under Lin Luochen's foresight, the two were comfortably hiding in the cave. Yet Lin Luochen showed no joy. He nervously walked to the cave entrance, watching the sky gradually darken. Would the blood moon appear tonight? Would Gu Qinghan and the righteous reinforcements come? As the sky darkened, a bright moon rose slowly, then gradually ascended. When the moon was high in the sky, gentle moonlight fell, bathing the vast world in a soft glow. Yet Lin Luochen felt a chill in his heart. The blood moon did not appear. The mountain beasts did not stir. Gu Qinghan did not show up. Lin Luochen watched the bright moon gradually descend, and his heart sank further. Cold Moon Frost, not understanding the situation, said anxiously, young master, are you all right? She couldn't understand why he seemed to darken suddenly, his eyes filled with reluctance and helplessness. Lin Luochen sighed deeply, revealing a helpless smile. I'm fine, I will keep watch tonight. You should rest, I fear there will be a hard battle ahead. Cold Moon Frost wanted to say something more, but seeing his unquestionable gaze, she obediently returned to her seated position, though she still glanced at him from time to time. What on earth is wrong with this guy? As the dawn's light illuminated the earth, Lin Luochen finally lost all hope. He had guessed correctly. That blood moon did not appear out of nowhere. It was related to this foolish woman, Cold Moon Frost. The reverse destiny steel likely had the ability to block tracking, but this also meant that Gu Qinghan could not find Cold Moon Frost. Gu Qinghan should have found their location through that blood moon or the changes in Cold Moon Frost's body. Lin Luochen sighed in despair. This brought him back to the initial problem. Now wanting to break the deadlock was simple. He only needed a single decisive action and could then lie flat for life at the Immortals Sect. Heavenly Lord, you are so kind to me. Lin Luochen walked back into the cave and sat down, feeling a turmoil in his heart as he gazed at Lin Luochen. Though he was unaware of the extent of the blood moon phenomenon, it was evident that Lin Luochen was of extraordinary origin. Otherwise, how could such a blood moon have appeared at the moment of her breaking through, causing the stir of the demonic beasts? It seems that Lin Luochen's breakthrough was due to the shattering of her primordial yin, resulting in the leakage of her inner power. This matter must have greatly affected her, or else Gu Qinghan wouldn't have been so flustered. To be honest, Lin Luochen did not mind lending Lin Luochen a helping hand. Based on his previous lives' experience, Gu Qinghan appeared 2 hours after the blood moon emerged. After finishing his business, he could run away. With the reverse fate monument on him, he might truly escape. However, Lin Luochen did not want to be manipulated by fate, nor did he wish to risk being hunted by the Immortals Sect. He only wanted to secretly take the reverse fate monument and find a place to cultivate in safety, planning to settle accounts with the Immortals Sect later. After a brief consideration, Lin Luochen decided to take a gamble and create some distance from Lin Luochen. In the case that the reverse fate monument became ineffective, Gu Qinghan should be able to sense Lin Luochen's position. At that point, it would depend on whether Gu Qinghan arrived first or if the demon girl from Yaoyin's sect got there first. Yet Lin Luochen did not act immediately. Given his current situation, going out would only deliver himself as an early meal to the demonic beasts. He needed to wait for the energy accumulation in his sea of consciousness to complete before he could ensure his survival in this land overrun by demonic beasts. Lin Luochen swallowed a few spirit-gathering pills quietly, sitting cross-legged to cultivate, striving to break through to the second layer of qi refining. Having even a fraction more strength increases his chances of survival. Lin Luochen watched him curiously, but felt too shy to ask. The two of them hid in the cave for a day, and it was only at dusk that Lin Luochen finally opened his eyes. The world in his gaze had transformed once again as the blue lotus glimmered anew. This power was completely uncontrollable. As soon as the energy accumulation was complete, it would be used without reason. Lin Luochen looked towards Lin Luochen only to see her head crowned by the bright moonlight, her body draped in its glow. Yet within that radiant moonlight there was a faint tinge of blood surrounded by a layer of pink mist. Great a calamity of bloodlight, a peach blossom tribulation, is it? Lin Luochen stood up and walked to the water's edge to see himself, but found that everything in the water appeared normal. He furrowed his brow. Did ordinary people not exhibit any phenomena, or was it that they couldn't see themselves? Lin Luochen curiously looked at him and asked, "Young master." Lin Luochen squatted down to fill a jug with water, replying calmly, "Since you've almost recovered, I should take my leave." Lin Luochen was stunned, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, "You're leaving, young master?" Lin Luochen nodded, saying, "We are mere acquaintances. I've done all I can. If any enemies come after you, you can escape through the hidden current beneath this spiritual spring. After you go out, head towards that black mountain, avoid entanglements, and try to buy time." In his previous life, even when Lin Luochen was gravely injured, she managed to buy time by hiding in the Wanfeng mountain. Now that she had basically recovered, he speculated she should be able to hold out until Gu Qinghan arrived. Upon hearing this, Lin Luochen felt somewhat disheartened. Having never encountered much hardship in her life, she was suddenly faced with this tribulation. Thankfully, this guy had been by her side, who otherwise she feared she wouldn't have known how to cope these past few days. Though they hadn't spoken much, having Lin Luochen by her side made her feel considerably more at ease. Now seeing Lin Luochen about to leave, Lin Luochen felt a sense of loss and hurriedly tried to keep him. "Young master, this Duanyu Demon Gorge is very dangerous. Why not wait for someone from my sect to arrive?" Lin Luochen shook his head, saying, "No need, I can protect myself. You take care, fairy." Lin Luochen felt a bit downcast. She quickly turned around and took out 5 golden talismans from the abyss in front of her, handing them to him. "As repayment for your life-saving grace, I bestow these talismans upon you. They will ensure your safety." As she spoke, she carefully explained the functions of the 5 talismans: the feather transformation talisman that allows for brief flight, the divine travel talisman that covers 1,000 miles in a day, the golden light talisman for defense, the mirage talisman that conceals one's form, and the heavenly sword talisman that delivers a blow of golden core strength. Lin Luochen frowned. and said you actually have so many treasures hidden away. Lin Yuanshuang's gaze flickered, feeling a bit embarrassed. Young master, these are meant for my life's protection in case of necessity, but I shouldn't need them now. Lin Luochen took the still warm talismans, smiling. You've learned quite quickly. Lin Yuanshuang's cheeks flushed slightly as she asked again, young master, is your name really Wuming? Lin Luochen rolled his eyes. Come on, that's impossible to believe. Lin Yuanshuang pressed, then may I know your esteemed name? Lin Luochen walked away without turning back, casually saying, not telling you. Lin Yuanshuang pouted in dissatisfaction. This guy was truly infuriating. Would it kill him to just tell her? She extended her divine sense towards Lin Luochen, only to find a layer of mist seemingly surrounding him. If it weren't for her divine sense being fixed on him, she might have overlooked his presence. Lin Luochen felt that someone was watching him, but thought nothing of it, assuming it was just Lin Yuanshuang's gaze. After leaving the cave, he activated the concealment technique, cautiously moving under the cover of night, circumventing the area where the demonic beasts gathered. Relying on his ability to see the demonic energy, Lin Luochen found a snowy spot on the opposite peak of the cave to lie down. As the snowflakes fell, Lin Luochen quickly blended in with his surroundings, observing the cave in the dark. He wasn't concerned about this woman, he was merely waiting for the right moment to act. Whether the demon girl or Gu Qinghan arrived first, it would undoubtedly cause a commotion. At that time, when the demonic beasts and humans were in chaos, would be his best chance to leave. But this snow is really cold. It's frigid. Lin Luochen was unaware that every move he made was being clearly observed by Lin Yuanshuang. After all, only those at the Golden Core stage possessed divine sense, which was beyond his awareness. Lin Yuanshuang felt her heart stir as she watched the snowflakes cover Lin Luochen. This seemingly tough wild man was soft-hearted. He said he was leaving, but was secretly guarding her from outside. Men were not as dreadful as her master had described, only thinking about themselves and women. After all, only those at the Golden Core stage possessed divine sense, which was beyond his awareness. Lin Yuanshuang felt her heart stir as she watched this. Half an hour later, Lin Luochen suddenly saw a distant bloodlight, surging with dark clouds looming overhead. He hurriedly activated the Mirage Talisman in his hand, operating the Wheel of Destiny and the concealment technique to minimize his life fluctuations. Moments later, 4 streaks of light hovered in the air, revealing 4 sultry women. Lin Luocheng's heart sank. Unexpectedly, the demon girl had arrived first. To Lin Luochen, these 4 women appeared with bloodlight over their heads, their faces shrouded in a thick black aura. Is this what they call being enveloped by dark clouds, their faces bearing the air of death? The leading woman held a disc-shaped special artifact in her hand upon which floated a blood-red orb. This blood-guiding plate can sense her presence nearby. You quickly send a signal to notify the saintess and the elders. The leading woman held a disc-shaped special artifact in her hand upon which floated a blood-red orb. This blood-guiding plate can sense her presence nearby. You quickly send a signal to notify the saint. Only the leading woman managed to summon a shield in time to block her face losing color as she exclaimed, "So you really are here." Lin Yuanshuang soared out from the cave like a fleeting shadow, brandishing her sword towards the woman. However, no matter how fast she was, the early-stage nascent soul woman managed to fire off a signal flare before her death. Watching the flare bloom in the night sky, Lin Yuanshuang sighed, casting a fleeting glance towards Lin Luochen. Though she couldn't see him, and her divine sense hadn't located him, she knew he must be watching her, causing a smile to unconsciously appear on her face. Lin Yuanshuang didn't speak, fearing he might think the Mirage Talisman had failed. Instead, she silently murmured in her heart, "We shall meet again if fate allows." Without hesitation, she swiftly retraced her steps back to the cave, following Lin Luocheng's advice to escape through the water. Lin Luochen watched her leave, feeling a sense of loss in his heart. He chuckled at himself, wondering what he was thinking. He had finally escaped from this woman. Having done all he could, it was now up to her own fortune. She only had a blood-like calamity with no signs of death on her face, so she should be safe. Just as Lin Luochen was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a surge of intense demonic energy approaching. A sword-toothed tiger covered in bite marks and emaciated emerged from the forest. This was the defeated Tiger King he had seen before, evidently drawn by the disturbances from the previous battle. It warily eyed the distant cave, then suddenly twitched its nostrils, lowering its head to sniff something in the snow. Lin Luocheng's heart sank. Could it be that this Mirage Talisman couldn't conceal his scent? Suddenly, the sword-toothed tiger raised its head towards Lin Luochen, its eyes filled with confusion. Lin Luochen cursed inwardly, "Damn it, if I don't enter the tiger's den, it'll have to fall into its mouth right." With a fierce tiger at the nascent soul stage glaring closely, and the enchanting women of the Maiden Sect surrounding him, Lin Luochen unhesitatingly chose to brave the latter rather. With a fierce tiger at the nascent soul stage glaring closely, and the enchanting women of the Maiden Sect surrounding him, Lin Luochen unhesitatingly chose to brave the latter rather than fall into the jaws of the tiger. He activated the teleportation talisman in his hand and leaped forward, rushing toward the cave. Given his close ties with Luo Yaoyao, it was better to face the Maiden Sect than to fall into the tiger's mouth. The saber-toothed tiger was startled for a moment, then its eyes gleamed with excitement as it chased after Lin Luochen. It unleashed fireballs from its mouth, forcing Lin Luochen to dodge and weave, yet he still got splattered with mud and snow. If it weren't for the teleportation talisman and the tiger being injured, he might have already met his doom. However, even so, the saber-toothed tiger was getting closer with fireballs brewing in its mouth. Get lost. In a life-or-death moment, Lin Luochen had no choice but to activate the celestial sword talisman. The talisman instantly radiated golden light, and fine sword chi erupted from it, pouring down like a torrential rain. The saber-toothed tiger was momentarily obstructed by the sword chi, forcing it to spit out fireballs ahead of time to destroy the sword chi. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Luochen widened the distance and desperately dashed toward the cave, while distant shouts from women echoed behind him. "Stop! Where do you think you're going?" Lin Luochen turned a deaf ear, activating the golden light talisman, and rushed into the cave ahead of the saber-toothed tiger and the enchanting women. The cave was already empty, and the roars of the giant tiger and the wind from its claws sounded behind him. Without hesitation, Lin Luochen jumped into the spring, feeling a sharp pain shoot through his back. The golden light surrounding him quickly shattered, yet he still managed to dive into the water, swimming toward the bottom. The fire attribute saber-toothed tiger clearly disliked water. After a few flails, it quickly climbed back onto the shore. It shook its first steam rising from its body and turned to look at the several Maiden Sect women at the cave entrance. With the tiger's roar, the women panicked, attempting to defend themselves amidst their cries. Lin Luochen had received a claw from the saber-toothed tiger. If it weren't for the chilling spring water, he might have passed out from the pain. He swam downward, his blood spreading in the water, yet strangely it surged back toward his chest. There, an ancient iron tablet was quietly absorbing his blood, and runes began to swirl upon it. Lin Luochen felt his body growing heavier, swept away by an undercurrent in the water toward an unknown direction. In his severely injured state, he could hardly resist the overwhelming current, helplessly tossed about in the dark river. Fortunately, there were no demonic beasts in this current, or he would have surely become their meal. After a great struggle, he finally emerged from the undercurrent and returned to the main river, but Lin Luochen was already completely exhausted. As a mere second layer of chi refinement, he couldn't hold his breath for long, and his consciousness was becoming hazy. In the dark, murky river, Lin Luochen felt himself sinking dully, gazing upwards. Was he really going to die like this without any warning? Could it be that Lung Yuanshuang, this woman, ran this fast? Just then, in a daze, he saw a beam of moonlight shining down, and a figure draped in moonlight, a celestial maiden, flew toward him in the water. Behind the maiden was a bright moon. Her garments floated in the water, appearing ethereal and unearthly. She grasped him and swiftly swam toward the surface, as if trying to pull him out of this sea of suffering. Lin Luochen hazily glanced at her, feeling as if his lungs were about to explode, his heart racing like thunder. Lung Yuanshuang looked at his ashen face, suddenly biting her red lip, cupping his face, and kissing him. Lin Luochen felt a surge of celestial energy enter him greedily, drawing from it, unable to help but embrace her. Lung Yuanshuang's beautiful eyes widened. One hand held him, while the other wielded a sword, slaying the demonic beasts in the river, swiftly swimming upward. Moments later, the two surfaced in a river over a dozen zhang wide. Lin Luochen gasped for fresh air, panting heavily, feeling as if he had survived a great calamity. Lung Yuanshuang looked at him with a slight blush on her charming face, her body dripping wet, her alluring figure partially visible in the water. "Are you all right?" "I'm not okay, my head is spinning." After saying this, Lin Luochen collapsed onto her chest. He wasn't trying to take advantage. He had lost too much blood and simply couldn't hold on any longer. In his daze, he heard Lung Yuanshuang's panicked voice. Young master, young master." Uncertain how much time passed, Lin Luochen was jolted awake by the sound of rushing wind, and just as he regained consciousness, he felt as if he was about to explode, panting heavily. Wasn't this reaction unusually strong upon waking? A familiar, enchanting voice came. "Why cling to your little lover Yuanshuang? As long as you return to the Maiden Sect with me, I promise you'll be busy every day, never feeling hollow." Lung Yuanshuang remained silent, only wielding her sword to unleash beams of sword light, continuing to steer the flying boat to break through. At this moment, Luo Yaoyao, accompanied by a dozen Maiden Sect disciples, surrounded and attacked her, attempting to trap her. But Lung Yuanshuang's cultivation and injuries had healed. This heavenly pride was not so easily captured by them. If not for her need to consider Lin Luochen on the flying boat, she would have escaped long ago. Luo Yaoyao was also happy to have her inhale more and more intoxication smoke, slowly boiling her frog in warm water to prevent her from acting recklessly. Moreover, Lin Luochen's presence greatly benefited the effectiveness of the intoxication smoke. But Lung Yuanchuang's cultivation and injuries had healed. This heavenly pride was not so easily captured by them. If not for her need to consider Lin Luochen on the flying, as long as the celestial maiden says the word, well, immediately retreat, making it convenient for you and your little lover to enjoy each other. A group of enchanting women giggled, making suggestive gasps and teasing sounds. The celestial maiden mustn't be ignorant, right? How could the pure and pristine Yunus sect understand? Sisters, teach her a lesson. Giggling. Don't underestimate the Yunus sect. They have eaten more salt than we have. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuanchuang furiously slashed her sword, gritting her teeth, shameless. Just as her mind was disturbed by various enchanting sounds, Lin Luochen finally regained his senses and swallowed a detoxification pill. Don't mind them. Run towards Wanfeng Mountain, head to that big tree, hurry. Perhaps due to his faintness, he could still perceive the strength of the demonic energy around him. Seeing him awake, Lung Yuanchuang let out a sigh of relief, then couldn't help but recall their earlier kiss, her gaze becoming hazy. Yet she still silently recited the Taishang forgetting emotions formula, slightly adjusting the direction toward the distant tree. Lin Luochen realized something was off with Lung Yuanchuang, who she had undoubtedly inhaled a significant amount of intoxication smoke. After all, if he who was caught in the crossfire felt like he was about to explode, how much worse was it for her, the main target? Where's your detoxification pill? Lung Yuanchuang gasped. I've eaten them all. Lin Luochen took out the last detoxification pill from his waist and stuffed it into her mouth to ease her condition a bit. As their bodies touched, Lung Yuanchuang instinctively licked his finger, causing Lin Luochen to take 2 steps back in fright. Celestial maiden, please behave. I'm not that kind of person. Lung Yuanchuang shot him a glance filled with both anger and allure, causing Lin Luochen to hide behind her. Don't look at me. I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself. Damn, who would? Certainly not me. Shut up and don't say anything. Upon hearing this, Lin Luochen promptly complied and fell silent. It turns out that a man out in the world must always protect himself. Lung Yuanchuang quickly maneuvered the flying boat to arrive before the massive tree. Lin Luochen hurriedly said, aim for the treetop, then fly close to the ground. Following the instructions, Lung Yuanchuang complied, and the vines hanging from the tree suddenly shot up, entwining like spiritual snakes. Numerous demon snakes also sprang from the tree, gliding through the air with large fleshy wings launching towards them while releasing toxic mist. Lung Yuanchuang was startled and swiftly dove down to fly close to the ground. However, the demon girls from Maiden Sect behind her were not so fortunate, getting entangled by the vines and demon snakes. Taking this opportunity, Lung Yuanchuang increased the distance, continuously leading the demon girls from Maiden Sect through the thunderous waves as instructed by Lin Luochen. The strength of the demon beasts chosen by Lin Luochen was mostly at the nascent soul level, which would not pose a significant obstacle to Lung Yuanchuang. After startling the snakes, the two fled, provoking the anger of the demon beasts, who could only unleash their fury on the Maiden Sect disciples closely pursuing them. They could not distinguish whether the two sides were in opposition. All they knew was that these humans had invaded their territory. The demon beasts along the way were disturbed, creating chaos everywhere with cries and roars echoing continuously. The Maiden Sect disciples struggled to chase after them, but were obstructed, taking detours and wasting time, leading to more and more people falling behind. In the end, only the strongest Luo Yaoyao along with 3 nascent soul disciples caught up, each of them looking disheveled. You can't escape. Luo Yaoyao cried out, and colorful ribbons flew out from her body, attempting to ensnare the two like closing petals. Lung Yuanchuang yanked Lin Luochen and soared into the air, controlling the small flying boat to crash towards Luo Yaoyao. Boom! The azure flying boat emitted a bright light, and a violent explosion shattered the ribbons, propelling the two out from the center. Luo Yaoyao's beautiful face turned pale as she said, let's see how many more magic tools you can self-destruct. These heavenly beauties were simply bullying others, destroying a mid-grade magic tool flying boat, just like that. It is known that the treasures in the Qingshu realm are divided into 5 levels: spiritual tools, magic tools, immortal tools, divine tools, and sacred tools. Among them, sacred tools are only possessed by those who have transcended tribulation, being unattainable. As for divine tools, they can only be obtained by those with fortune, with most in the hands of great ascension cultivators. The end of an ordinary cultivator's life is probably just a high-grade immortal tool left behind by an elder of their sect upon ascension. Luo Yaoyao, as a Qi deviation cultivator, only possessed a top-grade magic tool. This woman used a mid-grade magic tool as a disposable treasure, which is simply wasteful. When I capture her, I must make her pay for her sins and feel satisfied. Little did Lung Yuanchuang know of Luo Yaoyao's immense resentment. At this moment, she was already at her wit's end, otherwise she wouldn't have resorted to self-destructing her means of transport. As she battled Luo Yaoyao, she led Lin Luochen towards Wanfu Mountain, her beautiful face growing pale from the blows with blood spilling from her lips. Meanwhile, other Miaoyin sect disciples were also rushing in response to the signals, and the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Most critically, the intoxicated emotion smoke within Lin Luochen was activated, making her feel a burning heat all over, as if countless ants were crawling on her. She instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Luochen's hand, scaring him to death. This woman is probably in a burning crisis. Far water cannot quench near fire. She wants to let me open the granary for disaster relief. Under Lin Luocheng's decisive act, the two finally arrived at Wanfu Mountain, located at the edge of the Demon Gorge. At this moment, night had already fallen, and under the moonlight a massive number of bat demons were seen swirling around Wanfu Mountain. These bat demons varied in size, numbering in the millions, gathering and dispersing like a constantly changing black cloud. On the Black Mountain, which resembled the outspread wings of a bat demon, there were countless tightly packed caves. Lin Luochen felt her scalp tingle and anxiously asked, "Which way do we fly?" "Anywhere. Use your moonlight to cover yourself and fly in any direction." Upon hearing Lin Luochen's response, Lin Luochen enveloped herself in moonlight and flew towards Wanfu Mountain. The bat demons, seeing someone approaching, spread their wings and flew towards the two. They emitted inaudible sound waves that made one feel dizzy. Lin Luochen let out a gasp, instinctively wielding her sword in front, leading Lin Luochen to break through the swarm of bat demons and fly inward. However, she noticed that these bat demons ignored them, instead ferociously attacking Luo Yaoyao behind them. These bat demons seemed to regard her as invisible, instead helping to block the enemy, leaving Lin Luochen somewhat confused. "Don't stand there stupidly, hurry up. Once inside, block the entrance." Upon hearing Lin Luochen's reminder, Lin Luochen quickly found a random cave to fly into, then blocked the entrance. Inside the cave, countless bats hung upside down, and after the two entered, they all looked at them with crimson eyes. However, these bat demons had no intention of harming them, merely watching them curiously. Although Lin Luochen was puzzled, she quickly flew deeper, wishing to find another way out. However, the interior of Wanfu Mountain was crisscrossed, resembling a three-dimensional maze, and she soon became lost. As Lin Luochen and Lin Luochen entered Wanfu Mountain, the Demon Gorge beside Wanfu Cave suddenly erupted with demonic energy. From below, the faint sound of chains trembling could be heard, as if something was struggling violently. Moments later, amidst the swirling demonic mist below, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. Following that, a loud bang echoed, as if something had been covered back. The entire Duanyue mountain range was engulfed in unrest as the demon beasts began to stir restlessly. Luo Yaoyao and the others outside Wanfu Mountain were the first to notice, as the countless bat demons suddenly went berserk. These bat demons seemed endless. After barely breaking through, another wave of bat demons surged out. By the time they reopened the cave entrance, Lin Luochen and Lin Luochen had already vanished without a trace. Looking at the intricate passageways, Luo Yaoyao turned back to instruct several female disciples. "You all go out, guard this place, set up formations to await the saintess' arrival, and do not let them escape." After saying this, she rushed into the cave without looking back, but could only turn about aimlessly like a headless fly. Meanwhile, Lin Luochen led Lin Luochen as they flew chaotically, reaching the end of a fork in the road. While Lin Luochen was about to turn around, Lin Luochen stopped her. "Let's rest for a bit, don't run around." Lin Luochen could no longer hold on, and directly carved out a cave several meters wide in the stone wall. She flew in with Lin Luochen, throwing out several array flags to cover the newly carved cave, then pushed Lin Luochen aside and bent down to catch her breath. Lin Luochen stepped back a few paces, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Luochen, panting heavily. "Oh no, why does this woman look more and more beautiful? Is this the cave that attracts all things?" Lin Luochen's chest rose and fell, struggling to sit cross-legged, circulating the Taishang forgetting emotions technique to suppress herself. You must not come near me." She simply couldn't bear it any longer. Lin Luochen quickly carved the Tai Su Shun He Jing into the ground with a broken blade and explained it to her. Lin Luochen looked up in shock, only to see blood dripping down his back, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Why does this guy seem more like he's cultivating the Taishang forgetting emotions technique than I am? Lin Luochen, feeling the pain from his back wound, barely regained some rationality. He hurriedly operated the Destiny Rebirth technique, trying to eliminate the heat within his body. However, he had inhaled too much intoxicated emotion smoke, and the blue lotus had already dimmed. This is it with his injury. Even if he truly helped Lin Luochen cure her condition, he feared he wouldn't be able to flee. Do I have to choose between curing and eradicating? No way. There are 3 unfilial sins, and having no descendants is the greatest. The Lin family cannot end with me. Although Lin Yuetian was trying her best to suppress it, her skin began to flush, and her gaze became increasingly dazed. Lin Luochen reminded her, "Calm down, don't act rashly." Lin Yuetian felt both shy and angry, retorting, "How can I calm down with this? How about you tie me up?" Lin Luochen decisively shook his head saying, "No way, I'm too afraid to come near you." Long Yuetian was on the verge of tears, her voice quivering as she said, "Then what should we do?" Lin Luochen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and suggested, "Can we not be self-sufficient?" Long Yuetian looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Lin Luochen spoke earnestly saying, "Don't worry, I will turn my back and not look back." Only then did Long Yuetian realize her face turning beet red, and she couldn't help but glare at him. Who would do something so shameless? Besides, this requires the harmony of yin and yang. Lin Luochen didn't expect that it would need the harmony of yin and yang. Wouldn't that ancestral skill be utterly useless? What happens if it's not resolved? Long Yuetian gasped, "Who knows? I've never experienced it." Lin Luochen felt a bit dizzy, thinking he might have lost too much blood, so he paid it no mind. He did not notice that his blood was continuously pouring out from his wound, flowing along the surface of his skin into the reverse fate monument in front of him. Inside the monument, a blue and a red flow of light were constantly clashing, as if trying to break free from within. Lin Luochen was unaware of this, but suddenly thought of the saying that where there are venomous snakes, there must be an antidote within 7 steps. Check those demon women's storage rings for any antidote or relevant skills. Upon hearing this, Long Yuetian quickly took out the storage rings of the demon women, wiped off her spiritual sense, and dumped out a pile of items. Lin Luochen stared in shock at the pile of clothing and items from the likes of Mr. Horn Mian Ling and the two-headed dragon. Goodness, just like what was described in books, it has become reality. Although Long Yuetian did not understand, just looking at the shapes made her face flush with embarrassment, and she quickly waved her hand to destroy the cursed items. Lin Luochen rummaged through the books and pills, and although he found a few bottles of pills, he dared not consume them. What if they were aphrodisiacs? Wouldn't that make things worse? However, among the skills he discovered that several people had a book of techniques. The Yin-Yang Harmony poem. Got it. Lin Luochen exclaimed in delight as he opened it, then stared in shock. Damn, a spring palace diagram. Inside there were indeed illustrations of the actions between men and women, richly illustrated. No wonder it needed to be on paper. Filthy thing. As Long Yuetian was about to destroy the book, Lin Luochen hurriedly stopped her. Wait, this is a technique. The method to break the curse might be inside. He flipped through the book, searching earnestly for any words that might provide a solution. Long Yuetian was forced to look along with him, her face turning crimson as if she was about to bleed. It was her first time seeing such things, especially in this situation with a man. She felt like she could die. Ugh, it would be better to just die. The two of them seriously read from start to finish, gaining knowledge, but not finding any solutions to their predicament. Long Yuetian's face grew redder with a warm breath brushing against Lin Luochen. At that moment, Lin Luochen felt as if he was about to explode, with two voices arguing incessantly in his mind. Come on, it's time for a hero to save the beauty. Exactly, in this kind of life and death situation, we have a duty to help. Hurry up, why are you hesitating? Are you really afraid of the white tiger's omen? Lin Luochen, however, was still unwilling to accept his fate. Was he really going to lose the Jingzhou? Is there anyone out there? Please help. The promised fate reversal technique can reverse fate. Can it just work for once? Just then Lin Luochen suddenly felt a heat in his chest, and everything around him began to spin. He found himself in a dim world with a massive stone tablet towering before him. Inside the tablet, 2 giant dragons, one red and one blue, were constantly colliding, forcing the tablet to reveal a series of characters as obstacles. These characters seemed to convey the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, as if explaining the rules of the Daos operation, revealing the underlying logic. Although Lin Luochen did not fully understand, he realized that something was amiss looking at the 2 dragons trying to break free. Fate is the string that plucks the past. Reincarnation is the blade that cuts the past, tracing back the river of time, reversing the cause and effect with the blade. He recited the fate reversal technique, trying to suppress it, but as soon as he spoke, a soft whisper from a woman sounded in his ear. What the woman recited was also the outline of the fate reversal technique, her voice growing clearer as it approached. The 2 giant dragons seemed to be energized, letting out 2 deafening roars, breaking free from the tablet. As they charged at him, Lin Luochen instinctively raised his hand to block. However, the 2 dragons merely circled around him, stirring up a whirl of black mist. A massive black river seemed to be summoned, flowing across the sky. A black figure like a shooting star fell from the river, crashing directly into Lin Luochen. Damn, another one. Lin Luochen suddenly opened his eyes, only to find himself still in the cave, facing the breathless Long Yuetian. Was it just an illusion? As he was in doubt, a woman's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Oh no, where has this reverse fate monument sent me? Is this the sea of consciousness? It looks a bit like the reincarnation. Saint Lord, did I succeed? But why does this body feel so wrong? If I don't hurry and deal with it, I might explode and die. Lin Luochen listened to the muttering voice, and even in the midst of the burning desire, he broke out in a In the sea of consciousness there indeed was a stunning woman in a black dress, curiously looking down at him. Not only that, but beneath the blue lotus there were also— In the sea of consciousness there indeed was a stunning woman in a black dress, curiously looking down at him. Not only that, but beneath the blue lotus there were also two koi, one blue and one red, happily swimming around. Lin Luochen's head was buzzing. Is my sea of consciousness a guest house? Why are all kinds of monsters squeezing in? He looked at the woman before him cautiously, saying, "Who are you and why are you in my sea of consciousness?" The woman in the black dress smiled sweetly and said, "Chu Lingyin, may I ask where this place is and what year it is now?" Lin Luochen was taken aback. Where is this place? What year is it now? Damn, is that such a tricky question? This must be an otherworldly demon. Duanyue Mountain Range, the year 5202 of the Qingshu calendar. What kind of monster are you? Chu Lingyin, however, did not pay him any heed, mumbling, "Qingshu calendar 5202. It seems I arrived a bit early." Lin Luochen was filled with confusion and asked again, "Who exactly are you? Although I don't mind explaining the background to you, if you don't deal with the situation outside, soon you might explode and die." Chu Lingyin raised her hand to shield her eyes, revealing a pair of mischievous eyes between her massive fingers. "You go on with your business, I won't peek. Once you finish we can talk." Lin Luochen sighed, saying, "By the time I finish the game will be completely over. The woman outside is." He couldn't care less if the woman before him was an otherworldly demon. He truthfully explained the current situation. Even if it meant drinking poison to quench thirst, he had to get through this immediate crisis. Otherwise, once he enjoyed himself, being caught back by Gu Qinghan would mean the end of everything. Chu Lingyin was also stunned. Was this a life-and-death game from the start? Lin Luochen felt increasingly unwell and struggled, saying, "Do you have a way to dispel this intoxicated love smoke?" Chu Lingyin pondered for a moment and replied, "Yes, but it will be quite torturous, but all depends on your willpower." Lin Luochen did not expect her to actually have a solution and exclaimed with joy, "Quick, tell me." Chu Lingyin casually responded, "Yin and yang can be harmonized without the need for physical intimacy, as long as the souls resonate. I have a technique called the Tai Su Shun He Jing that can channel the yin and yang energies through the mouth to achieve soul resonance. However, to be honest, this technique is used by sinister practitioners to deceive naive young girls. It has some effect, but it is minimal. Once the yin and yang energies merge, it becomes an extremely potent aphrodisiac, and before you know it, things could escalate to real intimacy. Moreover, since you are already under the influence of this so-called intoxicated love smoke, you might as well accept it and think of a way to extricate yourself later." Lin Luochen decisively said, "Pass it on to me." Today he was going to challenge his own weakness. Chu Lingyi's lips curved into a slight smile as she waved her hand, projecting the so-called Tai Su Shun He Jing into his mind. This was going to be an interesting show. There was indeed some fun to be had. "I suggest you go take a look outside, otherwise it will be too late." Lin Luochen, confused, opened his eyes only to find that Lung Yuanshuang had somehow tied him up. At this moment, she was conjuring dozens of sword lights aimed at herself, appearing as if she intended to commit suicide. Lin Luochen was instantly drenched in cold sweat and blurted out, "Lung Yuanshuang, what are you trying to do?" In his previous life, such a situation had never occurred. Could it be that he hadn't pounced directly at her as he did in his past life? Lung Yuanshuang looked at him, suddenly realizing something, and asked in shock, "How do you know my full name?" She wasn't really trying to end her life. She only planned to pierce herself with sword chi to avoid doing anything humiliating. Lin Luochen cleared his throat and answered evasively, "First, let me go. I have a secret method that can resolve the current situation." She simply couldn't bear it any longer. Lin Luochen quickly carved the Tai Su Shun He Jing into the ground with a broken blade and explained it to her. However, Lung Yuanshuang shook her head repeatedly, saying, "No, absolutely not. There will definitely be problems." She wasn't foolish. How was this any different from giving it away for free? "How about giving it a try? Do you have so little faith in me?" "No, I have no confidence in myself." Lung Yuanshuang once again activated the rope, intending to bind Lin Luochen again. Lin Luochen did not want to die with her here, and quickly said, "Didn't you just ask how I know your full name?" "I not only know your full name, but also that you joined the Immortals sect at the age of 3, established your foundation at 7, and reached Golden Core at 13. You are not yet 24, already at the peak of the nascent soul stage, seen as a celestial being descended to Earth, and the most promising disciple of the Immortals sect." Lung Yuanshuang stared at him in astonishment. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Luochen slowly approached her and sneered, "Lung Yuanshuang, I am your husband." Lung Yuanshuang's beautiful eyes widened in shock and indignation. "You're talking nonsense. Where would I have a husband?" Lin Luochen cut to the chase, saying, "You are the white tiger, am I wrong?" Lung Yuanshuang's mind crashed. How did he know about her immaculate reputation? Did he take advantage of her when he saved her? But that was impossible. Taking advantage of Lin Luocheng's disturbed mind, Lin Luochen quickly stepped forward and embraced her. She wanted to struggle, but at that moment all her strength seemed to vanish. Taking advantage of Lin Luocheng's disturbed mind, Lin Luochen quickly stepped forward and embraced her. She wanted to struggle, but at that moment all her strength seemed to vanish. Lin Luochen let out a soft moan and slumped into his arms, her gaze becoming hazy. At that moment she felt like a powder keg ignited, and the intoxicated love smoke within her exploded. Only when Lin Luochen pinched her slender waist did she awaken from her daze and start practicing the Tai Su Shin He Jing. Although Lin Luochen had many questions about what Lin Luochen said at that moment, she had no energy left to think. The restless energy within her finally found release, providing her with relief while also heightening her urge. Lin Luochen kept reassuring herself that she was only using her cultivation to dispel the poison and that she was being forced. Lin Luochen finally understood what Chu Lingyin had meant, and how could one possibly resist this? With his last bit of rationality, he shouted, "Someone help me. If I get caught, I will be the first to expose you as an outer celestial demon." Chu Lingyin, who was watching, replied irritably, "My name is Chu Lingyin, not someone, and I am not an outer celestial demon." Despite saying this, she nonetheless pierced Lin Luocheng's divine sense in his mind, startling him awake. At the same time, two dragon and phoenix koi swirled around the green lotus, which emitted a gentle glow to help Lin Luochen calm down. Lin Luochen wasted no time pinching Lin Luochen, holding down her flailing hands tightly. As Lin Luochen gazed into his eyes, she became a bit calmer and continued to harmonize the yin and yang energies. The two of them constantly struggled between clarity and indulgence, monitoring each other and occasionally succumbing together, inching closer to the abyss. Clothing would often appear on the ground only to be quickly pulled back, creating a cycle. As Chu Lingyin had said, this technique was effective but extremely limited. It resembled a form of torture. Both of them were drenched in sweat, feeling even more exhausted than battling an enemy for 300 rounds, endlessly oscillating between heaven and hell. Lin Luochen, calm down. I'm sorry, I can't control myself. Lin Luochen, don't touch me randomly. Oh, I am not that kind of person. But you are touching me. As a saintess, is this your level of self-control? Woo. In the end, if Lin Luochen had not been holding her down firmly, Lin Luochen would have wished he would give her a quick end. What kind of torture is this? If not for the remnants of propriety and shame in her heart, she would have turned the tables and let Lin Luochen take advantage of her. Lin Luochen kept going up and down. If it weren't for Chu Lingyin and the green lotus assisting him, he would have collapsed. In his mind, Chu Lingyin was astonished. This kid's heart is as hard as iron. Pity the celestial being who wants to fall to the mortal realm, but is thrust upwards instead. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Luochen had become numb, resigned to being pinned down by him. Exhausted, she thought, let whatever happens happen. She felt as if she were experiencing withdrawal symptoms. Her entire being was in a state of dazed floating. Lin Luochen was the same. The two silently practiced the Tai Su Shin He Jing, and their souls resonated highly. At that moment it felt like everything was falling into place as their souls intertwined. Lin Luocheng's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and her gaze lit up. Lin Luochen also felt a sense of ethereal transcendence and tightly grasped her hand. Chu Lingyin was stunned, exclaiming, "This broken technique actually allows for soul fusion." They actually entered a state of enlightenment and activated the reverse fate monument. Is this really happening? How absurd can this be? At this moment, as Lin Luochen and the others resonated with each other's souls, the dual energies of yin and yang flowed within them. Their souls intertwined, each containing the other, entering a wondrous state of enlightenment. This direct stimulation from the soul left Lin Luochen bewildered. She entered a state of oblivion, feeling as if she had ascended to a higher realm. Lin Luochen was not much better off. His hair and beard were fully extended, completely intoxicated by this extraordinary sensation. At this moment, the bright moon in the sky shone brilliantly, its soft light cascading like flowing water over Wanfu Mountain. The moonlight penetrated the rocks, converging towards Lin Luochen and Lin Luochen, enveloping the two of them within. The reverse fate monument on Lin Luocheng's body was activated, unleashing countless characters that lifted the two of them into the air. Surrounded by moonlight and golden characters, the two almost transformed into a giant cocoon. The sounds of the Tao resonated around them, and the moonlight continuously surged into their bodies, elevating their cultivation levels. Through the circulation of yin and yang energies, Lin Luochen greatly benefited from the primordial yin energy he received from Lin Luochen. He smoothly broke through to the second layer of qi refinement, and then quickly advanced to the third layer and continued to ascend. But Lin Luocheng's mind was already elsewhere. The grand sounds of the Tao resonated around him, making him feel ecstatic. With the help of the reverse fate monument, his comprehension of the destiny reincarnation technique deepened. Although Lin Luochen was in a state of soul resonance with him and did not fully understand what was happening, she instinctively remembered everything. Having already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, she emanated a Tao rhythm seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the out-of-body realm at any moment. Chu Lingyin also benefited from this, becoming entranced by the sounds of the Tao, almost completely lost in it. So the legend of the Reverse Fate Monument is true. It actually contains a complete set of heavenly rule. As the moonlight poured down, a violent clanking sound of chains echoed through the broken moon demon gorge, producing a series of banging and opening sounds. That pair of enormous red eyes opened again, snarling and revealing a set of glistening fangs. The colossal creature leaped and crashed down onto something, producing a loud noise that completely sealed whatever it was. It howled to the heavens, a bright light erupting from its brow, which then split open, causing a surge of powerful demonic energy. The beasts surrounding the broken moon demon gorge were stirred by the demonic aura and began to rampage, attacking everything in sight. After an unknown amount of time, a furry white mouse crawled out from the brow of the colossal creature. The creature's eyes dimmed as it quickly petrified while maintaining its howling pose. Reluctantly, the white mouse glanced back before swiftly leaping down and climbing up the rock wall. Thousands of miles away, a man and a woman were ambushing a cold and captivating woman, the three entangled in a fierce struggle. The cold woman looked at the cascading moonlight, her expression instantly changing. Schwanger. She risked everything to drive back her enemies and swiftly flew towards the place where the moonlight fell. The man and woman exchanged glances, and the girl in the pink dress coldly said, "Chase." The three of them rushed through the broken moon mountain range, casually slaying the flying beasts. Meanwhile, Lin Luochen and the others were lost in their own worlds, immersed in the state of soul fusion. Suddenly, Lin Luochen slightly opened her mouth, releasing a pure yin energy that allowed Lin Luochen to successfully break through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. This rapid pace of cultivation left Lin Luochen unable to stop. Just as he wanted to continue, Lin Luochen collapsed weakly into his arms, exuding a unique fragrance. A plea for mercy emanated from her soul, but she could not continue or she risked losing her very essence. When Lin Luochen instinctively thought of trying one last time, a Tao aura spread from Lin Luochen. The two were startled awake from their soul resonant state, Lin Luochen being pushed back and landing on the ground. Just as he was filled with uncertainty, the voice of Chu Lingyin echoed. She has broken through to the out-of-body realm, and the heavenly tribulation is about to arrive. In the midst of their soul resonance, Lin Luochen inadvertently comprehended what it meant to break through to the out-of-body realm, though she was unsure if her understanding was correct. At this moment, Lin Luochen looked up at the bright moon, marveling at how large and round it was today, and could not help but recall a poem. The moonlight before my bed I suspect is frost upon the ground. Oh, I raise my head to gaze at the moon and lower it to think of my hometown. Unfortunately, that bright moon was soon obscured by white clouds, and the celestial maiden glanced at him. Although this glance bore no malice, it left a certain someone feeling flustered. Lin Luochen, clad in inadequate clothing and drenched in fragrant sweat, felt sticky all over and reluctantly changed into a new dress to cover her figure. Lin Luochen had no extra clothes and could only put on the tattered garments torn by the celestial maiden. Fortunately, the Reverse Fate Monument was inside the clothing and did not fall out to be seen by Lin Luochen, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Lin Luochen thoughtfully gathered the discarded clothing that the celestial maiden had left behind and stored it in his storage ring. "You don't need these anymore, right? I'll take them away for you. Don't litter next time." Lin Luochen was dumbfounded, wanting to say something, but was cut off by him. "Enough chit-chat, let's go. What if the heavenly tribulation strikes and the cave collapses?" Thinking back to the earlier situation, Lin Luochen felt an urge to bury herself right there. It was too embarrassing, but she also knew time was of the essence and could only pull Lin Luochen to fly outward. Along the way, the bats surprisingly led the way for the two, which felt particularly magical. Lin Luochen, smelling the fragrance on Lin Luochen, casually asked, "Are you confident in transcending the tribulation?" Lin Luochen hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. "I should be fine." Lin Luochen did not know what to say. The two, who had previously been so close, now fell into silence, the atmosphere awkward yet intimate. In his sea of consciousness, Chu Lingyin was having a blast. These two little ones were truly entertaining. After a while, Lin Luochen quietly asked, "What's your name?" This question made her feel embarrassed. Having nearly crossed such a line, she didn't even know his name. Lin Luochen was silent for a moment before softly saying, "Lin Luochen." Lin Luochen murmured the name twice, then seriously said, "I'll remember that." Soon the two flew out of the cave, and Lin Luochen set Lin Luochen down at the entrance. "Young master, activate the Mirage Talisman to hide. Be extra cautious." Lin Luochen could no longer maintain a cold expression and said, "Yeah, you too." Seeing him activate the Mirage Talisman, which still had some power left, Lin Luochen decisively flew out of the cave. Illuminated by the moonlight, the demonesses outside could not see clearly where she had flown out from and hurriedly chased after her. Lin Luochen decisively drew the heavenly tribulation, causing the demonesses to retreat in haste, fearing being affected by the tribulation. Lin Luochen watched Lin Luochen, seemingly celestial, amidst the heavenly realm, his gaze filled with complexity. This woman, who appeared to be a cold celestial maiden, was actually someone not good at socializing, merely a socially anxious person who spoke little. He shook his head, gathered his emotions, and decisively continued running deeper into Wanfu Mountain, seeking a way to leave from the foot of the mountain. Most of the bat demons in the cave had already left, leaving only a few minor demons whom he could still handle. Chu Lingyin could not help but tease, "You're clever, you didn't just stand there foolishly." Lin Luochen replied calmly, "It's not my habit to leave my fate in others' hands." Chu Lingyin chuckled, "Then I advise you to run faster, otherwise if her master comes you'll be in big trouble." "Why?" Lin Luochen asked, confused. Chu Lingyin chuckled, "You've absorbed so much of her yin energy, you might be able to hide it from others, but it's unlikely you can hide it from her master." Why did you absorb her pure yin energy?" "It harmed her vitality greatly." Lin Luochen exclaimed in shock, "Isn't her primordial yin still intact?" Chu Lingyin laughed, "That's true, but it's also a fact that the yin energy was damaged." "Why didn't you remind me?" "I did, but you were too engrossed at the time and completely missed it." Lin Luochen wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Damn, what did I endure all this time for?" Chu Lingyin laughed nonstop. "There's a difference. If the primordial yin is broken, it's definitely life and death. If that girl helps you conceal it, it might not be a big issue. You just pray that she's clever." Lin Luochen decisively activated the speed talisman and sprinted away. He held doubts about Lin Luocheng's intelligence. At this moment, the sky crackled with thunder and lightning as bolts of lightning struck down from above. Holding a silver-white long sword, Lin Luochen waved it continuously in the high air, resembling an ethereal fairy. Luo Yaoyao immediately flew out from the depths of Wanfu Mountain, quietly surrounding Lin Luochen with a group of demonesses. To her surprise, Lin Luochen did not take the opportunity to break through, but instead patiently underwent her tribulation. "Is this woman scared silly?" Luo Yaoyao suddenly recalled something and commanded her demonesses to search Wanfu Mountain for Lin Luochen. Lin Luocheng's expression indeed became anxious, further affirming Luo Yaoyao's suspicions. "Well, you, the saintess of the Yunu sect, are still thinking about man." Luo Yaoyao sneered, waiting for Lin Luochen to complete her tribulation so she could deliver a brutal blow to a fallen foe. Lin Luochen dashed through Wanfu Mountain, slashing down the bat demons that flew toward him. He had now reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, with his strength advancing by leaps and bounds, and his wounds had been healed by the moonlight, leaving him in an unprecedentedly good state. With the help of the divine movement talisman, he navigated through the caves with agility, moving as swiftly as thunder. Listening to the rolling thunder outside, Lin Luochen felt a bit worried, but did not stop for a moment. According to reason, Gu Qinghan should be arriving soon. He realized it would be better to worry about himself rather than Lin Luochen. "Chu Lingyin, is there any way for them not to find me?" The illusion talisman may be useful, but eventually its spiritual energy would be exhausted, and who knows if it would deceive high-level cultivators. Chu Lingyin casually replied, "The reverse fate steel has the ability to conceal the heavenly machine. You just need to infuse it with spiritual energy." Lin Luochen did not expect it to be so simple. He quickly infused spiritual energy into the reverse fate steel and continued to run wildly within Wanfu Mountain. However, the paths in Wanfu Mountain were intricate and complex, leading him to run quite a few unnecessary routes, leaving him a bit dizzy. At that moment, a squeaking sound startled Lin Luochen, nearly causing him to drop the broken blade in his hand. A chubby little white mouse appeared in the cave, staring at him with its round, shiny eyes. Its entire body was fluffy, with a pair of small, perfectly clean paws, and its short tail was hidden among its fur, making it quite inconspicuous. Looking into its black, grape-like eyes, Lin Luochen saw a hint of human-like emotion, causing him to pause. The little white mouse suddenly waved its clean paw and squeaked twice, signaling him to follow. "Chu Lingyin, is there something wrong with this white mouse?" Chu Lingyin replied, half amused, "How would I know? I'm not a deity." Lin Luochen watched as the little white mouse ran a few steps away, and then looked back at him. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to follow. After all, he had no idea where else to run. Perhaps following this white mouse would lead him out. Moreover, perhaps because he had been nurtured by the white mouse, he felt an inexplicable fondness for it. Outside, a dazzling bolt of lightning fell, seemingly tearing the dark sky in half. With a resounding bang, the thunder scattered, and the dark clouds gradually dispersed, allowing the pure moonlight to shine down once more. Wrapped in a layer of moonlight, Lin Luochen swallowed several pills, her gaze icy as she stared at the encroaching Luo Yaoyao and others. Luo Yaoyao licked her red lips, smiling charmingly. Sister Yuanshuang, how does the taste of love between men and women feel? Hearing her mention it, Lin Luochen gritted her teeth, in anger, the cold light flashing in her eyes. Demoness, shut up. She suddenly summoned the long sword in her hand, transforming it into dozens of shining sword lights that tore through the air, striking at Luo Yaoyao and the others. Several demonesses nearby were caught off guard, letting out a shriek as they fell from the sky. Luo Yaoyao did not expect that Lin Luochen, having just broken through, could be so powerful. What was even more unexpected was that the bat demons surrounding Wanfu Mountain were actually charging at them recklessly. Luo Yaoyao's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly shouted, "Form the formation." At this moment, Lin Luochen had ascended to the out-of-body stage, her power vastly different from before, with moonlight enveloping her, isolating the toxic gas. She transformed into a brilliant streak of light, lunging towards Luo Yaoyao with her. At this moment, Lin Luochen had ascended to the out-of-body stage, her power vastly different from before, with moonlight enveloping her, isolating the toxic gas. She transformed into a brilliant streak of light, lunging towards Luo Yaoyao with her sword, intent on killing the principal offender. Luo Yaoyao wielded her silk and laughed charmingly, continuously using the heavenly demon sound to disturb Lin Luochen. Sister Yuanshuang, you seem so angry. It looks like you've tasted the pleasures of your spiritual root. Tsk tisk tsk, I never thought the pure and clean saintess of Yunus sect would be defiled by a... If the young talents of Xinzhou knew that their fairy was entangled with a wild man in the mountains, how heartbroken would they be? Lin Yuanshuang couldn't help but recall the earlier scene, feeling both embarrassed and furious as she coldly said, "Shut up, you demoness." Her long sword shone brightly, the sword light, like a violent storm, overwhelming Luo Yaoyao's defenses. Luo Yaoyao's intoxicating smoke had minimal effect on her of the same level, let alone now that Lin Yuanshuang had become saintly and wise like a Buddha. With Lin Luochen's assistance, she had achieved a state of tranquility devoid of desires, only feeling profound exhaustion and guilt. How could she have done something to disgrace her sect? Whoa, I am no longer pure. Lin Yuanshuang transformed her grief and anger into strength, wielding the Yunus sword technique with increasing finesse. Luo Yaoyao, overwhelmed by the relentless attacks, could not help but taunt, "Sister, are you so angry because that boy was all show and no substance? Sister, calm down, or I will find you a few well-endowed men later, and you'll be satisfied." Lin Yuanshuang was furious but remained silent, only responding with fiercer attacks. Luo Yaoyao was driven back repeatedly, both frightened and angry, and she quickly let out a sharp cry, summoning all disciples. The disciples of Miaoyin sect around Wanfu Mountain rushed in to help, but their efforts were minimal. Lin Luochen followed the little white mouse out of a cave and looked at the forest before him, letting out a sigh of relief. He turned back, but was blocked. Lin Luochen followed the little white mouse out of a cave and looked at the forest before him, letting out a sigh of relief. He turned back, but was blocked by the massive Wanfu Mountain, only able to hear the sounds of battle occasionally. Lin Luochen, now without the ability to read fortunes, looked at the densely packed forest under the night sky, hesitating for a moment. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little white mouse kept squeaking, occasionally waving its small paw, signaling him to continue following. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Luochen decided to follow this little creature. He would rather die in this forest than be captured back to the Yunus sect. "Little one, don't lead me into a trap to feed the tiger." The little white mouse squeaked twice, as if to say it wouldn't do that. Lin Luochen anxiously followed it as it zigzagged through the woods for quite a while, discovering that he indeed did not encounter any demon beasts. "Little one, you haven't been eaten by the demon beasts. You're indeed quite capable." The little white mouse proudly squeaked twice, despite having shed its old skin and lost all its cultivation. But didn't it know where the demon energy was? Besides, the lingering aura on itself hadn't dissipated. Naturally, those demon beasts would avoid it. If it weren't for the fear of scaring him, it would have taken him in a straight line. As one person and one mouse ran far away, Lin Luochen suddenly noticed several streaks of light rushing over from a distance and quickly hid in the shadows. A cold wave surged from afar, snowflakes danced in the sky, and a cool white figure wielding a long sword. Dressed in white, her clothes clung tightly to her body in the wind, showcasing her proud figure without any sense of vulgarity. Her stunning beauty was adorned with a frost-like expression, and her eyes were chillingly cold, as serene as an immortal from the 9 heavens. Lin Luochen watched as the woman flew overhead. His grip on the tree branch tightened, revealing a trace of hatred in his eyes. Gu Qinghan seemed to sense something, glancing back, but did not discover Lin Luochen hidden in the shadows of the forest. She did not linger, and quickly flew past, as behind her a man and a woman pursued relentlessly. In the distance, Luo Yaoyao, her strength nearly spent, spotted reinforcements and cried out in ecstatic relief, "Master of the sect." Patriarch Zhou. Cold Moon Frost's heart instantly seized with panic. If those demonesses revealed what had transpired, how could she ever face anyone again? Absolutely not. A blood-red moonlight bathed the surroundings as crimson crescents swirled densely behind her, coiling around her like serpentine halos. With a cold, cutting voice, Cold Moon Frost plunged her sword downward, Blood Moon Severance. Radiant yet ghastly blood-edged blades spun rapidly about her, before surging outward, enveloping her entirely. The disciples of the Maiden Sect were drawn into the vortex, shrieking once before being cleaved into crimson mist, each death intensifying the storm's ferocity. Luo Yaoyao held on within the blood blades for a fleeting moment, teetering on the edge of annihilation, then steeled her resolve. Cold Moon Frost, you will pay for this. She detonated her physical body, shattering the bloodblade storm, and her nascent soul shot forth, fleeing into the distance. But Cold Moon Frost loathed the demoness beyond measure. There was no question of letting her escape. Crimson light blazed fiercely in her eyes. Think you can flee? Not so easily. She hurled her sword, a streak of light piercing Luo Yaoyao's nascent soul, obliterating it utterly. Cold Moon Frost hovered midair, her delicate face pale as snow, while every single Maiden Sect disciple lay dead around her. Spotting Gu Qinghan drawing near, she swiftly descended toward the rocky cave below, only to find Lin Luochen gone. Young Master Lin. Silence answered her. Her divine sense swept the area. Nothing. Her face drained of all color. Could he have been captured by those demonesses? Just then a streak of light descended. Gu Qinghan frowned. Frost, what are you searching for? Cold Moon Frost opened her mouth, but no words came. After all, she knew her master abhorred men most. Revealing the truth would surely invite grave trouble. Gu Qinghan wasted no time. Grasping her hand, she soared skyward, intent on departure. Yet that brief delay allowed the pursuing man and woman to close in and encircle them. Daring to slay my people before my very eyes. You possess astonishing audacity. The rosy-gowned woman's voice was glacial, her killing intent locking onto Gu Qinghan alongside the burly man's. Gu Qinghan tightened her grip on her sword, frigid chi swirling about her, her gaze disdainful. And what of it? Song Xianjun. If you still doubt your prowess, shall we fight again? Song Xianjun bristled. Seduction was her forte, but martial combat. She truly paled beside this woman. Moreover, Gu Qinghan stood at the peak of harmonious integration, a mere step away from the void transcendent realm. Had it not been so, the two of them would not have struggled so long without subduing her. Gu Qinghan, I advise you surrender the artifact now. Your Jade Maiden Sect is unworthy of holding it. If my Jade Maiden Sect cannot hold it, do you believe your Maiden Sect can? Gu Qinghan sneered. Song Xianjuan's expression darkened, but glancing at the man beside her, she reluctantly spoke against her conscience. The Maiden Sect dares not overreach. We shall present this artifact to the Wheel of Reincarnation, Holy Temple. No sooner had she spoken than a soft laugh rang out. Master Song, your loyalty to our Holy Temple is exemplary, worthy of commendation. Song Xianjuan's expression shifted subtly as she bowed deeply. Xianjun pays homage to Ninth Abyss Holy Maiden. The burly man knelt reverently. Your servant bows before the Holy Maiden. A woman clad in black gauzy robes stepped forward slowly, a sardonic smile playing upon her lips. You are Gu Qinghan, correct? Hand over the artifact, and I shall spare your life. Gu Qinghan's expression flickered. Xia Juyo, one of the 6 holy maidens of the Wheel of Reincarnation, Holy Temple. Though only at the early stage of the void transcendent realm, Xia Juyo wielded authority over a fragment of the Holy Temple's sacred artifact. Moreover, her status was extraordinary, surely accompanied by a Dao guardian. This complication deepened. As Gu Qinghan hesitated, an aged woman's voice resonated calmly. Xia Juyo, do you presume the Celestial Court does not exist? Dare you brazenly rob a sect under our Celestial Court's jurisdiction? Gu Qinghan exhaled in profound relief and bowed low. Palace Master Zhou. An elderly woman leaning on a cane emerged. Within 3 steps, she stood before them. Master Gu, fear not. The Celestial Court stands firm. These demonic cultivators dare not flaunt their arrogance here. Gratitude, Palace Master Zhou, for upholding justice. Though Gu Qinghan herself had summoned aid, a quiet resentment stirred within her. She had lost both treasure and disciples. A futile endeavor, empty-handed after all. Initially, Gu Qinghan had intended to conceal the fate reversal steel, but after the Maiden Sect's ambush, she realized secrecy was impossible. She chose to request Celestial Court assistance while striving to prevent the steel from falling into enemy hands, thus avoiding future accountability. The elder woman spoke evenly. Xia Juyo, shall your Dao guardian duel mine, or will you withdraw quietly? Xia Juyo's delicate ears twitched. With reluctant grace, she turned and departed. We retreat. That old witch Zhou had reached the late stage of the Grand Ascension realm. Her Tao Guardian stood no chance. Though resentful, Song Xianjun had no choice but to follow. The elder woman smiled warmly at Gu Qinghan and Cold Moon Frost. Master Gu and Young Frost, are you unharmed? Gu Qinghan offered a gentle smile. Thank you, Palace Master Zhou, for arriving just in time, preventing the artifact from falling into hostile hands. She glanced at Cold Moon Frost. Frost, present the artifact to Palace Master Zhou. Cold Moon Frost hastily removed the iron steel and handed it over. Palace Master Zhou examined it closely, yet found only an ordinary iron steel. Her weathered face tightened in disappointment. Is this truly all? Yes, this is all. Gu Qinghan looked at Cold Moon Frost, who immediately added, if your eminence doubts us, this disciple swears upon her Tao heart. Palace Master Zhou's expression softened slightly. I trust you implicitly. Pray recount the full sequence of events. Gu Qinghan replied. Anomalies erupted in the Broken Moon Demon Gorge. Fearing demonic emergence, I brought disciples to investigate. Precisely then this artifact flew forth from the gorge. We expended immense effort to intercept it, intending immediate submission to the Celestial Court. Alas, word leaked, the Miaoyin sect ambushed us. All accompanying disciples perished. Only we two survived. Palace Master Zhou, seasoned and sagacious, understood Gu Qinghan's unspoken plea, and her expression softened into sorrow. Master Gu, grieve not. The Jade Maiden Sect has rendered extraordinary service. I shall report your valor accordingly. As for this artifact, I shall first submit it to the Celestial Court. Should verification confirm its authenticity, it shall be returned to you. Gu Qinghan scoffed inwardly. Once surrendered, would it ever return? Yet she remained composed. Your kindness is deeply appreciated, Palace Master Zhou. The elder woman nodded and smiled. Let us depart, lest those demonic cultivators regroup and return. Cold Moon Frost hesitated, then asked softly, Palace Master Zhou, might there remain others within Wanfu Mountain? At her words, the elder woman's divine sense surged forth like a tidal wave. Then her eyes flashed with icy light. Indeed, Young Frost, your vigilance astounds me. For little mice still hide within the cave. With a sudden grasp, rock shattered, and 4 figures were wrenched from the cavern. Cold Moon Frost broke into a cold sweat, about to speak, only to realize all 4 were women. These were the ones dispatched to capture Lin Luochen, who had become hopelessly lost inside the cave and missed their chance to flee. The 4 women pleaded desperately, but Palace Master Zhou clenched her fist, and they dissolved instantly into crimson mist. There, these demonesses dared drain your Yin essence. Oh, I have avenged you. The 4 women pleaded desperately, but Palace Master Zhou clenched her fist, and they dissolved instantly into crimson mist. There, these demonesses dared drain your Yin essence. Oh, Under such circumstances, how could Cold Moon Frost possibly confess the truth about Lin Luochen? Would she truly admit, even now, that she had wet herself like a child? She still felt uncomfortably sticky, longing only to bathe and don fresh undergarments. They pursued me and drained some of my Yin essence, but it poses no lasting harm. Gu Qinghan's expression eased. Losing another disciple would have been catastrophic. Palace Master Zhou said nothing more, leading them skyward in a thunderous rush, leaving the Broken Moon Mountain range far behind. Cold Moon Frost cast one last glance back at the mountains, worry flickering deep within her eyes. Had he fled on his own, or been seized by those demonesses? Recalling Lin Luochen's uncanny nature, she leaned toward the former. Enough. First I must depart. Later I shall return to find him. Below in the forest, Lin Luochen watched them vanish, his gaze complex edged with quiet mockery. Once again, just as in his past life, empty-handed, laboring only to enrich others. Yet he puzzled over one mystery: why in his previous life had the fate reversal steel ultimately returned to Cold Moon Frost? Did the Celestial Court truly uphold righteousness? Or had they failed to decipher the steel's secrets, and thus turned their schemes upon Cold Moon Frost? Lin Luochen neither grasped the answer nor cared to dwell on it. External threats were vanquished. Now internal matters demanded resolution. Very well, speak plainly. Who precisely are you? Hearing Lin Luochen's question, Chu Lingyin smiled helplessly and said, You little rascal, you dismantle the bridge after crossing it quite quickly. Lin Luochen replied flatly, You are eyeing me covetously in my sea of consciousness. Do you expect me to be polite to you? Chu Lingyin laughed. Don't rush, let's talk outside. This place is not safe. Lin Luochen thought for a moment and agreed. Both the righteous and evil paths had retreated, but what if the beasts went mad later? He followed the little white mouse ahead, continuing forward, feeling quite exhausted despite having cultivation. Suddenly the little white mouse ran to a fiery red spirit fruit and started squeaking incessantly. Chu Lingyin exclaimed, Fire spirit fruit, this is a good treasure. Lin Luochen held his broken blade, and cautiously looked around, yet saw no sign of the guarding beasts. By the time he came back to his senses, the little white mouse had already presented a fire spirit fruit larger than itself, as if offering a treasure. Seeing no danger, Lin Luochen's expression turned strange. Could it be that the guarding beasts had gone mad and left? That would indeed be a heavenly opportunity. Heaven does not take, but instead brings calamity. Little guy, you can eat this yourself. After Lin Luochen finished speaking, he decisively stepped forward to uproot the spirit fruit, then took the little white mouse and left swiftly. After they departed, a giant python trembled back, staring at the deep pit on the ground, wanting to cry, but having no tears. Is it reasonable for a great demon of your level to bully a small snake like me? The little white mouse thought it was quite reasonable. After all, its residual aura would dissipate shortly. So it led Lin Luochen through the Duanyue mountain range, making many twists and turns, allowing Lin Luochen to pick up plenty of heavenly materials and treasures. Lin Luochen felt as if he were dreaming, finding a spirit herb growing by the roadside like a weed with every few steps. Or there would be a large piece of crystal embedded in a cave, which he directly cut off with his broken blade and took away in its entirety. He felt a bit dizzy, as if he would wake up from this dream any moment. Little guy, what exactly is your origin? The little white mouse, happily searching for treasures, froze for a moment. Oh no, has it revealed itself so soon? It stared with its round, innocent eyes and squeaked, attempting to pass itself off as cute. Lin Luochen looked at it and thought it didn't seem like a vicious beast filled with doubts. Could this be a descendant of the white mouse that sent him here? But this wasn't the time for idle thoughts, and Chu Lingyin in his sea of consciousness made it inconvenient for him to speak. Lin Luochen waved his hand and said, "Let's hurry, it will be troublesome if these beasts return." The little white mouse felt relieved and happily ran on the ground, its round body looking particularly adorable. Chu Lingyin wondered, this does resemble the treasure-seeking mouse recorded in ancient texts. Lin Luochen murmured, treasure-seeking mouse. It lives up to its name. He followed the little mouse over mountains and ridges, picking heavenly materials and treasures all night long, truly picking until his hands were sore. Lin Luochen had no idea how many treasures he had collected, but he enjoyed it immensely. Although these items were nothing to high-level cultivators for him, they were indeed a windfall. While treasure hunting and on the move, Lin Luochen walked all night, before finally returning to the outskirts of the Duanyue Demon Gorge. Far from the gorge, he let out a long breath, found his usual hunting base, and sat down heavily in a cave. Looking at the little white mouse, which was also exhausted, he tossed 2 spirit fruits and smiled, "Little guy, you've worked hard." The little white mouse, full of spirit, squinted its eyes and quickly finished eating the spirit fruit, which was larger than itself. Lin Luochen was taken aback. "You can eat that much?" Chu Lingyin replied lightly. As long as a treasure-seeking mouse has enough heavenly materials, it faces almost no bottlenecks in cultivation. However, the heavenly materials they consume to advance are astronomical, a veritable bottomless pit that you can't afford to raise. Lin Luochen casually tossed a few more spirit fruits and said nonchalantly, "It found them anyway, so it doesn't matter." He took a spirit fruit himself, then sat cross-legged, immersing his mind in his sea of consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. Looking at Chu Lingyin in a black dress, stunningly beautiful, Lin Luochen's gaze became somewhat wary. He took a spirit fruit himself, then sat cross-legged, immersing his mind in his sea of consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. Looking at Chu Lingyin in a black dress, stunningly, "What?" Lin Luochen instinctively reacted. "Are you joking?" Chu Lingyin emphasized again. "I'm not joking you. I come from the year 6202 of the Qingshu calendar, which is 1,000 years after yours." Lin Luochen's head buzzed, his brain struggling to process this information. Even if Chu Lingyin claimed to be an otherworldly demon, he wouldn't be this shocked. If he hadn't been reborn, he would have scoffed and thought this woman was crazy. However, since he had been reborn, it seemed quite normal for Chu Lingyin to come from 1,000 years in the future. "Then why are you in my sea of consciousness?" Chu Lingyin said helplessly, "I don't know. I recited the fate reversal technique in front of the inverse destiny monument. That black river suddenly appeared and dragged me and then inexplicably dumped me into your sea of consciousness." Hearing this, Lin Luochen believed most of it, for hadn't he experienced something similar? The only difference was that he came from 100 years later, while Chu Lingyin came from 1,000 years later. But is it appropriate to just throw individuals into their own sea of consciousness? Lin Luochen suddenly recalled that Chu Lingyin wasn't thrown into his sea of consciousness. Instead, she was cast into that dark space, which had a huge stone monument. She was brought to his sea of consciousness by the 2 koi transformed into dragons. Could that dark space be a time-space station? From what you've said before, you know the effects of the inverse destiny monument, and came with a purpose, eh? Chu Lingyin replied. It is rumored that the inverse destiny monument has the ability to traverse time and space. I came here to find someone. Lin Luochen was astonished. Find someone? Are you looking for your ancestors? Could this woman holding the inverse destiny monument be his descendant? Could it be that he was doing so poorly that his descendants had to come back in time to urge him to improve? Chu Lingyin replied with a mix of laughter and tears, "I'm not looking for ancestors, I'm here to find the legendary reincarnation sage. But it seems I've come a bit early. The reincarnation sage hasn't appeared in this time yet, and the inverse destiny monument is in your hand." Lin Luochen heard this name again and asked in confusion, "Reincarnation sage? Who is he?" Chu Lingyin replied honestly, "The reincarnation sage is a saint of the human race and all records about him have been completely erased. But from the remaining texts, it seems that throughout many important points in human history since ancient times he has been involved behind the scenes. It seems he manipulates the great hand of the world, controlling the trajectory of the human race, guiding them step by step to where they are today. Many suspect that the reincarnation sage may have appeared from ancient times supporting the human race since then. He is elusive, sometimes appearing grandly before people, and at other times disappearing for hundreds of years. He seems not to exist in the world, yet he appears to be everywhere, rumored to be immortal and capable of traversing time and space. This saint of the human race is called the primordial sage, ranking alongside the other 9 saints, but he finds it unappealing and calls himself the reincarnation sage." Lin Luochen murmured, "Primordial sage. Isn't that quite a nice name? It's quite imposing." Chu Lingyin shrugged and said, "I don't know about that, but that's what is rumored." Lin Luochen curiously asked, "What do you want him for?" Chu Lingyin's eyes flashed with a strange light. "I want to confirm whether he is truly dead or not." Lin Luochen was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Just moments ago, he had regarded the reincarnation sage as a role model, believing that one should live this way. Yet now he was doused with a bucket of cold water. If such a figure had perished, what about him? Could it be that the reverse fate monument and the fate reincarnation technique in his hands were left by that reincarnation sage? If what you say is true, then at this point in time this sage should have already fallen. Then how do you explain your early arrival? Chu Lingyin shook her head and said, "No, he died during the battles against various races and the external demonic forces. At this time he should not have fallen yet. Where did you obtain this reverse fate monument? You seem to know the fate reincarnation technique as well. What is your relationship with that sage?" She craned her neck to look at Lin Luochen in the spiritual platform, her expression strange as she asked, "You wouldn't be the reincarnation sage, would you?" Lin Luochen rolled his eyes and replied, "I wish I were, but unfortunately am not. This reverse fate monument flew out from the Broken Moon Demon Gorge. As for the fate reincarnation technique, I obtained it from the reverse fate monument. Don't you know it too?" He was unsure if Chu Lingyin could be trusted, and he certainly couldn't divulge everything about his rebirth. Chu Lingyin pondered and said, "The Broken Moon Demon Gorge. Shall we go take a look?" Lin Luochen shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Are you stupid? That is the Broken Moon Demon Gorge, a place even great ascension cultivators dare not enter recklessly." Chu Lingyin was astonished and asked, "Is the Broken Moon Demon Gorge that dangerous at this time? Could the reincarnation sage be sleeping inside?" Lin Luochen shrugged and replied, "How would I know? In any case, I'm not going in there to die. What is your relationship with him going through such trouble across time, just to confirm his life or death?" Chu Lingyin hesitated for a moment and sighed. "In addition to wanting to confirm his life or death, I also want to change the future." "Change the future?" Lin Luochen looked at her in disbelief, and Chu Lingyin nodded, saying, "Yes, to change the future of the human race's annihilation." Seeing Lin Luochen's eyes widen in surprise, Chu Lingyin elaborated, recounting the events. According to her, in the future the human race, after enduring multiple calamities, would thrive and then decline, heading towards oblivion. The lineage of the human race would be nearly severed, with cultivators becoming scarce, facing the threat of extinction. They would nearly revert to ancient times, hunted and enslaved by various races, with their former glory lost. All beings placed their hopes on the legendary reincarnation sage, hoping he would return and lead the human race to prosperity once more. Although that reincarnation sage had long been slain by numerous powerful foes, he had left behind grand words before his demise. All beings placed their hopes on the legendary reincarnation sage, hoping he would return and lead the human race to prosperity once more. Although that reincarnation sage had long been slain by numerous powerful foes, he had left behind grand words. Indeed, the future human race was sustaining themselves with this belief, struggling to survive. Chu Lingyin sighed. Hundreds of years have passed, and the reincarnation sage remains silent. The human race is starting to decline. I worry about the future of the human race, and want to know if the reincarnation sage is truly dead, so I recited the fate reincarnation technique at the reverse fate monument. In fact, countless people, including myself, have tried this, but the reverse fate monument showed no response at all. However, this time I was pulled into that black river and inexplicably found myself here with you. Lin Luochen listened as if it were a myth, finding it hard to believe. Are you saying the future human race is at the brink of extinction? You must be joking. The human race is currently thriving, and the great clans of demons, monsters, ghosts, and witches do not dare to act recklessly. How could it possibly reach the brink of extinction in just 1,000 years? You must be lying to me. Although he had been imprisoned, he was well versed in the history of the human race, and had some understanding of the general situation in Qingxiu. However, recalling the rumors he had heard in his previous life, he felt a twinge of worry. The future truly may not be so peaceful. Chu Lingyin said lightly, currently the human race is indeed strong, and it will even grow stronger in the next 200 to 300 years. That will be a golden age of talent with prodigies flourishing, but even such a prosperous time will be utterly defeated. Lin Luochen said solemnly, what about the enemies? Demons, monsters, or witches? It can't be the spirit race or the ghost race, right? Chu Lingyin shook her head and said, I don't know, as that part of history has been deliberately erased. But those races you mentioned in the future will all be part of the enslavement and hunting. Oh, perhaps they all have a role to play. Lin Luochen, though reluctant to believe it, could not refute it and remained skeptical. If this reincarnation sage died at the hands of enemies, why is the reverse fate monument and the fate reincarnation technique in your hands? Chu Lingyin sighed and said, to reclaim the reverse fate monument, the human race has sacrificed countless lives. But this reverse fate monument showed no response at all. Had I not activated it this time, I would have doubted its authenticity. Lin Luochen nodded and said, so you came here to change the future of the human race? Chu Lingyin nodded, saying, yes, I want to reverse the fate of the human race's decline. Aren't you afraid that changing the future might cause you to disappear? Hearing Lin Luochen's words, Chu Lingyin spoke passionately. If my death can save all living beings from fire and water, what is there to fear in dying? Lin Luochen looked at Chu Lingyin, who wore a face of tragic heroism, feeling that something was amiss. This woman clearly did not seem to be from the righteous path. Could she really perform such a grand act of sacrificing herself for the world? Chu Lingyin felt uncomfortable under his gaze and quickly changed the topic. All right, I've said what I needed to say. You should quickly confess. What exactly is your relationship with the reincarnation sage? Lin Luochen did not expect this woman to still suspect he was the reincarnation sage, rolling his eyes in exasperation. I have no connection with him. The only link is probably this reverse fate monument and the fate reincarnation technique. This concerns the life and death of the human race. Don't joke around. Chu Lingyin said anxiously. I'm not joking. I genuinely don't know who the reincarnation sage is. Lin Luochen felt utterly helpless. Why did no one believe his honest words? However, he did have a guess. His father, whose fate was uncertain, might be the reincarnation sage. But naturally, he couldn't mention this to Chu Lingyin, who knew how much of what she said was true or false. He had to dig deeper to understand her background before proceeding. Chu Lingyin murmured, it shouldn't be. The reverse fate monument is in your hands, and you can activate it, so you should be related to him. Lin Luochen retorted, but you can also activate the reverse fate monument. Don't you have a connection with him then? That's different. No, I am from a different time. What? Lin Luochen looked at Chu Lingyin, suspiciously, feeling that she was hiding something. Chu Lingyin stated firmly, in the time and space I come from, the reincarnation sage is already dead. The reverse fate monument is an ownerless object. In this time period, the reverse fate monument should be in the hands of the reincarnation sage. How could it possibly recognize you as its master? You must be connected to him. Lin Luochen chuckled. So according to your reasoning, am I not the reincarnation sage? Chu Lingyin looked at the weak Lin Luochen, rendered speechless, and could only scratch her head. Is it possible that there are two destiny stones? Or could it be that he can traverse time and space with the destiny stone merely serving as an anchor? Lin Luochen had a strange expression. Don't you know anything about his appearance, name, or any other information? Chu Lingyin replied helplessly. No, he is very mysterious. We only have a portrait of his back view. Lin Luochen pouted, feeling somewhat sour. Facing away from the world certainly adds to one's prestige. If I could reach the pinnacle of this world, I would play it like this too. Chu Lingyin snorted disdainfully. Don't think about it. If this continues, there won't be many years left for the human race. This guy must know something but refuses to tell me. Lin Luochen naturally understood her meaning, but deliberately pretended to be indifferent, smiling nonchalantly. Whether I can live until that time is still uncertain. After I die, what does it matter if the floods rise? Chu Lingyin stared in disbelief. Do you have any sense of racial honor or disgrace? Lin Luochen laughed heartily. The future of the human race is not something I need to worry about. I don't have that capability. Well, since you've come to the wrong place, shouldn't you leave and take these two fish with you? Seeing him actually dismantle the bridge after crossing the river, Chu Lingyin snorted and pouted. These two fish are not mine. I can't take them. Lin Luochen looked at the two koi and waved his hand saying, "No worries, you can go first." Chu Lingyin, annoyed, said, "Then you move your spirit platform and give me the destiny stone." Lin Luochen warily replied, "So this evil spirit finally reveals her true intentions. You really want to seize my body?" Chu Lingyin retorted, "What do I want with your stinky man's body? How can I traverse without the destiny stone?" However, no matter what she said, Lin Luochen refused to give up control of the spirit platform and his body. Chu Lingyin huffed, "Kid, do you think if you don't come out I have no way to deal with you?" She suddenly reached out, seemingly wanting to pull Lin Luochen out. Lin Luochen was startled, but fortunately the green lotus timely released a wave of green light, enveloping Chu Lingyin. However, no matter what she said, Lin Luochen refused to give up control of the spirit platform and his body. Chu Lingyin huffed, "Kid, do you think if you don't—" Seeing this, Lin Luochen instantly felt relieved and smiled brightly. "I'm just an ordinary person." Chu Lingyin did not expect to be at a disadvantage against a mere Kyer-finding junior, feeling quite frustrated. What is this kid's background that allows him to become the master of the Destiny Stone and have the Green Lotus phenomenon in his spiritual sea? I really only want to borrow the Destiny Stone to go back. "I don't believe you." Old Lin said that women's words cannot be trusted. Seeing him about to leave, Chu Lingyin quickly said, "Kid, let's talk nicely, we can discuss it." "There's nothing to discuss, you should reflect on yourself first." Ignoring the exasperated Chu Lingyin, Lin Luochen decisively exited the spiritual sea and slowly opened his eyes. He took out the seemingly ordinary Destiny Stone, his eyes flickering with uncertain light, his mind in turmoil. Was what Chu Lingyin said true? "There's nothing to discuss, you should reflect on yourself first." Ignoring the exasperated Chu Lingyin, Lin Luochen decisively exited the spiritual sea and slowly opened his eyes. The little white mouse tilted its head curiously and squeaked weakly. Lin Luochen came back to his senses, shook his head, and threw the chaotic thoughts aside. "What does it matter? When the soldiers come, I will block them. When the water comes, I will cover it." He looked at the little white mouse and smiled. "Little guy, I'm leaving. Are you going back inside the mountain? If you want to go back, I'll split the things with you, and we'll part ways here." The little white mouse hurriedly shook its head, and Lin Luochen reached out to tap its little head, revealing a warm smile. "Since you don't want to go back, then let's go together." The little white mouse excitedly nodded and nimbly climbed onto his shoulder. Lin Luochen stood up and walked out of the cave, looking at the bright sunshine outside and grinning, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Finally, he was free. "Guqinghan, just you wait. One day I will make you pay the price." He strode out of the mountain, intending to find a suitable sect to join and seek immortality. In the path of cultivation, one cannot lack law, wealth, companions, or land. Lin Luochen, being a wild card in cultivation, wanted to avoid detours, so he had to join a sect to learn. He wasn't considering the Yunnu sect in Xian Prefecture, but planned to head to the Demon Path in Lan Prefecture. Although it was a place where the weak were preyed upon by the strong under the pressure of life and death, it was the fastest place to enhance one's strength. And what he needed the most was time. In Lan Prefecture, within the Reincarnation Sanctuary, a celestial instrument composed of several rings suddenly began to spin rapidly, emitting strange beams of light. A pair of cold eyes opened, gazing at the glowing celestial instrument with a myriad of colors in their eyes. "After hundreds of years, you finally reappeared, coincidentally in Xian Prefecture within the Holy Court." A wise and valiant man sat with closed eyes in the heavenly palace, surrounded by shimmering divine light, resembling a deity. "After hundreds of years, you finally reappeared, coincidentally in Xian Prefecture within the Holy Court." A wise and valiant man sat with closed eyes in the heavenly palace, surrounded by shimmering divine light, resembling a deity. To be able to obscure the heavenly mechanism is the destiny bearer born of fate, or has an evil being descended from beyond the realm. Alas, the Demon Empress is about to return. The lifespan of the Demon Emperor is nearing its end, and the other clans are also restless, truly a time of turmoil. Aside from the two of them, other saints also sensed something was amiss, but none could deduce the reason. Some were happy while others were worried. The saints of the witch and demon clans were particularly eager for chaos. As time flowed slowly by, a month later in Xian Prefecture at the Yunnu sect, Lung Yushuang returned to the Yunnu sect and spent a month consolidating her realm while writing down the techniques she learned during her enlightenment. Guqinghan had initially thought that the journey to the moon-splitting demon gorge yielded nothing, but unexpectedly there was a pleasant surprise, making her feel as if she had found a treasure. These words seemed enigmatic and fabricated, but seemed to contain the profound truths of heaven and earth. Seeing her so eager, Lung Yushuang seized the opportunity to speak. "Master, I want to go out for a trip." Guqinghan was taken aback and exclaimed, "Go out? Where do you want to go?" Lung Yushuang replied seriously, "Master, this journey to the moon-splitting demon gorge made me realize my own shortcomings. I've always been closed off, lacking insight and comprehension, so I plan to travel and experience more." Gu Qinghan did not expect her to have such insight, although she was worried, she could not stop her. Shuang, you lack experience, and it's dangerous to go out alone. I will have Elder Xia accompany you on your travels. Lung Yushuang wanted to inquire about Lin Luocheng's whereabouts. How could she bring along a burden? She shook her head resolutely. Master, I'm not a child anymore. I don't want to stay under the protection of elders. I want to venture out on my own. Gu Qinghan had no choice but to nod and handed her a teleportation talisman. Fine, since you're going out alone, remember to be careful. If anything happens, send me a message. Yes, master. Lung Yushuang nodded repeatedly, excitedly going back to pack her things, preparing for her journey. Gu Qinghan naturally could not truly trust her to go out alone, and instructed the sect elders to secretly follow and protect her. Lung Yushuang quickly noticed the elder following her in the out-of-body realm, and made up her mind to find an opportunity to shake her off, returning to the moon-splitting demon gorge to look for Lin Luochen. Gu Qinghan was completely absorbed in studying the enigmatic techniques, and had no idea that his own saintess had entered a rebellious phase, or perhaps reached an age of infatuation and had gone off to seek a man. A few days later, outside the Duanyue Demon Gorge in a small wooden house, Lung Yuanshuang gazed at the long-abandoned cabin with a helpless sigh. Where could this guy have run off to? She had finally shaken off the pursuing elder and taken a detour to this place, searching for Lin Luocheng's whereabouts. Lung Yuanshuang had inquired about Lin Luocheng's news in the town below, learning that he had briefly entered the city before quickly leaving again. This eased her mind. He was safe, at least not fallen into the hands of the demoness from Maiden Sect. However, aside from knowing that Lin Luochen was unharmed and not having used a false name to deceive herself, Lung Yuanshuang gained nothing. No, she also discovered a horde of women vying for his attention. From the alluring widow to the innocent girl just awakening to love, all were enamored with this guy. Lung Yuanshuang could have returned home, but not having seen Lin Luochen left her feeling unsatisfied. She meticulously searched the room and finally found a few strands of Lin Luocheng's hair on the bed. Lung Yuanshuang tied her hair together with Lin Luocheng's and held them in her hand, murmuring incantations. Yearning for you, my spirit entwined, the spiritual essence transforms into a blue butterfly with hair as the bond and thought as the medium, igniting my longing to seek you home. Moments later, the long hair in Lung Yuanshuang's hand was engulfed in a faint blue flame, transforming into a blue butterfly. It really works. Her face flushed slightly because this technique was called the yearning call, a spell used by witch clan women to find their beloved. This was a forbidden technique in the Yunnu sect, and Lung Yuanshuang had merely remembered it because she liked the name. She never expected to actually use the spell one day, nor did she think it would prove effective. Does this mean? Lung Yuanshuang bit her red lip, decisively casting this thought aside. She only felt gratitude towards him, wanting to see him once to confirm that he was truly safe. Yes, she would just see him and then leave. After gently exhaling, the butterfly quickly took flight, soaring into the distance. Lung Yuanshuang dared not delay, soaring into the air, chasing after the butterfly like a fairy from the Moon Palace. Lin Luochen was completely unaware of Lung Yuanshuang's search for him, currently sitting in a tavern in a small town, sulking as he drank alone. He had grand ambitions, wishing to enter a celestial sect and make Gu Qinghan and the Yunnu sect pay the price. However, while ideals were beautiful, reality was harsh. After descending the mountain, Lin Luochen spent a whole month searching, but found no path to the immortals. The common folk below knew of the existence of cultivators, but had no idea where any sects were located. Lin Luochen inquired in several towns near the Duanyue mountain range, but yielded nothing. He thought of the legends that most cultivators hid away in the mountains and eagerly ventured into the deep forest, only to return in disappointment. The cultivators who had previously been flying around the Duanyue mountain range suddenly vanished, as if they had never existed. Lin Luochen never expected his lofty ambitions to falter at the first hurdle, feeling so frustrated he wanted to spit blood. At this moment, a glimmer appeared in his eyes as he stared intently at the people walking below, trying to find a cultivator among them. The passers-by all exuded a certain aura, some vibrant, others dull, with some displaying a reddish or dark glow. But all were ordinary people devoid of any spiritual energy. Just then a little white mouse squeaked twice, bringing Lin Luochen back to his senses as he looked at it. This little white mouse exuded a faint demonic aura, but it was clearly not an ordinary rat, having a notable streak of good fortune. At this moment it tapped on a nearby bowl, looking at Lin Luochen with a pleading expression. Do you want a drink too? Seeing it nod, Lin Luochen cautiously poured a bowl for it. The little critter poked its head in and drank quickly, startling Lin Luochen. Slow down, mouse. He had given the little guy several names, but it was clearly dissatisfied, and even dug up a piece of earth yam for him. When Lin Luochen tentatively called it mouse, it nodded repeatedly. Thus its name was settled. Soon Mouse was drunkenly sprawled in the bowl, and Lin Luochen hurriedly fished it out in alarm. Mouse, get it together. Mouse leaned against a chopstick holder, its eyes dazed as it looked at him, seemingly reminiscing about something, grinning broadly. Lin Luochen shook his head helplessly and said, "Little drunkard." He continued to gaze down at the street where the sound of Chu Lingyian's amusement echoed in his mind. "Kid, what are you looking at? Do you think cultivators have their names written on their foreheads?" Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly. "Maybe they actually do have names written. If you can find a cultivator this way, Chu Lingyin scoffed. "What?" After pondering, she added, "If you can find one, I'll teach you a sword technique. If you can't find one, lend me your body, so I can use the reverse fate steel to go back. How about that? Of course this has a deadline, you must find one today." Lin Luochen hesitated for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Deal. He wasn't treating his life lightly. He had seen a man and a woman approaching from a distance. Chu Lingyin was puzzled. Although she shared Lin Luocheng's sight and experiences, she couldn't see the aura of fortune. However, when the man and woman appeared in view, Chu Lingyin was puzzled. Although she shared Lin Luocheng's sight and experiences, she couldn't see the aura of fortune. However, when the man and woman appeared in view, her heart skipped a beat. From their demeanor and spiritual essence, these two indeed resembled cultivators. Especially the woman, who was stunning and exuded a strong aura, clearly not an ordinary person. Chu Lingyin stubbornly remarked, "Just because someone looks good doesn't mean she's a cultivator, okay?" Lin Luochen tucked the drunken mouse into his arms and quickly descended the stairs, tossing down some money. He couldn't let this rare encounter with cultivators slip away. As Lin Luochen reached the door, the man and woman were just approaching. The man was dressed in splendid clothing, handsome, with a folding fan in hand, exuding charm. However, his complexion was somewhat pale, and his eye sockets were sunken, appearing to be exhausted from indulgence. The woman wore a long black dress wrapped tightly, even her hands covered with black silk gloves, beautiful and mysterious. She had a beauty that could make fish sink and geese fall, with moon-like brows and starry eyes. Her somewhat pale complexion made her even more pitiful. Two attendants followed behind them, one of whom surprisingly emitted a slight wave of spiritual power, albeit very weak. Lin Luochen was about to approach and strike up a conversation when he abruptly halted. As he got closer, he noticed that both the man and his entourage were shrouded in a layer of black mist, dark clouds hanging above their heads. The woman wasn't much better off either, her body radiating a layer of blood light, with faint black gas coiling around her, looking exceedingly strange. Lin Luochen cursed his luck. He finally encountered cultivators, only to find they were doomed. After half a month of exploration, he had begun to understand what these strange phenomena represented. The black gas on their faces was death energy. The denser the energy, the closer to death. These unfortunate beings before him had so much death energy that their faces were unrecognizable, indicating they were about to die. The blood light on the woman's face represented a calamity of blood, but the black gas coiling around her was something he had never seen before. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like a good thing, causing Lin Luochen to retreat. His unwavering gaze naturally attracted the attention of the two. The woman's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Luochen. She instinctively took a few more glances and smiled sweetly at him. The man, noticing this, shot a glance of jealousy and turned to chat with the woman beside him, as if to assert dominance. "Qiuji Jr. sister, we should hurry. If we're late, the city gates will close." The woman replied softly, engaging in quiet conversation, attracting the attention of many passers-by. The group walked past Lin Luochen, heading straight for the city gates. A few men exchanged glances and stealthily followed, seemingly captivated by the woman's graceful figure. At the moment they set off, a thick layer of death energy suddenly enveloped their faces, making Lin Luochen shake his head. Lust leads to disaster. Fortunately, he wasn't that kind of person. Lin Luochen thought this to himself, while operating the breath-holding technique, following the group at a distance. He wasn't trying to rob them, he merely wanted to see if he could find a clue about a cultivation sect. If all else fails, he might have to play the hero and save the beauty, using his good looks to extract information. Of course, if those attacking were too strong, Lin Luochen would have no hesitation in turning to flee. The group seemed completely unaware that they were being followed, and after leaving the city, they headed straight for a deserted post station outside. As the sky gradually darkened, the man stood inside the dilapidated post station, looking around restlessly, lightly clapping his folding fan against his palm. "Qiuji Jr. sister, why hasn't your sister arrived yet?" "I'm worried, but I did arrange to meet her here." The young man looked at the beautiful woman, his eyes flashing with desire, wishing he could embrace her to comfort her. However, he raised his hand, but let it drop again, seemingly apprehensive. "Don't worry, Qiuji Jr. sister. Xiaju Jr. sister must have been delayed. Let's deal with a few little mice first. Everyone who has followed us for so long should show themselves now, right?" The moment he finished speaking, a dozen masked, burly men appeared from all directions, surrounding the four in the center. The leader raised a large machete toward the young man, looking fierce and menacing. "Kid, if you're sensible, obediently surrender and hand over the beauty and valuables, and let your family pay a ransom." The two attendants around the young man immediately looked on guard, drawing their weapons. The young man lightly shook his folding fan, sneering, "What if I don't play along?" The bandit leader's eyes flashed with malice as he grinned menacingly. "Then don't blame us for being ruthless." The young man scoffed, "A bunch of bandits dare to rob me, truly unaware of their insignificance." He snapped the fan shut, coldly commanding, "Kill them." The two attendants responded, immediately charging at the bandits like fierce tigers, showing no fear. Chaos erupted as the two attendants fought back against the overwhelming numbers. One attendant slapped a talisman onto his sword, causing it to ignite with roaring flames shining brightly in the night. With the flaming sword's support, he swept through the bandits, sending them into disarray. The bandits' expressions changed drastically as they panicked, shouting, "Oh no, it's a cultivator. Now you're scared. Too late." The young man casually repelled an incoming enemy, the razor-sharp edges of his folding fan slicing through the enemy's flesh, leaving deep wounds. His folding fan twirled, gracefully killing foes before returning, showcasing his elegance. "Qiuji Jr. sister, stay close. Be careful, they might act recklessly." The young man deliberately showed off in front of the woman, always protecting her behind, completely ignoring the fate of his attendants. The woman replied softly, "When you seen your brother, you be careful too." The ordinary bandits were no match for their group. After a few were killed, they panicked and fled in all directions. "Pursue them, leave no one alive." The two attendants hesitated for a moment, but due to the command, chased after the enemies, though they didn't dare pursue too deeply. "Spare us, Immortal. We only." "Oh." The bandits, terrified, begged for mercy, but all they received was the cold blade of death. The young man watched as the bandits fell to the ground, a cold smile curling on his lips. But suddenly he felt a pain in his back and looked down in disbelief at the charred hole in his chest. "Damn, she shouldn't be able to cultivate." "No, she isn't, Muron Xiuji." The young man struggled to turn around. The woman behind him still wore a gentle smile, but her gaze was icy to the bone and the talisman in her hand dimmed. "My brother won't." He hadn't finished speaking before he collapsed dead. The woman in the black dress cautiously severed his head, sneering coldly. "Your brother won't know." She darted towards the two attendants, who were in shock, her figure floating like a startled swan, yet in their eyes she appeared as a grim reaper. "Miss Muron, spare us. Miss Muron, we want leak a word." The woman in black gave them no chance to escape, her eyes filled with murderous intent, sneering coldly. "Only the dead won't speak." The strongest young man in the area was already dead in her hands, and the remaining two attendants were no match for her. With a speed that was almost a blur, she killed one of them, while the last one panicked and ran towards Lin Luochen. Lin Luochen was quite annoyed. He had intended to be a hero saving the beauty, but it turned out this beauty was a soul harvester. He flicked a stone at the fleeing man's leg. After all, there was no need to involve himself any further. Dead friends don't bring down living friends, so goodbye, comrade. Moments later, the attendant who had tripped fell to the ground, unwillingly following his master into the underworld. The woman in black picked up the storage bag, used a flame talisman to incinerate the corpse, and then turned to Lin Luochen with a charming smile. "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. This friend has been watching for quite a while. Are you looking to rob me of wealth?" Lin Luochen did not expect to be exposed, and without a second thought, he turned and ran. From the recent encounter, although this woman was not much stronger than him, being at the late stage of chi refinement, she had evidently received systematic training and knew far more spells than he did. Lin Luochen had only one remaining feather transformation talisman and had no confidence in facing her directly, so he chose to change the battlefield. The woman in the black dress was surrounded by a gentle breeze, and with a light touch of her toes, she leaped far into the air, relentlessly pursuing him. "Where are you in such a hurry to go, fellow Taoist?" Lin Luochen's spirit movement talisman had long been used up, and without any movement techniques, he could only watch as she drew closer. "I only followed because I was worried about your safety. Now that you are unharmed, I shall not disturb you." The woman in the black dress gracefully approached Lin Luochen. "Don't go, young master. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet." She waved her hand, sending out a talisman that transformed into a semi-transparent golden giant sword, directly stabbing at Lin Luochen. Lin Luochen leaped to evade the strike, darting into the forest without looking back, agilely leaping between the treetops. Since he couldn't outrun her in a straight line, he had to utilize his own advantages to see if he could shake her off in the woods. "I mean no harm. Are you truly intent on killing me?" The woman in the black dress remained unfazed, saying, "Your intentions may be good, but unfortunately you have seen what you should not have." She cast spells, sending forth blades of wind, but they were all blocked by the dense trees. Watching Lin Luochen darting around like a monkey among the trees, the woman furrowed her brows. "Is this kid a monkey? How can he be so agile?" She had no choice but to hover above the treetops, using her height to track Lin Luochen's movements, but the expenditure of spiritual energy was immense. Lin Luochen kept leaping through the forest, but remained calm, for he still had one feather transformation talisman left. Chu Lingyin, you've lost. Where's the sword technique you promised? Chu Lingyin did not expect him to still have the leisure to think about spoils at such a critical moment, and couldn't help but be amused. You may have one, but you will die too. Unless you give me your body, I can help you retaliate. How about that? Lin Luochen replied calmly, don't dream. Even if I die, I will not give you my body. Do you have any throwing knife attacks? Otherwise prepare to die here with me. Chu Lingyin retorted, is this last-minute preparation of yours useful? Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly, you don't need to worry about that. Chu Lingyin felt frustrated, wishing for death, dealing with this stubborn blockhead. For her, finding a flying knife technique usable at the chi refinement stage was far more difficult than searching for a forbidden technique that could destroy the world. But seeing the relentless pursuit of the woman in the black dress, she rifled through her memories and provided a technique. This technique is called Flying Star. It should be the strongest throwing knife technique you can use at the moment. At this critical moment of life and death, Lin Luocheng's mind was particularly clear and active. After watching it twice, he had a rough understanding. He deliberately exposed several flaws, and the woman in black did not disappoint him, seizing one of the opportunities. She let out a sharp cry, and a violent wind surged around her as she leaped into the air surrounded by dozens of wind blades. What Lin Luochen wanted was that brief moment of suspension. Suddenly, he turned around and threw out the broken blade in his hand. She let out a sharp cry, and a violent wind surged around her as she leaped into the air surrounded by dozens of wind blades. What Lin Luochen wanted was that brief moment of suspension. Suddenly, he turned around and threw out. The woman in black's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly waved her hand to release the surrounding wind blades for defense while dodging to the side. However, the speed of the blood blade was simply too fast, shattering the wind blades and piercing through her body in an instant. The woman let out a scream, falling from the treetops like a bird with broken wings crashing to the ground. Although she avoided a hit to her heart, the broken blade still pierced through her shoulder bone, disrupting her spells. The woman in black coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up, while holding her chest, intending to retreat. However, Lin Luochen pounced on her, pinning her down, and throwing a punch towards her head, without any mercy. Relying on his instincts from hunting on the mountain, he first threw 2 punches at the prey's head, intending to daze her. The woman quickly turned her head, and there was a dull thud by her ear, causing dust to fly and the ground to be smashed into a pit, startling her. If that punch landed solidly, her face would probably be crushed. Right. Hold on, young master. I have something to say. His fist, covered in dirt, stopped at her nostrils, creating a gust of wind that frightened the woman in black, turning her face pale. Without saying a word, Lin Luochen seized her wrist, twisted it behind her back, and pressed her down into a half-kneeling position. The woman in black was pinned to the ground, although she had ample cushioning. Moving her wounds still made her tear up. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Be gentle, you bastard. Don't you know how to cherish a lady? Lin Luocheng's eyes were cold as he impassively said, give me a reason not to kill you. She was not a saint, and had no bad habit of repaying kindness with kindness. The woman weakly replied, we have no enmity, though I was just momentarily foolish, and I realize my mistake. Lin Luochen coldly retorted, you do not realize your mistake, you only know you are about to die. If you do not give me a reason not to kill you, you can consider how to plead to the king of hell. The woman in black did not expect this guy to be so ruthless, hastily saying, wait. I can apologize. Lin Luochen sneered. Don't be foolish, killing you means the spoils are still mine. Not just the things on you, but you too are my spoils. What qualification do you have to offer others flowers in return? The woman in black was stunned and hurriedly said, I have considerable family assets at home. They can come to redeem me. Lin Luochen slowly raised his hand to gather strength, casually saying, I am not skilled in kidnapping, I prefer a one-time transaction. The woman caught a glimpse of his movements and was terrified by the cold glint in his eyes. Wait, I can give you what you want. Lin Luochen then slowly asked, do you know how to enter a celestial sect? The woman felt as if she had received a pardon and hurriedly replied, of course. I have a celestial decree. Lin Luocheng's eyes sparkled as he said in a deep voice, oh, tell me more. The woman in black weakly said, young master, please let me go first. If this continues, I will die. Lin Luochen looked at the blood staining the ground, and suddenly took out a bottle of pills, stuffing it into her mouth. The woman choked and coughed repeatedly, frowning. What the hell is this? Lin Luochen said lightly, soul-scattering pill. Without the antidote, in 3 days you will die a miserable death. After he finished speaking, he began to rummage through her body, causing her to scream in fright. What do you want? Indecent assault, help. Oh, don't touch me, I am still a pure maidener. If you do this, I can't get married. Lin Luochen remained unfazed, pulling out several storage bags from her waist, and then retrieving a short dagger from her upper thigh. He hesitated for a moment, but still reached into her chest, feeling around, and indeed discovering several talismans hidden in the depths. The woman in black immediately froze, whining, I can't get married. Lin Luochen released her and stood up warning, "Behave yourself, or otherwise I can kill you at any moment." The woman in black with tears in her eyes climbed up holding her wound and glaring at him with a mix of shame and anger. Cough cough. Give me the healing medicine. Lin Luochen opened the storage bag and tossed 2 bottles of healing pills over. The woman in black was about to turn around to apply the medicine when Lin Luochen warned, "Don't turn your back to me and do anything sneaky. Go ahead, I won't stop you. Then you won't turn around and won't let me turn around, or what do you mean?" Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly, "I never turn my back on enemies, don't worry, to me you are no different from pork." The woman in black was so furious she wanted to bite him to death, but her wound was too painful to bear. She tried to pull down her collar, but the tightly fitted dress wouldn't budge. She could only tear it open to apply the medicine. Fortunately, the wound was on her shoulder. She could barely reach her back, otherwise she would have to ask this guy to apply the medicine for her. Lin Luochen gazed at the majestic snow-capped mountains not far away, lost in thought. He appeared to be as steady as a rock, but his eyes flickered somewhat, instinctively glancing over. Chu Lingyin shared his gaze and couldn't help but chuckle. "Kid, didn't you say I was no different from pork?" Lin Luochen honestly replied, "I admit there is indeed a slight difference from pork." The woman in the black dress sprinkled the medicinal powder on the wound, yet she found that blood continued to gush from it. Flustered, she hurriedly pressed her hands against the wound to staunch the bleeding, forgetting all modesty. What on earth is happening? Although Lin Luochen knew that the wound from the broken blade was hard to heal, he had not expected that even the elixirs of cultivators would be ineffective. He picked up the broken blade that had fallen some distance away and slowly approached the woman, causing her to pale in fear. What do you want to do? This guy can't possibly think he's beyond saving and wants to give himself a quick death, right? If you don't want to die, don't move. Lin Luochen slashed his palm with the broken blade, then pressed it directly against her shoulder wound, chanting softly. But in reality, he was reciting form is emptiness. Emptiness is form purely to confuse Chu Lingyin and the woman in the black dress. Lin Luochen did not understand why his blood could negate the power of the broken blade, but he realized he could not let outsiders know. The woman in the black dress felt Lin Luocheng's hot hand pressing on her wound, causing her to break into a cold sweat, regretting her actions deeply. "Morong Xiaozhu, why did you provoke this calamity? Oh no, now he's seen and touched me all over. How am I supposed to marry in the future?" She wanted to glare at Lin Luochen in anger, but looking at his handsome face, so close, she couldn't help but glance aside in embarrassment. How could this guy be so good-looking? "You should apply the medicine again, it should work now." Lin Luocheng's words snapped Morong Xiaozhu back to reality as she reapplied the medicine, and indeed the wound began to heal. How could this guy be so good-looking? "You should apply the medicine again, it should work now." Lin Luocheng's words snapped Morong Xiaozhu back to reality as she reapplied the medicine, and indeed, Lin Luochen responded with a casual grunt, wrapping a bandage around his hand to avoid being discovered that his wound was nearly healed. "So what is the Ascension Order?" "Those holding the Ascension Order may participate in the assessment, and those who pass will be selected by various sects and taken in." Lin Luochen said, "Oh, with interest, then how does one obtain this ascension?" "Those holding the Ascension Order may participate in the assessment, and those who pass will be selected by various sects and taken in." Lin Luochen said, "Oh, with interest, then how does one obtain this Ascension Order?" "The cultivation families in various regions have fixed quotas, and elders from various sects also give them out casually. This order is valid for a long time and is not tied to any individual. As long as one holds the Ascension Order, they may participate in the assessment. I happen to have an Ascension Order on me and am willing to give it to you, young master. I hope you will be magnanimous." Lin Luochen scanned his storage bag, but found no Ascension Order, and then scrutinized her up and down. This woman couldn't possibly hide the order anywhere on her person. Seeing Lin Luochen staring at her so intently, Morong Xiaozhu felt offended, both ashamed and angry. "What are you thinking? I didn't bring the Ascension Order with me, it's with a friend in the city. If you give me the antidote and swear not to kill me, I will take you to find her and present the Ascension Order." Lin Luochen nodded, saying, "All right, I will naturally give you the antidote." Morong Xiaozhu pouted in frustration and said helplessly, "Fine, let's go back and clean up the battlefield first." The two headed towards the abandoned station, not speaking a word nor asking each other's names along the way. They both knew that even if they asked, it would be in vain. They would probably receive a fake name. After a moment, Morong Xiaozhu asked Lin Luochen for a fire talisman and burned all the corpses around the station. Lin Luochen watched her skilled movements and couldn't help but sigh that Lan's How truly produces outstanding people and has simple folk customs. Morong Xiaozhu noticed the look in his eyes and awkwardly smiled, saying, "Actually, I acted in self-defense. These are all lecherous scoundrels who sought to take advantage. They are not good people and all deserve to die." Lin Luochen casually replied, and asked, You're so cautious. Is the man accompanying you of notable background? Morong Xiaozhu nodded awkwardly, saying, he is from a prominent family with a golden core cultivator in the clan. If it weren't for him wanting to take advantage of me, I wouldn't want to kill such a scion of a prominent family. It would bring unnecessary trouble. Chu Lingyin scoffed. A golden core dares to call himself a scion? Oh, how laughable. Lin Luochen was not as arrogant as her, having firmly decided that he needed to handle the belongings of that young master with care. Young master, Morong Xiaozhu looked at Lin Luochen with a pitiful expression, starting to act cute. Could you return some of the things in my storage bag? There are my clothes in there. Those are all women's garments. They would be of no use to you, and I need to disguise myself again to enter the city. Lin Luochen hesitated for a moment, taking out each piece of clothing, inspecting them carefully, before tossing them back to her. Morong Xiaozhu watched him awkwardly fiddling with her sheer little belly band, nearly wanting to dig a hole in the ground to bury herself out of shame. Are you a pervert? Lin Luochen replied expressionlessly, better safe than sorry. How do I know you haven't hidden any treasures inside? Morong Xiaozhu's chest rose and fell violently with anger. Her wound throbbed painfully, feeling as though she were dying of embarrassment. Stop looking, I don't want them anymore. Just find me a set of men's clothing and a roll of bandage from inside. This is too embarrassing, I can't take it anymore. Lin Luochen threw out a set of men's clothing and looked at her oddly, saying, you have this hobby. I need it for convenience, but it's not some special preference. Morong Xiaozhu angrily bound her chest with the bandages in front of him, then directly put on the men's clothing. Even if she looked a bit bulky, she had to avoid giving this guy any advantage. Moments later, Morong Xiaozhu changed into men's clothing, transforming into a dashing young man, though her chest muscles were somewhat exaggerated. Let's go. If we don't hurry, the city gates will close. Lin Luochen nodded and followed her into the city, his vigilance at its peak. This woman is untrustworthy. Who knows what kind of ambush she would lay for me? In fact, Lin Luocheng's worries were not unfounded. Half an hour later, he followed Morong Xiaozhu into a bustling long street. On both sides of the road, women dressed provocatively and adorned in flashy attire kept throwing flirtatious glances at the two. What a handsome young master, come and play with me. I won't charge you. Young master, come here or I can give you 10 taels of silver. Though Lin Luochen had never been here, he had heard of it and knew this was the legendary pleasure district. What are you bringing me here for? This place is filled with vice, definitely not somewhere someone like him, who values integrity, should come. His slightly panicked gaze did not escape Morong Xiaozhu's eyes. My friend lives here, how else would I get it? Lin Luochen hesitated, asking, is your friend male or female? Morong Xiaozhu blinked her eyes and teased, the top courtesan in the brothel, do you want to meet her? Lin Luochen frowned slightly. You actually entrusted the ascension order to a brothel girl. What's wrong with a brothel girl? Morong Xiaozhu argued. Young master, one shouldn't be biased. They are not in control of their own lives either. They are more trustworthy than those who preach morality. Besides, who would have guessed I would put it there? Lin Luochen was left speechless and could only grit his teeth as he followed her into a brothel named Drunken Flower Pavilion. If I don't enter hell, who will? Today he was determined to see how deep the abyss that old Lin spoke of truly was. As Morong Xiaozhu entered, she nudged Lin Luochen. Hey, don't just stand there like an idiot, take out the silver notes. Do you really think you can rely on your looks to get a free ride? Lin Luochen frowned slightly. Aren't we here to find someone? That still requires a tip and money for drinks. Morong Xiaozhu reasoned, and Lin Luochen took out a few silver notes from his storage bag and handed them to her. After all, these weren't even his, they belonged to the young master of a prominent family and Morong Xiaozhu. Morong Xiaozhu complained. It's not enough, give me some more. I still need to pay her some compensation. Lin Luochen, feeling helpless, had to give her another 10 or so silver notes, which finally satisfied Morong Xiaozhu. The two walked into the Zui Hua Fong, where the charming Lin Luochen immediately attracted the attention of many women. A graceful woman approached, smiling brightly at the two. You two young masters look unfamiliar. Is this your first time at my Zui Hua Fong? Morong Xiaozhu waved her hand dismissively. Cut the nonsense, call all the girls in your building over for my young master to choose from. She casually pulled out a silver note and stuffed it into the brothel madam's chest, acting nonchalantly. My young master is not short on money. If he takes a liking to anyone, you will not miss out on the benefits. The madam, who already found Morong Xiaozhu stunningly beautiful, confirmed her gender with her words. Could this be some noble young master accompanied by his personal maid for some fun? When she saw the denomination of the silver note, the madam's smile grew even brighter. Please head upstairs to the elegant chamber and wait. The girls will be here shortly. I promise you will be satisfied. Lin Luochen was inexplicably surrounded and led into the chamber, frowning as he looked at Morong Xiaozhu. What are you doing? Morong Xiaozhu grinned. I don't want to expose our relationship, and I want to help her create. Lin Luochen hesitated, wondering if this hype was meant to attract more visitors to her. However, this place thrived on such interactions, and both parties were willing. Realizing they were not of the same kind, he felt it was best not to say too much. Moments later, a group of flirtatious women stood in the elegant chamber, curiously eyeing the upright Lin Luochen. Upon seeing Lin Luochen, many women's eyes lit up, feeling themselves believe in love again. This young master looked like a transcendent being. Even if they had to pay to spend a moment with him, it would be worth it. They threw flirtatious glances at Lin Luochen, showing off their charms, often bursting into giggles. Lin Luochen suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, nearly wanting to bolt. Murong Xiazhu walked towards the 30 or so women, saying casually, "Are you all here?" Lin Luochen wanted to follow, but stopped in his tracks upon seeing the predatory gazes of the women. Why did these women look like they were ready to pounce? The madam smiled broadly. Except for the girls with customers, Murong Xiazhu pulled out a large stack of silver notes, showing them to the women, then handed them to the madam. "Let's play a little game. Whoever kisses my young master first today will take home all this 100,000 taels." As soon as she finished speaking, the women who had been eyeing Lin Luochen fiercely rushed forward, including the madam, who seized the opportunity to join in. "My young master is rather shy, so you ladies better take good care of him." Murong Xiazhu ran out with a smile, not forgetting to turn back and make a face at him. "Goodbye." Lin Luochen wanted to chase after her, but was surrounded by numerous courtesans, unable to wield the broken blade in his hand due to the many flesh shields. "Get out of the way, don't block my path." He angrily pushed aside the women, but more kept coming, each pouting their lips to kiss him. Me first. Don't squeeze me, you're tearing my clothes." Young Master Lin Luochen was overwhelmed by a wave of courtesans, a spectacular scene of chaos. Every touch was soft and fluffy, and he didn't know where to put his hands, fearing he might touch something inappropriate. "You all step back, I've given you the money, just don't touch me, keep your hands to yourselves." But the women, seeing this, became even more excited, giggling and groping him all over. "Young master, don't be..." "Sister, not only do I not want your money, I'll give you a big red envelope later." "Ouch, something bit me." Even the little mouse in Lin Luochen's arms, feeling drowsy, was pulled at, popping its head out in confusion. Before him was a blinding white scene, waves of white foam rolling, making it bewildered. Where did I come from? Moments later, a group of women screamed as they rushed out from within. Several women collapsed in the elegant chamber, having been knocked unconscious by Lin Luochen. Feeling like he had nearly handed them leverage, Lin Luochen straightened his clothes, stepping out with lingering fear. Old Lin was right, this place was a den of demons, and women were ferocious tigers. If pushed to the edge, they could do anything. Chu Lingyin laughed heartily. "Kid, you're here already, you've spent the money, why not have some fun?" Lin Luochen darkened his face. "Scram, I'm not that kind of person." This place was devoid of anything good, and he didn't want to be careless and lose his advantage. He looked around, the scene was in chaos, yet he didn't see Murong Xiazhu. At this moment, he heard some noise from the adjacent room. Lin Luochen kicked open the door to the next room, where a series of women's screams erupted. On the bed lay a fat man who, upon seeing him, burst and instantly began cursing. "You little brat, who do you think you are daring to?" Lin Luochen's face turned cold, a flash of light appearing in his hand as a long sword material. The fat man shivered and silently covered himself with the blanket. "Big brother, feel free. If you like her, you can start first." Lin Luochen lost interest in this, and seeing that Murong Xiazhu was not inside, turned and left. He opened all the doors he had been guarding, but only found several busy customers and friendly women. This place was indeed well organized and orderly. Before the officials arrived, Lin Luochen left Zue Huafeng with a dark expression, both angry and amused. "Damn woman, you wait for me." The little mouse looked at him in confusion, its round eyes full of bewilderment. Lin Luochen poked its little head, scolding, "You little drunkard." Suddenly he remembered something, his eyes lighting up as he took out a black gauze skirt from his storage bag. It was similar in style to what Murong Xiazhu was wearing today, and was quite rare in her wardrobe. "Mouse, don't you have a keen sense of smell? Is there any way to find her by the scent?" The mouse nodded, repeatedly sniffing at the clothing, then jumped to the ground and began searching around. But soon it looked blankly at Lin Luochen, confusion in its big eyes. "Young master, are you sure this is the scent?" Lin Luochen, not understanding its meaning, asked, "How is it? Any results?" The mouse could only grit its teeth and led Lin Luochen around the town, but found nothing. Lin Luochen had no choice but to find an inn to stay for the night, arriving early at the city gate the next day to wait. This small town had 2 city gates, and he could only try his luck. Chu Lingyin chuckled, "Kid, if you can find her like this, I'll do anything." Lin Luochen's face darkened, but just then a beast cart drove into the city from outside. The mouse suddenly squeaked, excitedly jumping off him to chase after the cart. "Mouse!" Lin Luochen hurriedly chased after it, the mouse gesturing excitedly that the person he was looking for was on the cart. Chu Lingyin was stunned. Had her luck with her mouth, just turned around. Lin Luochen, half believing, followed the beast cart, walking alongside it. and occasionally peeking inside. At that moment, a familiar voice came from inside the cart. "Aunt Zhou, have we arrived at Qingshan City?" Lin Luochen's eyes brightened. At that moment, a familiar voice came from inside the cart. "Aunt Zhou, have we arrived at Qingshan City?" Lin Luochen's eyes brightened, and he quickly caught up to the cart, leaping onto it. At that moment, a familiar voice came from inside the cart. "Aunt Zhou, have we arrived at Qingshan City?" Lin Luochen's eyes brightened. Inside the cart sat a woman in a black skirt, her face covered by a veil and her hands gloved in black silk. She appeared flustered upon seeing him enter. Despite being fully covered, Lin Luochen recognized her at a glance as the woman who had tricked him. The woman in the black dress had her veil removed by Lin Luochen, causing her beautiful eyes to widen. Flustered, the woman covered her face with her hands and said softly, "Young master, I am the twin sister of Xiazhu. You must have mistaken me for someone else." At that moment, a middle-aged woman outside shouted sternly, "Who is this scoundrel? Come out immediately, or I will report you to the authorities." Yet she seemed to be wary of something. Even though she was anxious, she dared not step into the carriage, only shouting from outside. Lin Luochen, ignoring her frown slightly, while looking at the woman's face, which was strikingly similar to Murong Xiaozhu's. "Still pretending?" Lin Luochen asked. "I'm not pretending," the woman replied. "He twin sister Xiaozhu, by your logic your name must be Qiuzhu, right?" The woman shook her head and softly replied, "My name is Qiuzhi, which means autumn day, sweet-scented herb." Seeing her speak so convincingly, and with a distinct aura, Lin Luochen couldn't help but feel a bit hesitant. However, seeing her pale complexion and trusting in Shushu, he felt reassured. "A cunning woman, does she still want to play tricks on me?" Lin Luochen sneered. "Keep making up stories, you still have not healed from your injuries." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly tugged at the woman's shoulder, intending to reveal the truth. As the woman's fragrant shoulder was partially exposed, Lin Luochen was instantly dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. Her shoulder was as smooth as jade, her skin like congealed fat, showing no trace of any wounds. This tug revealed an astonishingly fair and creamy sight, alluring and captivating. The woman was also stunned, a hint of blush appearing on her pale face as she said dazedly, "Young master." Lin Luochen incredulously touched her shoulder, feeling the silky texture as if it were the finest silk. "It's not an illusion, there are truly no wounds." Seeing him actually touch her, the woman finally reacted, letting out a scream and slapping at him. "Pervert." Lin Luochen hurriedly grabbed her hand, dodging a disaster and forcing a dry laugh. Seeing him actually touch her, the woman finally reacted, letting out a scream and slapping at him. "Pervert." Lin Luochen hurriedly grabbed her hand, dodging a disaster and forcing a dry laugh. "Young master, you must let go. If you touch me, misfortune will follow." Lin Luochen, puzzled, released her hand, and Murong Qiuzhi quickly withdrew her hand, flustered, as she straightened her clothes and put her veil back on. Lin Luochen scrutinized her closely, still finding it hard to believe. Is there really someone in the world who looks so similar? However, after verifying with his touch, he carefully observed and still noticed subtle differences between the two. Murong Xiaozhu had lively eyes and a constant smile at the corners of her mouth, as if she were scheming something full of vivacity. In contrast, the woman before him had calm eyes like still water and elegant and gentle demeanor, giving her a soft and fragile air. After Murong Qiuzhi tidied her clothes, she spoke to the middle-aged woman outside the carriage before turning to Lin Luochen, who apologetically said, "I did not mean to offend you. I truly mistook you for someone else. I hope you can forgive me." Murong Qiuzhi shook her head and said, "My sister and I are twins, so it's common for people to mistake us." Seeing that she did not pursue the matter further, Lin Luochen felt relieved, yet he sensed her gaze towards him was somewhat strange. Sympathy and guilt. "No, wait, I offended you. Why would you feel guilty?" But he was too lazy to ponder deeply and asked, "Do you know where your sister is?" Murong Qiuzhi shook her head and said, "I have just arrived in Qingshui City and do not know where my sister is." Lin Luochen did not expect her to reveal Murong Xiaozhu's whereabouts, smiling nonchalantly. Murong Qiuzhi, feeling a bit uneasy, asked, "Young master, it seems you have some grievances with my sister." Lin Luochen replied, "It's nothing serious. I just need to find her for something. Since you do not know her whereabouts, I won't disturb you any further." After saying this, Lin Luochen cupped his hands and left the carriage, jumping down from the carriage to leave. Murong Qiuzhi hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately sighed and shook her head. "What a pity." The middle-aged woman outside hurriedly asked, "Miss, are you all right?" Murong Qiuzhi replied, "Aunt Zhou, I'm fine, just mistaken someone." Murong Qiuzhi gently instructed, "Let's continue on, let's circle around the city before leaving." Aunt Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, continuing to drive the beast cart forward. After the beast cart moved on, Lin Luochen silently followed from a distance. If he guessed correctly, these two sisters should have arranged to meet here. As long as he followed Murong Qiuzhi, he would be able to find Murong Xiaozhu. Just as Lin Luochen was about to set off, he suddenly felt the blue lotus in his sea of consciousness starting to stir. It swayed gently as if trying to dispel something, or perhaps shake off something. Lin Luochen didn't understand, but he couldn't afford to think too much, so he followed after Shushu. Shushu, you must not get lost this time. Shushu nodded repeatedly, but felt wronged in its heart. I did not mistake the person at all. What it did not know was that the skirt Lin Luochen took out was indeed Murong Qiuji's dress. This was taken by Murong Xiaju to impersonate Murong Qiuji, and the one Lin Luochen had was still in use, all carrying the scent of Murong Qiuji. Lin Luochen was unaware of this, simply following the beast cart from a distance. However, Murong Qiuji seemed to have guessed that he would follow, and began to circle around the city. Lin Luochen sneered, thinking that such trivial tricks would shake me off. But just as he scoffed, a bamboo pole suddenly fell from the sky and rolled to his feet. Looking up, a beautiful woman was propping herself against the window, apologetically, smiling at him, her eyes filled with springtime warmth. Young master, I'm sorry, could you please help me pick this up? Lin Luochen was dumbfounded. Was it really this cliché? The charming and graceful young woman gazed at him with affectionate eyes, making one inevitably think of something illicit. Lin Luochen, however, remained unmoved, picked up the pole from the ground, and was about to toss it back up and leave. But just as he picked it up, a burly man wielding a butcher's knife suddenly charged out from a narrow alley, glaring at him with wide eyes. Huh, I've been lurking for days and finally caught you, you scoundrel. Prepare to die. Lin Luochen was startled, quickly snatching the knife from the man's hand, delivering an elbow strike to push him back. Friend, you've misunderstood. The man, refusing to back down, shouted, you scoundrel, how dare you fight back, brother? Huh, I've been lurking for days and finally caught you, you scoundrel. Prepare to die. Lin Luochen was startled, quickly snatching the knife from the man's hand, delivering an elbow strike to push him back. Seeing Lin Luochen, the madam screeched, officer, this is the scoundrel causing a ruckus in our Zuihua pavilion. Lin Luochen cursed inwardly, quickly stepping onto a stall and leaping onto the rooftop to escape. Chase him, don't let this scoundrel get away. A crowd of officers and butchers pursued him, relentlessly causing chaos throughout the city. Lin Luochen finally jumped into a courtyard to escape, only to crash into the county magistrate's wife, who was keeping vigil for her husband alone. Thus Lin Luochen transformed into a notorious flower thief, wanted throughout the city. Originally, he thought the Murong sisters were up to something, but the series of unexpected events made him question his life. Have I violated the laws of heaven? In the distance, Murong Qiuji heard the commotion behind her, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. I warned you not to touch me, now you're facing the consequences, aren't you? She seemed to be accustomed to it already, simply instructing Aunt Zhou change to another carriage. Half an hour later, a completely different carriage slowly exited the city gates. A figure wearing a hood hurriedly followed, and Aunt Zhou looked at her warily. Aunt Zhou, it's me. The person raised her head, revealing a pale little face, and only then did Aunt Zhou feel relieved. Young miss. Murong Xiaju jumped onto the carriage and hurriedly said, let's get out of here, leave the city quickly. Inside the carriage, Murong Qiuji joyfully asked, sister, are you alright? Murong Xiaju removed her hood, her pretty face pale, and sighed softly. I'm fine, but everyone else is dead. Murong Qiuji's eyes dimmed as she spoke dejectedly, sister, did I cause their deaths? Murong Xiaju held her hand, comforting her, you're overthinking, it has nothing to do with you, it's just fate. Murong Qiuji stopped talking instead, saying, sister, a young master was looking for you just now. Murong Xiaju replied, I know, otherwise I wouldn't dare come find you now. Murong Xiaju helplessly said, that guy is probably in serious trouble right now. Just as she finished speaking, the carriage suddenly jolted, and it seemed someone had stopped it. Aunt Zhou's surprised voice came, is it you? Murong Xiaju opened the carriage to see a handsome young man blocking the road. Astonished, she asked, you're not hurt? Lin Luochen looked at the stunned sisters inside the carriage and curled his lips into a cold smile. I'm fine, did I disappoint you? Lin Luochen was seething with rage, wondering how he had managed to survive the last half an hour. Climbing walls, encountering dogs, barging in on illicit affairs, even stepping on rooftops that could collapse beneath him. This was utterly absurd. If his fate had not been so resilient, he would have perished on this road. Now seeing the two culprits before him, Lin Luochen's anger flared, and he gripped the broken blade tightly. Murong Xiaju felt a twinge of guilt at his murderous intent. What kind of background did this kid have to come out unscathed? She stood protectively in front of Murong Qiuji, forcing a smile. Young master, it's a misunderstanding, let's talk this over. Her injuries had not yet healed, and she truly lacked the confidence to defeat Lin Luochen, especially fearing his flying knives. Lin Luochen snorted coldly, glancing warily at the city within, and directly hopped onto the horse-drawn carriage holding the broken blade. Let's go. Although he was not afraid of the city guards, he didn't want to stir up trouble, so it was wiser to leave first. The carriage continued forward, and Lin Luochen boldly took the central seat, claiming the position of authority. From Lin Luochen's previous observations of Murong Zhu was not skilled in close combat, relying entirely on her spells and talismans. However, since he had confiscated all her talismans at this distance, she had no chance of winning. Mu Rongxia Zhu pulled Mu Rongqiu Ji far away from him, appearing as if she were sitting on pins and needles, filled with anxiety. She did not want to be caught in the crossfire and wished she could get as far away from him as possible. Lin Luochen sneered. So you're Mu Rongxia Zhu, huh? You made it easy for me to find you. At that moment, the two women sat side by side, almost identical. If it weren't for their different clothing and expressions, it would be hard to distinguish between them. Mu Rongxia Zhu's eyes darted around, forcing a smile. Young master, how did you find me? Lin Luochen snorted without answering. If it weren't for the Mouse's contribution, he might have truly let these two sisters escape. They'll settle the score with you later, Mu Rongqiu Ji. Quickly undo the strange spell on me. According to Chu Lingyin, he must have been affected by some spell during his interaction with them, which was why he had been so unlucky. Recalling what Mu Rongqiu Ji had said, Lin Luochen suspected he had been cursed when the two of them made contact. Mu Rongqiu Ji hesitated, saying, Young master, I have no cultivation. How could I cast a spell on you? Lin Luochen was taken aback, but he needed 3 days to use his ability to foresee fate, unsure if she was truly a cultivator. Moreover, using spiritual energy to probe required physical contact, which he was reluctant to attempt with Mu Rongqiu Ji. Are you saying that touching you will bring misfortune? Mu Rongqiu Ji nodded. Young master, I am born under an omen. Everyone who comes into contact with me will face misfortune. Lin Luochen still did not believe Mu Rongqiu Ji's bizarre claim and frowned slightly. How could that be? Just touching you a couple of times would bring bad luck. Is it really so sinister? It truly is. The Mu Rong sisters nodded simultaneously, with Mu Rongxia Zhu looking at him with a sympathetic expression. Young master, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, hurry and fulfill them. Don't leave any regrets. Lin Luochen sneered. I refuse to believe in such superstition. Just as he finished speaking, Aunt Zhou's voice came from ahead. Miss, be careful, there's an ambush. The carriage jolted violently, causing Lin Luochen to hit the back of his head against the carriage wall, making him grimace in pain. The Mu Rong sisters were tossed about like rolling gourds, and Mu Rongqiu Ji cried out as she fell in front of Lin Luochen. Lin Luochen instinctively supported her. Although he prevented her from hitting the sharp end of a spear, she crashed into his chest. The two were in a rather awkward position, staring at each other, creating an incredibly awkward atmosphere. In a daze, he saw an image. A robust man chasing after the carriage, suddenly throwing a spear towards the cabin. Lin Luochen instinctively sidestepped, and in the next second a spear pierced through the back of the carriage and flew out the door. In a daze, he saw an image. A robust man chasing after the carriage, suddenly throwing a spear towards the cabin. Lin Luochen instinctively sidestepped, and in the next second a spear pierced through the back of the carriage and flew out the door. A woman's scream echoed, and Mu Rongqiu Ji exclaimed, Aunt Zhou. Lin Luochen broke out in a cold sweat. If he had not dodged in time, that spear would have hit him squarely in the head. At this moment he had no choice but to believe, cursing silently about the ominousness. Loose the arrows. A shout rang out, and arrows rained down from all directions, the sound of arrows clashing against the carriage echoing. The horse pulling the carriage let out a mournful neigh, and the entire carriage leaned forward, accompanied by the muffled groans of a woman from the front. Lin Luochen struggled to hold Mu Rongqiu Ji steady, listening carefully to identify and deflect the incoming arrows. Mu Rongxia Zhu pressed tightly against the carriage, quickly casting spells as a fierce wind surrounded the carriage. She anxiously asked, Aunt Zhou, are you all right? However, Aunt Zhou outside did not appear to be unscathed, and footsteps approached from all directions, clearly indicating that someone was charging in. A glint of killing intent flashed in Mu Rongxia Zhu's eyes as she solemnly said, Watch over Qiu Ji for me. I will give you the ascension token you wanted. Using the fierce wind to shield her, she directly opened the carriage door and squeezed out. She saw the horse being shot in the head by an arrow, collapsing to the ground lifeless. Aunt Zhou lay not far away, riddled with arrows, with a large hole in her chest. Surrounding them were a group of black-clad masked figures charging in with knives, led by a burly man wielding a long spear exuding a fierce aura. Above, a muscular man held a large bow, aiming an arrow at Mu Rongxia Zhu. Mu Rongxia Zhu channeled her spells, gritting her teeth as she declared, You Hua Luo Yao, you are seeking death. The raging wind around the carriage transformed into invisible blades, claiming one life after another. The burly man wielding the spear remained silent, swinging his long spear to disperse the invisible blades. The archer above shot an arrow, forcing Mu Rongxia Zhu to exert all her strength to redirect its trajectory. The distance between the two men rapidly closed. The towering figure suddenly leaped 3 zhang high, pulling his right arm back like a crescent moon. The spear in his hand gleamed coldly, preparing to throw another spear. At that moment, the top of the carriage exploded. Amid the flying wood chips, a white figure burst through like a dragon, emerging from the sea wielding a strange blood blade. With a gentle wave of his hand, the blood blade flew out at lightning speed, heading straight for the burly man's head in midair. The man had not expected there would be a master on the carriage, and he did not possess Mu Rongxiaju's ability to shift position in the air. Poof! A muffled sound like that of a watermelon bursting echoed, and the man's head exploded in an instant. His headless body was propelled several zhang away by inertia, crashing heavily into a pile of rubble by the roadside, twitching a few times. The splattered blood fell upon the group of black-clad individuals, chilling them to the bone, leaving them trembling and their scalps tingling. This was a latest-stage chi refinement cultivator. Was that all? The white figure landed on the shattered top of the carriage, his clothes billowing like clouds, hair flying wildly, exuding an extraordinary elegance. Everyone in the scene was stunned. While Mu Rongxiaju secretly rejoiced, she could not help but feel a twinge of fear. She had offended him, would she not meet the same fate? Lin Luochen glanced at the disfigured, burly man, feeling considerably relieved. He detested it most when others aimed for his head regardless of whether they were big or small. Lin Luochen shot a cold glare at Mu Rongxiaju, his tone chilling to the bone. Remember what you just said, or he will be your example. Mu Rongxiaju obediently nodded, but her heart was racing. This was bad. Would next year on this date be her day of reckoning? Lin Luochen tossed several talismans to Mu Rongxiaju and said coolly, "Those people up there are yours to handle." He could not match Mu Rongxiaju's ethereal lightness. Pursuit and assassination were better left to her. After all, he had already detained Mu Rongxiaju. He need not fear her escape. Mu Rongxiaju glanced at Mu Rongxiaju, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Keep Qiuji safe. She lightly tapped her toes against the ground, riding the gale like a dragonfly skimming water, and shot up the mountain slope. Lin Luochen watched Mu Rongxiaju inside the carriage, and found himself momentarily perplexed. This woman could neither be touched nor abandoned. Left behind, she might be seized. Yet how was he to bring her into battle? As the black-robed figures began scattering, Lin Luochen steeled his resolve and extended his hand toward her. "Let us go?" Mu Rongxiaju stared blankly at Lin Luochen, who stood above her with hand outstretched. "Where?" she asked, dazed. His voice remained calm and uninflected. "I will take you to kill." Mu Rongxiaju froze for a heartbeat, then hesitantly placed her hand in his. Lin Luochen pulled her up in one swift motion, she cried out in surprise as he caught her slender waist in a firm embrace. "Hold on tightly, do not move." At his words, Mu Rongxiaju flushed crimson and wrapped her arms around his waist, striving to ease his burden. Mu Rongxiaju, soaring upward, glanced back and nearly lost her composure. "Wait, brother, are you truly courting death?" Lin Luochen felt the azure lotus tremble anew within him. Time was short, and victory must be decisive. Swallowing his pride, he drew a long sword, channeled spiritual energy into his feet, and launched himself outward in a single bound. Though he lacked Mu Rongxiaju's feather-like grace, covering several zhang in a single stride came effortlessly. The black-robed assailants, already paralyzed by terror, fled in blind panic, yet none could outrun him. Lin Luochen swept his blade. A pale azure sword chi lashed forth as if drawn from legend itself. A few stragglers fell wounded by the invisible force, crashing heavily to the ground and begging for mercy. "Spare our lives, young master. We only obeyed orders." Lin Luochen's expression remained impassive. Blade rose, blade fell. Then he surged onward, hunting down the remaining fugitives. What sorrow or justification they bore was none of his concern. Had their positions been reversed, would they have spared him out of pity? Realizing escape was impossible, the black-robed figures roared, "Fight him to the death." Precisely what Lin Luochen desired. He unleashed the Qingping sword art. Sword chi cascaded like rain, cutting through the fray as though it were empty air. Though this was his first time wielding the art in combat, he swiftly grasped its essence, growing ever more fluid and assured. Though several cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage lingered in the field, none could withstand Lin Luochen's onslaught. He carved a path of devastation. Each strike claimed a life. Were it not for holding Mu Rongxiaju, causing occasional lapses in precision, not a single enemy would have survived. Mu Rongxiaju did not look upon the carnage. She merely gazed at Lin Luochen's profile, lost in silent reverie. "So he fears neither my constitution. How intriguing. Let us hope he truly survives." Lin Luochen, wholly absorbed in slaying his foes, remained oblivious to her musings. Indeed, cradling such beauty sharpened his focus, and even lent his movements an unexpected elegance. Yet inwardly, he cautioned himself, showing off before a maiden was no virtue. Moments later, nearly all black-robed figures lay slain. Only 2 Foundation establishment cultivators fled in desperation. Lin Luochen cut down one, then hurled his sword at the last. It missed. Damn, what rotten luck. Only after hurling over a dozen blades did he finally pierce the fleeing man, who nearly became a human pincushion. Brother, I cannot tell whether misfortune clings to me or to you. Lin Luochen methodically finished the job, leaving no survivors, and asked no questions. He had no wish to entangle himself in the Murong sisters' affairs. His sole aim was securing the Ascension token and departing swiftly. It was only after he had erased all traces that Murong Xiazhu returned breathless and weary. Seeing both unharmed, she exhaled deeply, then studied Lin Luochen with an odd searching gaze. Just who is this youth? And how does he possess such uncanny resilience? Murong Xiaozhi now recited the sutra for the departed for Aunt Zhou, her countenance, solemn eyes shadowed with quiet sorrow and resignation. Leaning against the carriage, Lin Luochen wiped his broken blade and said coolly upon Murong Xiazhu's arrival, the Ascension token. Murong Xiazhu's smile stiffened awkwardly. She replied, the Ascension token rests at my home. You may accompany me there and I. Lin Luochen released a slow, measured breath, infusing spiritual energy into the fractured blade, his gaze glacial, his tone utterly devoid of inflection. I knew I could not trust you. Do you have any final words? Murong Xiazhu hastily interjected, I swear it. I truly possess the Ascension token at home. It was left to us sisters by our parents. A sardonic smile curled Lin Luochen's lips, the murderous intent in his eyes deepening. Do you truly believe I would trust you again? Master, please do not act rashly. Seeing this, Murong Xiaozhi stepped forward, arms spread wide, shielding Murong Xiazhu. Sister speaks truth. The Ascension tokens were indeed bequeathed to us by our parents. Since I am incapable of cultivation, I may freely bestow mine upon you, master. Murong Xiazhu blanched, yanking her sister backward and shooting her a sharp warning glance. One bears responsibility for one's own deeds. Come with us, and I shall deliver an Ascension token without fail. She knew full well he showed no mercy to beauty. Crossing him meant certain death. Lin Luochen scoffed. From your words, I infer your parents are no longer among the living. If I am correct, these assassins were dispatched by your own clan. They never intended to grant you the tokens, and yet you expect me to serve as your bodyguard. Murong Xiazhu stared dumbfounded. How astute this youth truly was. Murong Xiaozhi, however, remained composed and spoke plainly. You are correct. These were indeed sent by our clansmen. Yet this decision reflects only certain elders, not the entire clan. By ancestral law, the Ascension tokens must be bestowed upon us upon reaching adulthood. So long as we return safely, they dare not refuse, else risk losing legitimacy before the clan. I swear upon my life, should we return unharmed, I will deliver an Ascension token to you, by any means necessary. Your strength is formidable. Oh, protecting us would cost you little. Why not seize this opportunity? Lin Luochen laughed softly, almost incredulously. I see you possess a silver tongue, but I still do not trust you. Murong Xiaozhi stepped firmly before Murong Xiazhu, once more biting her lower lip. Then slay me as well. Do you think I lack the courage? Lin Luochen raised his hand slightly, the broken blade shimmering with a faint crimson aura. Step aside, or I shall show no restraint. Murong Xiaozhi simply closed her eyes. Murong Xiazhu hastily pulled her behind her. You there, do not act rashly. Every soul who has sought Xiaozhi's death met a grim, untimely end. I alone bear the guilt. Kill me and spare Xiaozhi. Lin Luochen had merely intended to frighten Murong Xiaozhi, yet the azure lotus flared with frantic warnings, leaving him inwardly bewildered. Is this woman truly so uncanny? Frustrated, he lowered the broken blade in his hand, and Murong Xiazhu instantly exhaled in profound relief. Young master, I swear, I have not deceived you this time. Should even a single word prove false, I submit myself entirely to your judgment, execution, or dismemberment, as you see fit. Humph. Lin Luochen sneered coldly. Whether your words hold truth matters little to me. This misfortune is mine alone. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away, utterly bewildering Murong Xiazhu. Wait, where are you going? If I cannot contend with you, surely I may retreat from you. Find another playmate. Leave me be. Lin Luochen had no desire to entangle himself further in the sisters' affairs. Instead, he resolved to venture toward Qingshi City and test his fortune. In his previous life, when first imprisoned atop Panlong Peak, disciples of the Jade Maiden Sect had still tended to his daily needs. From one such maiden, Lin Luochen learned that Onsen Tintha Sandier's prodigy had emerged in Qingshi City. Rumors claimed this figure, in pursuit of cultivation, had slaughtered his entire clan, and worse, performed a blood ritual upon Qingshi City's populace, igniting widespread shockwaves. Such an atrocity would warrant condemnation as one of the 10 greatest evils in Xian Province, but in Lan Province it barely stirred notice. Moreover, his innate talent was extraordinary. He possessed the legendary celestial demon's sacred body. To claim this rare sacred body, sects across Lan Province had clashed fiercely in a contest of wills and power. Ultimately, he entered Tianyan Sect, one of the 6 Dao sects, and joined the Wheel Reincarnation Holy Hall, where he received unparalleled tutelage and resources. Lin Luochen planned to explore the outskirts of Qingshi City. Perhaps there he might yet seize an opportunity to enter a sect. Of course, he had no intention of entering Qingshi City itself. Better not risk becoming a sacrificial offering. Murong Qiuji, however, had not anticipated Lin Luochen's abrupt departure and hurriedly called out to detain him. Young master, the Ascension tokens are held exclusively by noble families. Commoners stand virtually no chance of obtaining one. The Ascension Grand Assembly begins in 2 months. Miss it now, and you must wait another 3 years. Young master, escort us back to Qingshi City, and you shall receive an Ascension token. Why seek distant paths when fortune lies so near? Lin Luochen froze mid-stride and whirled around stunned. You said, escort you back where? Qingshi City, in Lan Province. Lin Luochen's expression remained impassive, but within 10,000 wild horses galloped across his thoughts. So he could not shake them off after all. Yet their origin, Qingshi City, stirred unsettling associations within him. Could the legendary prodigy of Qingshi City be none other than these two sisters? As the saying goes, when one ascends the Tao, even chickens and dogs rise with him. Was it still possible? Could he latch on to such fortune now? Seeing his hesitation, Murong Qiuji seized the moment without delay. Young master, if you merely escort us safely back to Qingshi City, we shall trouble you no further. Agreed. After a pause, Lin Luochen asked cautiously, how powerful is the strongest cultivator in your clan? Our patriarch has reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, but he will not act against us. Murong Qiuji nodded vigorously, adding, it is our uncle who pursues us. He stands at the late stage of foundation establishment. He would never deign to act personally, not least for fear of tarnishing his reputation. He commands only 2 cultivators at the early stage of foundation establishment. Lin Luochen frowned. Frankly, even this so-called patriarch struck him as astonishingly weak. Yet at last he understood why he had encountered no cultivators for so long. Clearly, Duanyue Demon Gorge was not only a desolate wasteland in mortal eyes, it was likewise barren ground in the eyes of cultivators. Observing Lin Luochen's silence, Chu Lingyin could not resist teasing him. So, has the sight of beauty rooted you to the spot? Lin Luochen was not swayed by charm, but he feared squandering 3 precious years. Chu Lingyin, is there any way to bind them to prevent being duped again? Chu Lingyin had not expected his sincerity, and her own thoughts quickened accordingly. Should she too feign misfortune? Employ the allure of beauty. That's simple. Make them swear an oath. Lin Luochen blinked, perplexed. What use is an oath? Do you expect divine justice to descend from 3 feet above? Truly, you know nothing of cultivation. With a sigh, Chu Lingyin explained, an ordinary person's oath carries negligible weight. The celestial constraints are faint indeed. But cultivators defy heaven itself. Thus oaths are never uttered lightly. A minor transgression invites inner demons. Grave betrayal shatters both soul and form. Oaths fall into 3 tiers: mundane oaths, blood oaths, and Tao oaths, each binding with escalating severity. At your current level, only mundane oaths are viable, yet even they impose considerable restraint upon one another. Lin Luochen stared astonished. A mere mundane oath wields such force. Put simply, the higher one's cultivation, the more perilous an oath becomes. Ordinary mortals, or low-level cultivators, may swear freely provided their cultivation remains stagnant. Then the consequences remain muted. Yet should their strength ascend, memory sharpens, and long-forgotten vows return, coalescing into inner demons. At the precipice of life and death, a single errant thought may spell utter annihilation. Put simply, the higher one's cultivation, the more perilous an oath becomes. Ordinary mortals, or low-level cultivators, may swear freely provided their cultivation remains stagnant. Then the consequences remain muted. Its essence was not vengeance deferred, but vengeance inevitable, awaiting only the right hour. Unless one renounced advancement forever, caution was imperative. Lin Luochen asked, in blood oaths. Tao oaths. Those belong to elder cultivators. Binding power escalates with seniority. Imagine it thus: heaven already frowns upon those who rebel against fate. Yet you dare swear by heaven itself. When you break such an oath, do you think heaven will hesitate to strike you down? You lack both the rank and the authority to utter such vows. Lin Luochen, astounded by this intricate web of cosmic law, finally saw clearly, and turned his gaze upon the Murong sisters. Let me make one thing clear: should the enemy prove insurmountable, I will abandon you without hesitation. Relief flooded Murong Qiuji's face as she smiled warmly. Naturally. Should circumstances become untenable, young master may depart freely. We shall harbor not the slightest resentment. Lin Luochen gave a slight nod and spoke coolly. Then swear, now? The sisters exchanged a glance, then raised their hands toward heaven and swore before Lin Luochen. At the instant the vow concluded, the azure lotus within his spiritual sea trembled, and an intangible celestial force descended resonating through the void. For the first time Lin Luochen felt the Tao Oath's presence with crystalline clarity, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Murong Xiazhu, noticing his daze, waved gently. Young master, go into the city, procure a carriage and a map. We prepare to depart. Murong Xiazhu blinked. Lin Luochen nodded. I cannot re-enter the city. I'll await you here. Hurry back. I'd assumed you truly feared misfortune clinging to you. Murong Xiazhu burst into laughter, then took silver coins and several talismans from Lin Luochen's hand and dashed into the city. Murong Xiozhi, anxious, ventured softly, young master, might you help lay Aunt Zhou to rest? Lin Luochen nodded and hoisted the corpse up the mountain to dig a grave. Idle hands were idle minds, so while Murong Xiazhu was gone he probed Murong Xiozhi gently about her clan's affairs. After all, knowledge of both self and adversary ensures victory in every battle. Murong Xiozhi understood his intent and answered without reserve. According to her, the Murong clan had once stood glorious, producing a nascent soul cultivator among their ancestors. Yet each generation declined further. After the ancestral patriarchs passing, the lineage faltered, its brilliance dimmed. Their father Murong Nanchuan, the sole golden core cultivator in the clan, had perished tragically during cultivation, succumbing to demonic corruption. Their eldest uncle Murong Danyue, reaching the peak of foundation establishment, assumed leadership in crisis, becoming patriarch. Without a golden core cultivator, the Murong clan plummeted irreversibly, reduced to obscurity among minor clans. They were forced to abandon the bustling metropolis, resettling in Qingshi City, a remote, impoverished town nestled against the Duanyue Mountains. Thereafter, the Murong clan lost eligibility for ascension tokens from sects. The few remaining tokens became their final desperate hope. With many wolves but scarce prey, discord and rivalry inevitably erupted. Orphaned and vulnerable, yet holding 2 ascension tokens, the sisters became targets of envy and malice. With many wolves but scarce prey, discord and rivalry inevitably erupted. Orphaned and vulnerable, yet holding 2 ascension tokens, the sisters became targets of envy and malice. Cultivators guarded. Miss Xiozhi, was it truly your uncle who moved against you this time? Murong Xiozhi nodded. Most likely. Those who pursued us earlier served under him. Lin Luochen pondered silently. Others too might be vying for dominance. Just as his thoughts drifted, the earth trembled faintly beneath him. He looked up, only to see a churning white wave surging toward them. An avalanche. Lin Luochen jolted upright and swept Murong Xiozhi into his arms, sprinting for safety. Murong Xiozhi cried out in alarm and instinctively locked her arms tightly around his neck to ease his burden. Only after reaching solid ground did Lin Luochen catch his breath, heart pounding with residual terror. How uncanny. He had nearly been buried alive. Still clinging to his neck, Murong Xiozhi blushed softly. Young master, perhaps you might set me down now. Only then did Lin Luochen notice the azure lotus trembling violently and cursed inwardly before setting her down. Miss Xiozhi, has this always been your nature? She nodded, voice subdued. In a manner of speaking, everyone close to me suffers misfortune, except my elder sister. Lin Luochen sighed inwardly. Clearly Murong Xiazhu possessed the sturdiest fate. No wonder she shared blood with Xiozhi. Having endured such ill fortune since childhood, how did you even survive to adulthood? Murong Xiozhi flushed with embarrassment. Young master, please understand it is others who suffer calamity upon contact with me, not I. Just now, if you had left me behind, the avalanche would most likely have halted before me. Lin Luochen gaped. So, if I'd stood still, nothing would have happened at all. Murong Xiozhi shook her head earnestly. I would remain unharmed, but you, young master, would almost certainly be buried. Lin Luochen stared dumbfounded. Could fate truly twist so absurdly? If that is so, why seek my protection at all? With such invincible misfortune, what purpose did he serve? Murong Xiozhi confessed. I won't be in danger, but my sister will be affected by me. I don't want her to get hurt. Lin Luochen suddenly realized that Murong Xiozhi, unable to cultivate, could legitimately deprive her of her ascension token. It seems that Murong Xiaozhu is their main target. No wonder the 2 women swapped identities. This is a deliberate use of Murong Xiozhi's oddity to deal with the approaching assassins. Has no one looked into your situation? Murong Xiozhi smiled bitterly and said, how could there be no one? But the people who came either died unexpectedly or vanished without a trace after leaving. Some in the clan think I'm an omen of misfortune and want to eliminate me, the harbinger of death, but they all died before me. The clan had no choice but to spend a fortune to send me to the Howren Academy in Shuzhou to suppress me with the righteous aura of Howren. But now that we sisters have come of age, we cannot stay in the academy any longer, and since I cannot cultivate, I will most likely have to remain in the clan. This time, they don't want us to return, probably fearing that I, the harbinger of death, will bring disaster back to the clan. Lin Luochen gasped upon hearing this, and no wonder she had just boldly blocked Morong Xiao's way. Chu Lingyin, have you seen a situation like this before? Chu Lingyin shook her head repeatedly, in the sea of consciousness her expression extremely strange. I've never seen one. Young man, perhaps you should reconsider, this little girl is quite sinister. Morong Xiaoji was afraid of scaring him off, and quickly reassured him. Young master, as long as you keep your distance, and do not entertain any thoughts of getting close to me, nothing will happen. Lin Luochen pointed to Aunt Zhou, who had been forced underground, speechless as he said, isn't she keeping her distance? Morong Xiaoji awkwardly replied, well, maybe it's because I have affectionate feelings for her. Lin Luochen broke out in a cold sweat. This was completely unpredictable. Miss Xiaoji, I still wish to live a bit longer, so I implore you not to have any affectionate feelings for me. Morong Xiaoji's face turned bright red as she looked at his handsome face, and weakly said, young master, I'll try my best. Don't try, you must not. Lin Luochen said seriously, if you like me for any reason, I'll change it immediately. Morong Xiaoji chuckled, covering her mouth as she said, I didn't expect you to be quite humorous, young master. Lin Luochen was bewildered. Where was his humor? This was a matter of life and death. Just then a carriage slowly approached in the distance, driven by Morong Xiaoju. Let's go. Lin Luochen took Morong Xiaoji onto the carriage, and took the reins, fearing that staying in the same carriage with her would lead to an inexplicable death. Shu Shu peeked out of his arms, curious as he looked around. Lin Luochen took out a spirit ginseng to feed it while he began to count his spoils. This time, counting the spoils from the young master of that family and Morong Xiaoju, he was richly rewarded. In addition to spirit stones and silver, he also acquired numerous basic talismans, 3 inferior spirit weapons, and 1 medium spirit weapon. The medium spirit weapon was the folding fan of that family's young master, which Lin Luochen found uncomfortable to use, so he tossed it aside. Besides that, there were several pills, techniques, and various other items, as well as some clothing. Lin Luochen kept the clothes of the Morong sisters, and burned everything else to avoid trouble. He kept the sisters' clothes mainly to find an opportunity to return them. There was no other meaning. Lin Luochen fed the spirit herbs to Shu Shu, but it looked disinterested. This left him quite helpless. He didn't understand why this little fellow was so picky. With sufficient heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Shu Shu's progress was astonishing. In a short time it had already reached the 5th level of qi refining. Lin Luochen suspected that if this continued, it would soon surpass him in strength. To avoid being outdone by a mouse, he trained diligently, not daring to rest for a moment. After Lin Luochen and the others left in an abandoned relay station, a beast resembling a wolf and a dog was continuously sniffing around. A finely dressed man looked at the lingering beast and said coldly, have you found out? The attendant behind him nervously replied, we found out that the second young master left the city with Miss Morong, and after that there was no news. After Lin Luochen and the others left in an abandoned relay station, a beast resembling a wolf and a dog was continuously sniffing around. A finely dressed man looked at the lingering beast and said coldly, however, someone found Lin Luochen before him. It was the long-sought Lung Yuanshuang. At this moment Lung Yuanshuang finally saw Lin Luochen, but her pretty face was darkened. This guy was not alone, but was with a pair of stunningly beautiful sisters. Seeing the 3 of them chatting and laughing in contrast to Lin Luocheng's attitude towards her, Lung Yuanshuang nearly turned to leave. Damn it, I was worried about you, and yet you are here enjoying yourself. Lung Yuanshuang crushed the spirit butterfly in her hand, her gaze icy as she looked at Lin Luochen without revealing herself. She silently followed behind the 3, constantly comforting herself. I'm not anyone to him, so there's no need to be angry. I'm not jealous. I just want to confirm whether these 2 women are the demonesses of the Maiden Sect. Lung Yuanshuang tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, her gaze chillingly cold. You better be the demonesses of the Maiden Sect. At this moment Lin Luochen was unaware that Lung Yuanshuang was watching him with jealousy, as he was roasting marshmallows with the Morong sisters in the wilderness. In the wilderness, although there were trees providing cover, it was still freezing cold, and the 3 could only light a bonfire to keep warm. Lin Luochen leaned against a tree holding a book on yin-yang techniques, which he obtained from the storage bag of that family's young master. It seems that the young man truly had ill intentions, wanting to take advantage of Morong Xiaoju, but was instead killed by her. It is said that this person was also a fellow disciple from their academy, who had always been quite lustful towards the sisters. This time, he somehow learned that the Morong family did not want the sisters to return, planning to engage in acts of debauchery. However, he was exposed by Morong Xiaoju and met his end unexpectedly. Morong Xiaoju was perplexed by Lin Luocheng's gaze, and when she saw the book in his hand, she was even more horrified. This guy doesn't seem to fear Xuzi's body of misfortune. Oh, what should I do? Morong Xiaoju was perplexed by Lin Luocheng's gaze, and when she saw the book in his hand, she was even more horrified. This guy doesn't seem to fear Xuzi's body of misfortune. Oh, what should I do? Beat red immediately. Damn it, they have already started researching these postures. Woo, it must be the demonesses of the Miaoing sect. How infuriating. At this moment Lin Luochen felt as if something she liked had been stolen from her, nearly bringing her to tears. Although Lin Luochen felt a cold glare on his back, he could find no source, and simply assumed it was some fierce beast lurking nearby. He casually tossed the technique into the fire, reducing it to ashes. Trash, not even comparable to the Miaoing sect's Yin-Yang Harmony manual. He continued to browse through the other techniques he had acquired, most of which were basic elemental spells and sword techniques. Lin Luochen was interested in the elemental techniques and attempted to cultivate them, but to his frustration, he found he couldn't use even the simplest ones. Is this thing really that difficult? He stubbornly tried again and again, starting to doubt life. Chu Lingyin helplessly said, "You should stop trying. You don't have the elemental roots, so you can't use it." Lin Luochen was stunned, and Chu Lingyin explained, "Besides using talismans to use elemental techniques, you must communicate with the heavens through your own elemental roots. You don't possess elemental roots, so it's normal that you can't activate elemental powers." Lin Luochen never expected such complications and anxiously said, "I can't possibly have no elemental roots, right?" Chu Lingyin rolled her eyes and said irritably, "If you had no roots, you wouldn't be able to cultivate at all. You must have mutated elemental roots, and your elemental root quality should be decent, otherwise you wouldn't even have a hint of elemental roots." Lin Luocheng's eyes brightened at her words, recalling the concept of mutated elemental roots. As far as he knew, besides the common 5 elemental roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there were also 3 types of mutated elemental roots: ice, wind, and lightning. Mutated elemental roots are not only rare, but also stronger than regular elemental roots. Although Lin Luochen didn't understand why this woman was suddenly so kind, he figured he should take advantage of the situation. He decisively asked, "Then how can I determine my elemental roots?" Chu Lingyin replied casually, "Aside from specialized spiritisting instruments, you can directly cultivate the corresponding techniques." Lin Luochen suddenly understood, then looked intensely at Murong Xiaozhu, startling her. "What are you planning?" Lin Luochen said in a deep voice, "Do you know wind-type techniques?" Murong Xiaozhu nodded. Lin Luochen succinctly said, "Teach me, and I'll give you the antidote tomorrow." Murong Xiaozhu's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Isn't that the Gathering Spirit Pill?" She had tasted the Gathering Spirit Pill before, which was why she had boldly left Lin Luochen earlier. "You mean to tell me it's really a soul-dissolving pill?" Lin Luochen said seriously, "Of course not. That's a soul-dissolving pill disguised as a Gathering Spirit Pill." Murong Xiaozhu was skeptical, but still didn't dare to take the risk. "I can teach you, but I can't guarantee you'll learn it, especially since wind-type techniques require wind elemental roots to master. Wind elemental roots are mutated roots, extremely rare, 1 in 10,000, and wind-type spells are quite difficult to learn." Lin Luochen said nonchalantly, "I understand, just teach me." Murong Xiaozhu had no choice but to honestly teach him the wind-type spells, crossing her arms and preparing to watch him make a fool of himself. After a moment, Lin Luochen had a gentle breeze swirling around him and wondered, "It doesn't seem that difficult." Murong Xiaozhu, who had intended to watch him fail, felt like a joke herself, her expression utterly bewildered. This guy must be intentionally trying to outshine me. Although Murong Xiaozhu was deeply affected, she still held her ground. "You're not too foolish. This is the simplest part. The difficult part is yet to come." Lin Luochen believed her words, nodding as he focused intently on her. "Watch closely. I will only teach this once. This is the Gale Slash." Murong Xiaozhu quickly cast her spell, waving her hand to unleash several blades of wind that struck a large tree in the distance. Lin Luochen imitated her, slicing out a wind blade, and asked, "What next?" Murong Xiaozhu felt a burning sensation on her face, sensing that the boy was looking at her, as if to say, "This is it. Don't get too proud. Watch closely. This is the wind control technique." Murong Xiaozhu felt a burning sensation on her face, sensing that the boy was looking at her, as if to say, "This is it. Don't get too proud. Watch closely." Murong Xiaozhu made a hand gesture, surrounded by swirling snow and wind rising several feet into the air, provocatively gazing at Lin Luochen. "Want to give it a try?" She had spent nearly half a month learning this move, enduring many falls, and she doubted he could master it instantly. Lin Luochen was most eager to learn this move, and without hesitation, he also recited the incantation, summoning a gust of wind. He wobbled several feet off the ground, struggling to maintain his balance, leaving Murong Xiaozhu astounded. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, Murong Xiaozhu, who prided herself on her talent, witnessed the disparity between individuals. It was Lin Luochen's first time levitating off the ground with his own abilities, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. However, his distraction caused the wind to spiral out of control, blowing downward and sending snowflakes flying in all directions. A startled scream erupted as Murong Xiaozhu pressed down her skirt, flushed with embarrassment as she looked at him. Lin Luochen looked at the slowly drifting skirt, and hurriedly said, "Lady Qiu Ji, I didn't mean to." The embarrassed Murong Qiu Ji lowered her head, shyly wanting to dig a hole in the ground. Murong Xia Zhu quickly descended, wrapping her arms around Murong Qiu Ji protectively while glaring at him. "I see you did that on purpose, you rogue. Qiu Ji, let's move away from this lecture." Feeling defeated, Murong Xia Zhu took the opportunity to drag Murong Qiu Ji away, no longer wanting to be mocked by this fellow. Lin Luochen felt extremely awkward reflecting on what he had just witnessed, secretly thinking that one should not judge a person by their appearance. Who would have thought that the shy Murong Qiu Ji had such bold clothing style? Indeed, purple is quite enchanting. Meanwhile, the cold and icy gaze of Lung Yushuang had turned frostbitten, and she let out a cold snort in her heart. That despicable lecher. Unaware of the underlying tensions, Lin Luochen practiced a few more times until he could stabilize his form before stopping. Once he mastered this technique, he too could become as nimble as Murong Xia Zhu, momentarily hovering in the air. Although the wind control technique consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy and required one hand to perform the gesture, effectively crippling that arm, its powerful mobility and speed made it more advantageous than disadvantageous. Lin Luochen added some firewood, reigniting the nearly extinguished campfire before sitting cross-legged. "Chu Lingyin, shouldn't you fulfill the bet you lost earlier? One must share the benefits fairly, not favoring one over another. I have always been quite fair." Chu Lingyin was taken aback and replied, "Did I not teach you the flying star?" Lin Luochen argued confidently, "What you lost was a sword technique, and did you not lose again afterward?" Chu Lingyin grumbled, "But you were with Murong Qiu Ji at that time. Just tell me, did I not end up with Murong Xia Zhu?" Hearing Lin Luochen's unreasonable argument, Chu Lingyin did not want to argue further and only smiled lightly. "All right then, what do you want?" She realized that this boy was receptive to gentleness rather than harshness. If she wanted to leave, she had to establish a good relationship with him. After all, she was just a spirit, and he couldn't do anything to her, so she had nothing to fear. Lin Luochen did not expect her to be so agreeable, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Do you have the complete technique for the Destiny Reincarnation spell?" Currently, he only had the first 3 layers of the Destiny Reincarnation spell, and wanted to obtain the complete technique from Chu Lingyin. To his surprise, Chu Lingyin shook her head and said, "Sorry, I really don't have it." Lin Luochen frowned and replied, "Don't play dumb, how could you not have it?" Chu Lingyin chuckled with a hint of disbelief. "This is the technique of the Reincarnation Saint Lord, how could I possibly have it? I truly have not deceived you. I only possess the outline of the Destiny Reincarnation spell, not the complete technique." Lin Luochen was immediately disappointed and finally understood why she did not know he could read fortunes. It turned out this woman had never cultivated the Destiny Reincarnation spell. Where could the following techniques of the Destiny Reincarnation spell be found? Seeing him silent, Chu Lingyin smiled and said, "Why don't you change your request?" Lin Luochen thought seriously and asked, "Is there a way to make my broken blade return after being Chu Lingyin replied frankly, "What you are referring to is object control. I can teach you, but you must at least reach Foundation establishment to use it. Let's pick another request." Feeling frustrated after hitting a wall repeatedly, Lin Luochen said gloomily, "Then do you have a way to quickly enhance my strength?" Chu Lingyin pondered for a moment and said, "From my observations of you, you prefer a one-hit kill, but once you throw your broken blade, it's gone. Aside from your broken blade, the highest grade weapon you possess is that folding fan, so I suggest you refine that fan. As a wind spirit root, using that fan can allow you to achieve what you just mentioned, killing an enemy and having it return automatically. The folding fan can be held in hand at all times, allowing for defense and surprise attacks, and it can be swapped for a sword in normal combat. The broken blade should only be used as a trump card. Unless you have absolute certainty of a kill, do not strike lightly." Lin Luochen naturally understood this principle. Once the enemy was on guard, a trump card ceased to be a trump card. Just like Murong Xia Zhu, who was constantly wary of his flying knives, preventing him from having the confidence for a guaranteed kill. "I have learned a lot." Lin Luochen was always practical. Although he felt that the folding fan was somewhat ostentatious, it was certainly better than losing his life. Chu Lingyin was pleased and said, "You are not too rigid. I will teach you a set of body techniques that will at least ensure your survival." She stood up in the sea of consciousness, lightly moving her lotus steps, and the imprint of Tai Kai's 8 trigrams faintly appeared beneath her feet. This is the 8 trigram Wandering Dragon Step. This step follows the principles of heaven, harmonizes with yin and yang corresponding to the 8 trigrams, and is ever-changing. Lin Luochen watched intently, feeling as if her form was like a ghost, elusive and extraordinarily strange. Chu Lingyin deliberately made things difficult for him, teaching the incantation and mental methods while moving rapidly beneath her feet before finally stopping. "How much have you learned?" Lin Luochen, drenched in cold sweat, honestly admitted, "I've only learned about 20%. "What?" Chu Ling Yin was astonished. 20%. Lin Luochen stood up in reality as he spoke, moving his steps resembling the technique, but not quite, yet he faintly grasped its essence. Chu Ling Yin looked at him with a strange expression and said, "Only 20%. Your comprehension is still lacking a bit. Let me demonstrate it again." She cursed in her heart, thinking it was strange that he could learn so well after just one demonstration. Who exactly is this kid? Could it be that he is truly related to the reincarnation Saint Lord? Lin Luochen, completely oblivious to her thoughts, had never encountered other cultivators and took everything at face value, becoming more serious in his studies. After Chu Ling Yin demonstrated 3 times, Lin Luochen could only roughly remember and would need to ponder slowly. While he was walking in the snow, a graceful figure descended from the carriage holding a quilt. "Young master, it's freezing. Please make do with this quilt so you don't catch a cold." Lin Luochen recognized it was Murong Qiuji from her clothing and smiled. "What about you, miss?" Murong Qiuji smiled sweetly and replied, "We sisters can share one. The carriage isn't that cold." "Then I shall graciously accept it." Although Lin Luochen was a qi refinement cultivator, he was still merely a mortal and could not ignore the harsh cold. Murong Qiuji tucked her windblown hair behind her ear and shyly said, "Young master, I still do not know your esteemed name." Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly, "Lin Luochen double wood Lin falling snow Luo dust chun." Murong Qiuji repeated his name, twice, looking at his handsome and extraordinary features, her face breaking into a smile. Young master truly lives up to his name. Lin Luochen was at a loss for words, awkwardly smiling as they stood in the snow, and the atmosphere became somewhat uncomfortable. Murong Qiuji's pretty face flushed slightly as she curtsied gracefully and said, "Young master, I will return to rest now. You should also rest early." Watching her hurriedly retreating figure, Lin Luochen couldn't help but smile slightly, then suddenly felt a chill. Calm down, this woman could be deadly." In the shadows, Lung Yushuang observed Lin Luochen's expression, biting her red lip. She felt she shouldn't be here, but was reluctant to leave. Just then Lung Yushuang suddenly frowned, realizing something. At that moment, Lin Luochen sensed Lung Yushuang's hostility and was also looking around. Suddenly he heard a noise and saw a beast resembling a wolf, yet also like a dog, slowly approaching from the forest. Lin Luochen felt a surge of joy instead of fear. "He finally found you." "Humph, was it you, this demonic beast who had been watching me all night, unable to hold back any longer?" As a hunter, Lin Luochen keenly sensed the hostility of the strange beast and unhesitatingly broke a dry twig to hurl it. The twig, propelled with the technique of flying star, pierced through the head of the beast like a sharp arrow. The beast did not expect that just a slight opening of its mouth would lead to such a swift attack. Little did it know that it was taking the hit for Lung Yuanshuang, dying an unjust death. After the beast fell, Lin Luochen heard footsteps and shouts coming from the forest. He caught up with Murong Qiuji, pulling her into his embrace as they leaped toward the carriage. Seeing that the newcomers were not friendly, staying in place recklessly might lead to being surrounded by enemies. "What's wrong?" Murong Qiuji looked at him in surprise, but before she could finish her sentence, Lin Luochen had already shoved her into the carriage. "There are enemies, let's go quickly." As Lin Luochen spoke, he secured the reins to the horse and swiftly drove the carriage away. Murong Xiaozhu, hearing this, quickly cast a spell to lighten the carriage's weight while remaining vigilant against archers. Lin Luochen noticed the carriage's speed increasing and urgently said, "Teach me." Murong Xiaozhu, not caring about hiding her knowledge, imparted the spell incantations and formulas to him. Together they combined their powers, and the horse suddenly gained a burst of speed that was unprecedented. "Stop, don't run." Behind them came a series of sounds as several figures quickly pursued, their long knives glinting coldly. Lin Luochen handed Murong Xiaozhu several talismans, instructing her to drive the carriage while he activated a few thick earth talismans to stick around the carriage. He stood atop the carriage with his sword, observing the surroundings and listening intently, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The wind howled around them, and the snow swirled as if something was darting through the snow at incredible speed. Lin Luochen threw out several explosive talismans, and immediately loud explosions echoed across the snow. Several strange beasts poked their heads out of the snow, suddenly opening their mouths to spit iron hooks toward the carriage. Lin Luochen realized that these were actually a few puppet beasts resembling pangolins covered in iron armor. Although he managed to knock away 2 iron hooks, 3 iron chains still latched onto the carriage. The puppet beasts gripped the ground tightly with their limbs, drastically slowing the carriage's speed. Die! Accompanied by a piercing wind, 2 men in blue robes leaped down from the treetops, wielding heavy sabers and hacking toward Lin Luochen. Lin Luochen met the attack with his sword, using the recently learned 8 trigrams dragon step, and unleashed the chimping sword technique. The 3 battled on the narrow carriage roof with flashes of blades and swords, creating a perilous scene. Inside the carriage, Murong Qiuji could only hear the sounds of footsteps and the clash of weapons breaking into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Murong Xiaozhu driving the carriage looked as if she had seen a ghost, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Luochen moved like a phantom, his agility far surpassing anything from before. She had only taught him the wind control technique. There was no way she had taught him any extraordinary skills. Right? What is going on? The two men fighting Lin Luochen were equally astonished as this kid was incredibly slippery, suddenly vanishing from sight. In the shadows, Lung Yuanshuang widened her eyes, though it said that one should not underestimate someone after a brief separation. But did this fellow recently have some fortuitous encounter? How did he suddenly improve so much? At this moment, Lin Luochen stepped into the 8 trigrams dragon step, appearing behind one of the men, and with a single sword strike, sent him tumbling off the carriage. The other man was taken aback and soon followed suit, knocked to the ground, his fate uncertain. But the two had bought enough time, and the carriage was forcibly stopped, surrounded by numerous figures. Chu Lingyin said with interest, "How intriguing it turns out to be a puppet master. I wonder if you're lucky or unlucky." Lin Luochen also noticed that among those encircling them, aside from a few dressed as warriors, most were puppets clad in armor. Some held bows and crossbows, while others carried blades. Although their movements were stiff, they advanced and retreated in an orderly fashion, resembling a small military unit. These 6 warriors coordinated with more than a dozen puppets surrounding Lin Luochen and the others, yet they did not attack, as if waiting for something. With the sound of footsteps, a young and handsome gentleman slowly walked out from the forest, followed by a hunchbacked old man. Lin Luocheng's eyes widened, for this young gentleman bore a striking resemblance to the deceased aristocrat. But he clearly saw Murong Xiaozhu burn that man, and his folding fan along with other treasures were right with him. The young gentleman gazed at the driving Murong Xiaozhu, his eyes narrowing slightly, a cruel smile forming at the corner of his mouth. But he clearly saw Murong Xiaozhu burn that man, and his folding fan along with other treasures were right with him. The young gentleman gazed at the driving Murong Xiaozhu, his eyes narrowing slightly, a cruel smile forming. Wei Wenxuan replied indifferently, "Evidence? When did the people from Lan's house start talking about evidence?" Murong Xiaozhi, unaware of what had transpired with Murong Xiaozhu, poked her head out from the carriage. "Brother Wenxuan, there must be a misunderstanding. How could my sister kill Brother Wenyu?" Wei Wenxuan shot her a glance, replying coolly, "Whether she killed Wenyu or not is not important. The point is, Wenyu liked her very much when he was alive. I'll send her down to accompany him. He would surely be very pleased." Murong Xiaozhi's face turned ashen with fear. She replied sternly, "Wei Wenxuan, without proof do you dare to kill me? Are you not afraid that the Murong family will come after you?" Wei Wenxuan sneered, "A declining little family, what do I have to fear? Moreover, the Murong family would be more than happy to see you dead." "Understood." At his command, a group of subordinates and puppets surged forward, arrows raining down on Lin Luochen like a torrential storm. Lin Luochen cursed inwardly, "Oh, why should the men be killed while the women were?" "Understood." At his command, a group of subordinates and puppets surged forward, arrows raining down on Lin Luochen like a torrential storm. Lin Luochen cursed inwardly, "Oh, why should the men be killed while the women were spared? Did that mean men had no rights?" "Understood." At his command, a group of subordinates and puppets surged forward, arrows raining down on Lin Luochen like a torrential storm. Lin Luochen cursed inwardly, "Oh, why should the men be killed while the women were?" However, these puppets with their copper heads and iron arms felt no pain. Her wind blades struck them and were utterly ineffective. If it weren't for Murong Xiaozhi occasionally blocking in front of her, causing the warriors and puppets to hesitate, she would have long been captured. However, these puppets with their copper heads and iron arms felt no pain. Her wind blades struck them and were utterly ineffective. If it weren't for Murong Xiaozhi occasionally blocking in front of her, causing the warriors and puppets to hesitate, she would have long been captured. However, these puppets with their copper heads and iron arms felt no pain. Her wind blades struck them and were utterly ineffective. If it weren't for Murong Xiaozhi occasionally blocking in front of her, causing the warriors and puppets to hesitate, Lin Luochen thought of capturing the leader first, but the formations created by the puppets made it impossible for him to break free. With his sword swinging and his feet dancing in the 8 trigrams dragon step, he showed no signs of defeat. The puppet master controlled numerous puppets, attacking both Lin Luochen and Murong Xiaozhi with ease. "Young master, this kid has some tricks. He might not be an ordinary person. He had worked hard to reach the foundation establishment realm and did not want to offend someone of significant status, be it a noble family scion or a sex prodigy." Wei Wenxuan nodded solemnly, asking, "Kid, what is your name and which family do you come from?" Lin Luochen naturally understood his intention, but he had no family name to report. "You aren't qualified to know." Wei Wenxuan's face darkened, coldly commanding, "Capture him first and see if any guardians intervene." The hunchbacked old man nodded, his fingers moving slightly, launching several spheres into the air. The spheres suddenly glowed, transforming into threads that cascaded down like a waterfall. Despite Lin Luocheng's mastery of the 8 trigrams dragon step, he could not evade the overwhelming threads. The threads, dense as a spider's web, ensnared both Lin Luocheng and Murong Xiaozhu, rendering them unable to move. Sister Lin Gongzi. Murong Xiaozhi, who had not been attacked, was pulling at the threads binding Murong Xiaozhu, but could not break free. Lin Luocheng also strained against the bindings, but the threads were extremely resilient, and he could not break free. In the shadows, Lung Yuanshuang grew anxious, poised to strike at any moment to save them. The hunchbacked old man smiled slightly, and said, "Young master, it would be futile for you to struggle. My 1,000-thread silk is not so easily escaped." He moved his fingers lightly, and the long sword in Lin Luocheng's hand was instantly snatched away by the silk, falling into the old man's grasp. Although young master is powerful, the gap between refining qi and foundation establishment is far greater than you imagine. If you do not wish to suffer, it would be best for you to reveal your identity, or else this old man will not hold back. Quickly, Lin Luocheng, hand your body over to me, or you will truly be in danger. No rush. Lin Luocheng remained calm despite his shock, for although the silk had entangled him, it did not restrain the spiritual energy within him. Moreover, the little mouse in his arms was quickly climbing up his sleeve, seemingly trying to help him bite through the silk. Considering the other party's fear of his non-existent background, Lin Luocheng feigned a look of desperation. "Hey, it's about time to show yourself. At this critical moment, if you still don't come out, this young master is going to be killed." Upon hearing this, Lung Yunshuang was taken aback, her mind buzzing. "Damn Su Qin, you stinking woman, if you don't come out, I won't let you off." He cursed, leaving Lung Yunshuang perplexed. "Damn Su Qin, you stinking woman, if you don't come out, I won't let you off." He cursed, leaving Lung Yunshuang perplexed. Had he offended yet another woman? "Damn Su Qin, you stinking woman, if you don't come out, I won't let you off." He cursed, leaving Lung Yunshuang perplexed. Had he offended yet another woman? Murong Xiaozhi pulled out a small knife from somewhere and attempted to cut the silk on Murong Xiaozhu, but she steeled herself directly, slicing her palm and gripping the silk, her blood instantly staining the threads red. A strange power flowed back along the silk towards the caster, yet no one noticed. Lin Luocheng pretended to shout for a while, then looked at the hunchbacked old man with arrogance. "This young master is from the Miaoying sect. If you know what's good for you, release me. Otherwise you'll regret it." Everyone in the scene was stunned, staring at him in disbelief. Wei Wenxuan couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head helplessly. "So he's just a blowhard," the old man said with a strange expression. "Young master, do not jest. The Miaoying sect is comprised entirely of women. How could?" Lin Luocheng laughed coldly. "This young master is from the Miaoying sect, not a disciple of the Miaoying sect." The old man paused in surprise, asking curiously, "What do you mean by that?" Lin Luocheng smirked slightly. "Are you sure you want to know?" The old man's mind raced, thinking he must be the illegitimate child of some enchantress from the Miaoying sect. "No need for that. Does young master have any proof to verify your identity?" Lin Luocheng tugged at the silkenoid. "Loosen up a bit. Don't you need proof?" The old man slightly relaxed the silk, and Lin Luocheng struggled to reach into his waist pouch and threw something over. "What do you think this is, eh?" The old man cautiously stepped back 2 paces, and when the object landed on the ground, he found it to be a bottle of pills. A talisman was affixed to the bottle, seemingly for sealing purposes. The bottle cap prominently featured a purple thorn flower, which seemed to be the mark of the Miaoying sect. The old man, compelled by curiosity, stepped forward to get a better look at the pattern. But the talisman on the bottle suddenly lit up, and the old man felt his scalp tingle as he shouted, "Be careful." But it was too late. The pill bottle suddenly exploded, releasing a dense pink mist. The mist seemed to infiltrate everything, and the old man felt dizzy. After being motionless for so long, he unexpectedly felt an urge to move. He internally screamed that it was bad. Could this be the Miaoying sect's Hahuan powder? The old man's guess was correct. This was indeed the Miaoying sect's Hahuan powder. Previously, Lung Yunshuang had spilled it while searching for an antidote in the cave, and later Lin Luocheng had collected it all. Over the past month, Lin Luocheng had tested the poison to identify a few substances. He had intentionally affixed an explosive talisman to this Hahuan powder, and unexpectedly it really came in handy. At this moment, Lin Luocheng grasped the broken blade from his sleeve, and without hesitation made a mark on it with his own blood to sharpen the edge. His eyes flashed with a murderous intent as he pulled the silk with all his might, forcefully flinging the broken blade out like a shooting star. "Die!" The old man only saw a flash of bloodlight shoot out from the pink mist, speeding towards his head with lightning speed. Although he cast a spell to block it at the first moment, his reaction was still a beat too slow, and he was forced into a daze. After Lin Luocheng flung the broken blade, he was pulled back by the silk, causing him great pain. Wei Wenxuan quickly stuck a few talismans on himself, retreating repeatedly as he cast a spell, sending a rain of fire down towards Lin Luocheng. "Kill them." But the old man was dead and the puppets remained motionless, the silk blocking the way between both sides. Most of Wei Wenxuan's fire rain was intercepted by the silk, with only a few droplets landing on Lin Luochen. The 6 attendants struggled to shoot a few arrows, but with the mist in between and the interference from the Hahuan powder, their accuracy was quite poor. After all, facing the Miaoyin sect's Hahuan powder, even the hunchbacked old man was revitalized, let alone them. Most of the arrows were blocked by the old man's silk. Even those that got through were easily dodged by Lin Luochen. But suddenly a cry rang out from behind, and Lin Luochen turned to look. It turned out that Murong Qiuji was shielding Murong Xiaozhu, and an errant arrow had grazed her arm. Murong Xiaozhu worriedly asked, "Qiuji, are you okay?" It turned out that Murong Qiuji was shielding Murong Xiaozhu, and an errant arrow had grazed her arm. Murong Xiaozhu worriedly asked, "Qiuji, are you okay?" As the pink mist spread, although it was faint, it still enveloped them. In the distance, having learned from her previous experience, Lin Luochen kept her distance, fearing to be tainted again. This stuff is the source of all evil. She doesn't want to encounter it again. At this moment, with the old man dead, Lin Luochen quickly broke free from the silk with the help of the little mouse. Suppressing the heat surging within him, he quickly cast a spell to blow the spreading pink mist back. After finally escaping the mist, Wei Wenxuan was once again enveloped by the mist, forcing him to continue his frantic escape. "Kid, you wait for me." Wei Wenxuan couldn't care less about settling scores with Lin Luochen. He felt as if he was about to explode. At this moment, even a pig seemed alluring to him, and all he wanted was to rush down the mountain to find a woman. But he feared he wouldn't last until then. The other attendants were also unable to withstand it, howling as they fled, trying to escape the range of the pink mist. Lin Luochen left the little mouse to help Murong Xiaozhu untie her bonds, and took a deep breath as he charged into the pink mist. In the end, with the aid of the pink mist, he killed 4 people, while only Wei Wenxuan escaped with 2 attendants. Lin Luochen felt restless and dared not pursue further. He cast a spell to disperse the pink mist around him. With his help, despite it still being the cold winter season, the mountain blossomed with vitality, full of life. When Lin Luochen returned, the horse had long since pulled the cart away, not knowing where it had run off to. Murong Xiaozhu had already been untied by the little mouse, and was now holding down the struggling Murong Qiuji. Lin Luochen frowned and asked, "What's wrong with Miss Qiuji?" Murong Qiuji had her brows tightly knitted, her delicate face flushed, and she was frantically tugging at her clothes, as if she had gone mad. "What do you think?" Murong Xiaozhu replied, equally distressed as she held onto her, tightly gasping as she reached out to Lin Luochen. "You bastard, the antidote, quickly give me the antidote." "I have no antidote," Lin Luochen replied flatly. Murong Xiaozhu of course would not believe it. "You're talking nonsense. How could there be no antidote? You clearly want to take advantage of us." "I might not have it, but maybe someone else does." Lin Luochen shrugged. Murong Xiaozhu looked at him in disbelief, on the verge of tears. "Then what do we do now?" "Although I'm just as troubled, it's okay. You just endure a bit longer, and it will pass," Lin Luochen said lightly. "This Hahuan powder is different from the drunken love mist. It only has aphrodisiac effects, and can be resolved without the need for yin-yang harmonization." Murong Xiaozhu's throat moved slightly, wishing she could bite this bastard to death. "You bastard, if you have no antidote, why did you poison us?" Lin Luochen suddenly grew anxious. Without an antidote, he wouldn't be thinking of using them as an antidote, would he? What should she do? Should she step forward to help him detoxify? She meant with the antidote kind. Upon hearing Murong Xiaozhu's accusations, Lin Luochen remained indifferent, silently collecting the spoils of war. He did not even spare the puppets on the ground, gathering them all, embodying a frugal spirit. "Let's go." Lin Luochen turned around, just about to call the Murong sisters to leave, when a hot, delicate body embraced him. It was Murong Qiuji, who had somehow mustered the strength to break free from Murong Xiaozhu and rushed into his arms. "Young Master Lin, I feel so uncomfortable." Lacking any cultivation, she could hardly withstand the effects of the Hahuan powder, and instinctively tiptoed to kiss Lin Luochen. Murong Qiuji's luscious red lips were mere inches away, and Lin Luochen could feel her warm breath like orchids. He nearly lost control, but decisively tapped lightly on the back of her neck. That was close. He almost fell into the depths of temptation. Lin Luochen had managed his strength while maintaining his composure. Murong Qiuji's beautiful eyes widened, then closed, her delicate body going limp in his embrace. Lin Luochen supported her to prevent her from thrashing around, then casually turned to Murong Xiaozhu. "Can you still walk?" Murong Xiaozhu couldn't help but swallow hard, nodding, "I'm all right." Is this guy even a man? After inhaling the Hahuan powder, how could he remain composed even when a beautiful woman threw herself at him? Chu Ling shared the same doubts, her heart filled with confusion. What on earth has this kid experienced to maintain his composure in such a situation? Only Lin Luochen silently applauded, thinking, Well done, it should be like this. We cannot let these seductresses succeed. Lin Luochen lifted Murong Xiaozhi with ease, saying calmly, let's go. Murong Xiaozhi, panting heavily, followed him, anxiously asking, will Xiaozhi be alright? She will be fine once she wakes up, she will just feel weak for a while. Murong Xiaozhi nodded, struggling to keep up with him through the snow, feeling utterly uncomfortable. As she looked at Lin Luochen ahead, she felt that every move he made was filled with masculine charm. Murong Xiaozhi dared not look too long, constantly reciting the 4 books and 5 classics to calm her mind. Lin Luochen, unaware of her fluttering heart, remained vigilant, watching for any impending misfortune. Although Qing Lian swayed endlessly, nothing unfortunate happened along their journey. Could it be that I've been overly cursed, gaining immunity? Meanwhile, on the other side, Wei Wenxian and his companions spotted a wooden house in the mountains and excitedly rushed inside. However, the house was empty, not a single villager in sight. The 3 of them had inhaled a significant amount of toxic mist and could barely hold on now. One of the warriors, with a mournful expression, said, young master, what should we do? How would I know? Wei Wenxian was mid-yell when he suddenly noticed that this kid was surprisingly handsome, causing his throat to twitch. Little Luo. The warrior immediately turned pale with fright, exclaiming, young master, no. A nearby burly man, unkempt and rugged, also realized that his young master looked delicate, like a woman. In an instant, the atmosphere inside the wooden house became tense. Meanwhile, Lin Luochen found a concealed cave and gently set down Murong Xiaozhi. Even unconscious Murong Xiaozhi was restless, almost revealing too much. Lin Luochen could only hold her hand down, realizing that her palm was also injured and wrapped in bandages. What happened? Murong Xiaozhi explained, it seems Xiaozhi's blood carries a cursed power. She just cut her palm to help us. Lin Luochen felt a surge of fear, his wariness of Murong Xiaozhi heightened. Fortunately, he had managed to control himself just now, or otherwise he would surely be in danger. Who knows if a simple pinprick counts as harming her? If he were to inexplicably perish due to her, wouldn't that be a tragic death? Lin Luochen resolved that even if Murong Xiaozhi offered herself to him, he would keep his distance. He bound Murong Xiaozhi with cloth to prevent her from hurting herself, but this binding seemed somewhat inappropriate. It must be the influence of the Yin-Yang He Huan Fu that made him act so indecently. Murong Xiaozhi weakly suggested, why don't you knock me out and tie me up too? Lin Luochen decisively shook his head, saying, no, I still need to go kill someone later, and I don't have time to look after you. The key point is, if both sisters fell unconscious, he feared he might not be able to control the dark thoughts within him. Murong Xiaozhi exclaimed in shock, are you going to hunt down Wei Wenxian and the others? Lin Luochen replied casually, they won't, just let it go. Since I've offended them, I must eradicate them completely. Lin Chongsheng had taught him that to live long, he must not harbor any pity for his enemies. It's best to completely eradicate them. Even the worms should be cut in half and their eggs shaken until they turn yellow. Murong Xiaozhi gasped, biting her red lips, looking at him pitifully. Then can you stay with me a little longer? Just for a while, okay? Given the current situation of the 2 sisters, she dared not let Lin Luochen leave, fearing they might encounter some wild men in the mountains. Lin Luochen found it strange that this woman trusted him so much. The little mouse had already memorized the scents of the 3 of them. He wasn't in a hurry to chase after them, and his current movement was somewhat inconvenient. You can rest assured, I will wait for you to recover before we leave. Lin Luochen consumed a gathering spirit pill to recover, while Murong Xiaozhi watched him with an odd expression. Does this guy not feel uncomfortable at all? Her gaze dropped, and her pretty face flushed hastily, averting her eyes, her heart racing. So he isn't completely indifferent, he has just restrained himself. Is this what they call maintaining composure in the presence of temptation, a true gentleman? After a moment, Murong Xiaozhi finally endured through it and regained her rationality. The amount of Hihuan powder she inhaled wasn't too much, and with her cultivation, despite the intense reaction, it dissipated quickly. Seeing this, Lin Luochen said calmly, you wait for me here, I will be back soon. He walked into the dark night, without looking back, his gaze icy as he tightened his grip on the broken blade. Wei Wenxian, is it? The roles have reversed, are you ready to die? Yet Lin Luochen, whose charm faded in 3 seconds, stumbled and fell into an ice hole, cursing under his breath. Damn bad luck arrives, even if late. Murong Xiaozhi blinked, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Luochen vanished into the night, leaving her filled with emotion. He comes and goes without a trace. This guy seems to be getting more formidable. Murong Xiaozhi quickly slapped her cheeks, feeling her face warm up. What am I thinking? It must be the lingering effects of the Hihuan powder disturbing my thoughts. However, this kid seems to have quite the fortune, and Xiaozhi seems to like him a lot. Murong Xiaozhi turned to look at Murong Xiaozhi, thus missing the scene of someone clumsily getting back up. Meanwhile, Lung Yushuang watched the whole thing. Though it was highly immoral, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Half an hour later, at the wooden house in the mountains. Ugh, die. Wei Wenxian roared, repeatedly gagging as he wildly slashed at the two corpses in front of him. Damn it, no matter who you are, I will shred you to pieces. After venting, Wei Wenxian clutched his rear, limping out, only to be startled by a man standing outside. Under the moonlight in the snowy field, a man in white stood with a fluffy white mouse on his shoulder, appearing like an immortal descended to the mortal realm amidst the wind and snow. At that moment, he looked at Wei Wenxian with a strange and disgusted expression, as if finding him repulsive. This was the last scene Wei Wenxian saw before a streak of blood pierced through his forehead. Wait bro, you expose yourself and die instantly. At least give me a chance to say something. Wei Wenxian fell, unwillingly clutching the golden talisman he had just taken from his storage ring, not having had time to activate it. Lin Luochen added another sword strike from afar, before stepping forward to pick up the storage ring and loot the spoils from Wei Wenxian. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert full effort. Having grown up in the mountains, Lin Luochen never underestimated any enemy. If it weren't for the terrifying noise from just now, which made Lin Luochen hesitate, Wei Wenxian would have died in the wooden house already. Lin Luochen set the house ablaze before turning to leave, treading carefully and anxiously all the way. He discovered that one of the subordinates inside the house was the one who had shot Murong Qiuji with arrows earlier. Previously, Lin Luochen found it odd that this person who had harmed Murong Qiuji had not died. Little did he know it was heaven's will that he wouldn't die so easily. This woman is really terrifying. Why do I keep encountering such abnormal women? Meanwhile, in the distance, Lin Yuxuang's face turned pale, looking as if she wanted to vomit. The scene from the wooden house had brought her immense psychological trauma, as she felt utterly unwell. What had her divine sense seen? Lin Yuxuang shivered, gagging again, her complexion turning white. When Lin Luochen returned to the cave, Murong Qiuji had already woken up, curled up in a corner, wrapped in a blanket. Upon seeing Lin Luochen return, she recalled the things she had done before losing consciousness, and a faint blush stained her pale face. Seeing him safe and sound, Murong Xiaozhu asked, "How is it?" Lin Luochen casually replied, "They're all dead." Murong Xiaozhu did not expect him to have killed those in the late stage of qi refinement so effortlessly, and couldn't help but gasp inwardly. One can see a person in a new light after 3 days apart, but this guy's improvement in strength is too astonishing, isn't it? Lin Luochen looked at the trembling Murong Qiuji and frowned at Murong Xiaozhu. "Why don't you start a fire for warmth?" Murong Qiuji quickly replied, "I told my sister not to. What if it attracts enemies?" Lin Luochen shook his head, helplessly gathered some firewood and lit a bonfire. The flames illuminated the cave, dispelling the chill. "Come over and warm yourself, don't catch a cold." The Murong sisters then sat down, and the three gathered together. Lin Luochen took out a wine flask, had a sip to warm himself, and passed it to the two women. "Care for a sip to ward off the cold?" Murong Xiaozhu decisively shook her head. She wouldn't drink from the same flask as him. Murong Qiuji, having never drunk before and feeling quite cold, was somewhat tempted. "If I drink your wine, you might be doomed." Lin Luochen chuckled inwardly. "When you ran over to kiss me just now, didn't you consider this point?" He shoved the wine flask into her hand. "Drink up. Do you think I'm still worried about this little bit?" Murong Qiuji thought about their previous contact and shyly drank to cover her embarrassment, but ended up coughing repeatedly. "Why is it so spicy?" Lin Luochen smiled slightly at her, sticking out her tongue, and said, "You'll get used to it after a few more sips." Murong Qiuji took a few more shallow sips, her face flushing a deep red, stunningly beautiful in the firelight. Lin Luochen found himself slightly distracted and quickly recited a heart mantra. The little mouse caught the scent of wine and crawled out from his arms, squeaking twice. Since it had already revealed itself, while saving someone earlier, it simply decided not to hide anymore. Lin Luochen took out a small wine bowl and said helplessly, "Let's pour a bit for this little wine lover." Murong Qiuji came back to her senses and hesitantly poured some for the mouse, which immediately perked up and happily leaned in to drink. Such a cute little fellow. Murong Qiuji's beautiful eyes sparkled, wanting to touch it, but not daring to extend her hand, merely watching it eagerly. Lin Luochen asked, "What kind of person is Wei Wenxuan? Could he bring us trouble?" Murong Xiaozhu explained, "Wei Wenxuan is from the Wei family in Xian Prefecture's Tianqing City, where there are golden core cultivators in the family. But they are actually quite similar to our Murong family. They are considered a second-rate family, otherwise they wouldn't be in this border area. Logically speaking, they wouldn't dare to chase us to Lanzhou to cause trouble, but we should still be cautious." Lin Luochen nodded and curiously asked, "Is Howard Academy over in Xian Prefecture?" Murong Xiaozhu affirmed, and Lin Luochen suddenly realized. He had previously wondered how a place like Lanzhou, known for its demonic cultivation, could have a righteous academy. He didn't expect that these two sisters had actually been sent to the righteous Xian Prefecture for their studies. Lin Luochen glanced at the sky and said casually, "It's best to rest early. I'll keep watch tonight." Murong Qiuji, feeling a bit tipsy after drinking, murmured in agreement, resting her head on Murong Xiaozhu's lap and falling into a deep sleep. Murong Xiaozhu looked at Lin Luochen, and whispered thank you for not abandoning us and running away. Lin Luochen replied calmly, I just didn't have the chance, next time I might run. Murong Xiaozhu was both amused and exasperated while Lin Luochen took out a storage ring and several storage bags to count the spoils of this encounter. This storage ring belonged to Wei Wenxuan and did not have a divine sense imprint. It became an unclaimed item upon his death. Following the guidance of Chu Lingyin, Lin Luochen dripped a drop of blood, and the items in the storage ring immediately appeared before his eyes. Wei Wenxuan was indeed a scion of a wealthy family far richer than that hunchbacked elder in the Foundation establishment stage. Among his many treasures, the most precious was that golden talisman he had taken out just before dying. According to Chu Lingyin, this was a talisman that could unleash a full force attack at the Foundation establishment level, making it a life-saving talisman. Lin Luochen felt a wave of fear after hearing this. Fortunately, he hadn't given him a chance to speak, or it could have been dangerous. Aside from this offensive talisman, there was also a book titled Howren Righteous Chi Technique, and a long sword of mid-grade spiritual weapon quality. Additionally, there were several alchemical pills usable at the Chi refinement stage, which made Lin Luochen feel as if he had struck gold. As for the hunchbacked elder, he had a book on controlling puppets, and about 10 special beads that could activate threads. This time Lin Luocheng's gains were substantial, and he couldn't help but sigh that committing murder and arson truly is the quickest path to wealth. He put the storage ring on his hand. Although it only held a few dozen items, it was far more convenient than storage bags. Lin Luochen tucked the folding fan into his waist and placed the mid-grade spiritual weapon long sword into the storage ring, hiding the broken blade in his sleeve. Although retrieving items from the storage ring was quite convenient, he still preferred to keep them in his sleeve for quicker access. After finishing all this, Lin Luochen swallowed a supplementary pill and took out a spirit stone to absorb it, practicing in the most extravagant way. If he kept dawdling, how could he talk about seeking revenge on the Yunus sect? Lin Luochen set himself a goal: within 10 years he would attack the Yunus sect and make Gu Qinghan cry for her mother. Lung Yushuang, unaware of this, watched the scene outside in the freezing cold and felt relieved. This guy is quite measured. This must be what it means to remain unperturbed in the midst of chaos. Not bad, not bad. Seeing as he is so composed, I might as well escort them a while longer. With Lung Yushuang's protection, Lin Luochen and the others passed through the night safely without encountering any magical beasts. And it was proven that burning spirit stones was indeed very effective. Early the next morning, Lin Luochen successfully broke through to the 7th level of Qi refinement, although at the cost of over 100 spirit stones. He now had only over 3,000 spirit stones, and at this rate, he could only maintain a month of practice. But Lin Luochen was still unhesitating. After all, strength is the foundation of everything. Once his strength increased, wouldn't it be simple to acquire resources? At worst, he could just rob. Lin Luochen originally had grand ambitions, but suddenly noticed that Murong Qiuji was not in a good state. After a full day's ordeal yesterday, her already weak constitution had fallen ill. Murong Qiuji's frail appearance gave Lin Luochen a headache. Shoo, go find the horse. Moments later, Lin Luochen looked at the horse that had been reduced to bones, feeling like crying without tears. Did you go wild last night and attack the wolf pack? Lin Luochen turned to Murong Xiaozhu and said, how about you carry her? Murong Xiaozhu's eyes flickered and she said pitifully, do I look like someone who can carry her? Young master, I can walk by myself. Looking at Murong Qiuji's pale face, Lin Luochen could only helpless. Miss Qiuji, come up, he'll carry you. After so many interactions, he had figured it out. With Qing Lian around merely due to their contact, Murong Qiuji wouldn't die, as she would only bring him misfortune for a while. For the sake of the ascension order, Lin Luochen could only brace himself. Moreover, he had discovered a pattern: as long as he maintained contact with Murong Qiuji, bad luck wouldn't befall him. But as soon as he distanced himself from her, all sorts of calamity would come pouring in. Since that was the case, he might as well carry her until he obtained the ascension order. Murong Qiuji exclaimed nervously, but young Master Lin, being in contact with me will bring you bad luck. Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly, it's fine, I'm tough, do I want die? And, Miss Qiuji, I'm only doing this for the ascension order. Please don't develop any inappropriate thoughts about me. Although contact wouldn't lead to death, who knows if she liked him, would he die? Hearing this, Murong Qiuji's charming face turned red, and she said shyly, I understand. She carefully lay on his back, supporting herself with her hands on his back, trying hard to maintain distance between them. But when Lin Luocheng's hand fell on her hip, she felt uncomfortable all over, as if sitting on needles. Murong Xiaozhu watched the two with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Kid, let me see if you really are this tough. She winked at Murong Qiuji, making her feel so shy that she lowered her head like an ostrich. Soon Murong Xiaozhu noticed that Lin Luochen wasn't taking the main road, but an unknown small path. Did you take the wrong way? Lin Luochen replied calmly, I didn't take the wrong way. It's this path. This route leads to Qingshi City with more than a dozen official roads of various sizes, but there is one necessary path. Except for cultivators who can fly, that large bridge spanning the canyon is the main thoroughfare for passing travelers. The Morong family is now much weaker than before and cannot control every official road. They will definitely be waiting there. After all, the Morong sisters do not possess flying spiritual treasures and cannot fly right. But coincidentally, although Lin Luochen does not have flying spiritual treasures, he truly can fly. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away from the great bridge spanning the gorge, Lin Luochen and Murong Xiaozhu glided above the forest, their figures ethereal, as if flying on the wind. Although they had no carriage, Lin Luochen and Murong Xiaozhu could ride the wind, moving swiftly to the edge of the gorge. The three of them completely avoided the usual paths, although they encountered numerous wolves and leopards, they did not run into any enemies. Seeing Lin Luochen soar toward the top of the gorge, Murong Xiaozhu said nervously, "You don't intend to fly over this gorge, do you?" Lin Luochen replied calmly, "Why not?" Murong Xiaozhu quickly interjected, "This gorge is over several hundred zhang wide. We can ride the wind, but we can't truly fly." Lin Luochen replied, "I know." After finishing his words, Lin Luochen continued to glide toward the edge of the gorge, leaving Murong Xiaozhu puzzled. The trio soon arrived at the gorge's edge. Indeed, the gorge was several hundred zhang wide, with fierce winds howling above, making it difficult for birds to cross. Lin Luochen set Murong Xiaozhu down, gazing at the gorge ahead with a slight frown. The horizontal winds above the gorge were somewhat unexpected. Has the wind always been raging above this gorge? Murong Xiaozhu shook her head, saying, "Not really, it stops for an hour every day at you time. You can't still be hoping, can you? It's absolutely impossible for us to fly across. Calm down." Lin Luochen chuckled, "What if I can fly across?" Murong Xiaozhu with a strange expression asked, "Do you have a flying spiritual tool?" "No." Murong Xiaozhu rolled her eyes. "Without a flying spiritual tool, how do you expect to fly across?" Lin Luocheng's lips curled into a slight smile as he said, "That's what you said." Chu Lingyin recalled the 2 times she had lost a bet, and suddenly felt that this guy was quite cunning. The three waited at the cliff's edge while Lin Luochen took out a folding fan to practice using it for casting spells and fighting. The Murong sisters teased the mouse while watching him from a distance. The mouse was very fond of getting close to them, especially to Murong Xiaozhu. Lin Luochen caught it several times, but it still preferred to scamper away, and he allowed it to. After all, once it faced hardship, it would behave. Yet the mouse seemed completely unaffected by Murong Xiaozhu, leaving Lin Luochen astounded. Could this treasure-hunting mouse be exceptionally fortunate? Regardless, since the mouse wasn't scared, Lin Luochen chose to ignore it. After 3 days of rest, Murong Xiaozhu's condition improved considerably. At this moment, she stared at Lin Luochen without blinking, her eyes filled with admiration. Young Master Lin was indeed making swift progress, and when he wielded the folding fan, he was truly charming. Murong Xiaozhu leaned toward her ear and teased, "Xiaozhu, have you taken a liking to him?" Murong Xiaozhu's face turned bright red as she hurriedly replied, "Sister, don't talk nonsense." "What nonsense am I talking? Your affectionate gaze can't hide from anyone." "Sister," Murong Xiaozhu pouted, "don't joke around, you know my situation." Murong Xiaozhu sighed with a smile, "That's exactly why I'm asking you. Haven't you noticed how tough his fate is? This guy has been with you for so long, aside from being a bit unlucky, he's still lively and well. He's practically your destined partner." Murong Xiaozhu shyly lowered her head. "Sister, I've only known him for a few days. Isn't it too early to talk about this?" Murong Xiaozhu urged, "What's early? It's rare to encounter someone with such resilience. If you don't make a move, he might just run away. If you don't take the initiative to win him over and he runs away later, don't come looking for me to cry." Murong Xiaozhu felt a bit tempted, shyly glancing at Lin Luochen. At that moment, Lin Luocheng's folding fan suddenly lost control, swooping past his head and almost cutting it. Murong Xiaozhu quickly dismissed her earlier thoughts and weakly said, "I'd rather be on my own. I don't want to bring trouble to anyone." Murong Xiaozhu, frustrated, rolled her eyes, unsure of what mischievous plan was forming in her mind. In the shadows, Lung Yuanshuang clenched her small hands, secretly cursing her for being so shameless. This must be a demoness of the Maiden Sect. She just wants to see what tricks these enchantresses are up to. She isn't genuinely worried about him. Lin Luochen was oblivious to all this as he pulled out the folding fan lodged in a tree, observing the waning winds. "Almost ready, come here." The 2 sisters approached, and Murong Xiaozhu worriedly asked, "You don't really intend to fly over, do you?" "What else?" Lin Luochen took out a talisman and affixed it to himself, causing a pair of gigantic translucent wings to unfurl from his back. This was the last of the 5 talismans given to him by Lung Yuanshuang, the feather transformation talisman, which allowed an ordinary person to fly for a short time. It was Murong Xiaozhu's first time seeing a flying talisman that didn't require spiritual energy to activate, leaving her dumbfounded. A talisman of this caliber is something the Wei family couldn't possibly possess. Just who is this guy? Could he really be a demon man of the Maiden Sect? Let's go. Lin Luochen stepped forward, wrapping an arm around one of them, and amidst the screams of the two girls, he spread his wings and flew toward the opposite shore. The fierce wind blew, and Murong Xiaozhi quickly hugged Lin Luochen's chest, clinging to him like a sloth. Murong Xiaozhu, looking down into the abyss below, felt a bit apprehensive and could only wrap her arms around Lin Luochen's neck. "You idiot, can't you take them one at a time?" Lin Luochen, embracing both sides, couldn't help but joke, "No, I prefer to fly together." Who knew if this feather transformation talisman could hold up for the round trip? Most importantly, he had to hold on to Murong Xiaozhi. Otherwise, who knows if strong winds would suddenly kick up while he was crossing. Murong Xiaozhu, feeling their awkward position, exclaimed angrily, "If I fall to my death, it'll haunt you as a ghost." Lin Luochen, embracing both sides, couldn't help but joke, "No, I prefer to fly together." Who knew if this feather transformation talisman could hold up for the round trip? How infuriating. Using my feather transformation talisman to embrace two at once, it's downright annoying. So you like to fly together, do you? Lung Yuanshuang huffed angrily, wishing she could leave if she weren't worried about Lin Luochen's safety. As Lin Luochen and the two girls flew over the gorge, they encountered no dangers or beast attacks. It was eerily calm. The two girls relaxed, curiously looking around with expressions of astonishment. Murong Xiaozhi extended a hand to feel the airflow, her eyes filled with longing. "Is this the feeling of riding the wind, eh?" Murong Xiaozhu also reached out her hand, passionately declaring, "Xiaozhi, in the future, they'll take you flying all over the world." Lin Luochen, helpless, could only hold the two sisters a bit tighter to prevent them from falling. As he held onto them, he noticed that Murong Xiaozhi was slightly more curvaceous than Murong Xiaozhu, whose waist was more slender and elastic due to her training. Lin Luochen couldn't help but wonder if there were subtle differences between the sisters in other aspects as well. Damn it, what am I thinking? After a moment, the three landed on the opposite shore, and Lin Luochen released his hold on their waists. "Alright, you can get down now." The two girls on solid ground still felt as if they were in a dream, unable to believe they had truly flown across. Lin Luochen stored the still usable feather transformation talisman away, glancing playfully at Murong Xiaozhu. "You lost." Murong Xiaozhu looked at Lin Luochen, pouting in dissatisfaction, and said, "What do you want then?" Lin Luochen examined her from head to toe, causing her to quickly cross her arms and step back a few paces. "What do you want to do?" Lin Luochen rolled his eyes helplessly and shook his head. "I just noticed that you are completely broke and have nothing worth taking. Let's just leave it for now and talk later." Murong Xiaozhu felt insulted and angrily retorted, "Humph, you are despicable." Lin Luochen gazed at the desolate mountains ahead and calmly said, "Let's go, we still need to cross these mountains." Although they had reached the opposite bank, they could not immediately return to the official road. They still had to traverse several mountains to avoid the enemy. After the previous battle, Lin Luochen, burdened with two deadweights, truly did not wish to confront Foundation establishment cultivators again. The Murong sisters nodded and followed him into the mountains. Hundreds of miles away, on a wide bridge spanning several dozen feet, more than 10 people were stationed at the bridgehead, setting up checkpoints to stop passers-by and check them before allowing passage. Some passers-by protested, but when the elder at the forefront emitted a Foundation establishment aura, they immediately quieted down. Most of those who could use this bridge were ordinary people with only a small number of chi refinement cultivators. Even if a Foundation establishment cultivator traveled with them, a simple greeting was sufficient to let them pass. Higher-level cultivators all had their own flying spiritual tools and did not need to use this large bridge at all. A group of people continuously checked the passing pedestrians, hoping to find the Murong sisters, but to no avail. Not far from them, a group was secretly observing their movements. One of the young men asked Elder, "Aren't we going out to greet the second elder?" The elder shook his head and replied, "No need. If they discover us, it will be troublesome to change our position. The family head wants to safely escort the two young ladies home. We should avoid unnecessary complications. After all, we are all under the same roof, and it would be awkward if things got too tense." The young man nodded and sighed. The family head is indeed kind-hearted, caring for the two young ladies. A glimmer of unusual light flashed in the elder's eyes as he smiled. After all, they are the last bloodline of the second master, whom the family head has always treated as his own. By the way, is there any news from Luo Jin and the others? Have they caught up with Luo Yao and his group? The young man replied with a strange expression, "No, Luo Yao and his group have vanished without a trace, and the two young ladies are also missing." The elder's expression darkened slightly as he murmured, "Could it be that a third-party force has intervened?" They were puzzled, while Lin Luochen and the others had long since entered the depths of the mountains. Days later, Lin Luochen walked cautiously through the mountains, vigilantly scanning his surroundings like a startled bird. After all, these past few days had brought him increasing misfortune, nearly to the point of choking on water. It was not just that he could stumble upon hibernating beasts. Even his cultivation seemed to take a turn for the worse, making him feel miserable. Although Mu Rongxiu had mostly recovered, Lin Luochen dared not let go of her. After all, holding onto Mu Rongxiu meant he would not have bad luck. The moment he let go, misfortune would come pouring in. If it weren't so inappropriate, he would have preferred to cuddle with Mu Rongxiu, even while sleeping at night. Lin Luochen found himself in a dilemma. Could he really hold on to her for a lifetime? The most ridiculous part was that since he had come into contact with Mu Rongxiu, his Qing Lian had not shown again. It seemed that all its strength was used in constant swaying, leaving no energy to store. Lin Luochen no longer expected it to provide insights. He was already delighted if it could ensure he wasn't cursed to death. At this moment, he looked at Mu Rongxiu with doubt in his eyes. This woman, could she possibly have feelings for him? Mu Rongxiu had noticed his recent misfortunes and felt quite guilty. Could it be that she had started to like Lin Gongzi? Mu Rongxiu's beautiful eyes sparkled. This fellow truly had a strong destiny. He was simply the destined husband for Qiu. Thus along the way, Mu Rongxiu continuously played matchmaker for Lin Luochen and created opportunities for them. After all, for her it was not easy for her sister to find a suitable candidate, so she could not let him slip away. However, every time she thought about Lin Luochen's gaze and touch, she felt quite awkward. What kind of situation was this? How could a brother-in-law treat his sister-in-law like this? But since Lin Luochen was truly irreplaceable, Mu Rongxiu could only suppress her strange thoughts. In the evening, the three of them encountered a natural hot spring in the mountains. The Mu Rong sisters, exhausted from traveling and camping, could hardly move, and Lin Luochen decided to stop as well. Let's rest here for the night. Mu Rongxiu's eyes twinkled as she smiled. I've grown tired of eating the fasting pills every day. I'll go hunt for some game. I won't be back so soon. If you two, a man and a woman, are alone together and feel like doing something, you'll have enough time. After saying this, she dashed off, leaving Lin Luochen speechless. At this moment, Mu Rongxiu's face turned crimson as she said, Gongzi, my sister, just loves to mess around. Don't take it seriously. Lin Luochen shook his head and said, it's fine. Qiu, how is your health? In the shadows, Lin Yueshuang pouted, feeling angry. This guy had never cared for her like this. It turned out he was not warm-hearted. He just wasn't warm towards her. Mu Rongxiu smiled gently. I'm much better. Thank you for your hard work along the way, Gongzi. Lin Luochen waved his hand, and then with a strange expression asked, Qiu, you really don't like me, do you? Mu Rongxiu's face immediately flushed as she looked down at her ample bosom, nearly burying her head in her chest. I shouldn't write. Lin Luochen frowned. Really not. Then why am I getting more and more unlucky? Mu Rongxiu replied nervously, maybe you've been in contact with me for too long. Lin Luochen nodded, sat down, and earnestly guided her. Qiu, apart from my good looks, I am utterly worthless, just a beautiful shell with rot inside. Mu Rongxiu listened to Lin Luochen's daily self-criticism, absent-mindedly nodding in response. Well, I understand. I want like you. In the distance, Mu Rongxiu saw that the two were unresponsive, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. Well, I understand. I want like you. In the distance, Mu Rongxiu saw that the two were unresponsive. Thinking of this, Mu Rongxiu, while hunting, used her meager knowledge of herbology to gather many aphrodisiac spiritual herbs in the mountains, and even brought back a snake's reproductive organ. Supplement boost, and keep boosting until this guy can't take it anymore. Mu Rongxiu had no idea that her sister was planning to take such extreme measures, as she simply brushed it off. Finally, waiting for a moment when Lin Luochen paused to drink water, she mustered her courage to ask Lin Gongzi, are you so afraid of me liking you, because you have someone you like? In the shadows, Lin Yueshuang immediately perked up, quickly listening attentively. Upon hearing the question, Lin Luochen instinctively wanted to say no, but a graceful figure suddenly flashed across his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to dispel Mu Rongxiu's unwarranted affection for him. Upon hearing the question, Lin Luochen instinctively wanted to say no, but a graceful figure suddenly flashed across his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to dispel Mu Rongxiu's hope instantly reignited. Is she more beautiful than I am? Lin Luochen paused, then steeled himself and gave a terse, reluctant nod. A light vanished from Mu Rongxiu's gaze, yet defiance still flickered in her expression. Could anyone truly be that stunning? Do not deceive me, your lordship. I do not lie. Then draw her for me. Lin Luochen stared blankly. How had Mu Rongxiu, usually so gentle, become so fiercely determined the moment beauty was mentioned? Ah, the accursed competitive spirit of women. Yet to quell her hopes once and for all, Lin Luochen reluctantly laid out brush, ink, paper, and inkstone upon a smooth bluestone slab. Mu Rongxiu stood beside him, grinding ink with quiet resolve, clearly refusing to concede defeat. Lin Luochen lifted his brush, recalled Lin Yueshuang's visage, and began to paint. He harbored no ulterior motive, merely believed Lin Yueshuang's beauty would extinguish Mu Rongxiu's infatuation. Truth be told, their appearances were remarkably similar. Yet Lin Luochen, having cultivated the Tao for decades, possessed an aura of transcendent grace that surpassed even Murong Qiuji's elegance. Curiosity stirred within Lin Luochen herself. Whose heart did this man hold? Could it possibly be hers? Her heart fluttered uncontrollably. She summoned silvery moonlight to cloak her form and leaned forward, peering intently, though she insisted inwardly, "I'm not curious at all. Just, well, never mind. I'll look." Having studied for a century atop Yunnu Peak, Lin Luochen mastered music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, achieving mastery rivaling celestial artisans in the mortal realm. Soon Lin Luochen emerged upon the paper, a moonlit immortal maiden, her features rendered with uncanny lifelike precision. In the painting, Lin Luochen stood beneath the silver glow of the moon, her gaze tender, yet sorrowful, tears glistening in her eyes, as though holding 1,000 unsaid words. It captured the very moment she had visited Lin Luochen in his past life, a memory he had cherished ever since. That too had been one of the rare moments when he felt utterly without regret. Gazing upon her painted self, Lin Luochen's breath caught, sorrow surged deep within her soul. The figure on the parchment seemed to step forth, evoking a vertiginous sense of temporal dislocation. When exactly had she ever worn such an expression? Why did this image pierce her heart so deeply? At that very instant, a long incomprehensible cultivation technique suddenly clarified itself within her mind. Destiny. Reincarnation. Murong Qiuji stood transfixed before the painting, unable to believe such ethereal beauty could exist in this world. That gaze, melancholy, profound, suffused with unspoken devotion, could captivate even a woman like herself. Defeated. Utterly, irrevocably defeated. Might your lordship tell me of your story with her? Merely out of curiosity, nothing more. Lin Luochen gazed at the portrait of Lin Luochen, gathered his composure, and began speaking slowly. We met by chance, yet perhaps fate wove our paths together. That day I was fishing by the riverbank when she descended from the heavens like a celestial maiden alighting upon mortal soil. To dispel Murong Qiuji's lingering affection, Lin Luochen embellished the tale, elevating Lin Luochen into mythic perfection. In his telling, Lin Luochen was peerless. Neither heaven nor earth held her equal, a divine being who had merely stumbled into the mortal realm, the very embodiment of beauty. Hidden nearby, Lin Luochen blushed furiously, covering her face with both hands, too flustered to flee yet too entranced to stop listening. So this stoic, reticent man saw her thus. Oh dear, how mortifying. I am not nearly so worthy. Just as Lin Luochen leaned in rapturously, and Murong Qiuji hung upon every word, Lin Luochen's imagination began to falter, his narrative running dry, when Murong Qiuji returned dragging a wild boar behind her. Lin Luochen, hurry and help. Tonight's meal is secured. In that moment both women shared a silent thought: eat, 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 nothing but eating. Lin Luochen exhaled in profound relief. He nearly exhausted his capacity for invention, his own words making him cringe with embarrassment. Thank the heavens she hadn't overheard, who otherwise he'd have had no choice but to flee Qingshu entirely. He rolled up the portrait and approached, frowning. Why did you not store it in your spatial storage pouch? Not a chance, it reeks. What if it stains my robes? Murong Qiuji declared with righteous conviction, then proudly unveiled a bundle of carefully gathered spirit herbs. Tonight we shall prepare a nourishing broth. I'll fortify you until you're squealing. But her laughter died swiftly. Lin Luochen sifted through the herbs and discarded them all with deliberate disdain. These herbs induce amorous agitation. Ingesting them recklessly invites grave peril. Lin Luochen, who had feared he might fall victim, now silently cheered, well done. Do not succumb to that demoness schemes. Murong Qiuji groaned inwardly. Was this man determined to sever every thread the celestial matchmaker tied? Very well, I refuse to be outwitted. Her eyes twinkled mischievously. Tell me, you know how to roast meat, don't you? Lin Luochen nodded. I possess modest skill. Then it's yours to handle. I'll take Qiuji to bathe in the hot spring. Under no circumstances may you spy. As Murong Qiuji seized Murong Qiuji's hand to depart, Lin Luochen hastily interjected, wait. He meticulously inspected the spring, scanning its waters and surrounding banks for any trace of demonic beasts, before finally withdrawing with cautious reassurance. All clear. Call if anything arises. I'll remain nearby. Murong Qiuji murmured softly, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. How truly gentle Lord Lin was. Murong Qiuji curled her lip. This young man's caution bordered on obsession, clearly born of fear that the celestial matchmaker might bind him anew. She guided Murong Qiuji into the water, leaving just enough clothing to preserve modesty under the guise of practicality. Murong Qiuji assumed her sister's caution stemmed from distrust of Lin Luochen, so she voiced no objection. Lord Lin was a paragon of virtue, certainly no voyeur. With complete trust, she shed every garment, and the two sisters frolicked in the warm waters. laughter ringing like silver bells across the valley. Lin Luochen, though his thoughts wandered wildly, maintained unwavering self-restraint. A true gentleman knows what deeds honor his integrity, and what deeds betray it. Lin Luochen might not claim sainthood, but he scorned petty voyeurism. If he wished to behold, would he need to steal glances? Unmoved, he prepared the boar on the shore, vigilant, alert to any intruder. Lin Luochen watched his calm demeanor and felt her heart swell with quiet admiration. She had misjudged him. He was indeed a man of impeccable virtue. Then, a sharp cry pierced the air. "Ah, what is that?" Murong Xiaoju's voice echoed faintly. "Fear not. I'll dive and seize it." Lin Luochen sprinted toward the spring, but halted short, calling out firmly, "What has occurred? Elder sister, where are you?" "Ah, a serpent." With a terrified shriek, Murong Xiaoju clutched her robe before her chest and fled straight toward him. "Lord Lin, the spring holds serpents." Yet as she neared him, her bare foot tangled in her own hem. She cried out and tumbled headlong into his arms. Lin Luochen lunged forward to catch her, but slipped on the damp ground, collapsing beneath her full weight with a heavy thud. Blast! Of all moments must misfortune strike now. Yet fortune, or irony, had made him a perfect cushion. Murong Xiaoju's own softness absorbed the impact, sparing her entirely. His hand landed squarely against the supple curve of her back, an unintentional, undeniable intimacy. They stared breathless face to face. Murong Xiaoju's cheeks burned crimson. Then she gasped, scrambled upright, and fled. I'm so sorry. Flustered beyond measure, she fumbled with her rumpled gown. No fold sufficient to conceal her modesty, tears threatening to spill. Lin Luochen lay sprawled on the ground, dazed by the shimmering waterlight, his senses slow to return. Why had this misfortune struck him? So vividly, so scandalously. Was heaven punishing him for this accidental transgression, threatening his very life? A chill indeed crept up his spine, but its source remained elusive. Lin Luochen turned his head to the side, stood up, and took off his outer shirt to hand it to Murong Xiaoju. "Put this on quickly, I'll be careful not to catch a cold." Murong Xiaoju accepted the clothing, softly murmuring her thanks, and stood up to drape it over herself. Lin Luochen looked toward the hot spring and asked, "Miss Xiaoju, are you all right?" In the distance, Murong Xiaoju's voice could be heard along with the sound of her dressing. "I'm fine, but there's a little water snake, don't come over yet." Lin Luochen frowned, surprised that there were still fish that escaped the net in the hot spring. "Miss Xiaoju, can I turn around now?" "You can." After a moment, Murong Xiaoju's weak voice came through. Lin Luochen turned back to see her blushing, clutching her shirt tightly in front of her, looking as if she were about to cry, clearly distressed. "Are you all right, Miss Xiaoju?" Upon hearing this, Murong Xiaoju lowered her head, her delicate toes pressing into the ground, nearly on the verge of tears. How could she be all right? How could she face Lin Gongzi in the future? Lin Luochen was at a loss for how to console her, and the atmosphere became both delicate and awkward. After a moment, a fully dressed Murong Xiaoju emerged holding a soft water snake. "I didn't expect there to be snakes at the bottom of the water, but luckily it's harmless." Murong Xiaoju let out a small cry and hid behind Lin Luochen, gripping the corner of his clothing, completely unaware that her dress was wide open. She had feared snakes since childhood, otherwise she wouldn't have run out in fright just now. Lin Luochen looked at the water snake with suspicion. Could this really be a fish that escaped the net? Why did this snake not seem like one that had just died? But surely Murong Xiaoju wouldn't use a snake to scare Murong Xiaoju, right? In the shadows, Lin Luochen quietly clenched her fists, as she was sure this snake had long since been dead. These demonic women truly stop at nothing to entice men. I can't just stand by any longer, otherwise this guy might fall for the tricks of these demonesses. But how should I make my entrance? That was giving Lin Luochen a headache. I can't just say I'm worried about him and traveled a long way to find him, can I? Just then Murong Xiaoju's nostrils twitched hesitatingly, asking, "What's that smell?" "It's my roasted meat." Lin Luochen took off running, but it was too late. He could only roast it again. As night fell, the three of them sat together with roasted wild boar and a pot of snake soup in front of them. Murong Xiaoju cooked that poor snake, claiming it was to help Murong Xiaoju gain courage. Murong Xiaoju didn't dare to eat, but kept adding firewood to the pot, clearly holding a deep grudge against it. Murong Xiaoju ate the meat skewers somewhat sheepishly, exclaiming, "I didn't expect you to have this skill." Murong Xiaoju nodded repeatedly, taking small bites, her delicate lips shining with oil. This old and tough wild boar meat was masked by the heavy and spicy seasonings used by Lin Luochen. He roasted it to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, rich, yet not greasy. Paired with fruit wine, it was simply exquisite. Aside from not liking himself, Lin Gongzi is truly perfect. Lin Luochen paired strong liquor with roasted meat, casually stating, "I used to be a hunter. This is essential in the wild." The meat he roasted as a child was so bad that even dogs wouldn't eat it, and he was often scolded by Lin Luochen. However, Lin Luochen was quite stubborn, and after ruining countless catches he finally honed his roasting skills. Murong Qiuji curiously asked, "Are you really not from a distinguished family?" Lin Luochen shook his head, and Murong Xiaoju's eyes suddenly brightened. Being not from a distinguished family is great, it's perfect for marrying in without so many concerns. The only worry is whether his own family will meddle in his affairs. Lin Luochen had no idea that Murong Xiaoju was already thinking of names for the children he would have with Murong Qiuji as he handed a skewer of roasted meat to Shushu. "Little guy, aren't you usually very eager to eat? Why don't you give it a try?" Shushu looked at the appealing roasted meat, suddenly feeling very anxious. But after tasting a bite, it looked at Lin Luochen in disbelief, its face full of astonishment. The flavor was all wrong. How could it be this delicious? Could it be that the little master was swapped? Murong Xiaoju kindly reminded Lin Luochen, "I advise you to save some spirit stones. Cultivating consumes a lot of spirit stones, treasures, pills, talismans, refining the golden body, and even accommodation in the sect all require spirit stones." Lin Luochen quickly interrupted, "Wait a minute. Accommodation in the sect also requires spirit stones." Murong Xiaoju replied matter-of-factly, "Otherwise do you think the sect would take you as a disciple? To do good deeds." The original intention of the sect's founding ancestor was to have disciples support him in cultivation, freeing him from mundane affairs. The sect provides you protection, a place for cultivation and techniques, and you contribute to the sect. It's mutually beneficial. Thus within the sect, everything from food, clothing, and shelter must cost spirit stones, and everyone must contribute. Lin Luochen was dumbfounded. Oh, wasn't there supposed to be an ethereal aura in the immortal realm? How could it be so mundane? What if I can't provide spirit stones? Murong Xiaoju smiled oddly. Then you'll be sent to work in the outer sect. If you still can't manage, you'll be expelled from the sect. Therefore the sect prefers to recruit children from distinguished families, for they have generations of accumulated wealth and resources. Within the sect, aside from exceptionally talented individuals who swear absolute loyalty to the sect, ordinary disciples are merely exploited. Lin Luochen nodded. It seemed in this world everything revolved around profit. Murong Xiaoju noticed his contemplative expression, and a hint of unusual light flickered in her eyes. Kids see the cruelty of the world. She kept telling Lin Luochen about the harshness of the cultivation world and the importance of resources, leaving him somewhat bewildered. But he wanted to understand the cultivation sect, so he listened attentively and occasionally asked questions. The three of them drank lightly and chatted happily, mutually avoiding any mention of the awkwardness from earlier. In the shadows, Lin Luochen sniffed the aroma of meat and wine, her throat moving, feeling a sense of wanting to cry without tears. Why were they enjoying roasted meat and laughter while she could only stand in the shadows, feeling cold and drooling? So frustrating. Coincidentally, in the sea of consciousness, Chu Lingyin looked at the three and almost cried from longing. "I want to eat too." At the hour of high after Murong Qiuji fell asleep, Murong Xiaoju quietly approached Lin Luochen. Lin Luochen in the shadows immediately became vigilant, her sword ready to strike this demoness at any moment. Little did Murong Xiaoju know that her name was flashing on the death list as she sat across from Lin Luochen. "Hey, how do you plan to handle tonight's situation?" Lin Luochen glanced at Murong Qiuji helplessly, saying, "It wasn't intentional." Murong Xiaoju huffed. "Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, it's a fact that you saw Qiuzi's body, right?" Lin Luochen nodded honestly, and Murong Xiaoju coughed, once assuming a serious demeanor. "Let's do this. I won't make it difficult for you. I'll give you a clear path, saving you from taking 30 years of detours." Lin Luochen looked at her with a strange expression, as this was something a widow in the city once told him. At that time, the alluring widow's request was for him to marry in and have a child. "You want me to marry in? How did you know?" Murong Xiaoju looked at him in surprise, muttering, "You're quite clever, aren't you? What do you think? Qiuji has a good impression of you. She's beautiful and gentle as water." Lin Luochen succinctly replied, "The key is she still wants a life." Murong Xiaoju pouted. "If she didn't want a life, would she even be in a position to choose you? You two are simply a match made in heaven. My Murong family was once wealthy, and my parents left enough resources for us besides the immortal ascension order. As long as you're willing to marry Qiuji, I can arrange for my share of resources to be given to you. What do you think?" Not far away, Murong Qiuzi's ears twitched, and in the shadows, Lin Luochen became even more nervous. Could he withstand this beauty trap, with such moral pressure and subsequent temptation? Lin Luochen finally grasped why Murong Xiaoju had painted the path of cultivation in such bleak colors. It had all been a stratagem to intimidate him and lay the groundwork for an arranged marriage. "The terms are tempting, but I refuse." Murong Xiaoju grew flustered at once. "Why? Is there anything wrong with Qiuji? She is fine, but I, Lin Luochen, will never become a Livian son nor live off a woman. Everything is negotiable. Truly, the matter of entering a household can be discussed again." Lin Luochen still shook his head stubbornly. "I already have someone in my heart." Lady, your kindness must be declined. Morong Xiaozhu admonished him earnestly. Think carefully. The path of cultivation devours resources. Can your intended provide the supplies you need? Can she aid your cultivation and future? Lin Luochen said calmly, no. But matters of the heart cannot be coerced. Morong Xiaozhu fumed. You set your sights on Xiaozhi and just walk away. How will she ever marry? Lin Luochen replied lightly, I did more than look at you. I even touched you. Shall you be married to me as well? Morong Xiaozhi nearby clenched her small hand, almost unable to restrain a cry as her mind went blank. In the shadows, Lung Yuxuang's delicate face turned ice cold. An unnamed fury surged in her chest, nearly driving her to strike with her sword. So it turns out you scoundrel aim to claim both sisters. Morong Xiaozhu panicked, covering Lin Luochen's mouth, while perspiration beaded on her brow as she glanced at Morong Xiaozhi. Should you want to die? Forget it at once, it was a misunderstanding. Lin Luochen noticed the Qing Lian swaying violently, and though unsure why, broke out in a cold sweat. My situation with Lady Xiaozhi was also a misunderstanding, yet I am the one who wronged her. If there is ever anything I can do for her, I will brave any danger without hesitation. Seeing that ploy fail, Morong Xiaozhu adopted a tearful, beseeching expression. Xiaozhi cannot cultivate, at most she will live another century. She cares for you so dearly. Cannot you grant her this? This cache of resources could at least elevate you to the foundation establishment stage and buy you 200 years of life. During that time you would have a beauty at your side and the chance to advance your realm. Why would you refuse? Lin Luochen remained resolute and shook his head. She is not a commodity, nor can affection be handed out like charity. I must decline. Morong Xiaozhu, unprepared for such stubbornness, felt her chest heave in frustration. Humph. You will regret this someday. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Luochen sighed helplessly, and for a moment she did not know whether to praise him for resisting temptation or blame him for flirting with danger. In the end, moved by the depth of his devotion, she resolved to send him off graciously, to see him once and then depart. For a moment she did not know whether to praise him for resisting temptation or blame him for flirting with danger. In the end, moved by the depth of his devotion, she resolved to send him off graciously, to see him once and then depart. After much thought, Lung Yueshuang finally devised how she should meet him. If she could not go to him, why not lure him? She would wait along his path, arrange an accidental encounter, and let fate bring them together. Pleased with her own cleverness, she decided first to help them find their way out of the mountain range. With her assistance, Lin Luochen and his companions contrived to get lost in the mountains, wandering ever deeper. Though the Morong sisters said nothing, Lin Luochen began to doubt his own wits. Had a century of confinement so eroded him that he had even lost the most basic skills of a hunter? Fortunately, under Lung Yuxuang's protective guidance, the three encountered no ferocious beasts and shaken, but unscathed emerged from the deep hills. Several days later, at the gate of Qingshi City, a bedraggled captain languidly inspected travelers, while a few soldiers cast lecherous glances, waiting for opportunities to molest passing women. At that moment, a carriage rolled up, driven by a strikingly handsome young man who nonchalantly sipped from a wine gourd. Halt! A snub-nosed guard lunged forward with his spear, barring the carriage and sweeping his gaze across the cabin. Where from? What is in the vehicle? Lin Luochen replied calmly. From Dongyue City. There are female relatives inside, and it would be improper to admit visitors. After leaving the main road, they had taken lodgings at an inn to rest, and had only now returned to Qingshi City. At the mention of female passengers, the guard's eyes glinted and lecherous stares roamed over the carriage. There have been evil apparitions in the city recently. All passing vehicles must be inspected. Stand aside. As the man reached to lift the curtain, Lin Luochen seized his wrist and held him immobile. Hey, how dare you lay a hand on a magistrate's man? The guards signaled his companions, and the others surged forward, eager to make trouble. Just as Lin Luochen prepared to teach them a lesson, a slender jade-like hand, clutching an official token, slipped out from behind the curtain. What? The Morong family returning to their mansion must be inspected by filthy ruffians like you. The captain stiffened at once and delivered a savage kick to the offending guard. You oaf, blind in both eyes to boot. You dare provoke Miss Morong? He instantly donned a servile expression. Miss Morong, forgive us. The new recruit does not yet understand protocol. Out of the way. Two simple words felt like a royal pardon to the captain. He hastily pushed his men aside. Miss Morong, please proceed with care. As the carriage rolled away, the kicked guard whispered nervously, Captain, could that really be the Morong family's young? Another guard muttered, no wonder there have been so many inexplicable deaths lately. Perhaps it's this harbinger of doom. Shut up. The captain clapped a hand over the man's mouth and stared around in alarm. Do you want to die? Before he could finish, a chilly wind swept by, stirring up paper offerings at their feet. From afar came a heartrending wail, punctuated by cries of another one has died. The guards shivered. Driving through the city, Lin Luochen noticed the panic on people's faces. A Qingshi was steeped in an eerie pall. Along the streets, pale funeral banners hung every few houses, and fluttering paper money circled around the carriage wheels. Murong Xiaoji peered from the window at the scene and asked in bewilderment what has come over the city. Could it be because I have returned? Murong Xiaoju squeezed her hand and soothed her. Xiaoji, you are worrying needlessly. You have only just come home, or it could not take effect so soon. Xiaoji murmured in agreement, but continued to gaze anxiously at the street. Lin Luochen's brow tightened as memories of past rumors pricked his heart. Could it be that the so-called Tianma sacred physique had already begun to move? Besides, if he intervened and upset whatever reaction the Tianma sacred physique would bring, who knew what karmic repercussions might follow? Scanning the city, Lin Luochen suddenly spotted a veiled woman standing beside a stall up ahead. Besides, if he intervened and upset whatever reaction the Tianma sacred physique would bring, who knew what karmic repercussions might follow? Scanning the city, Lin Luochen suddenly spotted a veiled woman standing beside a stall up ahead. She wore a blue and white robe as she selected hairpins, sunlight scattered into dappled specks upon her veil, and a jade pendant at her waist swung with each graceful motion. Her beauty was breathtaking, but it sent a cold shiver through Lin Luochen as if his soul had been stolen. Lung Yueshuang. Why was she here? Lung Yueshuang felt a flutter of nerves as she rehearsed how to respond should Lin Luochen approach. Should she be aloof, warm, or somewhere between? She reminded herself that as a disciple of the Yunus sect, she practiced the supreme forgetfulness of affection and must remain reserved. No, she must sever attachment entirely. Yet being too cold felt wrong, considering his ardor. Perhaps a faint gentle smile would suffice. While Lung Yueshuang wrestled with herself, Lin Luochen hurriedly sought help from Chu Lingying. Chu Lingying, did I just see Lung Yueshuang at the roadside? Am I losing my mind? She reminded herself that as a disciple of the Yunus sect, she practiced the supreme forgetfulness of affection and must remain reserved. No, she must sever attachment entirely. Yet, Lin Luochen clutched the reins tight. Don't joke with me. She must be here on business. Indeed, with Qingshi in trouble, she must have come to investigate. With that thought, Lin Luochen turned his face away and pretended not to notice when the carriage passed by Lung Yueshuang. She smiled at him only to find herself discomposed as the carriage glided onward. She had imagined 1,000 conversations, yet never anticipated being simply ignored. The stall owner looked at the deformed hairpin in Lung Yueshuang's hand, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, as he cautiously spoke, Miss. I'm sorry. Lung Yueshuang came back to her senses, hurriedly dropping the silver coins and rushing after Lin Luochen and the others. It must be that there were too many people on the street, he didn't see her. Lung Yueshuang appeared again in Lin Luocheng's path, deliberately turning her profile towards the street. To her surprise, the carriage not only did not stop, but rather sped away even faster, making her stamp her foot in frustration. You bastard, aren't you a hunter? Are you blind? Don't be angry, don't be angry. I brought a veil, he probably didn't recognize me. This time Lung Yueshuang simply pulled off her veil, her flowing black hair dancing as she boldly approached Lin Luochen. Lin Luochen looked at the haunting figure of Lung Yueshuang, his heart racing. It's over, she's definitely here to find me. Could it be that this woman, due to the intertwining of our souls, is affected by her Tao heart, and has come to bring me back to the Yunus sect? Thinking of this, Lin Luochen was drenched in sweat, constantly scanning his surroundings, fearing that Gu Qinghan would suddenly appear from somewhere. Lung Yueshuang revealed her captivating beauty, attracting all eyes on the street, yet Lin Luochen seemed oblivious. Watching as his carriage brushed past her again, Lung Yueshuang couldn't help but clench her delicate fist. This is too much, truly too much. I've already removed my veil, and everyone on the street is looking over, yet you're the only one who is blind, right? Lin Luochen. She called out Lin Luocheng's name slowly, making him almost abandon the carriage in fear. But reason made him instinctively pull the reins, turning back with a look of astonishment. Lung Fairy, it truly is you. I thought it was just an illusion. The Murong sisters, hearing the commotion, curiously poked their heads out of the carriage. Murong Xiaoji covered her mouth in shock. Wasn't this exactly the fairy from the painting? Murong Xiaoju was rendered speechless by the cool, stunning beauty. How could such a breathtaking beauty exist in the world? Lung Yueshuang's gaze swept across the three of them, and suddenly, she felt a spark of inspiration. It turns out this guy is feeling guilty. He must be afraid that I would discover he was with two beauties, which is why he deliberately ignored me. Thinking of this, Lung Yueshuang felt she had uncovered the truth, and couldn't help but snort lightly. An illusion? Could I have such a large illusion? Lin Luochen chuckled awkwardly. For some reason he felt as if he had been caught in bed. What are you doing here? Lung Yueshuang's ears turned slightly red as she casually replied, I came to carry out a sect mission. Hearing that she wasn't coming for him, Lin Luochen instantly straightened his back. What do I have to fear? I see. Then what advice do you have for me, fairy? Lung Yueshuang was dumbfounded. Lin Luocheng's response was worlds apart from what she had imagined. But remembering his attitude when speaking about her to Murong Qiuji, she felt relieved. This guy may seem cold on the outside, but inside, he must be extremely happy to see me. Really a twisted person. Isn't it customary to greet an acquaintance when passing by a? Lung Yuchuang feigned curiosity and asked, "Where are you two going?" "I am escorting these two young ladies back home if the fairy has no business." "I have business." Lung Yuchuang deliberately moved a couple of steps closer, shyly saying, "I'm new here and haven't yet found a place to stay." Lin Luochen subtly leaned back, pretending he didn't understand her implication. "There are inns in the city, the fairy can find accommodation there." Lung Yuchuang was so angry her teeth itched. This unromantic bastard. "If the fairy does not mind, you may stay at my humble abode. There are inns in the city, the fairy can find accommodation there." Lung Yuchuang was so angry her teeth itched. This unromantic bastard. "If the fairy does not mind, you may stay at my humble. With a fate like mine, I shouldn't expect much, and it's better to help others." Lin Luochen instantly wished he could die, wanting to slap himself twice. What role am I trying to play? Now it's all gone wrong, and I'm stuck. Lung Yuchuang didn't expect the demoness to actually help, and immediately broke into a smile. "Then I shall trouble you both. I must keep an eye on these two demonesses. I can't let them harm this naive fellow." Lung Yuchuang lightly jumped onto the carriage shaft, not forgetting to glare at Lin Luochen before entering the carriage. Lin Luochen was almost in tears. If he knew he couldn't escape, he would have wanted to abandon the carriage. He sighed and resigned himself to drive forward, determined to finish his task and run away quickly. Inside the carriage, the three women looked at each other, seemingly sensing some inexplicable undercurrent surging. Murong Qiuji smiled lightly, breaking the awkwardness and asking, "Fairy, have there been any events in Qingshi City?" Lung Yuchuang had arrived only half a tea time before them. How would she know what happened in the city? "Even I know that I shouldn't say I'm from the Yunu sect," Lung Yuchuang evasively replied. "Just a small sect, really." Murong Xiaozhu understood that she didn't want to say more and asked in turn, "Even I know that I shouldn't say I'm from the Yunu sect," Lung Yuchuang evasively replied. "Just a small sect, really." Murong Xiaozhu understood that she didn't want to say more and asked in turn, "Are you and Lin Gongzi old acquaintances? Isn't this guy claiming to be a commoner? Could this be his so-called love interest?" But looking at his earlier attitude, it didn't seem like it. Lung Yuchuang hummed in agreement, lightly twirling her hair with her fingertips as she softly said, "He is my lifesaver." Murong Xiaozhu, upon seeing this, recalled their earlier conversation, her alertness rising. "Oh no, this is Qiuzi's rival. Qiuzi, you've let a wolf into your home. What a coincidence, Lin Gongzi has also saved us." Lung Yuchuang snorted coldly in her heart, but maintained a calm smile on the surface. "He is someone who may appear tough on the outside, but is soft-hearted on the inside. I reckon he would help any injured stray he sees on the road." Murong Xiaozhu was immediately furious. "Who are you calling a stray? This woman appears ethereal, yet has a strong offensive. The fairy seems to know him very well. You must have known each other for quite some time, right?" Lung Yuchuang nodded and replied lightly, "Maybe a little longer than you two." Murong Xiaozhu exclaimed, intrigued, "Then how did you and him meet?" Lung Yuchuang glanced at Murong Qiuji and succinctly recounted the story of their acquaintance. Murong Qiuji, upon hearing a description that mirrored her own experience with Lin Luochen, felt her expression dim slightly. She looked at Lung Yuchuang and asked, "Fairy, do you also have feelings for Lin Gongzi?" What she meant was because she believed Lin Luochen liked Lung Yuchuang. But to Murong Xiaozhu and Lung Yuchuang it sounded like she was declaring her own intentions and initiating a rivalry. Murong Xiaozhu was ecstatic. "Well done, Qiuji, you didn't lose face." Lung Yuchuang was dumbfounded. Is there such a thing as a sudden attack? Indeed, the barking dog doesn't bite. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond, while outside Lin Luochen was drenched in sweat. "Murong Qiuji, I saved you and protected you all along, and this is how you repay me." Lin Luocheng's spiritual sense was enjoying the drama, watching with a grin. So entertaining, so enjoyable, bring on more. Faced with the sudden blow from Murong Qiuji, Lung Yuchuang was at a loss, diverting the conversation. "Murong Qiuji," exclaimed, her fair cheeks instantly flushed with crimson, even the tips of her ears turned bright red. I meant Lin." She originally wanted to say that Lin Luochen liked Lung Yuchuang, but the words stuck in her throat. How could she be the one to make such a declaration? Seeing Murong Qiuji's stammering demeanor, Lung Yuchuang, who had regained some confidence, couldn't help but smile slightly. It turned out that these demonic women were not so formidable, though just a few words could throw them into disarray. Just as Murong Xiaozhu was about to join the fray again, Lin Luochen timely interrupted the silent struggle among the three. "We've arrived at the Murong residence." Lin Luochen sighed with relief, secretly grateful that Qingshi City was not large and the Murong residence was not far away. Throughout the journey, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, fearing that the three young ladies would come to blows at any moment. Although in terms of strength the entire Qingshi city combined could not match Lin Luocheng's prowess, with a single sword Morong Xiuji's peculiar cursed body was far more terrifying than any causal weapon. Who knew whether she might suddenly go berserk? The tense atmosphere in the carriage dissipated in an instant, as if the previous confrontation had never occurred. Morong Xiuji smiled radiantly. Ladies first. Lin Luocheng nodded slightly, putting her veil back on, and gracefully descended. The Morong sisters followed closely behind, creating a fragrant breeze. The doorman in front of the Morong residence was dozing off, but his eyes lit up when he saw Lin Luocheng. However, when he recognized the Morong sisters getting out of the carriage, his face turned pale, nearly causing him to fall off his chair. Miss second miss. Morong Xiaju responded with an and asked indifferently, is the head of the family in? Yes. The doorman scrambled to go report, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Morong Xiaju shook her head helplessly and turned to smile at Lin Luochen and the others. Let's go. The four of them walked into the Morong residence while Lin Luochen and the others curiously looked around. The Morong family truly lived up to its prestigious heritage. The residence was adorned with pavilions and towers harmoniously integrated with artificial hills and flowing water. Though it could not compare to the celestial aura of the UNV sect, it exuded a unique craftsmanship far from the vulgar taste of a nouveau riche. The group passed through the winding corridors and arrived at the main hall, where the maids cautiously presented fragrant tea. Amidst the fragrant steam, a stern-looking middle-aged man approached swiftly. The Morong sisters rose simultaneously. Uncle. This man was indeed their uncle and the current head of the Morong family, Morong Dongyu. Morong Dongyu's eyes flickered with joy and confusion upon seeing the Morong sisters. Xiaju Qiuji, you have finally returned. Who are these two? These two are our friends. This is Lin Luochen, and this one is. As Morong Xiaju introduced Lin Luochen, she awkwardly realized she did not know her name. Lin Luochen slightly nodded. My surname is Long. So it's Miss Long. A look of surprise flashed in Morong Dongyu's eyes as he courteously returned the gesture. Once everyone was seated again, he looked at the Morong sisters with a puzzled expression. Where is Elder Zhou? Didn't he come back with you? Elder Zhou. We haven't seen him. Morong Xiaju replied blankly, leaving Morong Dongyu astonished. I clearly instructed Elder Zhou to go pick you up. Could it be that he missed you? Morong Xiaju thoughtfully replied. That should be the case. We did not take the official roads on our journey. Morong Dongyu suddenly realized. As long as you returned safely, that's good. Did you encounter any danger on the way? How could we not encounter danger? If it weren't for young Master Lin, we wouldn't have made it back. Morong Xiaju grew agitated as she recounted the assassination incident. However, she omitted the matter of the Wei brothers to prevent the family from discovering that they had stirred up a huge mess. After listening, Morong Dongyu promptly stood up to thank Lin Luochen. Due to the incident in the city, I was unable to free myself and could only send Elder Zhou to escort Xiaju and the others. He continued, I didn't expect that they would miss each other. Thanks to young Master Lin's escort, I am truly grateful. Lin Luochen replied calmly, Morong family head, there's no need for formalities. I was merely fulfilling my duty for the money I received. Morong Dongyu stared at him in astonishment, and Lin Luochen chose to be straightforward to avoid further complications. I escorted Miss Morong back, and they promised to give me a piece of the ascension token. Morong Dongyu looked towards the Morong sisters, and Morong Xiaju nodded, confirming his words. Uncle, I know that some people in the clan do not welcome us sisters, and we do not wish to remain as eyesores. We have returned this time to take away the things left to us by our parents and leave the Morong family. Morong Dongyu immediately grew anxious. Nonsense. Where can you two young ladies go if you leave the Morong family? This time it was some greedy clan members who acted wrongly, and I will give you an explanation. He added, rest assured, as long as I am here such events will not happen again. However, Morong Xiaju still insisted, Uncle, you know very well who is behind this time. I know you mean well for us, but can you always stay with us? A direct attack is easy to avoid, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. We no longer wish to live in fear, we just want to live peacefully. Please support us, Uncle. She had already planned to take Morong Xiuji away from the Morong family on the way back. She did not want to continue living in this constrained environment, and most importantly, the Wei family remained a constant threat. Since that was the case, it would be better to quickly take away the resources left by their parents and flee far away with Morong Xiuji. If the Wei family truly came looking for trouble, let the Morong family deal with them. After all, none of them had good intentions. Morong Dongyu wanted to persuade them further, but Morong Xiaju firmly stated, Uncle, our minds are made up. Morong Dongyu's expression changed, ultimately letting out a long sigh. This matter is of great importance. Oh, I need to discuss it with the elders of the clan. You two should stay for now, and we will discuss it later. Morong Xiaju responded with an glancing at Lin Luochen. With the Ascension Conference approaching, please handle this matter quickly, Uncle, so it doesn't delay young Master Lin's attendance. Murong Dongyu nodded and sighed. There have been many incidents in the city lately. I will try my best to arrange time. Upon hearing this matter again, Murong Qiu curiously asked, Uncle, what exactly has happened in the city? Lin Luochen and the others also leaned in with curiosity, while Murong Dongyu's expression turned grave. Recently in the city, for some unknown reason, people have been going mad, not recognizing their own kin, killing anyone they see suspected of being possessed. We have searched for a long time, but have yet to find the cause of their madness, and the possessed continue to emerge one after another. The people in the city are in a state of panic, and I have already sought help from the nearby Maiden Sect, but they have yet to respond. Lin Luochen pondered. In his past life, the heavenly demon sacred body had sacrificed its kin and the citizens of Qingshi City for the sake of its cultivation. Could these possessed individuals be related to him, or? He had previously suspected that one of the Murong sisters was the legendary heavenly demon sacred body. However, after spending time together, he felt that even Murong Xiaju probably could not commit such acts. Yet now that the two had just returned, the emergence of the possessed indicated that they were likely not the heavenly demon sacred body. Murong Xiaju's eyes suddenly brightened as she turned to look at Lin Luochen. Did you come here to investigate, Miss Lin? Could it be that you are a disciple of the Maiden Sect? Lin Luochen was taken aback. How had she become the demoness of the Maiden Sect? Yet having already spoken, she found herself trapped and could only nod awkwardly. Indeed. Murong Dongyu replied, looking at Lin Luochen with confusion. Forgive my boldness, but could you please show your token, fairy? Lin Luochen's hand shimmered, and she calmly produced a token of the Maiden Sect. She had many tokens of the Maiden Sect, though she possessed none from other sects. Murong Qiu looked incredulous, finally understanding why this fairy had not mentioned her sect. It turned out this ethereal fairy was actually from the Maiden Sect. Lin Gongzi actually liked the demoness from the Maiden Sect. It was said that the fairies of the Maiden Sect absorbed people's essence. Wasn't Lin Gongzi in danger? No, she couldn't just watch Lin Gongzi fall into the hands of evil. Having given up earlier, Murong Qiu suddenly ignited a fierce resolve to rescue Lin Luochen from peril. Murong Dongyu also flashed a hint of confusion in his eyes, but still stood up to bow. So it is the esteemed fairy of the Maiden Sect who graces us with her presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Lin Luochen waved her hand and said, there's no need for such formality, Master Murong. I have just arrived. Lin Luochen looked at Murong Dongyu, feeling that something was amiss, but unable to pinpoint it. Murong Dongyu, unaware of Lin Luochen's cultivation, felt apprehensive about this mysterious fairy. Since the fairy is here, the issues in the city will surely be resolved. Allow me to thank you on behalf of the city's people. Lin Luochen felt uneasy as she was new to this and knew nothing of subduing demons. However, considering her own strength, she nodded. Was there truly an expert at the out-of-body stage in this small Qingshi city? Master Murong, please tell me about the current situation. Murong Dongyu nodded and was about to speak when a constable rushed in. Master Murong, someone in the city has fallen into demonic possession again, and their strength is considerable. The city lord wishes for your assistance. Murong Dongyu's expression changed slightly as he nodded, turning to look at Lin Luochen. Fairy Lung, shall we discuss this on the way? Lin Luochen responded affirmatively, and Murong Dongyu hesitated for a moment, glancing at the Murong sisters. Xiaju Qiuji, you should come along as well. Lin Luocheng's expression became peculiar. It seemed that the Murong family was not safe either. At this moment, he still had to rely on the Murong sisters for his ascension token and could only follow along with a stiff upper lip. After exiting the hall, a massive broadsword fell at Murong Dongyu's feet, and he hesitated, looking at the others. At this moment, he still had to rely on the Murong sisters for his ascension token and could only follow along with a stiff upper lip. After exiting the hall, a massive broadsword fell. Then it's much obliged, fairy. Murong Dongyu lifted the constable into the air, while Lin Luochen navigated the flying boat closely behind. The group soared through the air and soon arrived at a corner in the northern part of the city. There were constant cries of alarm, and many citizens were fleeing in terror, while the guards quickly sealed off the area. From their elevated position, they saw a bare-chested man frantically fleeing through the streets. He was emaciated with red eyes and visible black gas swirling around him, moving like a nimble monkey. Behind him, a man in extravagant clothing with a blade pursued him, relentlessly shouting, "Don't mind me. Shoot arrows, don't let him escape." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding guards released arrows, and a rain of rope-tipped arrows fell. The man was ghostly in his movements, dodging most of the arrows. Even when one or two hit, he swatted them away. However, he was still momentarily ensnared by the ropes, allowing the man with the blade to strike down, forcing him to the ground. Die. He used both hands and feet, attacking the man in the brocade robes with sharp claws, looking as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. The man in brocade noticed the group in the air and immediately began. Die. He used both hands and feet, attacking the man in the brocade robes with sharp claws, looking as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. The man in brocade noticed the group in the air and immediately became more composed, wielding his long knife to engage the man. Although he was not weak, his opponent was physically strong and reckless. He found it difficult to gain the upper hand. Lin Luochen observed the situation and frowned, saying, "Does every possessed person have foundation establishment strength?" Morong Dongyue replied gravely, "Not necessarily. This individual is among the stronger possessed ones." The initial possessed individuals only had stronger physiques than normal people, but now most can rival peak chi refinement cultivators. Their physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, and a careless chi refinement cultivator may fall. Only foundation establishment cultivators can be assured of victory. Lin Luochen felt a chill in her heart. The true demonic race was indeed formidable. If an ordinary person possessed could rival a peak chi refinement cultivator, what about actual cultivators? Morong Qiuji asked, "Uncle, can they return to normal?" Morong Dongyue shook his head. "They have completely fallen into possession. Even if we don't kill them, they will soon die." Lin Luochen understood that these possessed individuals had gained power, but were clearly burning their own flesh and blood. Unless this person continually kills to absorb others' essence, he will soon be depleted and perish. This is the horror of demonic possession. Once possessed, there is rarely a path back. Let's subdue this person first. Lin Luochen elegantly raised her hand, and a beam of pure moonlight poured forth from her palm, like the Milky Way descending, enveloping the possessed individual. The moonlight gradually constricted, forming a cage. The possessed individual wildly crashed against the light wall, but his struggles were futile, and he ultimately knelt on the ground, unable to move. With a light touch, Lin Luochen suppressed the possessed individual effortlessly, leaving everyone speechless. Morong Dongyue gasped in shock, silently speculating about this fairy Ling's true cultivation level. Morong Xiaozhu had previously thought that Lin Luochen could be saved by Lin Luochen, and her strength was at most that of foundation establishment. But now, seeing her performance, she felt chills down her spine, realizing her earlier remarks might have been too loud. "Oh no, Qiuji, your rival is incredibly formidable." However, Morong Qiuji's gaze remained unwavering, as resolute as if she wished to join the ranks of immortals. Soon the man in brocade on the ground bound the possessed individual and flew up on a leaf of green. His gaze fell upon Lin Luochen, captivated by her beauty and demeanor, and he glanced at Morong Dongyue. Morong Dongyue understood and introduced City Lord Su. "This is Fairy Lin of the Maiden Sect." Su Zhen's body trembled slightly with shock and regret on his face, but he quickly reined it in. "So it is Fairy Lin. I am Su Zhen, the City Lord of Qingshi. Thank you, Fairy, for your assistance." Lin Luochen replied coolly, "No need for such formalities. I came for this purpose." "City Lord Su, please tell me the specifics." Su Zhen, learning that Lin Luochen came to help eliminate demons, became even more enthusiastic. "Fairy Lin has traveled a long way. You must be tired. I will host a banquet tonight in your honor, and we can discuss matters further then." Lin Luochen replied coldly, "No need to trouble yourself. I prefer tranquility." Su Zhen nodded, saying, "Then I will prepare a document for the fairy. May I ask where the fairy will be staying?" His implication was clear, but Lin Luochen shot a glance at Lin Luochen, leaving him bewildered. "What are you?" Lin Luochen said, "Thank you for your kindness, City Lord. I feel quite at home with the two Miss Morong. I will stay at the Morong residence." She did not wish to stay at any City Lord's mansion. She still needed to keep an eye on this fellow to prevent him from being devoured by the demoness. However, to everyone else, this scene seemed to indicate that this high disciple of the Maiden Sect had already chosen her prey. While Su Zhen felt relieved, he also harbored a sense of inexplicable regret. Why did such a stunning beauty have to be from the Maiden Sect? If she were to fall, he would have a chance. However, while others sought money for a night, she sought life. Lin Luochen noticed this scene and finally realized where his earlier discomfort stemmed from. Earlier, when Morong Dongyue heard that Lin Luochen was from the Maiden Sect, he had only been shocked and confused without any hint of regret. Shouldn't a normal man feel regret over such a fairy's fall from grace? What exactly was he perplexed about? Lin Luochen learned that the possessed individual was a widower from Qingshi City who had lived a life of poverty and had recently been afflicted with a severe illness. Surprisingly, he suddenly went mad today, killing several people before being discovered. Lin Luochen wanted to know how he became possessed and attempted to use magic to restore his sanity. However, this person had completely gone insane, consumed only by thoughts of slaughter. Even while bound, he continued to struggle and roar, chanting "Kill, kill, kill" in a terrifying manner. There's no saving him. Lin Luochen shook her head, and with a gentle wave of her hand, he ceased to breathe entirely. In her view, rather than prolonging his suffering in such a grotesque state, it was better to grant him a swift end. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at Lin Luochen's calm demeanor. This fairy from the Maiden Sect was no ordinary person. Murong Xiaoji became even more resolute in her determination to rescue Lin Luochen from danger. This demoness might be formidable, but her own unique constitution also provided her with a chance of victory. Little did Lin Yueshuang know that her rival was already sharpening her knife, beginning to search for clues about the possessed individuals in the city. According to Su Zhan, most possessed individuals were commoners living in unfortunate circumstances. The reasons for possession remained unknown, occurring in a highly random and irregular manner with varying strengths. Some, like the man today, went mad after being pushed to their limits, while others experienced possession for inexplicable reasons. It was Lin Yueshuang's first time handling such a situation alone, making her somewhat nervous yet exhilarated. She cast spells in the city to search for traces of demonic energy and creatures, but after a thorough search, she found no signs of demonic presence. Instead, Lin Luochen discovered that the buildings and even the street bricks in the city were made from a special blue brick resembling a unique mineral. Upon inquiry, she learned that this was indeed the specialty of Qingshi City, known as Qingyu bricks, which were of superior quality, sturdy and durable, found only in this area. However, these blue bricks had been around for a long time and should have no connection to the recent possessions, so Lin Luochen did not pay much attention to it. Lin Yueshuang stood quietly in place, seemingly deep in thought, yet uncertain of what to do next. Logically, under her moonlight technique, the lurking demons should have been unable to hide. Then she would slay the demons as easily as chopping vegetables, floating away amidst the adoring gazes of the crowd. But this was not how her senior sisters had described it. What to do now? With so many people watching, it would be embarrassing not to find anything. Lin Luochen, who knew her well, sighed helplessly as he saw her frozen in place. Fairy Lung, shouldn't we check the bodies of the previous possessed individuals and the victims? Lin Yueshuang felt as if she had been granted a pardon, eagerly nodding. I had the same thought. But she quickly regretted it, as the mortuary was eerie with the corpses inside being utterly disfigured. Murong Xiaoji, upon seeing the gruesome state of the bodies, turned pale and covered her mouth, rushing outside to vomit. Lin Yueshuang furrowed her brows, suppressing her nausea to cast a spell, yet discovered that there was no trace of demonic energy left on the corpses. Lin Luochen observed that these corpses appeared emaciated, recalling what he knew from his previous life, and directly weighed one of them. As expected, all the bodies were surprisingly light, as if their essence had been drained. Su Qingzhu, have these corpses always been this light? Su Zhan also stepped forward to weigh one, his expression changing slightly, as he hurriedly called for the coroner. After a moment, he gravely stated, these bodies weren't this light when they were first brought in. Lin Yueshuang's divine sense swept over the scene as she softly said, the blood and flesh essence within these corpses has been completely drained. Lin Luochen then asked, are all the bodies here? Some of the victims' bodies were taken back by their families. Su Zhan understood Lin Luochen's implication and solemnly stated, I shall have someone open the coffins to examine the bodies right away. Lin Luochen nodded, but his expression grew increasingly grave. If he was not mistaken, this was part of a blood sacrifice ritual, and the celestial demon's sacred body had already begun to act. He glanced at Lin Yueshuang, who, although foolishly innocent, should have no trouble suppressing the celestial demon's sacred body right. Yet the pale face of Lin Yueshuang under her veil, caused by nausea, shattered his unrealistic fantasies. This woman was still unreliable. Su Zhan led a team to investigate the state of the bodies while arranging for someone to keep a close eye on the body of today's possessed individual. Murong Donyue noticed Lin Yueshuang's discomfort and proactively suggested returning to the Murong residence to wait for news. When the group returned to the Murong residence, they found 3 new figures in the hall. A shadowy middle-aged man was sitting with a cup of tea, flanked by 2 young men who bore some resemblance to him. Upon seeing the group return, the middle-aged man rose and fixed his gaze on the Murong sisters, his eyes dark and murky. Elder brother, I heard there is a possessed individual at the Foundation establishment stage. It's nothing serious, right? Murong Donyue shook his head, saying, fortunately, we have the Fairy Lung from the Maiden Sect here. It was a close call, without any danger. Third brother, let me introduce you. This is Fairy Lung from the Maiden Sect. Her strength is unfathomable. After introductions, Lin Luochen learned that the man before him was named Murong Shichen, the younger uncle of the Murong sisters. It was said that his grandfather had wished to unite the 4 directions, but overestimated his own reproductive abilities, dying without producing a northern heir. The 2 young men behind Murong Shichen were his sons Murong Bow and Murong Kong. Rumor had it that the 2 brothers had failed to succeed in the Immortal Ascension Conference twice, which led them to target the Murong sisters' tokens. These 3 father and sons were all very interested in Lin Yueshuang, but she did not even offer a smile, merely nodding indifferently. Murong Shichen, unable to perceive Lin Yueshuang's cultivation, did not dare to show anger, and instead turned to the Murong sisters. You've returned, why do you not greet your uncle? Murong Xiaozhu sarcastically replied. Xiaozhu pays her respects to third uncle, wishing you longevity and an early ascendance to the ranks of immortals. Murong Xikan's face darkened immediately, for though he appeared young, he would soon be celebrating his 100th birthday. Has Howren Academy taught you this? Murong Xiaozhu stopped pretending, retorting sharply, the academy certainly did not teach us to turn against our own kin. You. Murong Shichen was about to retaliate when Murong Dongyue coughed lightly to ease the tension. All right, let's all keep our voices down and not make a scene in front of our esteemed guests. You must be tired after your journey, and let me arrange for someone to take you to rest now. Lung Yueshuang responded affirmatively, suggesting she wished to stay near the Murong sisters, citing their shared gender and preference for tranquility. Murong Qiuji was more than happy to have her stay, actively inviting Lung Yueshuang to live with her for a closer bond. Both sides were intent on keeping a watchful eye on each other to prevent any underhanded attempts on Lin Luochen. Thus, they quickly reached an agreement, ignoring Murong Dongyue's advice, and decided to stay together. Lin Luochen watched cold sweat pouring down, unsure of whom he should be worried about. As a man, he naturally could not move in with them. However, for reasons unknown, Murong Dongyue arranged for him to stay in a courtyard close to the three women. Perhaps it was to facilitate the great demoness nighttime harvesting of certain chives. The Murong sisters exchanged glances of mutual disdain and left under the pretext of taking Lung Yueshuang to rest. Perhaps it was to facilitate the great demoness nighttime harvesting of certain chives. The Murong sisters exchanged glances of mutual disdain and left under the elder brother. Who are these two? Murong Dongyue's expression turned grim as he signaled for Murong Bow and his brother to leave before slowly sitting down. Third brother, shouldn't you explain to me what's going on with Luo Yao and their group? Murong Shichen replied casually, elder brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Third brother, I will warn you one last time. Do not harm Xiaozhu and the others. Murong Shichen laughed lightly, saying, elder brother, if you didn't know any better, one might think they are your own. Murong Dongyue slammed the table in anger and exclaimed, Murong Shichen, you have gone too far. No matter what, Xiaozhu and the others are the last bloodline of Nanchuan, and do you not care at all about brotherly affection? Murong Shichen dismissed it entirely, standing up with a faint smirk. Elder brother, stop pretending. Do you think I don't know how second brother died? What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean, but it's pointless to be so blunt. Murong Shichen strode out, leaving Murong Dongyue sitting in place with a darkened expression, crushing a teacup in his grip. The Murong sisters resided in a secluded corner of the Murong manor where the environment was serene and separated from the others in the estate. The courtyard was elegantly arranged and kept clean, indicating that the servants often tidied it up, with no signs of servants mistreating their masters. After all, one of these two ladies could kill with a mere touch, while the other could bring misfortune, so the average maid would not dare to provoke them. The small building had 3 floors. The first floor was for receiving guests, while the second and third floors were the rooms of Murong Xiaozhu and Murong Qiuji respectively. The sisters had given the third floor to Lung Yuenshuang to reside in, while they themselves lived on the second floor. Lin Luochen followed them over, carefully surveying the surroundings, and only felt at ease after confirming that everything was in order. The reward had not yet been secured. The employer cannot die. Just as Lin Luochen was about to leave, Murong Qiuji gently bit her red lips and suddenly reached out to tug at the corner of his clothing. Young Master Lin, let me escort you there. No need, I can go by myself. No, as a guest you must be accompanied. Oh, Long Xianzi, please trouble your sister to entertain him. After Murong Qiuji finished speaking, she pulled Lin Luocheng's sleeve and began to walk, leaving Murong Xiaozhu dumbfounded. What had caused this girl to suddenly become so bold? Murong Xiaozhu naturally understood Murong Qiuji's intentions. She wanted her to keep an eye on Lung Yuenshuang. Oh my, am I supposed to watch her? Qiuji, do you know how terrifying she is? However, for the sake of her sister's happiness, Murong Xiaozhu still managed to force a smile at the cold-faced Lung Yuenshuang. Lung Xianzi, would you like me to familiarize you with the Murong manner? Lung Yuenshuang smiled gently and said, then I must trouble you, Miss Xiaozhu. She extended her divine sense, closely following the movements of Lin Luochen and the others. Little enchantress, let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. If you dare to act recklessly, don't blame my sword for being merciless. Meanwhile, Lin Luochen followed Murong Qiuji as he took the initiative to ask, Miss Qiuji, do you have something to say to me? Murong Qiuji nodded softly and asked, Young Master Lin, do you know the identity of Lung Xianzi? Lin Luochen was taken aback for a moment before suddenly realizing, then smiled helplessly. Are you referring to her being a disciple of the Maiden Sect? I am aware of that. Murong Qiuji looked at him with concern and said, Young Master, disciples of the Maiden Sect are exceptionally skilled in absorbing yang and replenishing yin. They can drain the vital essence of men. Lin Luochen smiled slightly and replied, Don't worry, she is different. Murong Qiuji grew anxious and said nervously, Young Master, do not be deceived by her appearance. Disciples of the Maiden Sect are adept at disguising themselves as the types men find appealing. Their cold beauty and alluring charm are merely facades. Once a man becomes infatuated and has any intimate contact with her, he will be drained of his essence. Lin Luochen nodded in agreement and said, I understand. I will not engage in any intimate contact with her. Murong Qiuji recalled her own experience of being incapacitated when she fell and felt a pang of doubt. Can young Master Lin truly resist the temptations of the Maiden Sect's enchanting women? On the other side, Lung Yuanshuang followed Murong Xiaozhu with a distracted demeanor, repeatedly sneering inwardly. What a wicked enchantress, actually playing the victim first. She claims that I would absorb someone's essence. I think it is you who will do that. Seeing Murong Qiuji tenderly preparing a bed for Lin Luochen, Lung Yuanshuang felt a surge of anger. These enchantresses are truly cunning. Stealing someone else's job, how shameless. In the evening, Su Jun came to inform them of the results of the corpse examination. All the deceased had turned into mummies, yet strangely there were no signs of the coffin being opened or the earth disturbed. Lung Yuanshuang sat quietly in the hall, flipping through the materials regarding those who had fallen into demonic influence, appearing deep in thought. It's over. I have no leads at all. What should I do? My master said that in times of crisis one must remain calm, keeping a steady demeanor even in the face of catastrophe, to keep the enemy guessing. With her eyes clouded, Lung Yuanshuang forced herself to calm down. Imitating Gu Qinghan's demeanor, she spoke lightly. I understand, Lord Su. Please return. I will handle this matter as soon as possible to ensure the peace of Qingshi City. Su Jun expressed his endless gratitude as he left, while Lung Yuanshuang rose and glanced at everyone, then floated away with the materials in hand. The others felt that this fairy was unfathomable, seemingly having everything under control. Her glance felt like it carried hidden meaning. Lin Luochen naturally knew she was just putting on a front, yet her demeanor stirred up painful memories within him. Would Gu Qinghan be lurking around observing from the shadows? However, if she was indeed present, the devilish body of the celestial demon in the city would not stir up much trouble. Lin Luochen felt increasingly uneasy and stood up to pursue Lung Yuanshuang, inquiring about Chu Lingyin along the way. Chu Lingyin is the blood sacrifice formation in the city real. Chu Lingyin had been silently watching and was somewhat surprised as she replied, You actually understand this? Lin Luochen responded thoughtfully, So that really is the case. Can you see how far along the blood sacrifice has progressed? According to his memories from his past life, this incident would occur in about half a month, but the exact timing was uncertain. At that time, he had just been imprisoned, preoccupied with thoughts of escape, and had not paid much attention to this matter. Chu Lingyin said helplessly, I am not a deity. I can only deduce that it is some kind of blood sacrifice ritual based on the signs. If you were to give me your body, I could personally investigate and likely uncover more information. Lin Luochen decisively replied, No need for that. Chu Lingyin coldly laughed and said, Kid, this ritual is not simple. Don't think that with Lung Yuanshuang around you can rest easy. Lin Luochen frowned and asked, What do you mean? Chu Lingyin crossed her arms in her sea of consciousness and huffed, No comment. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Lin Luochen felt increasingly uneasy and hurriedly called out to Lung Yuanshuang ahead of him. Lung Xianzi, please wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Lung Yuanshuang glanced at him, then at the Murong sisters who followed behind, and suddenly smiled brightly. All right, I also have something to find you about. Let's go to your place to talk. Murong Qiuji instinctively said, I want to go too. Lung Yuanshuang smiled enigmatically and replied, We will discuss serious matters that might not be convenient for Miss Qiuji to be present, right? Lin Luochen nodded and followed Lung Yuanshuang into the courtyard, leaving a frantic Murong Qiuji behind. Before entering, Lung Yuanshuang glanced back at Murong Qiuji as if to assert dominance. Little enchantress, don't think you can sow discord. He knows that I am not an enchantress at all. Murong Qiuji clenched her delicate fist and lightly bit her red lip. This is bad. Young Master Lin has been bewitched by this enchantress, and I must take extraordinary measures. Seeing her sister's resolute gaze, Murong Xiaozhu hurriedly said, Qiuji, calm down. She is very formidable. Murong Qiuji replied earnestly, Sister, don't worry. I know what I am doing. This enchantress has already developed hostility towards me. As long as she harbors murderous intent, I will kill her. As for how to incite her murderous intent, it naturally involves sabotaging her plans and competing for men. For the safety of young Master Lin, I must plunge into this situation myself. Lin Luochen was surrounded by two waves of enchantresses, yet he remained completely unaware, only wanting to escape as soon as possible. Once inside the courtyard, his gaze was intense as he straightforwardly asked, Lung Yuanshuang, why have you really come? After calming down, Lin Luochen began to sense that something was off. What matters could the Jade Maiden Sect have that would bring this woman all the way to Lanzhou? Is she here for me? Lung Yuanshuang was startled. Where did she reveal any signs? I told you I came under the master's orders. Really? Lin Luochen responded with skepticism. When has the Jade Maiden Sect's influence reached Lanzhou? Lung Yuanshuang fought to remain calm, and replied seriously, I came out to train and my master deduced that there is an opportunity for me here. Lin Luochen grew more anxious. Lung Yuanshuang's opportunity. It's over as she is indeed here for me, this chicken must be eaten. Did your master or any seniors accompany you? Lung Yuanshuang shook her head, and said no, just me. Lin Luochen felt relieved that Gu Qinghan did not come along, but worried that only this unreliable woman was here. Lung Yuanshuang, if I am not mistaken, there are demonic cultivators conducting a blood sacrifice here. You should be cautious. Lung Yuanshuang asked curiously, how do you know? This guy always had a prophetic feeling, leaving her puzzled. Lin Luochen casually dismissed, you don't need to worry about it, just trust me. Lung Yuanshuang said with a hint of embarrassment, hey, are you worried about me? Yes. Lin Luochen looked at the blush rising on her face and said ruthlessly, because I don't want to rescue you again. Lung Yuanshuang huffed angrily, don't underestimate me, I am not that useless. Lin Luochen chuckled and made a gesture inviting her to proceed. Then you do your best, though I won't disturb you any longer, continue your demon slaying. Lung Yuanshuang was taken aback, looking at him pitifully, and awkwardly said, young Master Lin, could you help me? Lin Luochen knew she was after him, and was just waiting for an opportunity, and at this moment, he only wanted to flee, and could hardly help her. I can't assist you, I will be leaving in 2 days. Then help me before you go. I don't have the ability, Lung Xinzi, please seek someone more capable. Young Master Lin. Don't look at me like that, I won't go soft-hearted. Half an hour later, Lin Luochen walked down the street with Lung Yuanshuang, the chilly night wind blowing past them. Let's be clear, once I get the Immortal Ascension token, I will leave. Lung Yuanshuang obediently replied, okay. Lin Luochen was wary of alarming the snake by striking the grass, so he quietly slipped out of the room with Lung Yuanshuang. Before leaving, he remembered to extinguish the candle, creating the illusion that the two had fallen asleep together. Now with the identity of a demoness from the Maiden Sect, Lung Yuanshuang found it convenient for their nighttime activities. After all, no one dared to disturb a demoness cultivation when she was in the midst of her dark rituals. Are you sure they won't be in danger? Hearing Lin Luocheng's question, Lung Yuanshuang pouted in dissatisfaction. Tonight the moonlight is abundant and the entirety of Qingshi City is within my perception. If anything stirs, I will sense it immediately. She paused, her tone tinged with a hint of sourness. Are you that worried about them? Lin Luochen replied calmly, am only concerned about my ascension token. This response made Lung Yuanshuang's expression soften as she gently asked, what should we do next? Lin Luochen said in a low voice, first we need to check around the city for any traces of blood sacrifice formations. According to the information he had gathered, those who fell into madness often appeared at night, likely when the Yin energy was most potent, making it easier to trigger their transformation. Moreover, during the deep night, with the common folk closing their doors, it would be more convenient for them to investigate in the shadows. Lung Yuanshuang nodded slightly, her steps light, as she followed Lin Luochen. The desolate long street was empty, the recent terrifying events having caused the townsfolk to lock their doors early. Pale paper money fluttered in the wind, and the soul-calling banners rustled, shrouding the entire city in an eerie silence. In a distant dark corner, a slender shadow stood quietly. As the night breeze brushed past, the figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke and quickly vanished without a trace. Lung Yuanshuang seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around, but all she saw was the empty street. Lin Luochen, alert, tightened his grip on his folding fan. What's wrong? It's nothing, let's go. Lung Yuanshuang retracted her gaze, but her brows furrowed slightly. Moments later, in a hidden underground palace, a man in a black robe hurriedly entered the underground palace and respectfully bowed to the indistinct slender shadow before him. Master, you have finally returned. The woman in black stood with her hands behind her back and coldly asked, what is your plan with the people you arranged? The man broke into a cold sweat. I didn't expect them to be so useless, they haven't even found her sisters. The woman snorted coldly, useless. Tell me, why would people from the Maiden Sect appear in the city? The man quickly replied, please forgive me, master. I have already killed all the seekers for help. Perhaps someone informed the Maiden Sect through other channels, which is why this girl came here. The woman fell silent, and the man nervously asked, is there no way to quietly kill her, master? The woman scoffed, this girl is not weak, and she is someone with great fortune, it won't be easy to kill her. Moreover, if we kill her, what if it draws the attention of others from the Maiden Sect? Find a way to make her leave quickly, or do not ruin my plans. The man hesitated, saying, to make her leave, it seems we have to give some explanation. The woman sneered, then provide them with an explanation. Haven't you already found a scapegoat? The man chuckled, nervously, feeling somewhat anxious. Master, the Murong sisters brought back a lad, and it seems that the demoness from the Maiden Sect is interested in him. The Murong sisters are determined to follow him out of Qingshi City. What should we do? The woman replied decisively, "Find a way to keep them here, they must not be allowed to leave." The man frowned, saying, "Keeping this lad is easy, but what if the demoness from the Maiden Sect doesn't leave either? He is merely a plaything," the woman mocked. "How could the demoness from the Maiden Sect develop genuine feelings? At most she will take her fill, and then leave. If she insists on not leaving." A cold light flashed in her eyes. "When the summoning array is activated, let them all stay. The most important thing for now is to avoid attracting more attention, and to let them relax their guard as quickly as possible." The man nodded, saying, "Understood, then I will take my leave." As he bowed and retreated, he greedily inhaled the blood energy that lingered in the air, a hint of intoxication flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Luochen and Lin Yuxuang searched around the city, but found no traces of the formation. This made Lin Luochen begin to doubt his judgment. Could it possibly not be a blood sacrifice formation? "Let's go, we need to keep an eye on that possessed person's body." Lin Yuxuang agreed with a sound, bashfully reaching out to take his hand. Meanwhile, Lin Luochen and Lin Yuxuang searched around the city, but found no traces of the formation. This made Lin Luochen begin to doubt his judgment. Could it possibly? Lin Yuxuang let out an annoyed sound and pulled Lin Luochen as they soared towards the city lord's mansion. The moonlight wrapped around them, lifting them into the air and completely concealing their figures. Lin Luochen gazed at Lin Yuxuang's profile outlined by the moonlight, and for a moment, she truly resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. He felt like a mortal being pulled up by an immortal, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Lin Yuxuang let out an annoyed sound and pulled Lin Luochen as they soared towards the city lord's mansion. The moonlight wrapped around them. The morgue was surrounded by hidden guards, and Sujin himself was hiding with a sword waiting for the demon to appear. However, it was evident that the demon did not show up, and the surroundings remained eerily calm and quiet. Lin Yuxuang's strength far surpassed everyone present. Their arrival did not alert anyone. Lin Luochen stood on the treetop with her for a while and curiously asked, "Why are we standing on this treetop?" Lin Yuxuang exclaimed, "Oh," and honestly replied, "Sister said that immortals must pay attention to grace, and every action must be elegant like an immortal." Lin Luocheng's view of the celestial being shattered. No wonder her every frown and smile was so perfect. It turned out she had undergone special training as a celestial being. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You made my legs sore." Lin Luochen pulled her down to sit on a sturdy branch, speechless. "If we can sit, why stand? Isn't it tiring to stand? Doesn't the wind feel cold?" Lin Yuxuang sat beside him and confessed, "At first standing was quite exhausting, but I've gotten used to it now." Lin Luochen shook his head helplessly. There were no real immortals, just all disguises. "You from the Inu sect really love to put on a show, all style, without substance." Lin Yuxuang curiously asked, "You seem to know a lot about the Inu sect." Lin Luochen casually replied, "Just a glimpse of the leopard, nothing more," and then changed the topic. "Is there anything unusual around us?" "Not at the moment." Lin Yuxuang swung her legs, curiously looking at him. "By the way, how did you escape that day? When I returned, I couldn't find you, and thought you had been captured by the demoness." Lin Luochen casually said, "I was afraid you would get caught up in trouble, so I left early." "Weren't you supposed to wait for me?" Lin Luochen joked. "I was worried you might take a liking to me and drag me back to the Inu sect." Lin Yuxuang's pretty face flushed, and she lightly kicked the branch with her small foot. "I wouldn't do that. Just because you wouldn't doesn't mean your master wouldn't." The two sat on the branch, chatting aimlessly while watching the morgue in the distance. A peaceful night passed, and by dawn Lin Luochen and Lin Yuxuang finally returned home. Lin Luochen hadn't slept all night, and had sat on the tree for hours, feeling sore and yawning as he stepped out of the house. Lin Yuxuang, with her profound cultivation, appeared radiant and glowing, her skin luminous like jade in the morning light. Just as the two stepped out, they spotted the Murong sisters standing at a distance. Having also not slept all night, Murong Qiuji pouted upon seeing their appearance. "You can't trust men. Just yesterday he said he wouldn't get close to her, and now he was sleeping together at night." Though Lin Yuxuang regarded her as a demoness, seeing her like this, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. "This isn't good. These demonesses are indeed formidable. Well, I almost fell for it myself. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself." With this thought, Lin Yuxuang pretended to be curious, saying, "What are you two ladies doing here?" Murong Qiuji bit her red lip, regrouping, and putting on a smile, her fighting spirit ignited. "Long Xinzi Lin Gongzi breakfast is ready. Uncle sent us to invite you too. As a demoness from the Maiden Sect, I will not lose." Lin Yuxuang sensed the hostility and decisively countered, smiling at Lin Luochen. "Luochen, let's go." Hearing this affectionate title, and sensing the surging hostility in the air, Lin Luochen nearly fled in panic. "Please don't do this, I'm scared." At that moment, someone rushed in from outside, and was momentarily stunned at the sight before him. "Lung Xinzi, it's bad. The body of the possessed has been drained dry." Lin Luochen and Lin Yuan exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They had kept watch all night and had just returned. How could there be a problem in the blink of an eye? Lin Luochen and Lin Yuan hurriedly made their way to the city lord's mansion, neglecting their breakfast. The Morong sisters, confused, decided to follow along. The four of them arrived at the morgue, where they found the body of the possessed individual shriveled like dried wood, devoid of any trace of blood. Lin Yuan exclaimed in disbelief, "What on earth is going on?" Su Jun also wore an expression of incredulity, saying, "We stood guard outside all night, and now it looks like this upon entering this morning. This person could deceive us and enter without a sound. They must be at least a nascent soul cultivator." Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. She and Lin Luochen had been guarding this place last night and were certain that no one had come in. Not to mention a nascent soul cultivator. Even an out-of-body stage cultivator wouldn't be able to act under her watch. Could it be that the demonic creature's cultivation surpasses hers? Lin Luochen stepped forward to weigh the body and found it was not as completely shriveled as the others, but had some weight to it. "Fairy Lung, is there any residual blood energy within him?" Lin Yuan cast a spell to probe and was surprised to say there is a trace left, but it's almost negligible. Lin Luochen thought of those buried victims who were drained of their essence without any signs of disturbance on the ground, a glint of realization flashing in his eyes. "City Lord Su, please send someone to investigate whether there have been any similar occurrences with animals that have died in the city." Su Jun was surprised that this young man dared to give him orders, but still instructed his subordinate to investigate. After all, didn't he see how obedient Fairy Lung was in listening to him? This young man must have some skills. Not only was he not drained, but he also had Fairy Lung following his lead. Did he have some special talent? Soon the subordinate hurriedly reported back that indeed there were strange occurrences in the city where chickens, ducks, and fish left out overnight had become abnormally shriveled. However, since this was not a frequent occurrence and most livestock were killed and cooked on the spot, it hadn't raised much attention. Lin Luochen immediately grasped the situation, his expression growing increasingly serious. It seems this person did not act personally, but used a special method to siphon blood energy from afar. Lin Yuan nodded, murmuring, "To accomplish this, it must either be a massive formation or a special magical treasure." She looked at Su Jun and instructed City Lord Su, "Send someone to capture some livestock, kill them, and place them around the city to observe the situation." Su Jun understood her intention, but hesitated, asking Fairy Lung, "How wide should this range be?" Lin Yuan replied without hesitation, "Naturally, the broader the better." Su Jun complied, but when several of them gathered around the slain chickens, they did not observe any loss of blood energy. Morong Xiaozhu speculated, could it only take effect at night? If it worked during the day, everyone would have noticed. Lin Yuan agreed, saying, "City Lord Su, you stay here and watch. Gil, go out to see if I can find that formation." Su Jun responded affirmatively, and Lin Yuan led Lin Luochen and the others toward the city outskirts, trying to locate the potentially existing formation. After all, while magical treasures could be concealed, a formation of such scale wouldn't be so easily hidden. The four of them walked through the streets and noticed that the number of pedestrians had diminished significantly compared to yesterday. Although Su Jun made great efforts to suppress the news, the fire could not be contained, and more citizens were fleeing. Seeing that Lin Yuan had a clear purpose in heading out of the city, Morong Xiaozhu couldn't help but feel curious. "Young Master Lin, aren't we looking for the formation? Why are we leaving the city?" Lin Luochen shook his head, saying the formation might not necessarily be inside the city, it could be outside. Morong Xiaozhu was taken aback, and Lin Luochen explained those victims were not buried within the city, they were also drained of their essence. If it truly is the formation draining them, it likely covers the entirety of Qingshi City and is probably set up outside the city. Morong Xiaozhu's eyes lit up with understanding. "I see, young Master Lin, you are truly clever." Lin Luochen shrugged, saying, "Miss Xiaozhu, you overpraise me. Anyone with some knowledge of cultivation could have thought of this." However, Morong Xiaozhu felt offended for completely not having thought of it, due to a lack of information. The group rushed out of the city, with Lin Yuan riding a flying vessel into the air, surveying the entire Qingshi City. This city was located in a basin surrounded by mountains primarily composed of blue stones. Many areas had been mined, exposing the blue soil and rocks. If there were any formations, they were most likely among the surrounding mountains. However, after searching around the area, the force still found nothing and didn't locate any trace of a formation. Lin Luochen truly couldn't discern any clues and could only seek help from internal assistance. "Chu Lingyin, do you notice any clues?" Chu Lingyin replied with a serious tone, "You should ask Lin Yuan if she can investigate the situation underground." Lin Luochen followed her advice and inquired with Lin Yuan. She casually found a spot to land, released her divine sense, but frowned. "The soil here is rather strange. My divine sense can only penetrate about 10 zhong, but within that range there are no traces of formation patterns." Lin Luochen pondered. Just then the mouse scurried out from his arms, pointing at the ground and squeaking a few times. Looking at its little white paws, Lin Luochen hesitated, saying, "Mouse, can you burrow underground?" The mouse nodded, leaping down from him, and began to dig at the ground, quickly burrowing into the earth. Lin Luochen and the others watched in astonishment, while Murong Qiuji expressed her concern. What if the mouse gets into trouble? Lin Luochen hesitated, saying it should be fine, right? The group curiously surrounded the hole, and Lung Yuanshuang asked, "When did you raise a spirit pet?" Lin Luochen confessed, "I found it in the Duanyue mountain range. Thankfully this little guy led me out." Lung Yuanshuang suddenly understood, and laughed. "You truly have good fortune." Lin Luochen smiled, but did not respond, silently watching the hole in the ground. Half an hour later, just when Lin Luochen was anxiously worried and doubting if the mouse had encountered some misfortune, the mouse came back panting from a distance, covered in green mud and grass clippings, looking quite disheveled. Lin Luochen let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Mouse, are you all right?" The mouse shook its head, quickly shaking off its fur, and then pointed at the green mud on the ground, squeaking incessantly. Lin Luochen and the others exchanged glances, and Lung Yuanshuang asked curiously, "What is it saying?" Lin Luochen awkwardly but politely smiled, "I don't know either." Seeing that he couldn't understand, the mouse began to draw on the ground, sketching out a series of thin tunnels. Everyone was puzzled, and Murong Qiuji hesitated, asking, "Is there an underground river below?" The mouse nodded repeatedly, clearly indicating that it had swum in the underground river for a while before emerging from another location. Everyone looked at the portion of the underground river it had drawn, but found no clues. This complex and intertwined structure didn't resemble a formation at all. Instead, it looked somewhat like meridians. Clearly this was not a formation, which greatly disappointed Lin Luochen and the others. Just as they were about to continue expanding their search area, they saw Murong Qiuji approaching on his sword with an anxious expression. Upon seeing the group, he visibly sighed in relief, flying closer while shouting, "Fairy Lung, several people in the city have suddenly gone possessed. We are truly exhausted, please lend your..." Upon hearing that something had happened in Qingshi City, Lung Yuedang, without a second thought, gathered Lin Luochen and others, steering the flying boat away with a roar. Murong Qiuji watched their departing figures, glancing into the distance, his eyes filled with struggle and hesitation. A moment later, he clenched his fists, wielding his flying sword, and continued towards Qingshi City. Inside Qingshi City, the acrid smell of blood permeated the air, with commoners scattering in all directions, cries and shouts echoing wildly. Several shadows enveloped in black gas had crimson eyes and claws like blades, rampaging through the crowd in a frenzy of slaughter. Though Murong Dongyue and Su Zhan collaborated with the city guards to fend them off, there were too many possessed individuals, leaving them overwhelmed. "Uncle, save me." Murong Boss Long's sword was knocked away by a possessed individual, and seeing his life in imminent danger, he became so frightened that he lost control. "Demonic beast, how dare you!" Murong Dongyue roared, his broad sword soaring out and transforming into a stream of light that pinned the monster against the wall. Murong Bow escaped danger, but Murong Dongyue was ambushed by another possessed individual, claws slicing through the air with a foul wind slamming into his back. With a crack, Murong Dongyue spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying away like a kite with its string cut. "Uncle! Uncle!" Murong Bow was terrified, stumbling away in panic, completely forgetting to help. The possessed individual used all limbs, pouncing towards Murong Dongyue like a specter, its sharp claws aimed directly at his heart. Head of the Murong family. Su Zhan leaped up, his long knife suddenly gleaming with a blinding golden light, a brilliant blade of light striking down like thunder. The ambushing monster was sliced in half, blood splattering onto his face, adding a touch of ferocity to his appearance. However, the surrounding possessed individuals, sensing the scent of blood, surged towards him like hungry wolves. Su Zhan stood firm with his knife, speaking in a deep voice, "Head of the Murong family, are you all right? I won't die yet." Murong Dongyue struggled to rise, drawing his long sword and standing back to back with Su Zhan, gazing at the approaching monsters. Just as the two were about to fight to the death, a clear female voice descended like a cold spring from the heavens. "You shall die." In an instant, the bright moonlight cascaded down like a river, hanging upside down, enveloping the entire long street. The possessed individuals seemed to be pressed down by an invisible giant hand, their bones cracking audibly as they were forcibly crushed into the flagstones. In midair, Lung Yuetang, clad in white, stood on the flying boat, her jade hands forming seals and moonlight swirling around her, resembling a celestial being. From above Qingshi City, strands of pure moonlight fell, and all the possessed individuals without the power to resist perished in an instant. Murong Dongyue, astonished, exclaimed, This is no technique a golden core can possess." Su Zhan agreed, for the golden cores they had seen certainly did not have such astonishing abilities. However, Lung Yuetang paid them no mind, gazing at the city, filled with cries, her eyes flashing with a hint of compassion. She performed spells with her hands, the bright moonlight enshrouding the entire city, quickly healing the wounds of the commoners. Suzhen looked at Lin Luochen bathed in moonlight, murmuring, "Isn't this just what a fairy does?" If the enchanting ladies of the Maiden Sect were all like this, it was no wonder so many suitors flocked to them. Even Suzhen felt this way, let alone the ordinary commoners in the city who had already knelt down, calling her a fairy. Lin Luochen, disregarding the public display of her powers, gracefully descended with Lin Luochen and the others. The Mu Rong sisters hurriedly surrounded the bloodied Mu Rong Dongyue. "Uncle, are you alright?" Mu Rong Dongyue weakly replied, "I'm fine, but for a while I fear I won't be able to fight again." Though his external wounds had been healed by Lin Luochen, the broken bones and internal injuries still required time to recover. Lin Luochen then turned to Suzhen, asking, "City Lord Su, head of the Mu Rong family, what on earth happened here?" Suzhen forced a smile, saying, "We don't know what happened either. Many people in the city suddenly went mad at the same time. We tried to stop them at the first opportunity, but it was beyond our capability. If it weren't for the fairy's assistance, a great calamity would have ensued." Lin Luochen frowned, asking, "Was there no warning at all?" Suzhen shook his head, replying, "None." Mu Rong Dongyue gasped for breath, wondering, could it be that the arrival of fairy lungs startled those monsters? Lin Luochen suspected it was because they discovered something that forced the heavenly demon saint body to intervene. Could it be that a formation was truly outside the city? At this moment, a wailing sound interrupted his thoughts. A woman holding a child's corpse knelt at Lin Luocheng's feet, continuously prostrating. "Please, fairy, save my son." Meanwhile, more commoners surrounded them, clutching their deceased relatives, each extending bloodied hands. "Fairy, my wife still has breath. Fairy, please show mercy and save my wife." Lin Luochen had never encountered such a scene and was momentarily at a loss. Her magic could only heal external wounds, let alone the dead. She couldn't even help those missing limbs. Lin Luochen, seeing this, stepped forward, his broad back completely shielding Lin Luochen. He unfolded his right hand, the folding fan snapping open with a sharp arc in front of him. "Everyone, please grieve quietly." Lin Luocheng's voice was firm yet composed. "The dead are gone. Even divine beings cannot reverse fate. You do not make things difficult for Fairy Long." "Nonsense. My wife is clearly still alive." A blood-soaked man with eyes wide in rage brandished his bloodied fist and was about to charge forward. Lin Luocheng's eyes turned cold, and he slightly lowered the fan, unleashing an invisible force that pushed the man back 3 steps. He turned to Suzhen, his gaze filled with undeniable authority. Suzhen finally came to his senses and urgently commanded the city guards, "Why are you all just standing there? Why aren't you maintaining order?" Once the crowd was barely separated by the guards, Lin Luochen turned to Lin Luochen, his voice unconsciously softening. "You have already done your best. For those you cannot save, do not hold it against yourself or be overly critical." He understood that her mastery of the Supreme Emotion Forgetfulness technique was still lacking, worried that this incident would affect her mindset. Lin Luochen looked at him, who was rarely gentle, her long lashes fluttering as she softly replied, "Rest assured, I am self-aware. I am not a saint and cannot save everyone in the world." Just as Lin Luochen felt relieved, he suddenly heard someone in the crowd shout with a strained voice, "Mu Rong Qiuji, look, that's Mu Rong Qiuji." All eyes turned to Mu Rong Qiuji, emotions running high as insults erupted. "Mu Rong Qiuji, so you've returned, you star of misfortune." "Silence. Everyone be quiet, let this city lord speak." Suzhen shouted at the top of his lungs, yet the people knew his character and emboldened. "Silence. Everyone be quiet, let this city lord speak." Suzhen shouted at the top of his lungs, yet the people knew his character and emboldened grew more fervent in their accusations. Mu Rong Qiuji, under the crowd's denunciation, lowered her head at a loss. "You mustn't slander." Mu Rong Xiaozhu protected her younger sister, her apricot eyes wide open. Clearly it was the demonic creatures at work. How could it be related to Qiuji? "Everyone calm down. This matter has nothing to do with my niece." Mu Rong Dongyue, despite enduring pain, also tried to reason with the wildly agitated crowd. The more he tried to reason with them, the more unreasonable they became. "It's her who brought the disaster. Return my wife's life." That grief-stricken man picked up a stone and was about to throw it at Mu Rong Qiuji, but at that moment a figure charged him like a tiger among sheep. With a scream, the man's right arm bent at a grotesque angle as the stone fell back on his own foot. Mu Rong Qiuji looked up through her misty tears and saw a tall figure blocking the front, exuding an undeniable aura as his sleeves fluttered. Lin Luochen kicked the burly man back into the crowd, then with a flick of his sleeve, his icy gaze swept over the audience. "I can understand your grief over your wife's death, but do not take advantage of it, otherwise I wouldn't mind reuniting you both in the afterlife." Those intending to take advantage of the chaos to vent their anger were all intimidated by Lin Luochen. Someone boldly asked, "Do you know who she is?" "She is the star of misfortune. It's she who brought the bad luck." Exactly, she just returned, and this calamity appeared in the city, as she must be that monster. Lin Luochen laughed silently, saying, when I'm trying to reason with you, you choose to use force. Now that I'm ready to act, do you still want to reason with me? Who is interested in reasoning with you? He opened his fan, cutting several deep marks into the ground with an icy, in 3 breaths leave. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The crowd panicked, looking towards Su Zhan, exclaiming, City Lord Su, this guy is unreasonable. What? Fairy, that Mu Rong Qiuji is really. Oh. Lin Luochen directly sent the one who spoke, flying slowly, saying too. Realizing he was serious, the crowd scattered in fear, the grief-stricken man limping away, rapidly abandoning even his wife's corpse. Su Zhan quickly called out, hey, you didn't take your wife with you. But that man had already fled, leaving Su Zhan helpless to order, take her back. After the commoners dispersed, the figures of Mu Rong Qichen and his 2 sons emerged from behind the crowd. Mu Rong Qichen awkwardly approached, saying, elder brother, are you alright? Mu Rong Dongyue sighed weakly, replying, I'm fine, let's speak of it later. He apologized to Su Zhan and was then supported by Mu Rong Qichen as they headed towards the Mu Rong residence. Lin Luochen watched the 2 retreating figures, shaking his head helplessly. Everyone seems to have their own hidden agenda. In the city of Qingshi, the atmosphere was tense and fearful. On the streets, one could see common people carrying bundles and dragging their families along. Their expressions were frantic, their steps hurried, as if being chased by malevolent spirits. Su Zhan stood before the city gate, repeatedly advising and emphasizing, his voice hoarse. Dear elders and fellow townsfolk, with the presence of the fairy from the Maiden Sect in the city, it is 100 times safer than out there. Su Zhan stood before the city gate, repeatedly advising and emphasizing, his voice hoarse. Dear elders and fellow townsfolk, with the presence of the fairy, we would rather die on the road than become those kinds of monsters. Su Zhan sighed deeply and had no choice but to dispatch the city guards to form a line escorting the fleeing populace. Standing atop the city tower, Lin Luochen watched the receding line of people, the white hem of her dress fluttering in the wind. After this incident, she dared not venture out of the city again, fearing the emergence of more possessed individuals. After all, the mastermind behind this had managed to ensnare people into possession without anyone knowing, making it nearly impossible to guard against. None of them understood how that person accomplished it. Unable to comprehend, Lin Luochen turned to Lin Luochen, who seemed deep in thought. Luochen, do you have any thoughts? Lin Luochen woke from his reverie, his voice soft as he said, I can't shake the feeling that the timing of the people's possession is too coincidental, almost as if. He paused, like it's intentionally interrupting our investigation, deliberately binding us within the city. Lin Luochen frowned, feeling vexed. But we didn't discover anything at the time. Lin Luochen thought for a moment and suggested, why don't you stay in the city while I make another trip outside? He still had the feather transformation talisman. No matter how strong the possessed ones were, they couldn't fly, and he was confident he could protect himself. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Luochen and Mu Rong Qiuji exclaimed in unison, no. The 2 women exchanged glances, and in the air it felt as if sparks had flown, then they both turned their faces away. Lin Luochen lightly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said softly, that person's methods are unfathomable, oh, it's too dangerous for you to go out alone. The 2 women exchanged glances, and in the air it felt as if sparks had flown, then they both turned their faces away. Lin Luochen lightly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said softly, that person's methods are you can't even handle the possessed ones, where does your confidence come from? Su Zhan awkwardly fell silent, while Lin Luochen turned her gaze back to Lin Luochen, her expression softening. Luochen, it's best if you don't rashly go outside, let's wait and see the results tonight before deciding. Su Zhan felt like he was being fed dog food, nearly crying out loud. Such is the fate of some people. In this world, being good-looking indeed allows one to act with impunity. Lin Luochen thought of the victims and the corpses of the possessed still in the city and nodded slightly. Although he had not offended the heavenly demon saint body, who knows if they would take action? The group concentrated the corpses of the possessed at the city lord's mansion, quietly waiting for nightfall. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the city, an invisible black smoke appeared in a room, coalescing into a vague. The man in the room hurriedly stood up and bowed, saying, Master. He seemed hesitant to speak, and from the shadow came a woman's voice, speak your mind. Why did you suddenly act early, Master? Wasn't it said that we would move tonight? The shadow replied angrily, I intended to lure them out of the city, but that brat had a rat by his side, nearly ruining my plans. A rat? The man looked incredulous. You can't handle the Maiden Sect's demoness, and you fear a rat. At that moment he began to question his own choices. The shadow sensed his hesitation and snorted coldly. That is no ordinary rat. It can resist my demonic energy invasion and is likely a powerful demon who, like me, has shed its old body and is being reborn. The man felt uneasy and asked then, will it affect our plan? The shadow replied nonchalantly, No, although I can't deal with it, you can easily kill it. But for now it's best to avoid any rash actions. We need to ensure that the Maiden Sect's demoness leaves. The man nodded, saying, although our plan has been disrupted, I already have a countermeasure. It will just be a bit troublesome. Please, Master, proceed as originally planned, gathering the faint blood energy within the city into the magic eye. But don't make it too obvious, and don't let him be possessed all at once. Let it happen over the course of several days. The shadow responded with an appreciative tone, asking a few more questions before slowly laughing. Though your talent is lacking, your methods are ruthless and clever. I lack talents like you by my side. Work hard, and when I return to life, I will grant you an undying demonic body, allowing you to be immortal, and follow me. The man's eyes flashed with demonic patterns oblivious to it, as he excitedly exclaimed, Thank you, Master. The shadow quickly dissipated as if it had never appeared. Nightfall. The moonlight was like a furnace, another night of sparse stars. Lin Luochen and the others gathered at the city lord's mansion, where Lin Luochen, using the moonlight, cast a spell to observe the entire Qingshi city. The bright moonlight illuminated the corpses of the possessed, enveloped in a hazy blood light. This was the residual blood energy within the corpses revealed by the pure moonlight, becoming visible to the naked eye. However, as time passed, the blood energy showed no significant changes. Lin Luochen seemed to have noticed something, furrowing her brows and gently biting her lip while forming hand seals. In an instant, the bright moon in the night sky shone brilliantly, enveloping the entire Qingshi city in a soft moonlight. Everyone saw the extremely faint blood energy gathering together beneath the moonlight. At that moment, everyone held their breath. They watched as countless threads of blood energy rose from all directions, coalescing in the air into a misty blood-red fog, slowly flowing like a living creature. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Luochen's eyes as she waved her hand to release a flying boat, eagerly saying, Let's go take a look. Lin Luochen and the others jumped onto the flying boat, while Su Jin also soared into the air on a green leaf. Wait for me. Hovering above Qingshi City, the group could clearly see the blood energy surging like a current toward a certain direction. This blood energy was sparse, but little by little it accumulated. Had so many people not died today, it would have been nearly undetectable. Chase. Lin Luochen took the lead, flying toward the direction of the blood energy, but the more they flew, the graver everyone's expressions became. Mu Ronqiuji was in disbelief, saying, How is this possible? The direction the blood energy surged was precisely toward the Mu Rong residence. Lin Luochen wasn't too surprised, knowing the heavenly demon saint body had blood sacrifices involving its kin and the entire populace. There weren't many families in the city, and even fewer capable of cultivation. He and Lin Luochen had checked the Mu Rong residence and the city lord's mansion first last night, but unfortunately found nothing. The group followed the flowing blood energy to hover above the Mu Rong residence, where they saw the blood energy forming a massive vortex, continuously surging into a beautiful pavilion. Whose place is that? Lin Luochen's voice was icy, while Mu Ronqiuji's face turned pale, struggling to believe it. That is my uncle's room. The group exchanged glances, and Su Jin couldn't help but clench his fists, gritting his teeth. How can it be him? Lin Luochen felt it was somewhat unexpected, yet also somewhat reasonable, though he sensed something was amiss. Although he had previously harbored doubts about Mu Rongdongyue, he felt that this time seemed too smooth. Let's go in and take a look. Seeing that the servants in the residence had been startled, Lin Luochen led the group down and directly pushed the door open. Inside the room, Mu Rongdongyue was weakly leaning against the headboard. Upon seeing them enter, he was taken aback and sat up. Fairy Lung City, Lord Su cough. What brings you here? Lin Luochen said nothing, casting a spell with her hand, and moonlight illuminated the room, revealing the blood energy surging toward Mu Rongdongyue's bed. At this moment, he supported his forehead with his hand, dozing off, when suddenly he opened his eyes with a peculiar expression, looking around in confusion. He had just sensed that his vertical eye had suddenly disappeared, and the demonic energy with she raised her delicate hand. The jade pillow levitated and flew into her palm, still absorbing the blood-tinged qi. With a sweep of her divine sense, she tightened her grip. The pillow shattered instantly, revealing a jet-black orb wrapped tightly in talismanic paper. Veins of scarlet coiled across its surface, converging upon a vertical streak of obsidian gold at its center, like a malevolent slitted pupil, radiating an eerie, bone-chilling luminescence. Clutching the obsidian orb, Cold Moon Frost felt waves of vile intent rise within her mind. Swiftly, she recited the supreme indifference scripture to suppress them. Master Morong, what, pray tell, is this? Mu Rongdongyue gazed at the orb, incredulous, sweat beading on his brow. Esteemed immortal lady, I swear, I truly have no knowledge of this artifact, nor how it came to appear in my chamber. Yet no one believed him. Su Jin fixed him with a stare heavy with disappointment and sorrow. I swear upon heaven itself. Murong Dongyue gasped for breath, chest heaving violently, voice hoarse, yet resolute. I am no rogue who terrorizes the city, and I have never used such a thing to harm another soul. Esteemed immortal lady Lord City Master, I am framed. You must believe me. Su Jun hesitated. If you claim to be falsely accused, do you possess any evidence? Murong Dongyue sighed deeply, closed his eyes, and said, I hold no proof. I submit willingly, to judgment, to confinement, to whatever fate you decree. But I urge you, all the demon still walks among us. Remain vigilant, lest it achieve its end. Su Jun watched his longtime friend stand resignedly before execution, memories of Murong Dongyue's decades of integrity stirring doubt within his heart. After Murong clan resettled in Qingshi City, he funded road construction, reinforced the city walls, and excavated irrigation canals, devoting himself utterly to the city's welfare. He enforced strict discipline upon his clan, never allowing their cultivation prowess to breed arrogance. His reputation throughout the city was unimpeachable. Su Jun clasped his fists in salute. This matter reeks of deception. Might we detain Master Murong under house arrest, for observation, so as not to execute the innocent? Cold Moon Frost glanced toward Lin Luochen, who likewise sensed something amiss, and nodded. So be it. She exhaled softly, then summoned a silvery binding cord that coiled around Murong Dongyue. Murong Dongyue submitted without resistance, allowing his spiritual energy to be sealed without protest. Lin Luochen asked, Master Murong, if you were framed, who else holds access to your chamber? Murong Dongyue sighed. My quarters bear no wards. Anyone could enter. Yet few possess the skill to infiltrate unseen. This perpetrator must be formidable, cultivated, and precise. Lin Luochen frowned. You felt nothing unsettling, even with this artifact placed beside your bed. Murong Dongyue offered a bitter smile. I did feel dizziness and nausea today, but assumed it stemmed from injuries sustained earlier. Lin Luochen's gaze sharpened. Only since today. Murong Dongyue affirmed with a quiet hum, and Lin Luochen fell silent, turning slowly toward Cold Moon Frost. Esteemed immortal lady, do you possess the soul-scouring technique? Could you probe his memories? The suggestion startled both Murong Dongyue and Su Jun. Murong Dongyue paled, then gently closed his eyes. If innocence may be proven, even at the cost of my life, I shall not flinch. Absolutely not. Su Jun interjected urgently. Soul-scouring is perilous beyond measure. One misstep shatters the spirit utterly. Lin Luochen, having only heard rumors of the technique, now realized its devastating toll, and flushed with embarrassment. Clearly Cold Moon Frost possessed no such ability. This was unmistakably a demonic art. She indeed lacked the technique, and even if she possessed it, she would not wield it. Lin Luochen set down a vial of spirit abstinence pills, and said coolly, Master Murong, please remain confined here, for your own safety and ours. Murong Dongyue nodded solemnly. I understand. Lin Luochen and the others searched the room thoroughly, finding nothing further, then departed. Cold Moon Frost wove restrictive arrays around the chamber to prevent escape. Moments later the group stood silently in the courtyard, faces etched with unease and uncertainty. Su Jun remained unconvinced. Excusing himself, he began investigating Murong Manor. Murong Xiaozhu sighed deeply. Only Murong Qiuji wept openly, her grief raw and unfeigned. Though Murong Dongyue had always kept his distance from her, he had treated her with genuine kindness. Had she once again unwittingly brought calamity upon her uncle? Lin Luochen gave no thought to such anguish. His eyes remained locked on the orb in Cold Moon Frost's hand. The orb continued siphoning ambient blood ki, its aura unervingly sentient. Esteemed immortal lady, is this orb truly the source of this catastrophe? Cold Moon Frost nodded. It brims with blood ki and demonic energy, and teems with malignant emotions. It does not merely corrupt the Tao heart. It hungers for essence, draining vital blood from its victims. Lin Luochen's brow furrowed. This bore no resemblance to the blood sacrifice grand array he recalled from his past life. He had long assumed the array itself was the culprit, yet this orb had upended his certainty. Had rumor warped truth over time? Or was this orb, not the array, the true core? Esteemed immortal lady, can you discern its origin? Cold Moon Frost shook her head. No. I sense it has been refined by someone, yet the master-apprentice bond has been severed. Lin Luochen pondered deeply, reaching for the orb, only to be halted by Cold Moon Frost's firm hand. Caution! She clenched the orb tighter. Its corruption is potent. Mere proximity bears little effect, but direct contact awakens dormant darkness within the mind. And your cultivation foundation remains too shallow. Her words were veiled in courtesy, but Lin Luochen flushed with acute shame. How weak he truly was. Cold Moon Frost attempted to store the orb in her spatial ring, only to find it refused containment. Lin Luochen frowned. Why? Its refusal to enter spatial storage explained why the perpetrator had left it exposed. Cold Moon Frost replied, "Either this artifact transcends ordinary tears, or it is alive." Alive. Lin Luochen instinctively focused on the golden vertical slit, and in that instant the world spun violently. Torrents of bloody hallucinations flooded his consciousness. Cold Moon Frost swiftly shielded the orb, her voice laced with concern. "Luochen, are you unharmed?" A faint tremor rippled through the azure lotus in his sea of consciousness, freeing him from the illusion. His back was soaked with cold sweat. "I am well. Truly, it feels alive, this thing." Relieved, Cold Moon Frost warned sternly, "Keep your gaze averted. Your cultivation cannot withstand its influence." Murong Xiaozhu hesitated. "If it cannot be contained, must we allow it to continue feeding?" Cold Moon Frost gazed upward at the blood-hued sky and murmured, "No need. I shall erect a formation to sever its connection to the world." She returned to the sisters' pavilion, ascended to the attic, and inscribed a sealing formation, placing the demonic orb at its heart. The moment the orb entered the formation, the churning crimson chi above ceased its descent, drifting aimlessly like rootless reeds before dissolving entirely into the heavens and earth. Cold Moon Frost murmured, thoughtful, "So this orb is indeed the nexus, the wellspring of blood chi absorption and spiritual corruption." Lin Luochen nodded quietly. "Now, we must determine whether Murong Dongyue is the puppeteer, or merely the pawn." Meanwhile, Su Zhan returned from his fruitless inquiries within the manor. As night deepened, Cold Moon Frost regarded the weary group and spoke softly, "It grows late. Rest well, all of you. Whether Murong Dongyue is guilty or framed, the perpetrator will likely lie low for now." Lin Luochen acknowledged with a nod, whereupon Murong Qiuji tensed, fearing he might recklessly plunge into danger once more. Fortunately, Lin Luochen departed alone, while Cold Moon Frost accompanied the sisters back to their pavilion to guard the sealed orb. At that very hour, candlelight flickered erratically in Murong Xichen's chamber. His face, shadowed and cruel, waxed and waned in the flame's glow as he whispered, "Brother, do not blame me." He dispatched a spirit message, then summoned Murong Bow and his brother, issuing terse, urgent instructions. The brothers stared in shock, then bowed hurriedly and vanished into the night. Far below, within a fathomless subterranean palace, a figure shifted form. Now a lithe, elegant woman, now a roiling tide of black mist. Around her surged a river, not of water but of luminous jade-green fluid. The woman smiled faintly. "The human mind is remarkably clever. Pity it must be sacrificed." The next morning, as the dawn light began to break, Lin Luochen awoke from his meditation, a trace of doubt still lingering in his brow. The events of yesterday had unfolded too smoothly, which left him feeling uneasy. "Chu Lingyin, do you understand the heavenly demon sacred body?" In the sea of consciousness, Chu Lingyin was lazily sprawled on the water's surface, her delicate little feet swinging as she playfully teased two koi fish. "Heavenly demon sacred body." She tilted her head and asked, "Why are you asking about that?" "Just asking casually," Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly. "Do you know what characteristics this physique possesses?" Chu Lingyin rolled her eyes, her small face filled with disbelief, thinking that this guy never speaks the truth. "The heavenly demon sacred body carries the bloodline of the heavenly demon, nurturing a demonic seed within, allowing it to absorb negative emotions as power. It is rumored that they grow stronger through slaughter, capable of devouring others' cultivation for their own use, their cultivation speed far exceeding that of ordinary people." Lin Luochen frowned and asked, "Then how can one identify this physique?" Chu Lingyin casually remarked, "The heavenly demon sacred body has heavenly demon blood within. When they strike, pure demonic energy will leak out, making it easy to recognize." Lin Luochen pondered thoughtfully when suddenly Murong Qiuji's gentle voice called from outside the door. "Young Master Lin, have you gotten up? Breakfast is ready." Lin Luochen hurriedly washed up and followed Murong Qiuji to their small residence. Now that Murong Dongyue was imprisoned, they could no longer entertain guests. The Murong sisters also preferred not to dine with other clansmen, so breakfast was set in their quarters. Cold Moon Frost had always disliked interacting with outsiders, which was naturally to her advantage. On the way, Lin Luochen observed Murong Qiuji, lost in thought, wanting to probe, but unsure how to start. He couldn't just say, "Qiuji, let me check your body." Murong Qiuji felt embarrassed under his gaze, nearly tripping over her own feet, but secretly delighted. The outfit she had meticulously prepared today had indeed caught young Master Lin's attention, making her efforts to get up early to groom herself worthwhile. "Young Master Lin, why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Luochen, coming back to his senses, smiled. "It's nothing." Moments later, inside the small building, morning light streamed through the intricately carved window panes. "Young Master Lin, please enjoy." Murong Qiuji served Lin Luochen a bowl of spiritual rice porridge, the grains sparkling and translucent, emitting a faint aura of spiritual energy. "I can serve myself." Lin Luochen quickly took over, and Murong Xiuji softly said, "You've been working hard these past couple of days, you need to replenish yourself." Cold Moon Frost's eyes flickered at her words, her lips pouting slightly, but then suddenly breaking into a bright smile. "Indeed, you haven't rested well at night these past 2 days." She shot a pointed glance at Lin Luochen, implying you should really take care of yourself, so you have the energy at night. Lin Luochen nearly choked on his porridge. Why did that sound so ambiguous? You truly are the saintess of the Jade Maiden Sect, not the legendary Higuan Sect, are you? Murong Xiuji's fingers trembled slightly. This shameless enchantress was suggesting that she wanted him to replenish his energy so he could indulge at night. But on the surface she remained composed, and instead smiled sweetly, as she served Cold Moon Frost a bowl as well. "Very cold, you toil day and night. You should nourish yourself properly." "Thank you." Cold Moon Frost was taken aback, staring intently at the bowl of porridge. Would this bowl be poisoned? Murong Xiuji maintained her usual demeanor, and also served a bowl for the little mouse, ensuring everyone received an equal share. The little mouse held its exclusive small bowl, and ate with its cheeks puffed out, looking terribly cute. Cold Moon Frost felt a pang of annoyance. This little creature was very affectionate towards Murong Xiuji, but wouldn't even let her touch it. The little mouse held its exclusive small bowl, and ate with its cheeks puffed out, looking terribly cute. Cold Moon Frost felt a pang of annoyance. This little creature was very affectionate. What did I do to deserve this? Lin Luochen could only bury his head in his porridge, ignoring the turbulent undercurrents at the table, eating as if chewing wax. But before he could finish his porridge, a sudden commotion erupted outside, as if something had happened. Murong Xiaozhu asked curiously, "What's going on?" Cold Moon Frost extended her divine sense outward, listening intently for a moment, her brow gradually furrowing. "It seems that the citizens in the city have been incited by someone, and are surrounding the city lord's mansion and the Murong residence, demanding the execution of the Murong family head." She relayed the information gleaned from her divine, since it's unclear who spread the word, but the rumor that Murong Dongyue is a troublemaker in the city has taken root. Thinking back to Murong Dongyue's earlier defense of Murong Xiuji, the citizens instantly believed the rumors without question. Indignant, they surged towards the city lord's mansion and the Murong residence, demanding the death of Murong Dongyue. Currently, the people from the Murong family were blocking the citizens outside the door, yet they did not drive them away, seemingly using this as leverage. Inside, Murong Xichen had summoned all the clan elders for a meeting, but conspicuously left out the Murong. Seeing Cold Moon Frost, who remained indoors, able to ascertain the external situation with her divine, since Lin Luochen and Murong Xiuji exchanged glances, suddenly realizing something, both freezing in place. If Cold Moon Frost's divine sense was so keen, didn't that mean she had also overheard their previous whispers? Oh no, they had just exposed their ignorance. Seeing Cold Moon Frost, who remained indoors, able to ascertain the external situation with her divine, since Lin Luochen and Murong Xiuji exchanged glances, suddenly realizing something, both freezing in place. Murong Xiaozhu, oblivious to the two's awkwardness, analyzed, "If I'm not mistaken, this must be the doing of my third uncle. He has always coveted the position of family head, and now that my uncle is in trouble, he certainly won't miss this opportunity." Lin Luochen furrowed his brows. At this critical juncture, the Murong family was still infighting. No wonder they had fallen to such a state. Speaking of which, with your uncle imprisoned and your younger uncle taking charge, won't your belongings be inaccessible? Only then did he realize that before obtaining the items, he had already incapacitated those on his side. This would complicate matters with the Ascension Order. The Murong sisters also realized this point. Murong Xiaozhu looked at Cold Moon Frost and chuckled awkwardly. "Young Master Lin, why don't you just have Fairy Cold give you an Ascension Order?" Cold Moon Frost replied, "There's no such thing as an Ascension Order in the mystical state, only the true path." She could only respond nonchalantly. Lin Luochen nodded, saying lightly, "I'll accompany you." After breakfast, they headed to the conference hall, where the Murong family's clan meeting had already concluded. Lin Luochen nodded, saying lightly, "I'll accompany you." After breakfast, they headed to the conference hall, where the Murong family's clan meeting had already concluded. The hall was filled with the fragrant scent of sandalwood, and Murong Xichen sat upright in the family head's seat, wearing a smile. With Murong Dongyue imprisoned and his staunch supporter Elder Zhou still absent, Murong Xichen, as the only Foundation establishment member in the family, naturally took on the role of acting clan leader, overseeing family affairs. Once Murong Dongyue's demonic identity was confirmed, he could seamlessly become the head of the Murong family. Seeing everyone enter, Murong Xichen immediately stood to greet them, his face filled with smiles. "Fairy Cold, and my two nieces, what brings you here?" Murong Xiaozhu cut straight to the point. "Third uncle, we came for the Ascension Order my uncle previously promised." "Oh dear niece Xiaozhu, the family is going through a tumultuous time, and my elder brother." Murong Xiken's face showed a troubled expression, and he sighed heavily. "I know you are anxious, but with the elder not here, such important matters must wait for the clan elders to discuss." Murong Xiaozhu frowned, and said, "When will that be?" Murong Shichen, looking apologetic, replied, I don't know, but this matter must be presided over by the family head, and you know my brother. Unless a new family head is elected and a clan meeting is convened with the consent of the elders. Murong Xiaozhu angrily retorted, third uncle, you're clearly stalling for time. Xiaozhu. Murong Shichen suddenly darkened his face, but upon seeing Cold Moon Frost, he quickly changed to an expression of deep concern. You child, it's not that third uncle is shirking responsibility. This is the clan's rule, and you are trying to split the family. Third uncle is not the family head, and cannot change clan rules, plus I don't know where the Ascension Order is. Finally, under Cold Moon Frost's watchful gaze, Murong Shichen wiped the sweat from his forehead. How about this? Once Elder Zhou returns, I will convene a clan meeting and provide you with an explanation. He looked at Cold Moon Frost, smiling apologetically, and said, Fairy Cold, what do you think? The key point was, what if Lin Luochen got the items and ran away with the sisters? If Lin Luochen could escape, she could not stand idly by and watch this. The key point was, what if Lin Luochen got the items and ran away with the sisters? If Lin Luochen could escape, she could not stand idly by and watch the citizens of the city perish. The key point was, what if Lin Luochen got the items and ran away with the sisters? If Lin Luochen could escape, she could not stand idly by. It was clear that Murong Shichen intended to delay things, dragging Murong Dongyue down until Cold Moon Frost and the others left. He couldn't afford to waste time like this, so he looked towards Cold Moon Frost. Fairy Cold, how about you rob the Murong family? Cold Moon Frost, clearly still unaccustomed to the customs of the Lan state, looked at him in shock and replied, is that really okay? Lin Luochen knew it was unreasonable to ask Cold Moon Frost to rob them. Without her help, it would be quite difficult for him and the Murong sisters to take anything from the Murong family. Moreover, while family assets were negotiable, it didn't matter if they took a little too much. But where the Ascension Order was located, he had no idea. Lin Luochen wanted to leave, but was reluctant to part with the Ascension Order, so he could only sigh. It seemed that he couldn't obtain the Ascension Order without first dealing with Murong Shichen. Keep a close eye on Murong Shichen, the chances of him being the mastermind are quite high. In Lin Luocheng's view, the most suspicious person at the moment was Murong Shichen. Framing Murong Dongyue, he stood to gain the most, and he also had the strength to do so. On a night several days later, the bright moon hid behind dark clouds. Cold Moon Frost stayed in Lin Luocheng's room, where melodious sounds resonated. It hurts. Be gentle. Lin Luochen grinned mischievously. It won't hurt in a moment. Alright, the barrier is set up, stop pinching me. Cold Moon Frost rubbed her reddened arm and shot Lin Luochen an aggrieved glance. Was it necessary to be so forceful, eh? Lin Luochen replied irritably. Who told you not to scream? How could you hide it from others like this? Cold Moon Frost pouted in dissatisfaction. If I screamed, that wouldn't be normal. She pulled Lin Luochen, and they vanished from the room, appearing in midair the next moment, overlooking Qingstone City. Cold Moon Frost and Lin Luochen sat at the edge of the flying boat, her delicate hand raised as moonlight cascaded down like water. Above Qingstone City, wisps of crimson mist floated, no longer gathering like rivers, but dispersing aimlessly in the night wind. In recent days, everything in the city seemed normal, but the citizens were incited by certain individuals, their emotions running high. Su Zhan had blisters forming at the corners of his mouth, and Lin Luochen grew increasingly anxious. Not only was the Ascension Conference approaching, but the relationship between Murong Qiuji and Cold Moon Frost was also changing. Murong Qiuji appeared to be getting closer to Cold Moon Frost, yet Lin Luochen sensed the hidden danger behind it, his cold sweat trickling down. Women are indeed terrifying beings. In these days, only Cold Moon Frost remained calm, as if waiting for something. Lin Luochen couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Could this woman be contacting her master? Cold Moon Frost, what exactly are you waiting for? Cold Moon Frost lightly tapped her fingertip and set up a soundproof barrier, saying, waiting for that person to reveal himself. How can you be so sure he will slip up? Cold Moon Frost's expression turned serious. Once he succumbs to madness, there will be no turning back. That person has tasted human blood before. He could rely on the demon pearl to stabilize himself, but now he might be worse than dead. Lin Luochen realized suddenly, but then frowned. So how long will we have to wait? Cold Moon Frost suggested. We might as well lure the snake out of its hole. She inquired curiously, what do you mean? Although they were in midair, Lin Luochen still felt an omnipresent gaze upon them. Cold Moon Frost suggested. We might as well lure the snake out of its hole. She inquired curiously, what do you mean? Although they were in midair, Lin Luochen still felt an omnipresent gaze upon. You act in a play, take Murong Dongyue away from Qingstone City and hide in the shadows to observe the situation in the city. Cold Moon Frost's ears flushed as warm breath grazed her earlobe, her heart racing, and she didn't catch a single word. Seeing her unresponsive, Lin Luochen frowned. What do you think? Cold Moon Frost gasped instinctively, turning her head, her cheek brushing against his lips. Both froze in place, the air suddenly thick with tension. Cold Moon Frost, what are you doing? To him, sorry. Cold Moon Frost's neck flushed, looking like a cooked shrimp. Lin Luochen felt helpless against this woman taking advantage of him, saying resignedly, all right, what do you think? He'll listen to you. Cold Moon Frost nodded, but then shyly added, so can you say that again? Lin Luochen looked bewildered, realizing he had just spoken in vain. Meanwhile, in Morong Zyken's residence, the candlelight flickered. He stared intensely at the maid making the bed, his throat moving slightly, seemingly ready to pounce. The maid, confused, thought the master had intentions towards her, bending deeply at the waist, her figure curvaceous. Morong Zyken suddenly shut his eyes and shouted, startling the maid, her face paling in fear as she hurriedly exited the room. Morong Zyken supported himself on the table, cold sweat trickling down as he squeezed out a few words between clenched teeth. Just endure a little longer. It will be over soon. The next day, the citizens were incited again, clamoring for the extermination of demons. Cold Moon Frost found Su Zhan and sighed. There haven't been any murders these days. That must be the doing of the Morong family head. If we don't kill him, it will be hard to quell public anger. I also have to report back to the sect. Let's hold the demon extermination conference tonight. Su Zhan's massive frame trembled, finally nodding dejectedly. I understand. The announcement was posted and the entire city was in an uproar. That night at the hour of the dog, the square was packed to the brim. Morong Zyken stood at the front row, watching Morong Dongyue being brought onto the stage, overwhelmed with excitement. The citizens were in a frenzy, their enraged shouts deafening. Kill this demon. Kill him. Morong Dongyue's hair was disheveled, but his back remained straight, his voice booming like a thunderclap. I have lived honorably all my life, never a demon. Though I die today, time will prove my innocence. You demon, even at death's door you still spout nonsense. Die. Cold Moon Frost waved her sleeves, the bright moonlight shining down, and a chilling white flame ignited, engulfing Morong Dongyue. If I die, then I die, but you must not forget, the demons still exist. Amidst the wailing, Morong Dongyue stared fiercely at Morong Zyken, his face contorted in a ghastly manner. But soon he was entirely consumed by the white flames, leaving only a pile of ashes blown away by the wind. The crowd watched this scene, feeling their hands and feet grow cold. Morong Zyken's face turned pale, unable to suppress a shiver. Moments later, thunderous cheers erupted from the crowd, yet the Morong sisters had tears glistening in their eyes. Uncle. Cold Moon Frost looked down at the scene, her expression calm as she declared, the demon has been eliminated. Ooh, I must return to report now. She glanced back at Lin Luochen and smiled. Luochen, aren't you coming with me? Lin Luochen shook his head, saying, take care, fairy. Cold Moon Frost sighed and nodded, you too. Reluctantly, she soared into the sky, like an immortal descending from the heavens, flying away from the city. Morong Zyken watched Cold Moon Frost disappear into the horizon, returning to his room with a dreamlike feeling. Did his brother die? Did that woman just leave like that? It was unclear how much time passed, but suddenly a fit of frenzied laughter erupted in the room, particularly chilling in the night. He is dead. Finally dead. 3 days later, Lin Luochen stood in the courtyard, deep in thought. Morong Zyken was much calmer and more restrained than Lin Luochen had imagined. In these 3 days, he had been preparing for the family head ceremony, diligently planning to succeed the position of the Morong family head. Meanwhile, there had been no unusual occurrences in the city. Everything seemed to have returned to calm. Although the Morong sisters repeatedly requested the ascension orders, Morong Zyken found excuses to decline. Lin Luochen pondered, murmuring, such restraint, it seems I need to apply some strong medicine. In the evening, Morong Zyken sat in his study and casually asked, are my 2 nieces and that pretty boy still behaving themselves? The steward replied, bowing, the 2 young ladies and that Lin Gongzi have been staying indoors, but the citizens have begun discussing Miss Qiuji again. Morong Zyken nodded, asking, is there anything else happening in the city? The steward thought for a moment before replying, the city lord ordered that anyone who takes advantage of the chaos to commit crimes be publicly executed to set an example. Morong Zyken's throat moved slightly as he said solemnly, what will happen to the bodies? The steward didn't expect him to care about this, hesitating, they should be buried in the western city cemetery, I suppose. Morong Zyken waved his hand, interrupting, got it, you can leave now. Once the door was closed, a vein throbbed at his temple as he felt an increasingly burning thirst within him, his rationality nearly burning away. The western cemetery. As night fell, dark clouds covered the sky. Once the door was closed, a vein throbbed at his temple as he felt an increasingly burning thirst within him, his rationality nearly burning away. The western cemetery. As night fell, dark clouds covered. Suddenly a furious shout rang out. Morong Zyken, what are you doing? The dark figure abruptly looked up, revealing a pale face, smeared with blood and bits of flesh, grotesque and terrifying. Su Zhan. Morong Zyken stared in horror at Su Zhan walking slowly towards him along with Lin Luochen and the Morong sisters behind him. At this moment, everyone looked at him with disgust. while Murong Xuzi's face turned pale, as if she were about to vomit. Was this your trap? Murong Shichen felt his hands and feet go cold, panic-stricken, as he scanned the surroundings, searching for cold moon frost. Lin Luochen stood with his hands behind his back, smiling slightly. If not for this, how could we reveal your true form? Upon hearing this, Murong Shichen felt relieved, his eyes turning red, black gas swirling around him. You think you can catch me with just you guys? That's a foolish dream. If I kill— Upon hearing this, Murong Shichen felt relieved, his eyes turning red, black gas swirling around him. You think you can catch me with just you guys? That's a foolish dream. If I kill you, no one will know. Upon hearing this, Murong Shichen felt relieved, his eyes turning red, black gas swirling around him. You think you can catch me with just you guys? Murong Shichen had indeed succumbed to madness like the others. Yet Lin Luochen felt reassured. It wasn't his madness he feared, but his restraint. Su Zhen's expression turned grave as he shouted, Murong Shichen, it really is you. The Murong family head was set up by you. Murong Xiken's madness seemed different from the others, retaining some semblance of rationality, as he suddenly burst into manic laughter. So what if it was me? What can you do to me? Lin Luochen frowned, saying, Murong Shichen, was everything happening in the city you're doing? Murong Shichen lunged at the group like a wraith, grinning maliciously. Go ask the king of hell. Faced with Murong Xiken's full-force strike, Su Zhen's expression turned grave as he held his sword horizontally in front. Be careful. Yet Lin Luochen remained calm, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. At that moment, a cold moonlight cascaded down like a heavenly river, violently smashing Murong Shichen back to the ground. Boom. Murong Shichen, now covered in dirt, was about to struggle when a familiar voice struck him like a bolt of lightning. Third brother, how did you end up here? With great difficulty, Murong Shichen lifted his head, his pupils constricting violently. There stood Murong Dongyue, who should have turned to ashes, looking heartbroken at him. He could hardly believe it. You didn't die. The Murong sisters were equally shocked to see Murong Dongyue appear, their faces pale. Uncle. At this moment, Lung Yu's frosty robes fluttered down from the sky, her gaze icy as she looked at the immobile Murong Shichen. The demon-slaying event from a few days ago was merely an illusion she had created. With her out-of-body cultivation, the illusion she cast with the power of moonlight could not be recognized by anyone in the entire Qingshi city. Only she and Lin Luochen knew this. Even Su Zhen and the others were kept in the dark, believing it to be true. Although Murong Xiuzi had her suspicions, she wisely chose not to ask. Su Zhen had only just learned of Lin Luocheng's plan today, and had cooperated in publicly executing the three despicable individuals. Now seeing Murong Dongyue and Lung Yue, he felt both shock and joy. Murong Dongyue looked at Murong Shichen with deep sorrow. Third brother, why would you commit such heinous acts? Murong Xiken's shock gradually gave way to madness as he roared. You hypocrite! Stop pretending to be virtuous here. His demonic energy suddenly surged, accompanied by the cracking sounds of misaligned bones as his form grotesquely expanded. Murong Xiken's eyes turned crimson, and his body was covered in dense pitch-black scales with twisted demonic horns sprouting from his forehead. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a terrifying demonic creature, thrashing wildly on the ground. Return my demon eye to me. Lung Yu frowned slightly as the suppression of her moonlight power appeared to weaken. He has completely transformed into a true demonic entity. Demon cultivators are fundamentally different from demon beings. Demon cultivators are human, while demon beings are true monsters. Most of the demons in the Qingshi realm reside in Yozhou, which borders Lanzhou, and are in a hostile relationship with the demon cultivators of Lanzhou. At this moment, Murong Shichen, having completely transformed, exhibited strength that was on par with the Golden Core stage. However, before Lung Yue, who was at the out-of-body stage, even a Golden Core demon was still no match. No matter how Murong Shichen roared and struggled, he was firmly pinned to the ground, unable to straighten his waist. After struggling for a while, madness filled his eyes as he suddenly roared, "Let's die together." His body swelled, demonic energy in turmoil, surging with intense energy fluctuations. Not good. Lung Yu's expression changed slightly as she waved her hand, throwing him into the air and creating a barrier to protect everyone. Murong Shichen glared at Murong Dongyue, unwilling to accept. Eldest brother, it'll be waiting for you in hell. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the night sky, and the dark demonic blood rained down like droplets, corroding the ground into countless pits. Murong Shichen glared at Murong Dongyue, unwilling to accept. Eldest brother, it'll be waiting for you in hell. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the night sky, and the dark demonic blood rained down like— This indicated that the one who had once refined it had completely perished, and the object had turned into a masterless item. Indeed, it is the demon orb he refined. Lin Luochen looked at the orb curious, and asked, Chu Ling, do you know what this orb is? Chu Lingying casually replied, it's just a demon eye. From the looks of it, the bloodline of this demon race isn't low. Lin Luochen pondered over her words before looking at Morong Dongyue. Does the head of the Morong family have any leads on the origin of this object? Morong Dongyue shook his head with a long sigh. Had I known earlier that my third brother possessed such a wicked item, I would never have allowed this tragedy to occur. This matter originated from my Morong family, and I truly cannot escape blame. I am grateful to Fairy Lung and everyone for their righteous assistance, he said, bowing deeply to everyone. Su Jin quickly replied, the head of the Morong family is too modest. This matter is the fault of Morong Shichen alone. Now that the truth is clear and the demon has been slain, the citizens of the city can rest easy. Morong Dongyue gazed toward the distant city where lights began to flicker, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, our priority is to quickly return to the city to reassure the citizens and handle the aftermath. The group returned to the chaotic city with Su Jin and Lung Yu stepping forward to explain the situation. When the living Morong Dongyue appeared before everyone, the citizens of the city were shocked beyond belief. In just a few days, the villainous demon had transformed from the head of the Morong family to the third master of the Morong family. The hardest to accept were the clansmen of Morong Shichen, especially the brothers Morong Bow. For them it was truly a drastic reversal overnight. They felt as if they were in a nightmare. When they saw Morong Dongyue, their faces turned ashen, fearing they would face consequences. Even though Morong Dongyue announced that he would not pursue the innocent, everything seemed as usual. The entire Morong family remained uneasy, with many unable to sleep through the night. Lin Luochen and the others walked back, with Lung Yu letting out a sigh of relief. Finally resolved satisfactorily. This was her first independent demon slaying, and it held great significance. However, Lin Luochen furrowed his brows. Has it truly been resolved? Although everything was within their plan and Morong Shichen had confessed and been punished, he still felt that things were not that simple. Morong Xiken's framing and blaming of Morong Dongyue seemed too clumsy, as if he had been caught off guard and was forced to act. After all, even if he framed Su Jin or others, it wouldn't place himself in the most suspicious position. Could it be that those who had fallen into madness were not caused by him? Moreover, Morong Xiken's final madness appeared quite strange, as he even attempted to perish together with them, which was extremely irrational. Lung Yu dismissed it. Those who fall into madness have impaired judgment, so anything they do is not surprising. Lin Luochen nodded, deciding to leave this place of chaos immediately after obtaining the Ascension token. At that point, it wouldn't matter what happened, as it would have nothing to do with him. In the following days, the calm returned, and the fleeing citizens received news and gradually returned to the city. Morong Dongyue swiftly stabilized the family situation and did not pursue the clan of Morong Shichen. One day, he suddenly brought the Morong sisters to visit, presenting Lin Luochen with a gilded token. Lin Gongzi, with the Ascension Conference approaching, my two nieces are worried about delaying your journey and have consulted with me several times. Although there are still elders from the clan who have not returned, and we cannot handle the matters of my two nieces for the time being, I have discussed with the elders and decided to give this Ascension token to you first. Please accept it, Gongzi. Lin Luochen took the Ascension token, feeling a sense of unreality. The Ascension token was finally in his hands. He bowed and said, thank you, head of the Morong family. Morong Dongyue smiled and replied, there's no need for formalities, Gongzi. This is something you rightfully deserve. As for my two nieces' matters, they will be addressed once the clan elders return, so you need not worry, Gongzi. Lin Luochen nodded, knowing that Morong Xiaozhu did not intend to participate in this Ascension conference. Not only because her Ascension token had not yet arrived, but also because she had not yet arranged for Morong Chiozi. Before properly arranging for Morong Chiozi, she could not possibly enter a sect to seek immortality. Although the token was requested by the Morong sisters for Lin Luochen, at that moment Morong Qiu's eyes were filled with parting sorrow. After all, with Lin Luochen obtaining the Ascension token, he had no reason to stay in the Morong family. When will you set off, Gongzi? Lin Luochen sighed lightly. It should be in the next couple of days. Morong Chiozi hesitated, wanting to follow Lin Luochen, but found no reason to do so. Lin Luochen was going to seek immortality. It would be difficult for him to enter the immortal gate, let alone bring along an ordinary girl. Seeing the atmosphere filled with parting sorrow, Morong Dongyue tactfully took his leave. Gongzi, please be sure to inform me when you set off. I will definitely lead everyone to see you off. Lin Luochen nodded, and as Morong Dongyue walked away, he seemed to be weighed down by recent events. Back in his room, Morong Dongyue brewed tea, staring at the curling tea smoke, lost in thought. Suddenly, a cold female voice echoed in the room. Morong Dongyue, you truly have calculated this well. A mass of black mist silently coalesced, gradually taking the shape of a graceful woman. Seeing the manifestation of the demonic shadow, Morong Dongyue immediately bowed deeply, his demeanor extremely respectful. Thank you for your praise, esteemed one. It is all due to your excellent cooperation. The demonic shadow chuckled softly. You are quite bold. are you not afraid that the demoness might take your life without asking for an explanation? Murong Dongyue smiled calmly. I have lived most of my life, and believe I have a good eye for judging people. That woman with the surname Lung displayed a righteous divine light when she acted, showing no trace of evil. What's more suspicious is that kid with the surname Lin shared a room with her, and his yang energy remains intact, which is not something a demoness from the Miaoying sect would do. All those who sought help from the Miaoying sect have been killed by me, so it is highly probable that this woman is an impersonator, someone from the righteous path. The demonic shadow was intrigued and let out an "oh," while Murong Dongyue continued to speak confidently. However, I am merely speculating. To prevent her from using soul-searching techniques, I had no choice but to take risks. At that time, my third brother hid the magic eye in my room, whether I returned it to him or passed it to someone else. If she were to search my soul, it would easily expose me, potentially revealing you, esteemed one, so I simply chose to turn the tables. This clumsy frame-up plan, even if the surname Lung cannot see through it, the kid with the surname Lin should be able to notice something. Even if they cannot see through it, if I die for my master, it would be a worthy death with no regrets. The demonic shadow chuckled. You certainly know how to speak. What if she actually searches your soul? Murong Dongyue's eyes gleamed with fervor. Then let the master act according to plan, and allow me to become the substitute for death. Although the demonic shadow could not destroy Murong Xiken's soul, it would be easy to confuse his soul as a demonic servant. Upon hearing this, the corners of the demonic shadow's mouth slightly lifted, clearly satisfied. Murong Dongyue, having been implanted with a slave mark, was entirely unaware of this frenzied obsession. No matter how intelligent you are utterly powerless in the face of absolute strength. Speaking of which, you deliberately let Murong Xichen obtain the magic eye, intending to make him a scapegoat, right? Exactly. A cold glint flashed in Murong Dongyue's eyes. My foolish brother, overly self-assured, is the perfect scapegoat. He did not disappoint me. After obtaining the magic eye, he was impatient to devour its power. At that time, he was ordered to gather blood energy to supply the summoning magic array, and he devised a plan to have Murong Xichen accidentally obtain the magic eye. Murong Xichen was indeed attracted by the immense demonic power contained within, and began killing to refine the magic eye, attempting to harness its power. Among the demonic beings in the city, some were caused by Murong Xichen, while more resulted from the leaking demonic energy of the summoning array. Unaware of the truth, Murong Xichen mistakenly believed it was the leakage of the magic eye's power, becoming increasingly desperate to control this force. According to the original plan, Murong Xichen was supposed to collect enough blood energy for them, and ultimately become the offering for the summoning array. If necessary, Murong Xichen could also become the scapegoat to buy more time. Even if someone were to search his soul, his memories would perfectly align, leaving no flaws exposed. After all, Murong Xichen truly believed he was the cause of the transformation of the townsfolk, completely oblivious to the existence of the demonic shadow. However, the sudden arrival of Lung Yueshuang disrupted the entire plan, throwing Murong Xichen, who held the magic eye, into chaos. Upon learning that the demonic shadow could do nothing against Lung Yueshuang, Murong Dongyue decided to let Murong Xichen, the scapegoat, exit the stage early. According to Murong Dongyue's original plan, once Lung Yueshuang discovered the secret of the blood energy, lost the demonic shadow would lead the townsfolk into demonic transformation at night, harvesting the final wave of blood energy. When Lung Yueshuang tracked down Murong Xichen, who possessed the magic eye through the blood energy, he would then publicly transform into a demon, giving Lung Yueshuang the chance to subdue the demons. Unexpectedly, incidents occurred frequently. Ushushu almost discovered the core's secret, forcing the demonic shadow to act prematurely and compel Lung Yueshuang to return to the city. Murong Dongyue was caught off guard, as both the magic eye and the summoning array could only absorb blood energy at night. He could only deliberately allow Murong Xichen to go out seeking help, deepening his suspicion while giving him a chance to escape. As long as Murong Xichen fled in fear of punishment, he would not be able to escape. If captured, the crime would be solidified. Who would have thought that Murong Xichen, unwilling to abandon his family and children, would choose to sever his connection with the magic eye and frame others? In a hurry, he could not approach Su Zhen and had no choice but to hide the magic eye in Murong Dongyue's jade pillow amidst the chaos. Murong Xichen thought he was framing others, completely unaware that he was returning the item to its rightful owner. Upon discovering the magic eye, Murong Dongyue, to avoid exposing the demonic shadow, and fueled by suspicion toward Lung Yueshuang's identity, made a daring decision. Unable to expose the demonic shadow subconsciously, he chose to take risks and enter the fray. Meanwhile, Lung Yueshuang and others did not disappoint him. With the demonic shadow's assistance, they successfully forced Murong Xichen to reveal himself. Murong Dongyue successfully cleared his suspicions, not only without exposing the existence of the demonic shadow, but also allowing Lung Yueshuang and others to indulge in their tactical prowess. The only regret was that Lin Luochen surprisingly did not know how to search souls, wasting all his efforts. The demonic shadow smiled slightly, saying, "You said that kid is clever. Are you not afraid he will see through your tricks?" Morong Donyue took risks, confident that he was currently in a state of darkness beneath the lamp. After all, who would believe that the one they worked so hard to capture was merely a scapegoat? With composure, Morong Donyue said, "Thus, I gave him the ascension order, allowing him to leave the city soon." The shadow's tone turned cold, reminding him, "Keep an eye on the Morong sisters, do not let them follow him." Morong Donyue smiled, saying, "Rest assured, the ascension order for Xiaozhu is in my hands. And that girl Xiaozhi is sensible. She understands her situation and will not burden others." The shadow nodded slightly. "Within 3 days, ensure they remain in the city." Morong Donyue responded affirmatively, and the shadow then vanished without a trace. Morong Donyue stood alone by the window, gazing at the myriad lights of Qingshi City, a fleeting moment of daze in his eyes, but he quickly regained his resolve. He must remain undying and indestructible. No one could stop him. Meanwhile, in Lin Luochen's small courtyard, Morong Xiaozhu pretended to be relaxed, saying, "I have given you the ascension order. I promised from now on we owe each other nothing." Lin Luochen nodded, smiling, gently, "Looking forward to our reunion on the path to immortality in the future." Morong Xiaozhu raised her chin, laughing, "Just wait, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy." Lin Luochen smiled slightly, saying, "All right, I will be waiting." "Okay, I have things to attend to. You two can chat slowly." Morong Xiaozhu pushed Morong Xiaozhi, who was lowering her head beside her, and turned to leave. However, just as she stepped out, she saw Lin Luochen hurrying over upon hearing the news. "Very long." Morong Xiaozhu lowered her voice, her eyes filled with pleading. "My sister has no fate with the path of immortality and will never become your obstacle. Could you give them a little time?" Lin Luochen glanced at the pair in the courtyard, her heart inexplicably softening. In these days of interaction, she had long seen that this pair of sisters was not some demoness. She gently nodded and turned towards the nearby lakeshore, her white garments fluttering in the evening breeze. Morong Xiaozhu watched Lin Luocheng's ethereal figure, unable to help but gasp in awe. Xiaozhi clung to Lin Luochen daily, yet the latter only encountered some minor troubles, as she was remarkably resilient. Could it be that Xiaozhi's misfortunes were ineffective against practitioners of high cultivation? Or was it that this fairy Lin was blessed beyond measure, her fortunes profound? Perhaps it was because Xiaozhi was not genuinely close to her from the bottom of her heart. In the courtyard, Lin Luochen walked alongside Morong Xiaozhi towards the pavilion in the yard. The two remained silent, the atmosphere somewhat tense, neither knowing how to break the ice. Just as they walked across the scenic wooden bridge, Lin Luocheng's foot slipped with a crack, and he nearly fell. Run. He was accustomed to this level of misfortune. It was just being chased by wild dogs or suffering some inexplicable disaster. Morong Xiaozhi was pulled along by him as they ran across the wooden bridge, unable to suppress a slight smile. Even knowing that nothing would happen to her, he still instinctively dragged her along. Morong Xiaozhi was pulled along by him as they ran across the wooden bridge, unable to suppress a slight smile. Even knowing that nothing would happen to her, he still instinctively, "Because I still couldn't help but feel close to you, which caused you trouble." Lin Luochen was taken aback, for Morong Xiaozhi's words were a direct declaration of her feelings. He momentarily did not know how to respond, letting out a helpless smile. "I knew I couldn't be that unlucky, but turns out it's you." I didn't mean to." Morong Xiaozhi's cheeks flushed, lowering her head, "But I couldn't control myself." A gentle breeze brushed by, lifting the stray hair from her forehead, revealing her delicate features and autumn-like eyes. Seeing her like this, coupled with their impending separation, Lin Luochen did not wish for the atmosphere to remain so heavy. "Well, it's only natural for you to develop feelings for someone as outstanding as I am. Fortunately, I have a strong fate and can withstand the turmoil." Morong Xiaozhi chuckled lightly and said seriously, "You have quite a good self-awareness, young master." Lin Luochen did not expect her to be so unconventional and couldn't help but feel his face heat up. No wonder her attire was so bold. It turned out to be a reflection of her personality. Morong Xiaozhi seemed to sense his discomfort and smiled. "Young master, let's sit down and talk." The two took their seats in the pavilion, and Morong Xiaozhi skillfully began to brew tea. "I usually drink tea alone, and it's rare to have the opportunity to showcase my tea art, so please don't laugh at me, young master." Lin Luochen had spent over 100 years drinking alone on the coiling Dragon Peak, and he deeply understood this. What's there to laugh at? I'm just a mountain villager. As they brewed tea and enjoyed the snow, they chatted and laughed, resembling longtime friends or celestial lovers. Morong Xiaozhi looked at the falling snow and sighed. "I hope that years from now Xiaozhi will still have the chance to brew tea and enjoy the snow with you, young master." Lin Luochen recalled how he had died of old age in his previous life, while Lin Yuanshuang remained in her prime, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. He could understand Murong Qzi's feelings, for they shared many commonalities. Murong Qiuji looked at Lin Luochen with reluctance, her voice low. Just thinking about parting tomorrow. All gatherings in this world must come to an end. If fate allows, we will meet again. Lin Luochen comforted her softly, but saw her suddenly raise her head, her eyes sparkling with hope. Then, will you come back to see me, young master? Lin Luochen was taken aback. That wouldn't be good for you given your reputation. Someone like me no one wishes to be close to, let alone aspire for marriage. Murong Qzi's smile was beautiful yet sorrowful. I only hope that young master will occasionally pass by and have a cup of tea with me. The evening breeze lifted the swirling snow, mirroring Lin Luochen's current thoughts. He was silent for a moment before nodding. All right. He could understand Murong Qzi's loneliness, as he too hoped someone at Yunus Sect would notice him. At that time the one who came to see him was Lin Luochen, and he hoped to bring more warmth into Murong Qzi's life. Murong Qzi's face blossomed with an exquisite smile as she joyfully exclaimed, Qiuji will always wait for you, young master. As night fell and Murong Qzi's figure disappeared beyond the moon gate, Lin Luochen sighed deeply. The hardest to bear is the favor of a beautiful woman. Just as the words left his mouth, a familiar chill enveloped him. Lin Luochen stood in the courtyard, the moonlight casting a silver hue around her. Is that so? Lin Luochen was startled and found himself inexplicably flustered. When did you arrive? I've been here for a long time, quite a while. Lin Luochen pouted in a mock angry manner, and Lin Luochen pretended not to understand. What do you want with me? Lin Luochen bit her lip, dissatisfied. What are your plans next? Lin Luochen replied frankly, naturally, I will attend the Immortal Ascension Conference. Shouldn't you return to Yunus Sect? I'm not in a hurry. Lin Luochen said shyly. I'm out to travel, it doesn't matter where I go, so how about? Shouldn't you return to Yunus Sect? I'm not in a hurry. Lin Luochen said shyly. I'm out to travel, it doesn't matter where I go, so how about? We travel together. What? Lin Luochen took 3 steps back, wary. You won't have feelings for me, will you? Don't get. Lin Luochen blushed in anger, her cheeks flushed, and she retorted, I just want to see the Immortal Ascension Conference. Lin Luochen's heart raced. If this woman developed feelings for him, it would truly be the end. No, you are righteous, and I am demonic. Our paths do not align. Haven't you not entered the sect yet? I have made up my mind. We are on opposite sides. Clang. Lin Luochen drew her long sword, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Then I will eliminate the demons and protect the path now. Wait. Lin Luochen chuckled awkwardly. There's no need to rush. Lin Luochen crossed her arms, snorting. Why won't you take me along? Lin Luochen confessed. I'm afraid you will develop feelings for me and take me back to Yunus Sect to improve. This remark instantly made Lin Luochen's ears turn red all the way to her neck. You. She was so furious that she stammered, finally glaring at him fiercely. Damn. The figure in white stormed away angrily, leaving Lin Luochen staring at the moonlight in the courtyard, troubled. It's over. It seems I can't shake her off now. Inside the small building, the candlelight flickered in the red. Murong Xiaozhu propped her chin on her hand, watching with great interest the joy that could not be concealed at the corners of Murong Qzi's mouth. Qiuji, what did your Lin Gongzi say to you? You came back looking like you're in love. Stop it, sister, what nonsense are you saying? Murong Qzi's face turned beet red, and Murong Xiaozhu's curiosity only grew. Come on, Qiuji, just tell your sister. Murong Qiuji fiddled with her hair tips, ultimately yielding and telling her the truth. Murong Xiaozhu did not expect her to be satisfied with that. She couldn't help but scold her sister gently on the forehead. You silly girl, are you this happy just because he promised to come back? Murong Qiuji smiled faintly. Sister, I am an unfortunate person. How can I dare to wish for more? Besides, I will eventually grow old and die, so this is just fine. In the future you join the Immortals Sect, and I will settle in a nearby small town. You can come down to see me occasionally. Murong Xiaozhu hugged her tightly, suddenly struck with inspiration. Qiuji, how about this? In the future I will join the sect where Lin Gongzi is. How about that? Murong Qiuji was taken aback, her eyes lighting up, but she hesitated. Will that be okay? Murong Xiaozhu pinched her cheek, laughing. You are such a hypocritical girl, clearly looking forward to it, yet pretending otherwise. She patted her chest confidently, saying, it's settled. Unless he joins a monastery, I will definitely go to it. When that time comes, you must be proactive. Don't waste your sister's hard work. Got it? Murong Qiuji shyly replied, and the sisters snuggled in bed, whispering sweet dreams of the future. Meanwhile, in the underground palace beneath the city, a demonic shadow floated silently in midair, displaying the scene of the two sisters laughing together. The green river surrounding her had already turned a shade of blood red, exuding black mist. The demonic shadow gazed obsessively at the stunning visage in the projection, her voice laced with near-mad fervor. 3 days, just 3 more days to wait. The next morning, Lin Luochen sat at the small building of the Murong sisters for breakfast as usual. Murong Qiuji wore her usual expression delicately, holding a bowl serving porridge for Lin Luochen. It was only when she heard Lin Luochen say that he would leave early the next morning that she paused for a moment. Lung Yuanshuang lightly coughed and casually said, "I will also set off tomorrow." Lin Luochen secretly smiled bitterly. This persistent shadow was truly impossible to shake off. However, he currently had no means to fight or rid himself of Lung Yuanshuang. The four of them silently ate their breakfast. No one spoke, only the sound of bowls and chopsticks clashing. Lin Luochen looked at Murong Qiuji's reluctant expression and sighed inwardly. "It's rare to come here, and since I'm about to leave, may I trouble the two ladies to show us around?" Murong Xiaozhu immediately agreed, and Murong Qiuji understood his intention, smiling gently and nodding slightly. After breakfast, the group strolled out of the Murong residence, taking a leisurely walk in the city. The long street had regained some vitality. The shouts of vendors echoed, but Lin Luocheng's eyes were clouded with an unshakable gloom. As the common folk returned, the once devastated Qingshi city regained some life. The vendors' shouts mingled, children chased and played in the alleys, and the aroma of tea houses and taverns wafted through the air. However, this bustling scene only made Lin Luochen more uneasy, for the demonic eye appeared without the blood sacrifice formation. This sharply contrasted with the rumors from his past life. Oh, after all, a blood sacrifice surely required a blood sacrifice formation. Either the so-called Great Formation was a result of misinformation, or Murong Xichen had not yet had the chance to set it up. Alternatively, it was possible that this Great Formation was hidden somewhere, just unnoticed by him. But how could such a large formation be completely hidden, unnoticed by anyone? Was it concealed within everyday matters, obscuring his vision? Lin Luocheng's gaze swept over the closely packed stone houses along the street, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him as he carefully scanned the surroundings. "Ladies, Murong, is the architecture in Qingshi city always like this? How could that be?" Murong Xiaozhu laughed in disbelief, saying years ago this place was utterly dilapidated. Even the city walls were not decent. It wasn't until my uncle led the clan to migrate here, rebuilt extensively over a decade, that it achieved its current scale. Lin Luochen asked what exactly was done. Murong Xiaozhu counted on her fingers, dredging rivers, paving stone roads, and repairing the drainage in the city. The drainage in the city. Lin Luochen keenly caught onto the key point. Yes, Qingshi city is in a lowlying area, and it would flood with rain in the past. Murong Qiuji explained softly, "Since the Murong family arrived, the water channels have been regularly maintained, and there have been no more floods." Lin Luochen asked, "Since Qingshi city's situation was so dire, why did the Murong family choose it back then?" Murong Xiaozhu recalled and smiled bitterly. "Actually, very few among the clan wanted to come to Qingshi city. But after my father's demise, the Murong family was left helpless in the capital and could only flee to avoid trouble. My third uncle was inclined to go to Wangyue city. There were no great families, and the transportation was a lot more convenient. However, my uncle insisted on coming to Qingshi city to recuperate, much to the discontent of the clan." Lin Luochen looked at the blue brick walls by the roadside and half-jokingly said, "These blue stone bricks wouldn't have been invented by the Murong family head, would they?" Murong Xiaozhu shook her head, saying, "That's not the case. Blue stone bricks have existed for a long time." Lin Luochen hadn't had the chance to relax before Murong Qiuji added a comment. "However, the production techniques were improved by my uncle. He said it concerns the livelihood of the people, and there should be no cutting corners." At that moment, even under the bright sun, Lin Luochen felt a chill run through him and murmured, "It's him again." Lung Yuanshuang thought he was lamenting Murong Dongyu's achievements and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. No wonder Lord Su trusts him so much, working tirelessly for the people. He truly resembles the second parental official of Qingshi city. Murong Qiuji nodded. "I heard that many common people in the city were displaced back then, and it was my uncle who financed the construction of houses for them." Murong Xiaozhu scoffed, "But when something happened to my uncle, none of those common people stood up to say a word for him." The three women's conversation drifted past Lin Luocheng's ears, but he didn't hear a single word. He suppressed his swirling thoughts and anxiously sought help from Chu Lingyin in his sea of consciousness. Chu Lingyin, could it be that the entire Qingshi city is itself a great formation? Chu Lingyin was taken aback and hesitated, saying, "Are you suspecting that these bluestone bricks are the array patterns for the formation?" "This you might be right. If these bricks are made of some special material, it is indeed possible." Lin Luochen turned to Murong Xiaozhu for confirmation. "Has the soil here always been this color since ancient times?" Murong Xiaozhu nodded. "Yes, not only the soil. It is said that even the well water in the city used to have a greenish tint. Although it has faded much now, if you go to the old well in the city, you can still see some greenish hue." Lin Luochen pretended to be interested and said, "Such a strange occurrence, take me to see it." The group arrived at the old well in the city, and the women by the well, upon seeing Murong Qiuji approach, hastily avoided her with looks of disdain. Someone seemed to want to ridicule, but upon noticing Lin Luochen beside her sheepishly closed her mouth. The well rope creaked and a bucket of clear water was pulled up. The sunlight slanted down and the water surface shimmered with an eerie green light, but when cupped in the palm, that green hue quietly vanished. Indeed interesting. Lin Luochen's lips curled slightly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Suddenly Shushu crawled out of his arms, clambering over the edge of the bucket, squeaking and seemingly wanting to jump into the water. Lin Luochen quickly pinched its neck and chuckled, "Little guy, you can't wash in this water." Shushu wanted to say something, but seeing the warning in his eyes, instantly behaved. All right, this child seemed to take after his father and shouldn't be at a disadvantage. Lin Luochen suppressed his desire to obtain the city plans from Su Jun and frantically pondered strategies in his mind. At this moment, whispers surrounded them. Those gossiping women pointed and glared at Murong Qiuji with evident disgust, as if her mere proximity to the well water was a defilement. Lin Luochen glanced at them, instantly scaring them away like birds taking flight. He looked at Murong Qiuji's lowered brows and took the opportunity to suggest, "Since that's the case, why don't we walk out of the city?" With Lin Luochen by their side, the city guards were practically non-existent. After successfully exiting the city, Lin Luochen looked up at the sky, feigning ease and grandeur. Only by climbing high can one see far. Let's go up to the sky and see if there are any interesting places. Lin Luochen seemed to understand and summoned a flying boat, taking everyone up into the clouds with the entire view of Qingshu City laid bare. In the basin, houses were scattered and the streets crisscrossed, seemingly disordered, yet subtly resonating with some profound pattern. You were indeed right about this. Chu Lingyin gasped, marveling. The entire city is indeed a great formation. It seems these bluestone bricks and the waters here are unusual, serving as natural carriers for the array patterns. The one who set up the formation was quite clever, breaking the complete array patterns into several parts, layering them in light and shadow. The mountains form a ring, the flowing water forms the patterns, the buildings, streets, drainage channels, and even the underground currents in the city are all parts of the great formation. Lin Luochen's heart raced as he asked, "Are all the houses in the city parts of the array patterns?" "Of course not." Chu Lingyin explained, "Many buildings in the city only serve as interference belonging to the waste patterns in the array. The planner's thoughts are extraordinary if one is not aware that this is a formation. Even when looking down from the sky, who would suspect that this seemingly ordinary city hides such a great array?" Lin Luochen asked again, "Can you tell what kind of formation it is?" Chu Lingyin pondered and said, "From the array patterns on the ground, this formation is malevolent and should be a blood sacrifice formation." Lin Luochen's thoughts raced. At this moment, all the clues finally connected into a line, making him feel a prickling sensation on his back. He abruptly turned to the Murong sisters and said solemnly, "Ladies Murong, come with me." Murong Qiuji looked at him with sparkling eyes, her lips trembling, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. Murong Xiaozhu widened her eyes in astonishment, saying, "Do I have to go too?" Did he want to embrace two beauties and soar together? Lin Luochen also opened her cherry lips in shock, her little head spinning without comprehension. "Now you want to take me too?" Did he want to embrace two beauties and soar together? Lin Luochen also opened her cherry lips in shock, her little head spinning without comprehension. "Shouldn't I be on this flying boat?" Murong Qiuji had no objections to Lin Luochen bringing Murong Xiaozhu along. She merely asked softly, "When shall we depart?" Lin Luochen's expression turned serious. "We set out immediately, the sooner the better." Upon hearing this, Lin Luochen felt like crying, without tears, as she hadn't even asked where they were going. She felt rather redundant. Lin Luochen hesitated, knowing that if he told the truth, this elder lady would likely want to stir trouble. But if he remained silent without her protection, he feared it would be difficult to safely leave Qingshu City with the Murong sisters. Thinking of this, he sighed, "You first set up a barrier to ensure no one can eavesdrop on our conversation. Especially seal off the aura of that demonic pearl." Lin Luochen understood the gravity of the situation. Without further ado, she set up the restriction while sealing the demonic pearl. "Even someone with far greater cultivation than me cannot eavesdrop on our conversation. You can speak for—" Lin Luochen then spoke in a deep voice, "Qingshu City is likely on the brink of destruction." "What?" the Murong sisters exclaimed in unison, while Lin Luochen was also taken aback. "Why is that? Didn't Murong Xichen get eliminated?" Lin Luochen shook his head. Murong Xichen was merely a pawn, or rather a scapegoat. The real demons wreaking havoc in the city are still at large, and they have even set up a blood sacrifice formation that encompasses the entire city. Lin Luochen frowned and said, "But haven't we searched for it? There hasn't been any formation at all." Lin Luochen pointed at the city below and asked, "Doesn't Qingshu City and the surrounding mountains look like a— How is that possible?" Lin Luochen instinctively wanted to deny it, but looking at the seemingly random streets of the city, she couldn't help but be stunned. The entire Qingshi city indeed had the aura of a formation, especially when paired with the surrounding. The entire Qingshi city is a grand formation. The blue bricks and flowing water within the city are all parts of the formation. Lin Luochen articulated the speculation of Chu Lingyin leaving Lung Yueshuang in a daze. Are you implying that the head of the Murong family is the mastermind behind everything? Lin Luochen hesitated. I am not sure if he is the main culprit, but he is definitely involved in this matter. He actually hoped that Murong Dongyue was the mastermind. After all, it would mean the situation wasn't so dire. Murong Dongyue was at most a possessed demon or had fortuitously learned the secrets of Qingshi city. But if Murong Dongyue was not the mastermind, then there must be other experts lurking in the shadows. Murong Qiuji still found it hard to believe young Master Lin. Could this be a misunderstanding? This formation might have other uses. Lung Yueshuang shook her head. No, if it truly is a formation, then its nature is strange, and it certainly isn't anything good. Murong Qiuji murmured in disappointment. Why would my uncle do this? Lung Yueshuang's gaze turned cold, and she said sharply, that's something you need to ask him. Lin Luochen reminded them, regardless, our top priority is to leave Qingshi city as soon as possible. But Lung Yueshuang shook her head. If, as you say, the citizens are in imminent danger, can we just walk away? Luochen, this demon has not dared to directly attack me, and instead wants to trick me into leaving, which means it isn't stronger than me. Now that we know its intentions, we can break the formation within the city and expose this scheming demon. Lin Luochen looked at Lung Yueshuang in surprise, and had to admit that perhaps having a big chest didn't mean lacking a brain. This woman actually had some brains, but he truly did not want to be dragged into this turmoil. Lin Luochen was very clear about his own strength. Saving the country and the people was not something he should be. Though he felt pity, the citizens of the city were not his relatives, and he saw no reason to gamble his life for them. In that case, Lady Lung, do your best. I have faith in you, and I wish you great success in your martial endeavors. Lung Yueshuang's composure shattered in an instant, and she exclaimed in astonishment, aren't you coming with me? Lin Luochen decisively shook his head. What can a mere qi refining cultivator like me do? I still need to attend the Ascending Immortal Conference. Lung Yueshuang looked at him with a pitiful expression. I'll fly you there on my sword when the time comes. You want? Lin Luochen remained resolute in his refusal, and Lung Yueshuang quickly turned to the Murong sisters. Murong Qiuji gazed back at the smoke rising from the city, wanting to say something, but hesitating. But Murong Xiaozhu glanced at her, and shook her head. In the end, she still did not speak. She couldn't bring herself to let Lin Luochen risk his life for others. Murong Xiaozhu nodded and said, then what reason shall we give to follow you? She naturally understood that this might raise suspicions, but for her the safety of herself and her sister was of utmost importance. Lin Luochen pondered for a moment, lightly shaking his folding fan. How about we say that Cold Fairy has taken a liking to your talents and wishes to take you back to the Miao Yin sect for training? Murong Qiuji awkwardly replied, but I cannot cultivate. Lin Luochen casually remarked, just find any reason. You can say your body is special and that you are to be taken back to the sect for research. Murong Qiuji softly responded, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Couldn't young Master Lin say that he wanted to take her away himself? Even if it were a lie, it would still be fine. Lin Luochen had no idea of Murong Qiuji's thoughts. At this moment, he was fully focused on the matters in the city. He meticulously devised an action plan, even assigning the task of scouting to the mouse. Lin Luochen hoped that the mouse would uncover the secrets underground and ideally lead them through the waterways. After all, the mouse could burrow underground while they could not. Mouse, remember, just find the route, and don't startle the snake. Prioritize your own safety. The mouse nodded, repeatedly chirping twice, its round dark eyes spinning with excitement. Finally, Lin Luochen looked around at the women. Once we return to the city, everything must remain normal. We'll depart tomorrow as planned. Remember, do not reveal any flaws, and do not mention this matter outside, especially be wary of Murong Dongyue. The women nodded in unison, appearing obedient, nearly making Lin Luochen think of himself as the head of the family. Calm down, he must not indulge in the warmth of women. Lin Luochen exhaled deeply. Let's go, it's time to return. As he spoke, he felt the fate reincarnation technique within him become more active than ever, with spiritual energy surging continuously. As the green lotus shook violently, a sensation of obstruction being cleared surged within him. At this critical moment, Lin Luochen successfully stepped into the 8th level of qi refinement. This left the women speechless, and Cold Moon Frost joyfully exclaimed, see, good people are rewarded. However, Lin Luochen did not feel much joy, because it seemed more like the fate reincarnation technique had sensed danger. Cold Moon Frost did not understand his worry, and with high spirits led the group towards Qingshi city. On the way, Murong Dongyue hurriedly flew over on his sword, a sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. Upon seeing them, he sighed in relief. Thank heavens, Cold Fairy, you have not left yet. Lin Luochen was already suspicious of Murong Dongyue, and at this moment, he felt even more uneasy. Why was Murong Dongyue so anxious? Did he have a true target among the four of them? Is the head of the Murong family in such a hurry to find us for something? Murong Dongyue realized his own gaffe and tried to smooth things over. I was just worried that you two would leave without saying goodbye. Lin Luochen smiled slightly and said, we are merely leaving the city to enjoy the scenery. Thank you for your concern, head of the Murong family. Murong Dongyue replied, to be honest, I am preparing a farewell banquet for you two with Lord Su. Lord Su knows that Cold Fairy does not enjoy crowds, so the banquet will only include us few. I hope you both will grace us with your presence. Cold Moonfrost looked at Lin Luochen, who nodded slightly, without revealing any emotion, prompting her to agree. You are indeed considerate. I will attend the banquet on time. Murong Dongyue said with a beaming smile. Then I will be waiting for you two at my residence. Cold Moonfrost nodded, and the group flew towards Qingshu City. Lin Luochen did not rush to speak, intending to bring up the matter of taking the Murong sisters during the banquet. After all, the later he spoke, the harder it would be for them to guard against it. Once back in the city, the mouse quietly slipped down from Lin Luochen's body. Its little paws moved rapidly as it quickly burrowed into the ground, heading underground. This was its first official mission, and it had to be done beautifully. At night, the Murong residence was brightly lit with the sound of silk and bamboo music filling the air. Su Jun, his face aglow, stood up with a cup in hand. Thanks to Cold Fairy and young Master Lin for exterminating the demons and safeguarding our path, Qingshu City can return to peace. I toast to both of you on behalf of all the citizens. Su Jun was not put off, smiling as he clapped his hands. Two maidservants presented a storage bag to Lin Luochen and Cold Moonfrost. Cold Fairy, young Master Lin, this is a small token of appreciation from me and the citizens of Qingshu City. Su Jun was not put off, smiling as he clapped his hands. Two maidservants presented a storage bag to Lin Luochen and Cold Moonfrost. Cold Fairy, young Master Lin, this is a small token of appreciation from me and the citizens of Qingshu City. I hope you will accept it graciously. Cold Moonfrost was somewhat at a loss, but Lin Luochen accepted it calmly and gave her a knowing glance. Take what you should take. There was no need for pretense. You foolish girl, don't give that to me. Under the pressure of his gaze, Cold Moonfrost could only accept it, awkwardly feeling a bit embarrassed. Seeing her accept the gift, Su Jun instantly felt relieved, and his smile blossomed. Murong Dongyue also presented each of them with a gift. A small token, it is nothing significant. Lin Luochen knew this was given to him due to Cold Moonfrost's influence, yet he did not refuse. This was what he deserved. After all, with a slight misstep, he could have been taken back to the Jade Girl sect by Cold Moonfrost. He was not someone who would live off others. Lin Luochen, for the sake of the spirit stones, clinked glasses with Murong Dongyue, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere at the table grew lively, and Lin Luochen signaled Cold Moonfrost with a glance. Cold Moonfrost softly spoke. Head of the Murong family, I wish to take the two Murong girls back to the Maiden Sect. What do you think? What? Murong Dongyue trembled at her words, staring at her in shock. Is the fairy serious? Of course. But Xiaoji cannot cultivate. They share a deep sisterly bond, and I cannot bear to tear them apart. Cold Moonfrost said solemnly. Moreover, Miss Xiaoji has a special constitution. Taking her back to the sect may yield unexpected rewards. Even if she truly cannot cultivate, my Maiden Sect is not short on resources, so the head of the Murong family need not worry. Murong Dongyue looked at the Murong sisters, hesitating. What do you sisters think? We are willing. The two sisters spoke in unison. Murong Dongyue forced himself to remain calm, barely putting on a facade of happiness for them. In that case, once Elder Zhou and the others return, we will discuss your sister's resources. Cold Moonfrost interrupted him, saying lightly, no need for that. Let the resources remain with the Murong family. I will compensate them myself. Seeing that he could not persuade her, Murong Dongyue's thoughts raced, realizing something might be amiss. My two nieces have been favored by Cold Fairy. I am overjoyed, and I ask Cold Fairy to take good care of them. Cold Moonfrost nodded, and Lin Luochen let out a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed the Murong sisters were not the key to the blood sacrifice. They were merely dispensable offerings. Murong Dongyue looked at the Murong sisters and handed them a storage bag. Xiaozhu Qiuji, you are leaving, and your uncle has nothing to give you, but this is a small token of my intentions. This is a personal gift from your uncle, not something belonging to the clan. You can take it without worry, and no one will say anything. As long as your uncle is in the Murong family, this place will always be your home. You can return at any time to claim what belongs to you. His earnest demeanor moved not only Murong Qiuji, but even Murong Xiaozhu. As the two of them looked as if they were about to cry, Su Jun hurriedly stood up to mediate. This is a joyous occasion, so do not frown. It's not as if you won't be coming back. My two nieces have successfully entered the Immortals Sect. I raise my glass to toast to their bright futures." The Morong sisters quickly raised their glasses in return, and everyone clinked cups together. The atmosphere once again became lively. After the banquet in the small building of the Morong sisters, Lin Luochen and the others gathered around the table, while the mouse used its little paws to draw a complex map of the waterways. According to the mouse, the underwater routes were extensive with spiritual energy barriers present. It feared startling the snake and did not dare to probe too deeply, only surveying the perimeter. Cold Moon Frost pondered, "Shall I go down to investigate?" Lin Luochen nodded, "I will accompany you." Cold Moon Frost, thinking of something, blushed slightly and softly replied, She set up formations around them, sealing the magic eye within to avoid exposing their whereabouts. Before leaving, Cold Moon Frost gave the Morong sisters several talismans, ensuring everything would be foolproof. "Remember, no matter what happens, do not leave this place." The sisters nodded earnestly, and Cold Moon Frost took Lin Luochen with her, instantly vanishing from the scene. Morong Xiaozhi said anxiously, "I hope young Master Lin and the others are safe." Morong Xiaozhu patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, with Cold Fairy around nothing will happen." Morong Xiaozhi responded with a sound of agreement, but still looked worried. Meanwhile, in the underground palace, "Master, it's bad. That girl with the surname Cold wants to take the Morong sisters away." Morong Dongyu's expression was extremely anxious, the magic shadow, shifting unpredictably, coldness surging in his eyes. "I have long known. They are preparing to dive into the water to investigate. It seems they have already discovered something. In that case, once they enter the water, initiate the plan." Morong Dongyu froze for a moment, but understood. "I will go prepare the offerings and activate the summoning array." After he left, the magic shadow began to cast spells, and the surrounding water flowed restlessly. Tendrils of demonic energy and blood energy surged from the flowing water, as if countless vengeful souls were crying out within. "Since you wish to die, I will fulfill your wishes using your blood to cleanse the majesty of the Master." In the city at the ancient well, the water was deep and reflected the cold moon like frost. Suddenly a woman descended with a man, as if a celestial being from the Moon Palace had come down to the mortal realm. Lin Luochen gazed at the tranquil well water and suddenly remembered an awkward thing. It seemed he couldn't hold his breath for that long. Shushu jumped out of his arms and squeaked twice before leaping into the well. Lung Yuanshuang felt her ears turning red and shyly said, "Luochen, let's go too." She pulled Lin Luochen and leaped into the well, both of them diving into the water as if in a tragic romance. After the two entered the water, the well in the city inexplicably rose, and various sluice gates opened, unleashing a torrent of water. This flowing water shimmered with a green hue intertwined with streaks of blood red, rising in waves of black light that spread throughout the city. The citizens of the city, shrouded in black mist, fell into a nightmare. Especially those born and raised in Qingshi City, their heads were engulfed in dark energy. Inside the ancient well, Shushu led the way, with Lung Yuanshuang closely following Lin Luochen. Shush's limbs moved swiftly, astonishing Lin Luochen with its speed. The real person is not as good as a mouse. The two followed Shushu as it swiftly navigated through the dark underground river. They continued to dive deeper, the surroundings becoming dim, while the lake water grew warmer. Lung Yuanshuang glowed with a white light illuminating the surroundings, her clothes flowing like a celestial being. Suddenly, she felt her hand tighten slightly and turned to look back at Lin Luochen. Lin Luocheng's handsome face turned red, his expression showing some pain, clearly unable to hold his breath any longer. Lung Yuanshuang regained her senses, her cheeks slightly flushed, and was about to find something to give him air. Lin Luochen, unaware of her thoughts, directly pulled her over and kissed her. In his view, having kissed so many times before, one more wouldn't matter. Lung Yuanshuang was stunned. How could this person kiss her so casually? It was too outrageous. She instinctively tried to push Lin Luochen away, but he skillfully caught her and slapped her backside. Lung Yuanshuang suddenly felt as if she had been struck at a vital point. Her delicate body froze, her beautiful eyes widened in confusion as she stared at him. Why was he so familiar with her reactions? Lung Yuanshuang suddenly recalled what Lin Luochen had said in the cave, her heart a tangled mess. Could it be? He really was her future husband. Her mind in disarray, Lung Yuanshuang didn't even know what to do. The two of them kissed underwater, quietly sinking to the bottom, leaving Shushu dumbfounded. "Wait, where are you two going?" Moments later, Lin Luochen managed to control his wandering hands, and with great effort released Lung Yuanshuang. She looked dazed, as if Lin Luochen had drained her of oxygen. Lin Luochen waved his hand in front of her, and she shyly returned to her senses, glaring at him in embarrassment. How can you kiss someone so casually? Lin Luochen, lacking the ability to communicate telepathically, could only point downward, indicating that they needed to focus on the matter at hand. Lung Yuanshuang pouted in dissatisfaction, pulling him to continue diving. What a despicable guy, always taking advantage and then running away. The underground currents beneath the city were complex and convoluted with many paths barely accommodating two people. It was their first time encountering such a complicated river system, and through the glow they could see the river water beginning to turn green. Looking at the intricate underground river, Lin Luochen felt a sense of familiarity. However, her divine sense was suppressed by the strange water and soil, preventing her from scanning too far. At that moment, Lin Luochen squeezed her hand and then pointed to his lips. Lin Luocheng's face instantly turned crimson. Before she could react, Lin Luochen kissed her again. She felt like crying. "Oh, was this how you greet someone? I haven't even agreed." In Qingshi City, a painful howl echoed, followed by a chorus of roars. The citizens screamed incessantly, and Su Jun, who had been soundly asleep after drinking, was awakened by the cries outside. Once he realized what the sounds were, the effects of the alcohol vanished instantly, and he hurriedly stepped outside to investigate. He saw many guards in the mansion shrouded in black mist attacking others. Inside the mansion, the scene was chaotic with many people in peril. Su Jun swiftly intervened, slaying a possessed guard to save another. "What on earth is happening?" the rescued guard said in panic. "Lord, we don't know either. They suddenly seemed to go mad." Su Jun hurriedly used a magical artifact to soar into the wind, only to see chaos erupting throughout the city, with flames shooting into the sky from many places. The number of possessed individuals exceeded any previous occurrence, with the entire Qingshi City engulfed in black mist. Su Jun felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, thinking he was trapped in a nightmare, desperate to awaken from it. At the Morong mansion, the Morong sisters heard the screams and hurried to the railing to look outside. They saw many servants in the mansion possessed, frantically hunting down others, and chaos ensued. "Sister, what's happening?" Morong Xiaozhu held Morong Qiuji in her arms, softly comforting her. "It's okay. Your sister is here." At that moment, a figure swiftly soared into the air, and Morong Dongyu's voice echoed through the mansion. "There are possessed individuals in the city. Oh, everyone in the mansion gather in the front yard immediately." Morong Qiuji looked at Morong Xiaozhu, who calmly shook her head without a word. Given the current situation in the city, as long as the building didn't collapse, she wouldn't take Morong Qiuji out. A few possessed maidservants charged towards their building, and Morong Xiaozhu was about to intervene. But as soon as the maidservants approached, they crashed into a barrier and were flung back, landing in disarray. They quickly got back up, charged again, and were once more sent flying. Morong Qiuji watched the maidservants and suddenly said, "Sister, why do the possessed ones seem to be all locals of Qingshi City?" Morong Xiaozhu also noticed that those maidservants who had followed the Morong family from the capital were not possessed. Could it be that the locals of Qingshi City have something special? Before she could ponder further, she felt dizzy, and a wave of nausea washed over her. Morong Xiaozhu turned to look, only to see the demonic eye glowing with a strange light. Black mist was constantly being summoned from the outside, crashing against the barrier and emitting a hissing sound. Morong Xiaozhu secretly cursed, realizing that the demonic eye had suddenly become active and could summon demonic energy. But she was helpless against it, only able to watch as the demonic eye continued to attack, while possessed individuals from the outside surged forth, creating a moment of internal and external crisis. In the front yard of the Morong mansion, many family members gathered together under protection. Morong boss brothers were in a panic, saying, "Uncle, what should we do now?" Other family members chimed in, "Isn't the demon already eliminated?" "Morong Bow, are you plotting something?" Morong Dongyue said solemnly, "Everyone be quiet. Has everyone arrived?" The crowd nodded, and someone anxiously said, "They should all be here. Head of the family, please lead us away." Morong Dongyue drew out his sword and nodded, saying, "All right, I will take you away now." He formed a seal with his hand, and the sword transformed into dozens of beams of light swirling in midair before crashing down. As the sword lights fell like rain, the scene was instantly filled with screams, with heavy casualties. Although some resisted, they were no match for Morong Dongyue, and quickly fell under his sword. Morong Dongyue, having no children or wife, and with his spouse long deceased, acted without hesitation. Moments later, all those gathered in the front yard lay on the ground, the scene littered with corpses. Some still had breaths left, disbelievingly asking head of the family why. Morong Dongyue coldly replied as he struck down with his sword, "Because the family needs your sacrifice." That person could hardly believe until death that the gentleman everyone spoke of had turned into a demon. Morong Dongyue pinpointed the locations of the Morong sisters based on the storage bags he had given them. He glanced at the courtyard where the Morong sisters were located and flew towards the city lord's mansion without looking. In the depths of the underground river, before a barrier of spiritual power, the little mouse frantically gnawed at the formation, while the two people behind it were also holding on and gnawing, creating a scene of overwhelming the spirit beast. After a moment, the little mouse finally chewed a hole in the barrier, dancing with glee and signaling the two to stop gnawing. Lin Luochen came back to her senses and quickly pushed away Lin Luochen, her pretty face blushing even underwater. "What are you trying to do, kissing and sticking out your tongue while pinching your own bottom?" Lin Luochen's eyes flickered as he thought, damn, this instinctive reaction is truly hard to control. At that moment, many demonic creatures crawled out from the broken barrier. Be careful. Lung Yushuang transmitted a voice, swinging her sword to slay all the demonic creatures that sprang forth. These demonic creatures did not resemble beasts, but rather they appeared to be mutated fish from the water. Let's go. Feeling that she was right to come here, Lung Yushuang hurriedly pulled Lin Luochen to swim upstream along the river. As they entered the barrier, the closer they got to the source, the denser the demonic energy became. Lin Luochen and the others swam against the current towards the source, and the demonic creatures along the way could not stop them at all. After a moment, water light flickered above, and the two emerged from the water into an immensely vast cavern. Lin Luochen, soaking in the water, let out a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Have we finally come out?" "Yes," Lung Yushuang replied. "Let's go, let's explore further." She took Lin Luochen into the air, flying upstream along the river to investigate the spacious cavern. This cavern was of unknown size, with multiple underground rivers flowing below, seemingly sharing a common source. With the interference of the strange river water gone, Lung Yushuang decisively spread her divine sense to investigate the surroundings. She widened her beautiful eyes as if witnessing something incredible. "What's wrong?" Lin Luochen quickly inquired. Lung Yushuang was unsure how to describe. She widened her beautiful eyes as if witnessing something incredible. "What's wrong?" Lin Luochen quickly inquired. Lung Yushuang was unsure how to describe it, directly pointing her hand at his brow to share what her divine sense had seen. Lin Luochen also saw a huge cavern next door, but couldn't understand what she was shocked about. Lung Yushuang reminded him, "Look, doesn't it resemble a gigantic heart?" All along the way, she felt the intricate and chaotic undercurrents, very much like meridians and blood vessels. After just discovering that there was another space next door, this thought could no longer be suppressed. Lin Luochen felt as if struck by lightning, incredulously saying, "No way." Lung Yushuang pulled him to continue tracing the source, and Lin Luochen had to admit that the shape indeed resembled a heart. After a moment, they arrived at the source of several rivers, where two caverns faced each other. However, the connectivity of the left and right atria did not make Lin Luochen happy, as there was a diamond-shaped large hole above. Through the shared divine sense, he vaguely saw enormous shadows lying across the sky, resembling ribs. Clearly the heart had been pierced, leading to the connection between the left and right atria. "What kind of monster is this?" Lin Luochen expressed his shock, casually, not expecting that Chu Lingyin would actually respond. "This is the corpse of an ancient demon god. No wonder the soil here is so special. It turns out a body of an ancient demon god is buried underground." Lin Luochen hurriedly asked, "Ancient demon god?" "Yes." Chu Lingyin nodded. "This is a corpse of an ancient demon god that has been dead for countless years. Its demonic blood seeped into the soil over the years, staining it this blue color, which was then burnt into stone bricks. These blue stone bricks, infused with demonic blood, became exceptional material for formations, but they can only bear demonic arrays. Qingshi City was built atop this demon god's body, and this basin may have been created when it fell." Lin Luochen imagined a giant crashing down from the sky, collapsing mountains buried by them, and couldn't help but gasp in shock. To be honest, this situation truly exceeded his imagination. Lung Yushuang pointed with her small hand, astonished. "There's a palace over there." Lin Luochen looked over and indeed saw a floating island at the convergence of the rivers with a palace standing upon it. Water continuously surged from around the floating island, rushing in all directions, as if the blood that had seeped down all those years was now rising. At this moment, the demonic energy entwining the palace and the dazzling bloodlight made it clear that it was not a good place. Lung Yushuang also realized something was off, her expression serious, as she handed the only teleportation talisman to Lin Luochen. "Luochen, let's go check it out. If the situation is wrong, activate the teleportation talisman immediately and leave." Lin Luochen nodded, his expression grave, as she led him towards the palace. The two landed carefully in front of the underground palace and cautiously walked inside. Upon entering, they saw a teleportation array, but the formation was dim, clearly having been completely shut down. In the center of the underground palace stood a massive altar, now emitting a faint blood light, surrounded by waves of demonic energy. Lung Yushuang exclaimed, "Not good, the formation has been activated." Although they had seen the demonic energy along the way, they had thought it was just the way things were, completely unaware that the formation had already been activated. She intended to strike to interrupt it, but waves of demonic energy converged, blocking her attack. The demonic energy gathered in the altar, forming a vague, graceful shadow. She was surrounded by chilling demonic energy, her figure flickering, and a strange woman's voice emerged from within. You two have been so lovey-dovey along the way. If you were any later, you might have had to collect corpses for the citizens of Qingshi City. Given your state, I'm starting to doubt Murong Dongyu's judgment. You can't really be the demoness of the Miao Yin sect, can you?" Lung Yushuang's pretty face flushed as she warily watched the demonic shadow. Who exactly are you? What do you want? The demonic shadow chuckled. As you can see, blood sacrifice for the entire Qingshi city to welcome my master back. Lin Luochen frowned and asked, your master? This massive ancient demon god. The demonic shadow looked at him, a flash of killing intent in its eyes, coldly sneering. Kid, go to hell and ask Yama. Suddenly she extended her hand and streams of demonic energy mixed with blood rushed towards Lin Luochen and the others. Lung Yushuang's face changed dramatically, and with a flash of brilliance in her hand, she drew her sword and unleashed a flurry of moonblades. You demonic creature, die. But the demonic shadow remained unfazed, sneering. If it were outside, I would still fear you a little. Now that you've walked into my trap, you'll die obediently. She floated in midair, casting spells to summon countless waves of demonic energy, causing Lung Yushuang's expression to change slightly. This demonic shadow was no stronger than her, but the place was filled with demonic energy, making it the opponent's territory. Moreover, with no light to be seen here, and lacking the moonlight, Lung Yushuang's strength significantly decreased. Under this imbalance, while protecting Lin Luochen, she truly couldn't do anything against this demonic shadow. The demonic shadow looked at Lung Yushuang's flustered appearance and couldn't help but burst into arrogant laughter. I didn't want to kill you, but who knew you would seek your own death? If you two are sensible, obediently let me plant a slave mark on you, and you can serve my master to avoid death. Lung Yushuang coldly shouted. You demonic creature are at the end of your rope, and still delusional. Quickly stop the formation. The demonic shadow leisurely replied, the core of the formation is right here. If you have the ability, come stop me. At this moment, Lin Luochen's consciousness connected to Chu Ling Yin, sensed that things were not good, and hurriedly reminded him. Kid, this formation is either trying to awaken this ancient demon god, or extract its power. Regardless, once successful, it won't be something you two can deal with, so it's better to leave quickly. While she had her own, means a clever housewife can't cook without rice. If the demon god truly revived, she feared that she would also have to suffer along with Lin Luochen. Lin Luochen wanted to leave, but the core was right in front of them, and Lung Yushuang clearly wouldn't leave easily. He calmed his mind, his thoughts racing as he carefully recalled the clues so far, and at that moment time seemed to slow down. In a flash of inspiration, Lin Luochen grasped that fleeting insight. Lung Yushuang, don't fall for her tricks. How could the core be so blatantly placed in front of you? This must be a deception, and she just said she didn't want to kill us, indicating she was forced to activate the formation. Her true target is the Murong sisters. Oh, we need to leave here quickly and not fall for the demon's schemes. The demonic shadow was filled with shock. If it weren't for the demonic energy obscuring her, she would have likely already been exposed. She had only spoken twice, yet it felt as if her cover had been completely blown. Lung Yushuang pondered upon hearing this, and decisively activated the small teleportation talisman in her hand. Lin Luochen was taken aback by how obedient this woman was, and he felt a surge of excitement. The demonic shadow furious howled, where do you think you're going? As the demonic shadow charged towards them, Lung Yushuang pushed Lin Luochen away and pressed the small teleportation talisman against him. This place is dangerous. You go protect them first, and I'll deal with this demon before finding you. Regardless of whether Lin Luochen's words were true or not, the core was right before her, and she couldn't easily give up. Lin Luochen was involuntarily sent flying out, looking back at Lung Yushuang's figure holding the sword, feeling an intense anger. Lung Yushuang, are you crazy? Lung Yushuang stabbed her sword down, surrounding herself with white light, completely blocking the incoming demonic energy. She turned back to smile and said, don't worry, I won't die. Lin Luochen wanted to say something else, but at that moment a flash of brilliance appeared before him, and he disappeared from the scene. Standing proudly with her sword, Lung Yushuang's eyes faintly glowed red, her dress billowing. You demonic creature, are you ready to die? In the woods outside Qingshi City, Lin Luochen suddenly appeared in midair, with Shu cursing under his breath about the troublesome teleportation talisman. Although setting the exit in midair prevented him from getting stuck in the ground, it made falling to his death a real possibility. Lin Luochen quickly employed the wind manipulation technique to gently land on a tree, thus avoiding an embarrassing fall. He looked around and soon spotted Qingshi City in the distance ablaze with flames. Damn it, the blood sacrifice formation has really been activated. Lin Luochen sighed and said to Shu, you should leave quickly, it will be very dangerous behind us. Shu shook its head, repeatedly squeaking as if to express loyalty. Lin Luochen patted its little head and looked resolutely towards Qingshi City. Alright then, let's charge into this den of dragons and tigers together. He lightly tapped his toes and a fierce wind howled around him as he sprinted towards Qingshi City without hesitation. Chu Lingyin anxiously called out, hey kid, aren't you usually very calm? Why are you rushing into the city at a time like this? Do you have any idea that you could die? Lin Luochen replied indifferently, I know, but when you're out in the world you have to pay a price eventually. He felt somewhat helpless. After all, he had been the one who had been so curious and explorative. Inside Qingshi City, Su Zhen clutched his wound and fiercely swung his long knife, roaring angrily at Murong Donghua. Why? Why? The sword wounds on his body throbbed painfully, but what chilled Su Zhen's heart even more was the betrayal of his friend. He had trusted the man before him, completely treating him as a dear friend, only to have that person betray him when he was most vulnerable. If it weren't for his protective robe and quick reflexes, that sword could have claimed his life. Murong Donghua, surrounded by his long sword, calmly launched a sword attack at Su Zhen, his tone flat and indifferent. Because I don't want to die. I am clearly more exceptional than them. Why should I be restricted by so-called qualifications? I refuse to accept it. I want to live forever, to become an immortal ancestor, to be a force to be reckoned with. Su Zhen lamented painfully. So you sacrificed the lives of the entire city's populace for your own selfish desires. How is that any different from a demon? Murong Donghua replied calmly, as long as I can achieve my goals, what does it matter if I become a demon? Su Zhen, for the sake of our years of friendship, if you surrender, I can spare your life. Su Zhen laughed through his rage, saying, Murong Donghua, after so many years you don't understand me at all. I am a demon cultivator, but not a demon. Even if I die, I will not associate with you demons. Although the cultivators from Lanzhou practice demonic arts, they are fundamentally human and not beasts. Demon cultivators value freedom and doing as they please. While they may stray from the path, they do not indiscriminately kill the innocent. They would not easily slaughter cities or annihilate clans unless there is deep-seated enmity or sufficient reason. Those who take pleasure in killing and massacre for treasure are like rats in the demon cultivator community, forced to flee to the territories of the demon clans in Yuzhou. After all, without ordinary civilians, where do the future cultivators come from to exploit, and where are the beauties to indulge in? One should not drain the swamp dry, you must ensure a steady flow. Murong Donghua replied, if that's the case, I must ask you to meet your death. He became increasingly ruthless, his sword light pouring down like rain, each strike aimed directly at Su Zhen's vital points. Su Zhen, lacking confidence in breaking through, roared in anger and directly unleashed a self-destructive technique. Murong Donghua, even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me. He fought like a man possessed, growing stronger against Murong Donghua and the many who had fallen into madness. Murong Donghua was forced to avoid him, frowning deeply. Su Zhen was not a native of Qingshi City, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a predicament. After all, the locals had been drinking the water contaminated by demonic blood for generations, their bodies already corroded. Once disturbed by demonic energy, one would directly fall into madness, powerless to resist. Although Su Zhen had also spent many years in Qingshi City, he possessed enough cultivation to endure the influence of demonic energy. What made Murong Donghua even more anxious was that he noticed the Murong sisters were fleeing rapidly towards the city outskirts. In the city streets, Murong Xiaozhu pulled Murong Qiuji as they escaped, waving her hand to unleash several wind blades that cut down the incoming demons. Behind them, a glowing demonic eye hovered in the air, relentlessly pursuing them. At the same time, more and more demonic beings rushed in from all directions, charging towards the two sisters. They ran on rooftops and walls, using hands and feet moving at incredible speed, and felt no pain, fearless. If it weren't for the numerous talismans from Lungyue Shuang and the apparent wariness of these demons, the two sisters would have long since been captured. They ran on rooftops and walls, using hands and feet moving at incredible speed, and felt no pain, fearless. If it weren't for the numerous talismans from Lungyue Shuang and the apparent wariness of these demons, the two sisters, although they did not know why these demons did not harm them, they could only assume it was not a good thing. They couldn't possibly want to capture them to breed, could they? In that case, it would be better to die. Qiuji, it seems all those tales are lies. There are no heroes to save the damsels. Murong Qiuji joked, what if there is? Murong Xiaozhu teased, if he looks good, I might consider offering myself. Just as she finished speaking, a figure leaped from the rooftop, knocking away the demons surrounding them. The person descended from the sky, unleashing several sword energies that sent the encircling demons flying. Lin Luochen stood with his sword, his white attire fluttering, and turned to ask, are you alright? Murong Xiaozhu opened her cherry lips in shock, asking Lin Luochen, have you been lurking nearby this whole time? Lin Luochen sheltered the two sisters behind him, frowning as he asked what the hell is going on. After entering the city, he had only managed to find the sisters with Shu's help. Murong Xiaozhu looked at his handsome face, recalling her earlier words, her cheeks instantly flushed. It's nothing. Could it be that this fellow really came to save the damsels? Was there some kind of karmic connection? But Lin Luochen could not afford to dwell on such matters. He swung his sword to repel the approaching demons, and then affixed a talisman to himself. Let's go, we need to leave first. Lin Luochen turned around, one arm around each of the Murong sisters, and with a pair of wings unfurling from his back, he soared into the sky, heading towards the city outskirts. The sisters, caught off guard, couldn't help but exclaim, and quickly clutched onto Lin Luochen. The two of them clung to him on either side, their warm bodies pressed against his chest, creating an intimate contact. Murong Xiao's cheeks flushed as she awkwardly shifted her position. Next time could you at least give a warning? Lin Luochen, adept at navigating the situation, held her down as she squirmed, saying, don't move around or you'll fall. Murong Xiaozhu replied with an "oh," while Murong Qiuji couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. She wasn't oblivious and could easily see her sister's special attitude towards Lin Luochen. But she didn't mind the matter, as the two sisters had been used to sharing everything since childhood. Moreover, if it came to a real competition, her sister would certainly let her have her way. Lin Luochen flew towards the outskirts of the city with the two sisters, while numerous demons pursued them relentlessly on the rooftops. However, they couldn't fly and couldn't reach them, only watching helplessly as the trio soared away. Lin Luochen relaxed and asked, didn't I tell you to stay inside the building? Murong Xiaozhu looked up at him from his arms, indicating that he should turn around and see the demonic eye closely following them. This demonic eye suddenly became active, working in conjunction with these monsters. The formation has been broken. Lin Luochen turned to look at the demonic eye, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and flicked out several talismans. However, when the talismans exploded, the demonic eye remained unscathed and continued its relentless pursuit. It's useless, but I've tried too. This thing is both foul and tough, it can't be hit, and it can't be shaken off. Lin Luochen did not continue attacking, as the demonic eye merely followed silently, without any other actions. However, the demonic eye confirmed Lin Luochen's suspicion that the Murong sisters were definitely the target of that shadow. Otherwise, that shadow wouldn't have activated the blood sacrifice early to keep them, even risking a confrontation with Lin Yueshuang. At this moment, Lin Luochen's only thought was to quickly take the Murong sisters out of Qingshi City, hoping to avoid any unexpected complications. Lin Luochen embraced the Murong sisters as they flew outside the city, overlooking the entire Qingshi City. A layer of black mist enveloped the city, filled with screams and cries for help. Although the number of those who had fallen into madness was overwhelming and their strength generally weak, they remained a formidable challenge for ordinary people. Blood stained the streets, flowing into the drains, further strengthening the city's formation, creating a vicious cycle. More and more people succumbed to madness, and the surging demonic energy and blood aura ascended, turning Qingshi City into a hell on earth. Lin Luochen ignored the cries for help below, solely focused on escaping with the Murong sisters. The number of madmen following them increased, and Lin Luochen knew it was the eye of madness at work, yet he could do nothing about it. Murong Qiuji slightly lifted her head in his arms, curiously asking, young Master Lin, where is Cold Fairy? Lin Luochen replied indifferently, she is still underground fighting the demons trying to break the formation in the city. As he spoke, he resentfully tossed out a talisman, sending the increasing number of madmen below flying. Murong Xiaozhu frowned and asked, can't we destroy the buildings in the city? It's useless. Lin Luochen shook his head, having tried that when he first arrived. But it wouldn't be correct to say it was a futile effort, it simply had no effect. According to Chu Lingyin, the formation had already established itself, and even if the anchoring object was absent, the formation patterns still flowed in the air. Unless the buildings in the city were destroyed on a large scale, or the core of the formation was eliminated, it would be impossible to disperse it. Therefore, Lin Luochen was solely focused on escaping and never considered destroying the formation. Lin Luochen evaded the continuous sword chi and coldly said, is the head of the Murong family still pretending? Murong Danyue snorted coldly, you all threw away the sword. Young Master Lin, where are you and your two nieces rushing off to in such a hurry? He was covered in blood with numerous sword wounds on his body, and his breath was faint, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. Lin Luochen evaded the continuous sword chi and coldly said, is the head of the Murong family still pretending? Murong Danyue snorted coldly, you all threw away the storage bags I gave you, what do you expect me to do? He had tracked the imprint of that storage bag, and after much effort found it, only to discover it was with one of the madmen. If it weren't for his ability to fly and the guidance of the Eye of Madness, they would have truly escaped. The Murong sisters had discarded the storage bags, just as a precaution, not expecting Murong Danyue to be the real culprit, leaving them greatly disappointed. Lin Luochen wanted to hasten his escape from the city, but the dense sword chi forced him to make an emergency. Upon landing, he immediately drew his sword, shielding the Murong sisters behind him, while handing a talisman to Murong Xiaozhu. Murong Danyue, what did that demon promise you that made you risk your life for her? Murong Danyue cautiously landed opposite them, not daring to act rashly. He had been seriously injured by Su Zhan's desperate counterattack and was reluctant to risk a mishap. Only when the madmen converged from all directions surrounding Lin Luochen and the others did Murong Danyue finally feel at ease. Since you've already met the master, why do you overestimate your abilities and throw yourself against a stone with an egg? Lin Luocheng's heart sank at his words. That demonic shadow was far from enough to make him bow in submission. Could the master he referred to be that ancient demonic god? Was the goal of that demonic shadow and Murong Dongyue to resurrect that ancient demonic god? Was that thing not completely dead? Lin Luocheng brushed his thumb over the broken blade using blood to awaken its edge. What does this have to do with Miss Xiaozhu and the others? Why pursue them relentlessly? Murong Dongyue replied calmly, they are vital vessels for the master's rebirth. If you were to. Before he could finish, a white shadow darted out from the corner, ghostly and swift, slicing through the air with a, "Oh, what the hell is that?" He managed to swat the white shadow away, but it still unexpectedly left a cut on his neck, blood spurting out. Shushu. Murong Qiuji exclaimed as Shushu sensed Lin Luocheng was about to act, and took the initiative to distract Murong Dongyue. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Luocheng decisively struck with the broken blade, flying towards Murong Dongyue with lightning speed. Murong Dongyue felt a chill run down his spine and barely managed to turn his head, but his left eye and half of his face were destroyed by the broken blade. He gritted his teeth through the excruciating pain, quickly retreating and summoning a blue shield to block in front of him. Lin Luocheng unleashed the Qingping sword technique, striking with a series of clashing sounds, but could not break through the defense for the time being. Meanwhile, Shushu, who had been knocked to the ground, also got back up, darting around Murong Dongyue like a ghost. Its tiny paws struck out repeatedly, leaving numerous bloody scratches on Murong Dongyue, occasionally biting him as well. At the same time, she tossed talismans like they were free, the overwhelming firepower suppressing the madmen, so they could not lift their heads. Lin Luocheng coordinated with Shushu to beat. At the same time, she tossed talismans like they were free, the overwhelming firepower suppressing the madmen, so they could not lift their heads. Lin Luocheng coordinated with Shushu to beat down Murong Dongyue. Murong Dongyue was already severely injured, and now with half of his face destroyed by Lin Luocheng, it was truly adding insult to injury. That hateful little mouse was not only elusive, but it also seemed to have toxins on its claws and teeth. Not only did it paralyze him, increasing his pain, but it also filled his vision with illusions, slowing his movements further. Die, die, die. Murong Dongyue hated Shushu to the core, but Shushu was incredibly agile. Even when hit, it was merely a minor annoyance. This little creature not only had impressive strength, but also seemed extraordinarily resilient, as if its body was made of copper and iron. Murong Dongyue's movements grew slower, and his wounds multiplied, leaving him swaying on the brink of collapse, as if he would fall at any moment. No, my grand ambitions have not yet begun. I have not attained immortality, or become an ancestor. I cannot die here. He suddenly thrust his sword into the ground, causing earthen spikes to erupt, and forcing Lin Luocheng and Shushu back. The surrounding demonic energy surged towards him, and Murong Dongyue's aura grew stronger, on the verge of being completely consumed by madness. Lin Luocheng unleashed the already reclaimed broken blade, without hesitation, throwing it once more. Die. With his spiritual power nearly depleted, this strike could not even be executed with the flying star technique, merely thrown out normally. But the broken blade did not disappoint him, as a streak of blood light swept by, instantly piercing through Murong Dongyue's head. His eyes filled with confusion as he helplessly fell backward, murmuring, "I am unwilling. I will not die. I cannot be extinguished." Hearing this, Lin Luocheng, panting heavily, did not dare to let his guard down, and decisively tossed several explosive talismans onto Murong Dongyue. Explode. With the detonation of the explosive talismans, Murong Dongyue's corpse was instantly shattered, and his remains ignited in a raging fire. Only then did Lin Luocheng feel relieved. Surely this time, he was completely dead, right? He staggered back a few steps, and Murong Qiuji hurriedly stepped forward to steady him. "Young Master Lin, are you alright?" Lin Luocheng shook his head and softly said, "Let's go." Murong Xiaozhu also realized that it was not safe to stay here, and together with Shushu they drove back the madmen, the sisters supporting Lin Luocheng as they tried to leave. But just then the entire Qingshi city trembled, and the great formation within the city erupted with bloodlight, countless demonic energies rising. Moments later, that rolling demonic energy gathered together, and an elegant figure emerged from the mists, unmistakably the demonic shadow that had been underground. Lin Luocheng's heart skipped a beat. The demonic shadow appeared, but where was Cold Moon Frost? That woman wouldn't be in trouble, would she? At this moment, the form of the demonic shadow appeared much more solid than before, with its green eyes lowered, casting a sharp gaze towards Lin Luocheng and the others. Her gaze fell upon Murong Xiaozhu, who was protecting Murong Qiuji, a slight smile curling at her lips, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Lin Luocheng felt a chill run down his spine, and just then water from the city's well erupted into a towering splash. A blue-white figure soared from within, appearing ethereal under the moonlight. It was Cold Moon Frost. In the underground palace, she had exerted tremendous effort to destroy the formation's core. Who would have thought, as Lin Luochen had guessed, that the core was merely a fake? The demonic shadow was no match for her, and had decisively fled, prompting Cold Moon Frost to chase for quite a distance. Seeing the demonic shadow now, she was filled with fury, and like a celestial being she thrust her sword at it. "You demon, perish." The demonic shadow flickered to evade the strike, glancing at the blood mist and demonic energy in the city, its expression somewhat anxious. Although it was not yet midnight and the blood aura was insufficient, it could not afford to be cautious any longer. As the shadow of the demon chanted a spell, the sky became engulfed in dark clouds, howling winds filled the air, and even the moonlight was obscured, as if some monster were emerging. Between the mountains, a blood-red barrier rose slowly, closing in midair. In Qingstone City, the ground trembled as columns of water shot up into the sky, transforming into a torrential rain that fell. The surviving citizens in the city were drenched by the rain instantly, filled with malicious thoughts, and many fell directly into madness. Those who succumbed to madness after being drenched were engulfed by demonic energy, becoming even more beast-like. Regardless of whether they were human or demon, alive or dead, the blood energy within them was continuously siphoned away by the formation. The surging blood energy intertwined with the rising demonic energy from the ground, forming a vortex that converged toward a certain place in the city. At the center of the vortex, the swirling demonic and blood energy surrounded the Murong sisters, continuously pouring into their bodies. The two sisters wore pained expressions, with Murong Xiaozhi barely able to stand, while Murong Xiaozhu anxiously held her. "Xiaozhi, how are you?" Murong Xiaozhi was drenched in cold sweat, clutching her head, crying out in agony. "Sister, my head hurts so much." Lin Luochen wanted to get closer, but was eroded by the overwhelming demonic energy, malicious thoughts surging in his mind, while the blue lotus in his spiritual sea swayed violently. Chu Lingyin warned, "Kid, don't act rashly, you'll die if you go in. You want to stop me? Then destroy this grand formation. Annihilate Qingstone City along with all its citizens." Leng Yuanshuang was exasperated. Although she had the power to destroy the city and break the formation, she dared not actually do it. "You want to stop me? Then destroy this grand formation. Annihilate Qingstone City along with all its citizens." Leng Yuanshuang was exasperated. Although she had the power to destroy the city and break the formation, she dared not actually do it. Firstly, there were still many surviving citizens in the city, and secondly, she feared being tricked again, inadvertently aiding the demons. Moreover, the shadow of the demon wouldn't allow her to have her way out with the formation's enhancement. Its power was not inferior to hers. "So what now? You can't do it, can you?" The shadow of the demon, seeing her hesitating, couldn't help but burst into mad laughter. "Little girl, don't resist stubbornly. The return of His Majesty is destiny. You should kneel and welcome him." Leng Yuanshuang, in disbelief, asked, "You want to help that ancient demon god possess them?" The shadow of the demon wore a disdainful smile, but didn't elaborate, only looking at the vortex with some concern. After all, 3 days later would be the time of the heaviest Yin energy. She had been forced to activate the summoning formation early, and she didn't know if any accidents would occur. However, there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. At this moment, she only hoped to complete the summoning ritual before attracting the attention of the experts from Lanzhou. The celestial phenomenon caused by the summoning formation would definitely draw the attention of nearby sects, easily attracting the attention of demonic experts. Suddenly, the shadow of the demon's expression changed slightly, looking in disbelief at the vortex. "Damn it, who is this kid? How can he resist the invasion of demonic energy?" When she attempted to make another move, she was tangled up by Leng Yuanshuang. The two looked at each other, neither able to break free from the other. A cold light flashed in the demon's eyes as she suddenly activated something, and a beam of black light fell into the water. On the streets of the city, the Murong sisters soared into the air, surrounded by demonic energy, their expressions filled with unbearable pain, as if tormented by nightmares. Lin Luochen braved the rain above, struggling to move through the demonic energy, attempting to pull the Murong sisters out of the vortex. His body was corroded by the demonic energy, malicious thoughts surging in his heart, but with the blue lotus present, he could barely hold on. Just then, a howling sound came from behind. Lin Luochen's hair stood on end as he quickly leapt aside, a streak of blood-red sword light brushing past him. "Kid, you won't ruin the master's plan." A hoarse voice echoed, sounding like a soul whispering from the depths of the underworld. Lin Luochen turned back in disbelief, only to see Murong Dongyue, his body entwined with demonic energy, staggering as he stood in the water. His body was shattered, twisting in an eerie manner as he struggled to regain his form. Once a figure of great authority, his face was now destroyed, resembling a ghoul that could haunt nightmares. The blood hole in his forehead, pierced by a broken blade, was now embedded with a demonic eye emanating a ghostly glow. Lin Luochen felt his scalp go numb, incredulously asking, "You're not dead?" Murong Dongyu's fire-scarred face revealed a twisted grin, his remaining eye glaring fiercely at him. This is the supreme power of the Master of Force that is immortal and indestructible. Lin Luochen was dumbfounded. How could he possibly fight against this? He muttered, damn, so being possessed is this strong. Chu Lingyin reminded him, Lin Luochen, this guy is already dead. He's just being controlled by that demonic eye. You're no match for him. Quickly give me your body. Oh, once he merges with the demonic eye, you'll be in trouble. Lin Luochen suddenly realized, then reflexively said no. He indeed had not been cautious enough. Just killing him wouldn't work, nor would burning his body. He must turn him to ashes. Otherwise, who knew if, like before, a heavy rain would fall and bring him back to life. Chu Lingyin wanted to say something, but the possessed Murong Dongyue lunged at him like a mad dog. Die. All who stand in my way shall die. Murong Dongyue seemed to have lost all rationality, like a madman charging at Lin Luochen. Meanwhile, the tiles around them rattled, splashing water as several possessed individuals charged towards him from all directions. Lin Luochen pressed his hand to his forehead, saying weakly, Blue Lotus, stop swaying. If you keep swaying, I'll die. Upon hearing this, the Blue Lotus in his spiritual sea decisively ceased its swaying. A glimmer flashed in Lin Luochen's eyes as he actively absorbed the surrounding demonic energy into his body. Possession. I can do that too. He had always been pragmatic. Since he couldn't win, he had to choose to join in. As the demonic energy entered his body, Lin Luochen instantly felt invigorated, his previously heavy body now filled with strength. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. After going mad, I feel much better. Lin Luochen roared, wielding his sword fearlessly into the fray, his sword energy soaring, looking nothing like a spent force. Come on, who's afraid of who? He had already been tainted by demonic energy, now actively embracing it along with the Blue Lotus no longer suppressing him, he instantly became fierce as a wolf. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. After going mad, I feel much better. Lin Luochen roared, wielding his sword fearlessly into the fray, his sword energy. However, Chu Lingyin had to admit that this kid had the capital to be wild. His physique was quite special, otherwise he wouldn't be able to resist the taint of demonic energy, and could actively absorb the surrounding demonic energy. Moreover, despite the interference of demonic energy, he was still able to maintain his sanity and not go completely crazy. Just who is this kid? As the saying goes, dark powers are 10 times stronger, while purifying weakens by 3. At this moment, Lin Luochen seemed to be inexhaustible, as if everything around him had slowed down. Ha ha ha, is this the feeling of possession? It feels good, really good. He moved like a ghost, sword light raining down crazily, hacking at Murong Dongyue. Just revived Murong Dongyue was forced to retreat repeatedly, his mind still struggling to catch up. Wait, am I possessed, or is this kid possessed? Shushu dealt with the relentless wave of demonic invaders beside them, occasionally leaping out of the water to launch sneak attacks on Murong Dongyue. Just revived Murong Dongyue's. The water in the city flooded over their ankles and continued to rise. Lin Luochen and Murong Dongyue engaged in a fierce battle amidst the rain, their weapons clashing, making it difficult to determine a victor. Shushu dealt with the relentless wave of demonic invaders beside them, occasionally leaping out of the water to launch sneak attacks on Murong Dongyue. Just revived Murong Dongyue's body was in tatters, and with his mind in disarray, he was being forced back. In midair, Lung Yueshuang was using secret techniques to destroy the formations in the city, but it was taking time to see results. Seeing Lin Luochen succumbing to demonic influence, she was taken aback, decisively biting her tongue to use the blood ignition secret technique. The pressure on the demonic shadows instantly increased, and witnessing Murong Dongyue being suppressed by Lin Luochen, she became frantic. Trash. She had no choice but to divert her focus to control the formation, ensuring the surging demonic energy avoided Lin Luochen and was no longer absorbed by him. Lin Luochen did not expect to play this way, his offense growing increasingly fierce, aiming to kill Murong Dongyue before his demonic energy and spiritual power were depleted. However, Murong Dongyue was ultimately a foundation establishment practitioner, and after succumbing to demonic influence, his physique was significantly enhanced. As the power from the demonic eye surged in his body, rapidly healed, making him even more difficult to deal with, turning the tide of battle. Murong Dongyue laughed maniacally, saying, Die? All who stand in my way deserve to die. You should die too. Suzhen should die. Murong Nanchuan should die even more. I am the one destined by heaven, I am the child of destiny. Upon hearing this, Murong Xiaozhu, who was struggling in midair, opened her eyes weakly and looked at him. Is your father's death related to you? Murong Dongyue exclaimed crazily. So what if it is? I am clearly better than him in every way. Why is he the head of the family? Just because he has a higher talent. What use is high talent? I merely employed a little trick, and he still ended up perishing from demonic influence. Murong Xiaozhu's eyes filled with hatred, gritting her teeth, said, Bastard, you deserve to die. Her negative emotions caused the surrounding demonic energy to surge into her body at an even faster rate. Yet her expression became increasingly pained as numerous cracks appeared on her body, with faint golden light seeping through. The demonic shadow in the sky was ecstatic upon seeing this, urging even more demonic energy to flow towards Murong Xiaozhu. It's almost here, my master is about to return, and all the saints will tremble for it. Lung Yueshuang attempted to break free, but was stopped by the demonic shadow. Overwhelmed, she could only fight back against the demonic shadow. On the ground, Lin Luochen appeared anxious as the demonic energy within him was also nearing depletion. The Murong sisters seemed unable to hold on much longer, while Murong Dongyue grew stronger with each battle. Suddenly Shushu squeaked twice and leaped onto Murong Dongyue's face, attempting to claw out his demonic eye. Caught off guard, Murong Dongyue howled in pain as it clawed at him, and he forcefully grabbed the mouse off his face. Yet Shushu bit down hard, injecting toxins that caused Murong Dongyue to thrash wildly, unable to shake it off. Die! Lin Luochen saw an opportunity and rushed forward, delivering a powerful slash to his neck, but it got stuck halfway. Damn, what kind of neck is this? Murong Dongyue snapped back to reality, roaring angrily as he kicked towards Lin Luochen. At the last moment, Lin Luochen abandoned his sword and reached for the demonic eye in the center of his forehead, following the opening created by Shushu. With a loud bang, Lin Luochen was sent flying back, crashing into the water, but he held tightly onto the bloody demonic eye. This time you should be dead, right? Before he could smile, he saw Murong Dongyue violently pull Shushu off and smash it to the ground. Lin Luochen spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to his feet in the water while holding his chest, but the pain rendered him immobile. Murong Dongyue approached him, surrounded by demonic energy like a malevolent spirit. I am immortal and indestructible, immortal and indestructible. Lin Luochen fell into an icy abyss, and Chu Lingyin calmly began to analyze the situation for him. You either abandon them and flee, or hand your body over to me, or we both die here together. Lin Luochen looked at the Murong sisters encircled by demonic energy, and Shushu submerged in the water, and unaware of its fate, his gaze dimmed. If I hand over my body to you, can you reverse the situation? Chu Lingyin replied proudly, of course. Hand over your body to me, and it'll help you kill him. Lin Luochen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled, saying, Chu Lingyin, you don't want to die, either do you? Chu Lingyin retorted irritably, of course not. Lin Luochen chuckled lightly. I choose none of the three options. You either die with me, or merge your soul with mine. Giving up the spiritual platform means handing over one's body, while merging souls means both parties reside within the spiritual platform. Even if she had ill intentions, he would still have a chance to fight back. Chu Lingyin was exasperated, but looking at the approaching Murong Dongyue, she ultimately agreed. Fine, I concede. Open your mind and operate the Taishu divine combination technique. She understood this stubborn kid quite well. Seeing Chu Lingyin lying back, Lin Luochen revealed a triumphant smile and opened his mind. Chu Lingyin hesitated for a moment, stepping into his spiritual platform, embracing him as their foreheads touched. Don't overthink it. You operate the Taishu divine combination technique. With you and I as one, merging our souls will be much easier. Lin Luochen replied, affirmatively activating the Taishu divine combination technique that Chu Lingyin had taught him. The two coexisted within the spiritual platform, and merging their souls was significantly easier than it had been with Lung Yueshuang. In just a moment, Lin Luochen felt that unique sensation of being within each other. Lin Luochen felt a sudden clarity of thought. His understanding of the world shifted dramatically, and he sensed Chu Lingyin's thoughts. She truly did not care about his body. Lin Luochen felt a sudden clarity of thought. His understanding of the world shifted dramatically, and he sensed Chu Lingyin's thoughts. She truly did not care about his body, but she only wanted to return to her own time. Lin Luochen felt a sudden clarity of thought. His understanding of the world shifted dramatically, and he sensed Chu Lingyin's thoughts. She truly did not care about his body, but she only wanted to return to her own time. He sliced his finger open, drew a few symbols on the demonic eye, and then pressed the demonic eye into his forehead. Murong Dongyue, do you truly think you can be immortal and indestructible? In the next moment, the surrounding demonic energy surged towards Lin Luochen. Even the demonic energy from the Murong sisters was drawn in. Surrounded by demonic energy, Lin Luochen's eyes glimmered with blood light as he looked at the charging Murong Dongyue, a wicked smile spreading across his face. I will turn you to dust. He took a step forward, his foot seeming to carry some unfathomable Dao patterns, and his body appeared ghost-like beside Murong Dongyue. Child of Destiny. Allow me to show you what a true child of destiny is. With no flashy moves, Lin Luochen's hand became as pale as jade, contrasting sharply with the dark demonic energy. He pressed down on Murong Dongyue's grotesque face, forcefully pinning him down and smashing him into the water. With a dull thud, the splash erupted, and the blue stone ground cracked open, surrounded by fissures. Even with his demonic body, Murong Dongyue was sent into disarray from the impact, his head slightly deformed. Lin Luochen chuckled helplessly, saying, "You really are tough, though dying too easily would be too kind to you. I'm in a hurry, so could you please just die?" As Lin Luochen planned to turn Murong Dongyue into ashes, the demonized ones, no longer restrained by Shushu, rushed forward in a swarm. Lin Luochen had no choice but to get up, stepping down and calmly saying, "Water flow shield." The surroundings fell silent, with only a splash of water causing him a bit of embarrassment. "I forgot that you no longer possess the 5 elements spiritual roots, Murong Dongyue. It looks like I have to use you." Lin Luochen grasped Murong Dongyue's head, lifting him as a weapon and swinging him fiercely. The incoming demonized ones were sent flying, their bodies twisting as they fell to the ground, unable to move. Murong Dongyue tried to struggle, but was spun around by Lin Luochen and tossed away. "Get out of here." Murong Dongyue flew like a large dart, crashing into a group of demonized ones. Lin Luochen stretched his limbs, frowning, "Without body refinement, I can't withstand such moves." As he watched the approaching demonized ones, he desired a quick resolution, but the damage dealt by the wind spiritual roots to the demonized ones was rather mediocre. Lin Luochen opened his palm, murmuring, "Besides the wind spiritual roots, could I have other mutated spiritual roots? For example, thunder." As soon as he finished speaking, thunder flickered in his palm, causing the corners of his mouth to rise slightly as he stomped down fiercely. "Die!" A surge of thunder erupted from beneath his feet, spreading across the water's surface, shocking the demonized ones as they shook uncontrollably, crying out in agony. Lin Luochen frowned, realizing that using thunder in a demonized state was a double-edged sword. But he did not hold back. Like an arrow released from its bow, he charged towards the just risen Murong Dongyue. Grabbing him by the neck, the lightning in his hand flickered incessantly. With demonic energy swirling around them, Lin Luochen suddenly remembered that there were other methods at his disposal. He understood that Chu Lingyin did not want him to use such self-destructive moves, and had opened up more knowledge for him. Lin Luochen decisively activated that demonic technique, absorbing the demonic energy and blood essence from Murong Dongyue. Murong Dongyue instantly let out a series of wails, his body rapidly shriveling up, being held by Lin Luochen like a dead dog. While absorbing Murong Dongyue's blood essence, Lin Luochen and his thoughts collided rapidly. "Say, as a leader of humanity saving the world, is it really appropriate for you to use such techniques?" Chu Lingyin scoffed. "No matter how righteous a technique seems, isn't it all for killing?" Though she spoke with conviction, Lin Luochen, merged with her soul, still sensed her guilt. This woman must be hiding something. But at that moment, Lin Luochen couldn't be bothered with deep thoughts and laughed. "Besides killing, there's also salvation." As he spoke, the lightning in his hand flickered, turning the nearly lifeless Murong Dongyue into ashes, scattering the remnants with the wind. "If you're capable, show me you can come back to life." After dealing with Murong Dongyue, Lin Luochen began searching for Shushu in the water. But Shushu seemed to have drifted away, leaving him in a panic. "Shushu, Shushu." There was no response. Shushu appeared to have floated away with the water current. At that moment, the sound of footsteps splashing in the water echoed, particularly jarring along the long street. Lin Luochen turned around, seeing the demonized ones rushing from a distance, causing him to frown. Damn it, they just won't give up. He stomped down, cold air surging from him, freezing the water surface around him due to his long-term cold leg condition. The nearby demonized ones found their feet frozen, falling onto the icy surface with loud crashes. Chu Lingyin couldn't help but express her surprise. Ice, wind, and thunder, the 3 major mutated spiritual roots. How interesting, truly interesting. Lin Luochen, however, didn't care much. He couldn't find Shushu and had to rescue the Murong sisters first. He affixed the feather transformation talisman to himself, and with wings unfurling from his back, he soared towards the Murong sisters in midair. The 2 sisters were being swept higher into the sky by the swirling demonic energy, and without the talisman, he couldn't reach them. In midair, the shadow of the demon appeared anxious, not only because of Lin Luochen's interference below, but also because she sensed someone approaching from outside. Although those people couldn't yet break into the summoning demon array, they would only grow stronger. Though there was still a little time left until the moment arrived, the demon shadow mumbled incantations, reaching out to draw blood curses in the void. "With blood as a contract, I call upon the 3 realms to descend bones as the steps guiding the eternal night home. With my blood as a contract, I ignite the flame of the 8 desolates. I offer this body as tribute, respectfully welcoming the great dark heaven." As her voice fell, all demonized ones in the city exploded, and blood mist and demonic energy surged towards the Murong sisters. The surviving citizens in the city fainted completely, their blood essence surging out, aging rapidly at an alarming pace. The demonic energy erupted from the ground, and a chilling wind blew as if the death of the citizens had opened some abyss. In the center of the vortex, Murong Xiaozhu let out a scream, a golden rune appearing on her forehead, shining brilliantly to repel the demonic energy's invasion. Beside her, Murong Qiuji was illuminated by the golden light, a blood mark appearing on her forehead, as if trapped in a nightmare unable to awaken. The demon shadow looked at Murong Xiaozhu in exasperation, gritting her teeth. Damn, the nine solar, holy phoenix. As the influx of demonic energy and blood essence increased, the mark on Murong Xiaozhu's forehead dimmed, and her aura rapidly weakened. Murong Qiuji's eyelashes trembled lightly, as if she was about to open her eyes, sending the demon shadow into a frenzy, her eyes filled with fervor. Your Majesty, awaken. Let the entire Qingshu kneel beneath your skirt once more. At this moment, equipped with Chu Lingyan's knowledge, Lin Luochen finally understood the demon shadow's true intentions. She was not trying to resurrect that ancient demon god, but was using the body of the ancient demon god as a sacrifice to awaken her so-called Your Majesty. Although both sisters were absorbing demonic energy and blood essence, their situations were entirely different. Murong Qiuji was actively absorbing, while Murong Xiaozhu was passively absorbing. Rather, the demon shadow was actively forcing it into her body. At this point, the situation had become clear. Murong Qiuji was evidently the reincarnation of the Your Majesty spoken of by the demon shadow. Yet for some reason, Murong Xiaozhu had been suppressing her. Or rather, the two sisters were mutually suppressing each other, achieving a peculiar balance. The demon shadow aimed to break the balance between them through the blood sacrificial array and the remains of the ancient demon god. She frantically poured demonic energy and blood essence into Murong Xiaozhu, attempting to awaken her long-desired Your Majesty. Lin Luochen asked Chu Lingyan, if Murong Qiuji truly becomes Your Majesty, will Murong Xiaozhu die? Chu Lingyan chuckled lightly. Not only will she die, but Murong Qiuji will also die, or rather the Murong Qiuji you know will perish. Though I don't know the origins of this, Your Majesty, this demon shadow possesses the strength to leave her body with just her soul. One can only imagine what kind of existence her master is. Moreover, Murong Xiaozhu is related to the saints, meaning this Your Majesty must at least be a transcender, perhaps even a saint herself. Murong Qiuji's brief life is truly insignificant compared to her long years, and she is very likely to be erased. Lin Luocheng's heart grew heavy as he asked, how can I interrupt her resurrection? Chu Lingyan replied indifferently, the quickest way to interrupt the spell is naturally to kill the reincarnated body. That would settle everything. Lin Luochen could never do such a thing, exasperatedly, saying next. Chu Lingyan sighed. Secondly, just like what you did earlier, walk someone else's path, leaving her with no way to go. As long as you seize the demonic energy from this place, Murong Xiaozhu can still suppress her, and the situation would be easily resolved, right? Lin Luochen hesitated. Wait a minute, what about me? Chu Lingyan sneered. You either go mad with demonic energy, or explode to death. Want to be a hero? It's not that easy. Lin Luochen finally realized that being a hero was not so easy, letting out a bitter laugh. If I die, what will you do? As if I am someone important to you. Chu Lingyan smiled brightly. Don't worry. Now that our souls are merged, before you die, I will escape using the reverse fate tablet. Lin Luochen forced a smile through the suffering. What a pity. Speak, what should I do? As their souls intertwined, their conversation took place in an instant, and he flew into the swirling demonic energy like a moth to a flame. Lin Luochen flew unimpeded into the demonic energy, no longer facing obstacles as before. After all, he possessed the ancient demon god's eye of magic, which belonged to the same origin as this demonic energy. This was also the reason why Chu Lingyan believed Lin Luochen could seize the nest from the magpies. As long as he had the eye of magic and combined it with her unique secret technique to deceive others, he could replace the Murong sisters as the new focal point. In the center of the vortex of demonic energy, the Murong sisters held hands, their bodies pulsating with demonic energy. Murong Xiaozhu's forehead mark glowed, and her pupils transformed into a pair of golden eyes radiating a chilling golden light. She looked at the blood mark on Murong Qiuji's forehead and frowned, saying, You Ming. Upon hearing this, Murong Qiuji's eyelashes trembled slightly, as she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of deep dark eyes. Zhou Yao. As soon as the words fell, the two spoke in unison. It really is you. In the distance, the demonic figure exclaimed joyfully, Your Majesty. Murong Qiuji looked up, her expression blank, and asked, Who are you? The demonic figure quickly replied, Your Majesty, I am Nightmare. Murong Qiuji still appeared somewhat confused, but nodded, saying, You did well this time. Nightmare's eyes sparkled with fervor as he excitedly said, Thank you for the praise, Your Majesty. Murong Qiuji turned to Murong Xiaozhu with a cold expression, saying, Zhou Yao, why are you so obsessed with me? Murong Xiaozhu looked pained but grinned, saying, It's to make you call me sister. Can you call me sister again? Murong Qiuji's face turned icy as she coldly stated, Zhou Yao, while you can still laugh, you should laugh more. Your death is not far away. Murong Xiaozhu appeared pained, but forced a smile, saying, Is that so? Murong Qiuji's face turned icy as she coldly stated, Zhou Yao, while you can still laugh, you should laugh more. Your death is not far away. Morong Zayas appeared pained. As soon as the words fell, a figure pierced through layers of demonic energy from below and flew directly towards the two. They both froze for a moment, instinctively recalling someone from their memories. Morong Qzi's scalp tingled, cursing silently at the lingering spirit and instinctively wanting to flee. However, after seeing the person clearly, she felt a wave of relief. You scared me. Ooh, I thought it was that reincarnated scoundrel coming to ruin my good fortune again. Soon Morong Qiuji realized she had celebrated too early as the visitor unexpectedly embraced her with familiarity. Not only that, but he also wrapped his arms around Jiao Yao, moving with impeccable skill. Morong Qzi's head buzzed. How dare this guy? Throughout the entire Qingshu, there was no one as reckless as him. Not just her, Morong Zayas was also stunned, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Morong Qiuji widened her beautiful eyes, struggling for a moment, but unable to break free, angrily shouting, "Aunt, let go." Lin Luochen realized that this was not Morong Qiuji, but rather the Your Majesty referred to by the demonic figure. Looking at her, who was completely different from before, he couldn't help but smile wryly. If you had shown this attitude earlier, I wouldn't have needed to risk my life to save you, but it's too late now. Lin Luochen frantically operated the god-eating technique taught by Chu Lingyin, the eye of magic on his forehead, glowing with a strange light, as the surrounding demonic energy surged towards him. This demonic energy originally belonged to the master of the eye of magic, and when it encountered Lin Luochen, who possessed the eye, it rushed towards him like rivers returning to the sea. Not only was the surrounding demonic energy absorbed, but even the demonic energy within Morong Zayas and Morong Qiuji was drawn in by Lin Luochen. You. Morong Qiuji wanted to say something, but her gaze quickly lost focus, hesitatingly saying Lin. Gongzi. Morong Zayas also furrowed her brows, her golden light dissipating her expression, struggling as she asked Lin Luochen. Lin Luochen affirmed softly, saying, "It's me, bear with it a little longer, I will take you away soon." The Morong sisters instinctively nodded, struggling to maintain their sanity and not touch those memories. At this moment, the immense demonic energy, mixed with blood energy, surged into Lin Luochen's body, making him feel as if he was about to explode. He instinctively operated the fate reincarnation technique at the same time to alleviate his suffering. But while he was operating the fate reincarnation technique, the eye of magic was activated, unexpectedly rejuvenating. The eye grew, new veins beginning to spread within him, continuously transforming his body. At this moment, the immense demonic energy, mixed with blood energy, surged into Lin Luocheng's body, making him feel as if he was about to explode. He instinctively operated. It seems to regard you as that demon god, wanting to transform your body into one exactly like that ancient demon god. Lin Luochen worriedly asked, "Will that ancient demon god be reborn through my body?" Chu Lingyin chuckled softly, saying, "That's not likely, but soul has probably dissipated for countless years. This eye of magic can at most turn your body into that of a demon race, provided its power is sufficient." Lin Luochen finally felt relieved, noticing that the eye of magic was continuously opening up veins within him. After all, flesh and blood exist, the greatest difference between humans and demons lies in the differences in their veins and acupoints. Now Lin Luochen had unexpectedly opened up another set of veins within him that interweaved, yet did not interfere with each other. "Lingyin, will I become the ancient demon god?" Chu Lingyin replied nonchalantly, "You're overthinking it. True demons have demon cores, just like humans have golden cores. Without a demon core, even if your body is the same as you would merely be a hollow imitation of an ancient demon." Lin Luochen suddenly realized, "No wonder I always feel powerful, yet extremely weak. I instinctively wanted to absorb this demonic energy. It turns out it was because I lacked a demon core and had no source of demonic energy." Chu Lingyin affirmed, "That should be it." Lin Luochen curiously asked, "I absorbed demonic energy to transform my body, but what about them?" Chu Lingyin explained, "Morong Zayas's power clashes with the demonic energy, and she should have been tainted, thus neutralizing each other. However, Morong Qiuji, being a heavenly demon sacred body, has her physique being activated with demonic energy stored within her, waiting to be used." Lin Luochen nodded, losing the desire to delve deeper as he was tormented by intense pain, trembling all over. The veins being opened seemed as if they were tearing him apart, making him feel as if his blood was boiling. "Lingyin, what is happening to me?" Chu Lingyin sighed. "You are forcibly opening up veins, continuously squeezing the potential within your body, burning your lifespan. In other words, you are using your lifespan and body's blood energy to exchange for the veins of the ancient demon god to absorb demonic energy. I advise you to give up quickly, or else, before you finish absorbing the demonic energy, you might burn out your blood energy and die." Lin Luochen gritted his teeth and said, "No, I won't die." He frantically operated the god-eating technique to absorb blood energy and temper his body to prevent it from being torn apart. At the same time, he multitasked, operating the fate reincarnation technique to alleviate pain. However, this caused a surge of evil energy, making dark thoughts arise within him, with wicked desires emerging endlessly. If there was any benefit, it was that a considerable amount of demonic energy overflowed which he absorbed. Lin Luochen's realm rose steadily. He had just stepped into the 9th level of Qi refinement, quickly stabilizing, then pushing towards the peak of Qi refinement. Soon he reached the peak, but he could not break through to foundation establishment. Yet how ancient cultivators broke through was only vaguely known to Chu Lingyin. In essence, it involved comprehending the heavens and earth, reaching the limits within the body, achieving resonance between heaven and man, and ultimately forgetting oneself. Yet how ancient cultivators broke through was only vaguely known to Chu Lingyin. In essence, it involved comprehending the heavens and earth, reaching the limits within the body, achieving resonance between heaven and man, and ultimately forgetting oneself and the world, successfully breaking through. Yet how ancient cultivators broke through was only vaguely known to Chu Lingyin. In essence, it involved comprehending the heavens and earth, reaching the limits within the body, achieving resonance between heaven and man, and ultimately forgetting oneself and the world. Lin Luochen finally realized that not only was there trouble with too many women, but an excess of spiritual energy was also a significant problem. At this moment, the accumulated spiritual energy made him feel like he was about to explode. Chu Lingyin kindly advised Lin Luochen, stop trying, that's just a legend, and we don't even know if it's true or false. You still have time to let go now. If this continues, at best your blood energy will collapse going mad, and at worst you will explode and die on the spot. Lin Luochen firmly stated, stop talking nonsense. I don't believe ancient cultivators can do it while I can't. He had no way out now. His lifespan was burning continuously, and only by breaking through to foundation establishment could he prolong his lifespan. Moreover, if Lin Luochen let go, all his previous efforts would be in vain and nothing would change. So he desperately comprehended the heavens and earth, madly compressing the spiritual energy within him, attempting to condense qi into liquid and break through to foundation establishment. But under the interference of the demonic energy, Lin Luochen was plagued by dark thoughts, unable to calm down, let alone achieve resonance with heaven and man. Morong Xiuji sensed his pain and tearfully said, Lin Gongzi, hurry and leave, don't worry about us. Morong Zayas nodded weakly, saying, you've done enough for us. We are even now. Lin Luochen gritted his teeth, saying, so this time you owe me. If I survive, you must repay me well. Morong Xiuji asked, if I offer myself, would you dare to accept? Lin Luochen broke into a cold sweat, trying to lighten the mood, and laughed, what's there to be afraid of? Morong Xiuji laughed through her tears while Morong Zayas scolded, you truly are not afraid of death. At this moment, Lin Luochen was overwhelmed by all sorts of wicked thoughts, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. To die under the peony flower, even as a ghost one, is still a romantic. Zayas, help me with one thing. Morong Zayas instinctively replied, but then found herself pulled into his embrace, left dumbfounded. She opened her cherry lips in surprise, asking, what do you want to do? Lin Luochen did not answer, but held her tightly, as if trying to merge her into his body, with demonic energy surging all around. He was not driven by lust. He mainly wanted to use the golden light within her to dispel his wicked thoughts and achieve forgetfulness of self and the world. In fact, it was quite effective. With the golden light radiating from Morong Zayas, his wicked thoughts diminished significantly, transforming into burning pain. However, the effect was still slightly lacking. Lin Luochen looked at the golden light emerging from her lips, and a crazy thought popped into his mind. Under normal circumstances, he would never do this, but under the influence of Chu Lingyin and his wicked thoughts, this idea lingered. Morong Zayas, since I saved your life, consider this a bit of interest. Before Morong Zayas could react, Lin Luochen heavily kissed her, causing her head to ring. Lin Luochen discovered that this kiss was incredibly effective. Not only did his wicked thoughts clear instantly, but even his pain eased. It was somewhat pleasant. His lips moved slightly as he immersed himself in this kiss, falling into a state of forgetfulness, even unaware that he had broken through. At this moment, Lin Luochen's lifespan increased by 150 years, and his blood energy surged back, immediately replenishing his strength. Morong Zayas, kissed by him, clumsily responded only, then realizing her sister was nearby. Under normal circumstances, it would be fine. At most, she would feel jealous, but now she was on the edge of going mad. This was bad. A glance to the side confirmed that Morong Xiuji's eyes had turned as dark as ink, filled with murderous intent. You all will die. Morong Xiuji suddenly struck out at Lin, watching her movements as swift as lightning despite her inability to cultivate. Filled with rage, if this blow landed solidly, Lin Luochen would surely be gravely injured if not dead. Fortunately, Morong Zayas bamboo pushed Lin Luochen aside, blocking Morong Xiuji's attack. Kid, are you out of your mind? Do you dare to provoke her? At this moment, golden light shone in Morong Zayas bamboo's eyes, and a radiant glow shimmered between her brows, indicating that another personality had taken over. She was engulfed in golden light as she quickly engaged in battle with Murong Qiuji. The two exchanged blows, their jade hands colliding in the air, leaving countless afterimages. However, neither of their strengths was particularly formidable, at most reaching the golden core realm. After all, the demon summoning blood array prioritized summoning demons, and the real amount of demonic energy absorbed by the two was quite limited. Now, with Lin Luochen a glutton present, over 90% of the demonic energy was absorbed by him. Lin Luochen hadn't anticipated this turn of events, and hurriedly said, "Qiuji Zaya's bamboo, stop fighting." Ignored by both, he could only accelerate his absorption of the demonic energy in an attempt to subdue them. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The dense demonic energy suddenly dimmed. What is happening? He looked around and saw the array in the city fading, with the demonic energy surging from the ground, becoming increasingly faint. At the same time, the array trembled, as if it were under constant attack from the outside world. The Murong sisters sensed that something was amiss as their powers began to wane rapidly. The memories that had revived were once again erased by the laws of heaven and earth, and they were on the brink of falling back into a deep slumber. As the demonic energy weakened, Murong Zaya's bamboo, who had been suppressed, began to regain her strength. Murong Qiuji quickly looked into the distance and questioned, "Nightmare, what is going on?" The distant Nightmare, sweating profusely, replied, "Your Majesty, the ancient demon god's power maintaining the array has been nearly exhausted." The consumption of the demon summoning array was far greater than she had imagined, as she had only intended to summon her own sovereign. Never did she expect her sovereign to be so deeply entangled with the 9-phase sacred phoenix awakening even it. It was as if she was summoning two saint-level cultivators' souls simultaneously, an energy consumption far beyond her expectations. Now the demon summoning ritual had not yet succeeded, but the residual demonic power of the ancient demon god had already been depleted. Lin Luochen almost laughed while Murong Qiuji was frantic, saying, "You fool, think of a way quickly." As the array began to dim, Nightmare gritted her teeth and said, "Sacred sacrifice." She ignited sacred fire all over her body, a pure stream of demonic energy soaring into the sky, flooding into the array. Lin Luochen and Lung Yuanshuang were stunned. This was true love. To sustain the array, she actually sacrificed her own soul. No wonder the heavenly demon saint body was sought after by various sects in the last life, yet there was no news of any demons emerging. It turned out that Nightmare had also sacrificed herself, causing the awakened Murong Qiuji to only be able to develop quietly. As Nightmare sacrificed herself, the entire demon summoning array erupted with blood-red light once more, as a continuous stream of demonic energy surged towards the Murong sisters. Moreover, this time, unlike the passive absorption of the ancient demon god, it was Nightmare's active sacrifice, speeding up the process by more than 100 times. In the center of the vortex, Lin Luochen felt as if he was about to explode, unable to absorb this immense power. Nightmare laughed heartily and said, "Kid, I'm going to burst you." Murong Qiuji, seeing this, looked at her with a conflicted expression, hesitating to speak. Nightmare thought she was concerned for her, and her gaze became fervently intense. "Your Majesty, as long as I can see you reappear in this world, Nightmare is willing to sacrifice everything." Lung Yuanshuang wanted to stop her, but found herself unable to approach Nightmare in the sacred sacrifice or Lin Luochen and the others. She could only destroy the array in the city, collaborating with the cultivators outside to forcibly break this blood sacrifice array. The speed at which the array collapsed far exceeded her expectations, as if someone was secretly attacking the foundation of the array. At this moment, in the underground formations of the city, a mouse revealed its large front teeth, frantically gnawing at the array's foundation. Nightmare was anxious, yet as a sacrificial offering, she could not move, only able to accelerate the burning of her own soul. Now it was a race against time to see if Lung Yuanshuang and the others would break the array first, or if Nightmare would complete the demon summoning ritual. In the center of the vortex, Lin Luocheng's cultivation soared, reaching the second layer of foundation establishment, then the third layer. Yet he felt no joy, his expression filled with pain as the powerful and weak sensations coexisted. At this moment, the ancient demon god's meridians within Lin Luocheng's body had begun to take shape, containing two sets of meridians. While using the demon race's meridians, he possessing demon eyes was nearly equivalent to the ancient demon god's rebirth. Or rather, if it weren't for the lack of a demon core, Lin Luochen now bore no difference from the childhood version of the ancient demon god. However, he lacked a demon core with no source of demonic energy, making it merely superficial. This useless set of meridians cost Lin Luochen a tremendous price. He not only overextended the potential of his body, but having just broken through his lifespan, was now reduced to less than 20 years. It should be noted that typically a foundation establishment cultivator could live at least 250 years without injury. If it weren't for his extreme breakthrough, Lin Luochen would have likely died long ago. At this moment, although he appeared youthful, his hair had turned gray with quite a few white strands. What frustrated Lin Luochen the most was that the Murong sisters showed no signs of recovery. Murong Qiuji was still fiercely attacking Murong Zaya's bamboo, each strike aimed to kill. Murong Zaya's bamboo was no match for her, and could only barely hold on as the golden light around her dimmed. Lin Luochen, unwilling, said, "Do we just have to watch them be erased by their old consciousness?" Chu Lingyin, understanding him, chose not to urge him to leave this time, but instead Lin Luochen, unwilling, said, "Do we just have to watch them be erased by their old consciousness?" Chu Lingyin, understanding him, chose not to urge him to leave this time, but instead directly offered a solution. Not necessarily, in fact, they are not currently dual personalities, they are still the same person. It's just that the influx of too many past memories at once has caused a conflict with their current memories, leading to a clash between the two. You can seal their memories, allowing them to gradually accept their past, which might help retain their current memories. Lin Luochen understood her meaning. Although ultimately the Murong sisters would still remember their past, it would be a gradual process. As long as the memories did not clash all at once, there would be an acceptance process. The new and old memories would not lead to a life-or-death struggle, nor would it cause a split in personality. Just as Lin Luochen hesitated, Murong Qiuji found an opportunity and struck at Lin Luochen with a palm, only to be repelled by the demonic energy surrounding him. She exclaimed in disbelief, "You can actually use demonic energy." Although Lin Luochen lacked a demon core at this moment, Nightmare was continuously supplying him with demonic energy. In this moment, he could unleash the power of the childhood version of the demon god, so naturally defending against her attack was not a problem. However, Lin Luocheng's meridians were strong, yet the demon god's body had not been tempered, making it unable to withstand the overwhelming force. Though he suppressed Murong Qiuji, he was constantly coughing up blood, his body oozing blood, and he was growing increasingly strained. Murong Zaya's bamboo hurriedly came to assist, saying with difficulty, "The demon summoning array is already over half complete, and the memories of the Yuning have revived. I can only suppress her for a moment longer. If you have no other methods, you should leave quickly." She shone brilliantly like a returning light, her golden light dazzling, as if a sun had appeared in the sky. This radiant golden light not only hurt Murong Qiuji, but also caught Lin Luochen in the crossfire, making him feel as if engulfed by flames. Lin Luochen finally made up his mind, biting his finger and reaching out to touch Murong Qiuji's forehead, murmuring incantations. Murong Qiuji immediately felt her divine light dim, sensing her previously clarifying memories begin to blur. "You bastard, what did you do?" Lin Luochen drew a blood curse on her forehead, smiling as he said, "I did nothing, just letting you sleep well for a while longer." Murong Qiuji felt her memories growing increasingly blurry, hastily shouting, "Nightmare." In the distance, Nightmare was shocked and could only watch helplessly. "Your Majesty, useless fool." Murong Qiuji glared at Lin Luochen and gritted her teeth, saying, "Who exactly are you?" Lin Luochen, sweating nervously, weakly replied, "The one you promised to dedicate yourself to." "Bastard, you wait for me." Murong Qiuji's gaze began to lose focus, her expression confused, saying, "Young Master Lin, my head hurts, my thoughts are so chaotic." Lin Luochen gently said, "Just hold on a little longer, I'll be fine soon." As he drew the final stroke, Murong Qiuji closed her beautiful eyes and fell into a deep slumber. In the distance, Nightmare was struck by lightning, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, what happened to you? Respond to me, Your Majesty." She glared at Lin Luochen, gritting her teeth, saying, "Bastard, I will kill you." At this moment, her hatred for Lin Luochen surged like a torrential river as she frantically poured demonic energy into him, trying to burst him apart. Lin Luochen felt he was about to explode, yet still held on, his gaze shifting to Murong Zaya's bamboo. Murong Zaya's bamboo smiled and said, sealing the divine spell, "You know quite a bit. Which fellow Taoist taught you? Don't make friends with me. You should also obediently sleep." Lin Luochen unleashed the vast demonic energy to bind her, then bit his finger again, touching her brow. Lin Luochen began to seal Murong Zaya's bamboo without showing any mercy. Murong Zaya's bamboo calmly said, "Useless chaos is coming, we will eventually return." Not to mention, her and Yuning's special constitution had been activated by this demon summoning array. As their cultivation increased, their memories would eventually revive. Lin Luochen said blandly, "At worst I will seal you again. When that time comes, be quiet." Murong Zaya's bamboo looked at his graying hair, smiling slightly, and said, "All right then, live to see another day." After saying this, she slowly closed her eyes and fell into complete silence. Lin Luocheng's expression twisted, gritting his teeth and saying, "I will not die here." Despite his words, his eyes turned red, the golden lines in his demon eye opened, transforming into a golden pupil. At the same time, demonic patterns appeared on his body. The demonic energy within him surged wildly, and the surrounding demonic energy enveloped him as if he was truly about to transform into a demon. After the demonic eye in Lin Luochen's forehead opened, the surrounding demonic energy surged towards him with even greater ferocity. Despite his efforts to suppress it, the various negative emotions kept him on the brink of a violent outburst, tormenting him unbearably. The raging power continuously surged and crashing through the newly opened demon veins of Lin Luochen, many of which burst under the pressure. Although his body had been transformed with the veins of a demon god, the newly formed veins were still very fragile and could hardly withstand such force. Lin Luochen could only try to channel the power into the demonic eye, but the incoming demonic energy was simply overwhelming. When one vein filled up, he had to use another, and when that one also filled, he had to open new veins. If he hesitated, the veins would shatter instantly, making his already battered body suffer even more. When one vein filled up, he had to use another, and when that one also filled, he had to open new veins. If he hesitated, the veins would shatter instantly, making his already battered body suffer even more. Murong's sisters. When she saw the two identical little girls, Nightmare was taken aback. If not for the fact that both Murong's sisters seemed to possess hidden special physiques, she would have almost thought she had the wrong people. But how did the Empress of Darkness turn into two? Did she encounter some accident during her reincarnation? The most bizarre thing was that the two bodies seemed to suppress each other while also complementing one another. This resulted in Murong Xue's physique not manifesting, rendering her incapable of cultivation, with only the misfortune surrounding her. Although Murong Xiaozhu could cultivate, her displayed talent was merely mediocre, hardly worth mentioning. Nightmare, while unable to discern the situation, clearly knew that her empress must be among the two. She began to attempt to awaken the demonic nature within the heart of the Empress of Darkness, starting with eliminating the relatives around her. This was both to stimulate her descent into darkness, and because Nightmare felt that her empress needed no relatives or weaknesses. Any feelings would only hinder her empress from ruling the world. As long as she could eliminate the obstacles in her empress path, she did not mind if her empress would one day kill her for this knowledge. The mother of the Murong sisters died during childbirth, and their father Murong Nanchuan became a thorn in her side. After luring Murong Donyue into darkness, she used a small trick to lead Murong Nanchuan to madness and death. To awaken the Empress of Darkness, Nightmare had Murong Donyue relocate their entire family to Qingshi City for future plotting. Fearing discovery, even Murong Donyue was unaware of her true intentions, thinking she genuinely wanted to seize the Murong sisters. Through long-term observation, Nightmare finally confirmed that Murong Xiaozhi, who possessed the heavenly demon sacred body, was indeed the empress she had been desperately searching for. However, she could not make sense of Murong Xiaozhi's situation and did not dare to act recklessly. From then on, Nightmare began to secretly protect and observe the sisters. Anyone who got close to Murong Xiaozhi, whether with ulterior motives or genuine intentions, met their demise at her hands. Although Murong Xiaozhi could bring misfortune, it did not reach the point of taking lives, and most of the killings were orchestrated by Nightmare. Even those cultivators who came to exorcise evil were all led to madness, quietly dying at her hands. As time passed, through testing and observing Murong Xiaozhi, Nightmare began to speculate about her identity. That is to say, she was the arch-nemesis of the Empress, the 9 radiant sacred phoenix, who had perished alongside her. Because she simply could not approach Murong Xiaozhi, the fortune and aura surrounding Murong Xiaozhi suffocated her. To confirm her suspicions, Nightmare had Murong Donyue send the sisters to the Haoran Academy in Xianzhou. She followed along, leaving Murong Donyue to set up the demonic summoning array in Qingshi City. At the Haoran Academy, Nightmare discovered that Murong Xiaozhi thrived in that environment, showing signs of a recovering physique. She confirmed her suspicion that Murong Xiaozhi was indeed the Empress arch-nemesis, the accursed 9 radiant sacred phoenix. Nightmare attempted to eliminate Murong Xiaozhi to free Murong Xiaozhi from her suppression. However, Murong Xiaozhi's fortune was astonishing. Not only could she not approach her, but even when faced with danger, she could turn misfortune into good fortune. Moreover, Murong Xiaozhi's fate was intertwined with Murong Xue's. They either thrived together or suffered together. Nightmare had no choice but to concede that this nemesis of the Empress could only be dealt with after the Empress awakened and personally eliminated her. After setting up the array in Qingshi City, she waited for the Murong sisters to reach adulthood and return home from the Haoran Academy. Throughout the journey, Nightmare escorted the Murong sisters herself and specifically arranged for Murong Donyue to have the Grand Elder bind the sisters and bring them back to Qingshi City. She wanted them to experience the taste of betrayal and abandonment before the ritual, thus severing their emotions. Little did she know that the two would actually walk separately, and even more unexpectedly, Murong Xiaozhi would end up attracting Lin Luochen. Lin Luochen's unexpected interference caused Nightmare's plans to fall apart, and it also stirred feelings in Murong Qiuji, who had never been in contact with a man. Nightmare had initially intended to use extreme pressure to shatter Murong Qiuji's fantasies about men through Lin Luochen. But who would have thought that Lin Luochen would act unpredictably? The two experienced life and death crises which instead caused their feelings to intensify rapidly. Watching the two become affectionate and their bond deepen, Nightmare grew furious and planned to use the same trick again to cause Lin Luochen to fall into madness and die. Lin Luochen's resilience surpassed her expectations, and not only did he not succumb to madness, but even the demonic beasts were unable to kill him. Only after Lung Yushuang appeared did Nightmare have to retreat, completely losing the last opportunity to correct the chaos. Although she tried desperately to bring everything back on track, the situation only grew worse, leading to her ultimate failure. What she had thought was unimportant, the demonic eye that she casually handed to Murong Dongyue, turned out to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Nightmare could not comprehend why this boy could make the demonic eye work for him. But seeing Lin Luochen seal her empress, Nightmare only wished to turn him to dust. If heaven granted her another chance, she would have disregarded everything and killed him the moment he revealed himself. Unfortunately, Nightmare had no reverse fate steel and no reincarnation mantra. At this moment, she only wanted to perish alongside Lin Luochen. Lin Luochen, in immense pain, held the Murong sisters with malevolent thoughts swirling in his heart, wishing to destroy everything before him. He tightened his grip on the Murong sisters, desperately suppressing the impulse to tear them apart. Meanwhile, he felt the area between his brows growing hotter, as if something needed to be expressed. Seeing this, Lung Yushuang grew increasingly anxious, her eyes glowing red, suddenly letting out a piercing howl towards the sky. As the sound echoed through the city, the clouds above parted, revealing a blood-red moon hanging high. Seeing this, Lung Yushuang grew increasingly anxious, her eyes glowing red, suddenly letting out a piercing howl towards the sky. As the sound echoed through the city, the clouds above parted, revealing. Nightmare let out a reluctant cry, but could only watch as the array was destroyed and the sacred ritual interrupted. Before she could even feel happy, she discovered Lin Luochen's forehead was shining, still frantically absorbing the demonic energy and blood energy from the city. Luochen. Lin Luochen's expression was twisted. He suddenly pushed the Murong sisters away, sending them down. Now that the demonic summoning array was destroyed, the sisters could finally escape the vortex of demonic energy. However, Lin Luochen could not stop demonic energy wrapped around him as he struggled to maintain the last shred of clarity. He ripped off the reverse fate steel from his chest, gritting his teeth, and saying, "Chu Lingyin, you need to leave quickly and return to your own time. You chant the reincarnation mantra with me. Perhaps the reincarnation mantra or the reverse fate steel can save your life." Lin Luochen could only take a desperate gamble, activating the reincarnation mantra and chanting the main points of the reincarnation mantra together with Chu Lingyin. As the two recited the reincarnation mantra, the reverse fate steel began to glow and a gray mist emerged from the surrounding swirling demonic energy. Faint sounds of flowing water seemed to come from the heavens, and Lin Luocheng's sea of consciousness swayed with a green lotus, while two koi became active. Upon hearing the sound of rushing water, Chu Lingyin was filled with excitement. Is she finally going back? Through the merging of their souls, Lin Luochen finally understood Chu Lingyin's thoughts. "Chu Lingyin, do you want to take me to the future?" Chu Lingyin did not deny it, smiling as she said, "I cannot save you here, but if we are in the future, it will be hard for you to die." "Can I really go to the future? Even if I can, I only have my soul." Lin Luochen hesitated and worried, but Chu Lingyin took it lightly. "What does it matter if you only have your soul? When the time comes, I will help you remove the influence of the demonic madness and then bring you back." Lin Luochen replied speechlessly, "But what about my body? Are you silly? You can just return to this time point. We are already crossing time and space, why worry about time?" Chu Lingyin spoke confidently, making Lin Luochen suddenly enlightened, finally realizing why she was not anxious later. "But I can't control the time of the crossing." Chu Lingyin comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, when the time comes I will give you a ghost cultivation technique. If all else fails, just be a ghost cultivator. Even if you don't want to come back and want to stay over there, I can help you reshape your body, so just rest assured." Lin Luochen felt that she was trying to sell him, yet he had no better way, so he could only go along with it. As the two of them continuously recited the fate reincarnation technique, the surrounding gray mist grew thicker and the sound of raging waves crashing against the shore echoed. Yet the sound of water remained faint, as if it were colliding with something, but could not break through. Chu Lingyin was suddenly anxious. "Damn it, it's the space-time barrier. What are the people from the Temple of Time doing?" In the distance, Lung Yuanshuang flew towards Lin Luochen with an anxious expression, wanting to help him suppress the demonic energy within. The river of time and space could not arrive, yet Lin Luochen felt as if he were about to explode with the fate reincarnation technique operating wildly within him. In his sea of consciousness, azure lotuses scattered beams of clear light, and two koi jumped out surging towards his forehead. Lin Luochen felt a warmth at his forehead, and he could not help but let out a long howl towards the sky. In that instant, the demonic eye on his forehead shone brilliantly, and a dazzling dark golden light surged into the sky, stirring the winds and clouds from all directions. Surrounded by golden light, the two koi spiraled upwards, crashing into the high heavens like jumping fish at the Dragon Gate. With a crack, a black river shrouded in rolling gray mist descended from the sky, instantly engulfing Lin Luochen below. The terrifying gray mist collided with the demonic energy, as if the Milky Way were hanging upside down, washing away everything in the world. Luochen. Not far away, Lin Yuanshuang's pretty face turned pale as the gray mist driven by the black river pushed her away, causing her to be uncontrollably thrown back. Surrounded by the gray mist, for some reason the mysterious scriptures resurfaced in her mind. Fragments of memories flashed through Lin Yuanshuang's mind, familiar, yet strange, as if from a past life or this life. In her memories, she and Lin Luochen had the bond of husband and wife, yet their endings seemed to be far from beautiful, ultimately separated by life and death. Luochen. Lin Yuanshuang desperately wanted to fly into the Black River, reaching out in a hurry, but she could never get close to Lin Luochen in the river. Lin Luochen was unwillingly swept away by the Black River, glancing back at her with a smile full of mixed emotions. Silly woman, hurry and leave. In the next moment, the Black River vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Everything seemed like her illusion, except for Lin Luochen, who disappeared without a trace. Luochen. Luochen, where are you? Lin Yuanshuang felt her heart was empty, anxiously searching everywhere for Lin Luocheng's figure. But Lin Luochen seemed to have vanished into thin air. No matter how she searched with her divine sense, he remained elusive. At that moment, a scream startled Lin Yuanshuang awake, and she saw a black mist sweeping away Morong Xiaozhi. Sister. On the ground, Morong Xiaozhi stumbled to her feet, anxiously calling out, Xiaozhi. It turned out that the nightmare who interrupted the sacred ritual had survived, and took advantage of Lin Yuanshuang's distraction to abduct Morong Xiaozhi. Though the nightmare wanted to kill Morong Xiaozhi, it could not approach her, and could only take Morong Xiaozhi away. Lin Yuanshuang's expression changed slightly as she threw out a silk ribbon to bring Morong Xiaozhi along, chasing after the nightmare. However, the nightmare used the soul-burning technique, moving as quickly as lightning, and instantly passed through the array barrier. Lin Yuanshuang was blocked by the remnants of the array barrier, and although she had the power to kill it, she feared harming Morong Xiaozhi. By the time she broke through the array barrier to pursue the nightmare, was already nowhere to be found, leaving behind a chaotic scene of cultivators outside the array. Another one has come out. Capture them. Although the cultivators who came were confused, they still decisively attacked Lin Yuanshuang. Get lost. Lin Yuanshuang struck, sending the demonic cultivators flying quickly, taking Morong Xiaozhi to soar into the sky, leaving the place. She was a righteous cultivator, and in this territory of Lanzhou, once surrounded by demonic experts who knew what would happen. She couldn't help but be glad that she wore a veil, otherwise if this incident spread, she would have no way to defend herself. As Lin Yuanshuang chased after the nightmare, she glanced back at Qingstone City, her eyes filled with reluctance and worry. Yet she had a vague feeling that Lin Luochen was not dead, and that they would meet again in the near future. Following the residual demonic energy of the nightmare, Lin Yuanshuang pursued, but the nightmare was very cunning, causing her to lose her bearings multiple times. When she finally found Morong Xiaozhi and the nightmare was already surrounded by several out-of-body cultivators. Although the nightmare desperately tried to break through, she was already at her wit's end and could not escape. She shouted frantically, "Get lost, all of you. This celestial demon's sacred body is mine." At that moment, a delicate voice rang out. "You demonic fiend, dare to abduct my human race's prodigy, you shall die." A woman in a pink dress appeared, raising a pink paper umbrella to swiftly envelop the nightmare. Dozens of vengeful spirits flew out, madly gnawing at the nightmare, causing her to scream continuously, her breath quickly weakening. At this moment, Morong Xiaozhi heard the nightmare's whisper, "Your Majesty, your subordinate can no longer serve you. You must attribute all the blame to your subordinate," claiming it was your subordinate who wanted to take over your body and never expose your identity. Before Morong Xiaozhi could react, the woman in the pink dress waved her hand, calling out delicately, "Capture." The paper umbrella enveloped the nightmare, then slowly closed, leaving behind swirling demonic energy. Everyone present fell silent, and someone bowed, saying, "Lord Song." Lin Yuanshuang's expression changed slightly as she recognized the newcomer to be Song Xianjuan, the leader of the Maiden Sect, whom she had seen not long ago. Oh no, could Morong Xiaozhi be falling into the hands of her Maiden Sect? While Lin Yuanshuang was at a loss, Song Xianjun stood respectfully to the side, offering the paper umbrella with both hands. "Holy Maiden, the demon has been subdued. How should we handle this woman?" A woman in a black dress slowly walked over, her snow-white skin contrasting beautifully against the black dress. Although she was as beautiful as a celestial being, everyone present fell silent, not daring to show any disrespect. For the newcomer was none other than Summer Juyo, the saintess of the reincarnation sanctuary. Lin Luochen quickly composed herself as she knew that this demonic saintess had protectors beside her. Summer Juyo reached out for the paper umbrella, her gaze landing on Murong Chioji, smiling slightly. This is indeed a good seedling. First investigate the situation, and if suitable bring her back to the reincarnation sanctuary. Her mood brightened considerably. This trip to the Duanya Demon Gorge was not entirely fruitless, and she could return with something to report. Song Xianjun respectfully replied yes. The two took Murong Chioji away, and no one present dared to question a word. After all, the reincarnation sanctuary was undoubtedly the overlord of Lanzhou, and this saintess was a candidate for the future Saint Queen. Lung Yuanshuang watched the three leave lost and thought unsure of what to think. Lung Fairy, will Chioji be alright? Murong Xiao's voice startled her, and she turned her attention back to her. The nightmare will not betray her, she should be fine, and may even rise to greatness. Murong Xiaozhu decisively declared, I want to find her. You should not go to the demonic path with your constitution, it is a path to self-destruction. The best outcome would be for a pearl to be covered in dust. But Xiaozhu, it is most suitable for you to come with me, and it is also most suitable for her to go with them. Do you understand? Hearing this, Murong Xiaozhu fell silent. She understood Lung Yuanshuang's meaning. Their constitutions were completely different. Going to the demonic path was a dead end for her, and was it not the same for Murong Xiaozhu going to the righteous path? Lung Yuanshuang comforted her. As long as you are safe, there will naturally be opportunities to meet again in the future. Murong Xiaozhu nodded, but felt that when they next met it might not be a matter of good and evil standing side by side. Sighing softly, Lung Yuanshuang did not dare to linger, quickly leaving the place with Murong Xiaozhu. In the ruins of Qingstone City, Shushu emerged from the rubble, but could not find Lin Luocheng's presence, leaving it dumbfounded. Where is my young master? Shushu ran around the city, finally only finding a broken blade that had fallen amidst the ruins. Seeing more and more cultivators, Shushu could only carry the broken blade and hide within the body of the underground demon. It believed that the young master would come back to find it. In the depths of the Black River, the waves surged violently. Lin Luochen was helplessly tossed about in the river, relying solely on the gentle glow emitted by the reverse fate steel in his arms to avoid perishing in this bizarre current. The destiny reincarnation art within him operated on its own, enveloping him in a soft, hazy light. A blue lotus appeared beneath his feet, slowly blooming, lifting him up from the pitch-black waters, allowing him to float steadily on the surface. Just as Lin Luochen sighed in relief, he heard the panicked voice of Chu Lingyin. Not good. You are not in the spirit form, you are doomed now. Before Lin Luochen could react, thunder erupted around him, and several bolts of lightning struck down. He instinctively raised his hand to block, feeling that something was terribly wrong. At this critical moment, two koi leaped from the river, their bodies radiating a peculiar glow, blocking all the lightning that fell. These two koi circled around the blue lotus, and no matter how fiercely the lightning rained down, it could not harm Lin Luochen in the slightest. Huff! Lin Luochen sighed deeply, steadied himself, and curiously examined his hands. It seems I am not in the spirit form. Chu Lingyin was also puzzled and said in frustration, it must be some treasure on you that is in effect. Lin Luochen had too many treasures on him, and she could not pinpoint which one allowed him to enter in physical form. If it was the reverse fate steely, she had one too. Could it be that it needed to be used in conjunction with the destiny reincarnation art for such miraculous effects? Or was it that magical blue lotus and the koi? Chu Lingyin was perplexed, but vaguely sensed that Lin Luochen had a deep connection with the reincarnation. This was precisely the main reason she wanted to take Lin Luochen to the future. Concerned that Lin Luochen might notice her thoughts, Chu Lingyin voluntarily withdrew from his spiritual platform, exiting the soul fusion state. By the way, are you okay? Lin Luochen shook his head, saying, I'm fine, just shot a burst, and I feel much better. At this moment, the magical eye on his forehead had closed, leaving only a golden dark pattern. Although various evil thoughts still surged with the help of the blue lotus, he could barely suppress them. Chu Lingyin commented oddly, why does that sound so inappropriate? Lin Luochen was taken aback, then helplessly replied, isn't it you who is inappropriate? Hawk. Chu Lingyin spat lightly, glancing at the peculiar phenomena around him, unable to contain her amazement. With the blue lotus as a boat, the dragon koi as guardians, and the reverse fate steel to protect and guide you, you are truly a treasure trove. It would be hard for you to die. Lin Luochen was unaware of what this represented, merely smiling as he curiously surveyed the bizarre scenery around him. What exactly is this river? This is the embodiment of time. Chu Lingyin explained, the flowing river is time itself. You can call it the river of time. Time stands still here, and time holds no meaning, yet one can enter any moment in time. Lin Luochen gazed at the fleeting, blurred images in the river and pondered, an embodiment of time. Are we heading toward the future? Chu Lingyin, recalling the possibility of returning, also became excited. Yes, last time I flowed upstream, and this time I am flowing downstream, indeed heading toward the future. Then how do we know when we reach your time and space? Lin Luochen asked curiously. Chu Lingyin smiled, saying, I have a special secret technique to sense my own body and locate my time and space. Lin Luocheng's expression was strange, but he did not pry further, instead looking around curiously. Since there is no concept of time here, do people from different time spaces not all appear here? Chu Lingyin responded. Yes, as long as one can enter the time river, they will all appear in the time river at the same time. Since it's the same time river, could one encounter other powerful beings, say? Lin Luochen asked again. It's possible, but the premise is that there must be beings of that level present, Chu Lingyin explained. Moreover, your speeds must differ to meet as the river of time is flowing. It's just like sailing, you all start at the same time, but the starting points are different. Lin Luochen suddenly realized and attempted to speed up, but the blue lotus beneath him showed no response. Clearly, he could only traverse the time river with the help of the blue lotus and could not actively change speed. If that's the case, what about those flowing upstream? Lin Luochen pondered. Chu Lingyin replied earnestly. In theory, if the routes overlap, you would encounter them before they reach their destination. But flowing downstream is already challenging enough, let alone upstream. Where would such a powerful being be? And what? Lin Luochen asked. Nothing, just rest assured that you won't encounter anyone flowing upstream. Chu Lingyin assured confidently. Lin Luochen shook his head helplessly, saying, That's not necessarily true. He then glanced around in the river. What are you looking for? Chu Lingyin asked curiously. I'm looking for you. Logically, the past you flowed upstream, I should be able to meet you. Chu Lingyin laughed lightly. You are going to be disappointed, you can't see me. Why not? Because the spirit wanders in the river while the body travels on the surface. You are on the river and my past self is in the river, how can you see me? Lin Luochen did not expect this twist, gazing at the dark river with a strange expression. So does that mean your other self is swimming under the water like a water ghost? Chu Lingyin, feeling good about the possibility of returning, joked. Yes, be careful, ooh, I might catch you. Just as Lin Luochen was about to reply, lightning suddenly flashed ahead, and a terrifying aura rushed toward them. The entire time river shook violently, and the waters churned, causing Lin Luochen to sway unsteadily on the blue lotus. Chu Lingyin, what is happening? Chu Lingyin also had a bewildered expression. I don't know either. As soon as she finished speaking, a red light surged upstream at a terrifying speed, bringing with it a storm of thunder and raising towering waves. Lin Luochen cursed under his breath. What the hell? Before he could finish his sentence, the red light had approached. Although it swerved to avoid him, the massive wave it created still swept Lin Luochen under the dark river. As he rolled in the river, he faintly heard a sigh. Moments later, he resurfaced, gazing warily in the direction where the red light had disappeared. Chu Lingyin, didn't you say there was nothing? If the red light hadn't avoided him just now, he would have likely been directly killed by it. How is this possible? Clearly the Temple of Time. Chu Lingyin began, but then hesitated. The Temple of Time, right? You already let it slip. What did they do? Lin Luochen rolled his eyes. Chu Lingyin chuckled awkwardly and had no choice but to confess. The Temple of Time set up a time barrier 500 years after the time you are in order to prevent the reincarnation Saint Lord from reappearing in the world. Does that mean that during these 500 years of being capable of reversing time has appeared? Or perhaps that figure just now was the legendary reincarnation Saint Lord? Lin Luochen replied gloomily. Who knows? It should be gone by now. Chu Lingyin comforted him, saying, just one being capable of reversing time is already a big deal. How could there be? Before she could finish, the thunder roared again. This time a blue light surged upstream. Lin Luochen couldn't help but curse. Damn, here it comes again. The blue light flew toward him once more, and although it avoided him, it still pulled him back into the river. He rolled around in the torrent for quite a while before resurfacing, feeling shaken. What the hell is this thing? It won't come again, right? Chu Lingyin chuckled dryly. I don't think it will. There aren't that many powerful beings crossing time in these hundreds of years. Just as she finished speaking, thunder erupted again, and this time a blue light surged upstream. Lin Luochen couldn't help but curse. You jinx. Chu Lingyin felt like crying had her mouth been in. This blue light did not dodge like the red light, but charged straight ahead at a terrifying speed. Both of them vaguely saw that behind the blue light, other blue lights were appearing, connecting in a line, leaving them both bewildered. Uncertain how much time had passed, Lin Luochen heard two resounding dragon roars and groggily opened his eyes. He felt an excruciating headache, and his body felt as if it were falling apart, while two giant koi fish leaped out with him. As the space ahead shattered, Lin Luochen was carried away by the two koi fish, feeling a strange force enveloping him. The demonic thoughts that had been entangling him suddenly vanished, as if the demonic eye ceased to exist. Before Lin Luochen could think further, a sudden brightness appeared before him, accompanied by a nauseating stench of blood. Below him lay a sea of corpses with dozens of towering demons standing amidst the mountains, feeding on humans. They varied in shape, the weakest among them already at the out-of-body stage, surrounded by a terrifying aura. The ground was littered with corpses and severed limbs, while the surviving commoners knelt in despair, begging for mercy to no avail. At this moment, as he saw lightning and thunder in the sky, Lin Luochen emerged from the surrounding giant dragons, drawing the attention of everyone. The demons stared at him in disbelief, dumbfounded by Lin Luochen's presence. Lin Luochen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Is this a death trap, right from the start? Chu Lingyin, what should we do? Chu Lingyin let out a startled sound and groggily awakened. What do you mean, what should we do? Have we arrived? Lin Luochen felt frustrated enough to spit blood, while below the demons babbled in a language he couldn't comprehend. One demon casually picked up a child and handed it to Lin Luochen, seemingly inquiring if he would eat. Due to the demonic aura surrounding Lin Luochen, they appeared to regard him as one of their kind, capable of shape-shifting. A hint of sorrow flashed in Lin Luochen's eyes. He knew that the future of humanity would be grim, but he never expected it to be this severe. Seeing no reaction from him, the demon casually threw the child into its gaping maw, its sharp teeth crunching down. A piercing scream erupted as blood gushed from its mouth, the sight horrifying. Though Lin Luochen was no saint, witnessing demons feeding on humans filled him with uncontrollable rage. His eyes widened in fury, and the demonic thoughts within him surged, wishing to shred the demons into pieces. As Lin Luochen grew angry, the fateful reincarnation technique within him activated, and the destiny tablet stirred to life. Lin Luochen felt a heat at the center of his brow. The previously faint demonic eye reappeared, bringing with it a torrent of demonic energy. The demonic energy coursed through his newly awakened meridians, a feeling akin to being on the verge of explosion resurfaced, even more intense than before. Lin Luochen sensed a surge of malevolent and murderous thoughts, instinctively channeling that power outward. In an instant, a beam of golden light erupted, causing the demon to explode into a mist of blood, startling the other demons. They witnessed the golden line on the man's forehead open, transforming into an eye that shot forth golden light, instantly annihilating its companion. Lin Luochen was taken aback, as he had felt that his golden light was nearly depleted of the demonic eye's power. Yet the recently emitted golden light was even more intense, continuously pouring pure demonic energy from the demonic eye. It felt as though ancient demonic gods were endlessly supplying power to the demonic eye, and the overflowing demonic energy almost caused Lin Luochen to burst. At this moment, the demons, witnessing their comrade's death, roared and charged toward Lin Luochen. Without time to think, Lin Luochen hastily activated the demonic eye at his brow, shouting, "Die!" The demonic eye unleashed beams of golden light, obliterating the approaching demons. These powerful demons crumbled like paper before the golden light, disintegrating upon contact. However, there were too many demons. Despite Lin Luochen's numerous kills, dozens of demons still approached. Lin Luochen let out a long howl. The demonic energy around him surged, and the golden light in the demonic eye blazed forth, sweeping through the area like a golden rod. Demons caught in the sweep exploded, showering blood everywhere, while the remaining demons fled in panic, their souls shattered with fear. Lin Luochen stood suspended in the air, surrounded by surging demonic energy, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Although this display was incredibly grand, his body could hardly bear it, and he was severely injured inside. Fortunately, after he ceased channeling energy, the demonic eye closed once more, reverting to a state of illusion, and the demonic energy ceased to pour out. Yet the evil thoughts continued to seep into his spirit, making his malevolent thoughts multiply, and he appeared increasingly sinister. The most troublesome part was that activating the demonic eye washed through his meridians with demonic energy, further squeezing out his potential. Lin Luochen had already been left with less than 20 years of lifespan, relying on breaking through to the golden core for longevity. But using the demonic eye consumed his potential, making the hope of breaking through to the golden core increasingly dim. Lin Luochen landed on the ground, staggering a few steps, feeling as if his organs were ablaze, as if set on fire. Chu Lingyin asked, "How do you feel?" Lin Luochen weakly replied, "I feel as if my body has been hollowed out. By the way, where does this power come from?" Chu Lingyin couldn't help but retort, "Isn't this power you summoned? Why are you asking me? Isn't this your—" Lin Luochen frowned, his expression peculiar. Could it be that there's still power hidden deep within the demonic eye? Yet he felt that the demonic eye had just been alive, as if connected to something, not a sourceless spring. At this moment, a cacophony of noise woke him up, as those he had saved kept bowing to him in gratitude. They murmured incomprehensible words, leaving Lin Luochen bewildered. Chu Lingyin, what are they saying? Chu Lingyin was also stunned, muttering, I can't understand either. Where have we ended up? Lin Luochen was astonished. Isn't this your time? Chu Lingyin replied in confusion, it should be. You let me take over your body, try to use a secret technique. Lin Luochen did not take it lightly, and stubbornly insisted soul fusion. You. Chu Lingyin flustered, cursed at him, and reluctantly stepped into the spiritual platform to embrace him. Since they had embraced before, what was one more time? Once she returned to her body, she would definitely hang this brat up and beat him for 3 days and nights. As their souls fused, Lin Luochen immediately felt a wave of relief, feeling much better, almost moaning. Chu Lingyin suspected that this brat was deliberately taking advantage, but without evidence, she could only hurriedly cast spells to attempt to establish a connection with her body. After a moment, she puzzledly said, no, I can't sense anything at all, nor can I establish contact with my people over there. Lin Luochen felt as if his whole body was on fire, frowning as he tried to figure out where they were. He spoke in various languages from Chu Lingyi's memories, trying to communicate with the humans before him. However, these humans merely looked at him in awe, babbling incomprehensible words. Seemingly afraid of angering Lin Luochen, they pushed a young girl forward to him. The girl was covered in blood, but despite her beast skin and burlap clothing, her beauty was unmistakable. At this moment, her clear eyes were filled with tears, and the sense of brokenness was heart-wrenching to behold. She looked up at Lin Luochen with reverence, softly saying something, while gesturing, causing Lin Luochen a headache. He gazed at the bulging beast skin on the girl's chest, then at the ragged, rough-clad humans around his expression. Chu Lingyin, are you sure we are 1,000 years later? Chu Lingyin, hearing the humans' garbled speech, also felt uncertain. Because the humans before them were far worse off than she remembered, was there another catastrophe? Did we travel? Are we in a time after the 6th millennium of the Qingshu era? Lin Luochen felt helpless. This woman seemed quite unreliable. Stop overthinking. Let's clarify where we are first. He attempted to find a village to inquire, gesturing for the girl to understand his intent after much effort. The girl looked at him anxiously, not daring to refuse, and could only nervously lead him away. Lin Luochen followed behind her, but felt increasingly unwell, unable to suppress a couple of coughs, spitting up blood. The world before him began to sway. The girl turned around in panic, rushing forward to help him. Lin Luochen instinctively pushed her away, but the world spun, and he couldn't help but collapse onto her chest. The girl seemed startled, while Lin Luochen in this position had only one thought left. So big, so soft, he felt an urge to call for his mother. Oh no, it seemed he was a bit dizzy from the softness. Before he could think further, Lin Luochen completely fainted. Meanwhile, atop a distant demon mountain, an enormous demon god sat at its peak. He had a green face and sharp teeth with twisted demonic horns, and a closed vertical eye in the center of his forehead. At this moment, he supported his forehead with his hand, dozing off, when suddenly, he opened his eyes with a peculiar expression, looking around in confusion. He had just sensed that his vertical eye had suddenly disappeared, and the demonic energy within him was inexplicably stirred. But before he could investigate closely, the eye reappeared as if it had all been an illusion. He was utterly baffled. Could it be that he was dreaming? Uncertain of how long it had been, Lin Luochen groggily awoke, feeling as if his throat was on fire. Water. Please give me some water. As soon as he spoke, a girl walked in from outside the dilapidated wooden hut, her face filled with joy upon seeing him. Lin Luochen looked bewildered, pointing at his throat. The girl understood and hurriedly ran outside to fetch a bamboo tube, quickly returning with it. Seeing her run in a swaying manner, Lin Luochen worried she might tear the animal hide. The girl helped him up, allowing him to lean against her as she carefully fed him water. Lin Luocheng's mind was clear, and his thoughts were unusually active as he gazed foolishly at the girl before him. She washed the blood off her face, revealing a fresh and untainted beauty that seemed untouched by the world. Yet her figure stirred the imagination, contrasting greatly with her appearance, pure yet alluring. After drinking the water, Lin Luochen fell back into a daze and instinctively activated his fate reincarnation technique to recover. For the next 2 days, the girl attended to Lin Luochen with meticulous care, wiping him down and changing his dressings, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. After 2 days, he was barely able to rise, only to find his clothes had been washed and set aside. Now wrapped in animal hides, he felt a chill all around which was quite unfamiliar. Lin Luochen changed back into his own clothes and pushed open the wooden door, only to discover he was in an ancient village. The village was hidden within an ancient forest, but it was in ruins with fallen trees and dried blood on the ground, as if ravaged by giants. Villagers were continually loading various items onto a beast cart, bringing their families along, seemingly preparing to leave this place. The girl was directing the others, and when she heard a noise behind her, she turned around and was startled to see Lin Luochen. She hurried over, her expression anxious as she spoke cautiously while observing Lin Luocheng's demeanor. Noticing he showed no other reaction upon seeing her people, she finally felt relieved. After all, Lin Luocheng's methods and strength far exceeded her imagination, making him seem unlike any human she had known. Lin Luocheng gestured, asking, "Are you all leaving?" The girl nodded, and upon seeing him remain silent, she felt at ease. She pointed to a nearby beast cart, seemingly inviting him to join them. Lin Luocheng had nowhere else to go, and since his injuries were not yet healed, he nodded and followed them out. Logically, these people would head to the next tribe for refuge, where he might gather information. That night the girl and the others left with their families, seemingly trying not to disturb anyone. Lin Luocheng lay alone on the beast cart, while the girl drove in front of him, her vibrant figure stirring his imagination. Lin Luocheng suddenly felt a chill, and frowned, asking, "Lingyin, why has my self-control deteriorated so much?" Chu Lingyin, puzzled, replied, "What do you mean?" Lin Luocheng awkwardly explained, and Chu Lingyin couldn't help but giggle. "What's there to be embarrassed about? Your bloodline power has awakened, revealing your true nature as a man." Lin Luocheng grumbled, "Stop joking. I had some thoughts before, but it wasn't to this extent." Chu Lingyin explained, "Perhaps it's due to your use of the magic eye which allowed the dark energy to invade you." Lin Luocheng felt a wave of anxiety. The dark energy of the demon god was indeed frightening, capable of corrupting one's spirit. He resolved never to use the magic eye again to avoid further descent. On the road the girl kept glancing at him out of the corner of her eye, seemingly captivated by him. Lin Luocheng, already handsome, appeared even more mysterious with his graying hair, as if filled with untold stories. "Missy." Hearing this, the girl turned around, while Lin Luocheng pointed at his chest, and then at hers. Although Chu Lingyin had many methods to learn languages, unfortunately none were suitable for his current realm. Seeing the girl still confused, he certainly wasn't hungry. Even if he intended to consume the girl before him, it wasn't in that manner. He simply wished to learn the local language, at the very least to achieve rudimentary communication. Although Chu Lingyin had many methods to learn languages, unfortunately none were suitable for his current realm. Seeing the girl still confused, he reiterated, "I, Lin Luocheng, and you." The girl hesitated, glancing around to see no one was watching. Biting her lip, she slowly pulled down the animal hide. If he truly wanted to eat her, then so be it. Lin Luocheng watched as the tightly bound animal hide seemed to grow tighter, with two prominent features threatening to burst forth. His throat moved slightly, dark thoughts arising, and he quickly reached out to hold her hand. "Miss, what are you doing?" The gentle touch startled Lin Luocheng. He instinctively held on, but found it difficult to maintain, and quickly withdrew his hand. "I'm sorry." The girl's face turned bright red, extremely embarrassed, as if confirming that the man before her indeed wanted to touch her. Lin Luocheng dared not speak further, fearing she would misunderstand again, but the earlier experience lingered in his mind. At that moment his composure had greatly diminished, and whenever he looked at the girl, he felt an uncontrollable urge and dark thoughts. It wasn't until the next day that Lin Luocheng mustered the courage to speak again, but this time, he didn't dare to point at the girl. Instead, he pointed at a tree and said, "Tree. Tree, this is also tree." After a while, the girl finally understood and responded to him in her language. Lin Luocheng began learning the local language, starting from identifying objects. The girl seemed to realize she had misunderstood the day before, her face turning crimson. Fortunately, the language barrier spared them from further embarrassment. She had already been paying close attention to Lin Luocheng, and after this incident, she became even more observant, occasionally stealing glances at him, before quickly turning her head away. Lin Luocheng pretended not to notice, while simultaneously studying the language and observing his surroundings. He discovered the spiritual energy in this place was remarkably dense, almost to the point of liquefaction, making it an extraordinary cultivation paradise. In Chu Lingyin's words, if a pig stayed here long enough, it might even become a demon. This was no exaggeration. The place was teeming with demon beasts, with foundation establishment cultivators as numerous as dogs and golden core beasts wandering about. Here Lin Luocheng could casually throw a stick and hit several foundation establishment demon beasts, while golden core demon beasts appeared from time to time. Had it not been for Lin Luocheng occasionally using the magic eye, these villagers would have likely suffered severe casualties. However, Lin Luocheng was also surprised by the villagers' strength. Although they had not practiced formally, their physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary people. Lin Luocheng saw a burly man tear apart a foundation establishment demon beast with his bare hands, an impressive display of strength that left him in awe. The only connection to cultivation in the village seemed to be the girl in charge, who used a technique similar to magic to manipulate spiritual power. However, her method did not seem to rely on elemental magic, but rather resonated with the heavens and earth through language and movement. In Lin Luocheng's eyes, her strength was akin to that of a late foundation establishment cultivator, making her one of the stronger individuals among the humans. Nevertheless, their strength was vastly inferior compared to the demon and beast tribes in this area. Lin Luochen had seen a giant bird soaring overhead emanating an aura that was at least in the void realm. This led him to question whether the human race had truly fallen to such a lowly state in the future. As they continued on, Chu Lingyin also grew increasingly silent, especially after Lin Luochen had repeatedly used the magic eye. Apart from the dangerous demon beasts, various unheard-of spiritual herbs and minerals were scattered everywhere, making it a veritable paradise for treasure hunters. Thinking of his companion, Lin Luochen felt an ominous worry, yet felt powerless to do anything. Remote water could not quench nearby fire, and he was separated from his companion by the sands of time. However, it was no ordinary mouse. It was a mouse of great fortune, and surely it would possess a heavenly fate. After several days of learning the language with the girl, Lin Luochen, leveraging his strong learning abilities, could barely communicate with them. From the girl, Lin Luochen learned her name was Bai Wei, the only daughter of the village's high priest. After the high priest's death a few days ago, Bai Wei was appointed as the new priest in a time of crisis. The place was called Wanma Mountain, but she was unsure which state in Qingshu it belonged to. Bai Wei didn't even know if this world was called Qingshu, let alone its history. Their village had its own way of keeping time, which differed from other villages, making it impossible to gauge the passage of time. They did not refrain from cultivation, but simply did not understand the methods. She practiced the ancestral art of divine prayer. It seemed the villagers had been abducted by the demon tribe from the village, taken back to the demon mountain for feasting, and Lin Luochen just happened to rescue them. He was momentarily stunned, questioning whether he had misunderstood the language he had learned. After multiple confirmations, he realized he had not misheard and began to doubt his life choices. Chu Lingyin, are we truly not transported to some unknown world? Chu Lingyin sighed deeply, saying, we are still in Qingshu, but not in the Qingshu of 1,000 years later. Lin Luocheng's spirits lifted. He had sensed something in the past few days and urgently needed to confirm it with Chu Lingyin. Elaborate. Chu Lingyin said, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm judging it based on the state of the magic eye on your forehead. Lin Luochen had researched his magic eye recently and found it to be in a state of both illusion and reality. The items he had brought with him in the storage ring were all intact, yet this magic eye appeared so bizarre, fluctuating between reality and illusion. It would only become solid when he activated the reverse fate monument with the fate reincarnation technique. Simultaneously, it would unleash a tremendous demonic power, as if containing the strength to destroy the heavens and earth. This power flowed through Lin Luocheng's demonic meridians, bringing forth strong dark thoughts that invaded his soul. With the magic eye, Lin Luochen could unleash terrifying power using the demonic meridians, but his demonic body was still too weak, and his unrefined physique could not withstand this force. If he recklessly released this power, he might implode before his enemies even perished. Chu Lingyin paused before continuing, this situation is unheard of, but I have a guess based on some legends. Let's hear it. It is said that the reverse fate monument contains a complete set of heavenly laws. Whoever masters it can create their own realm and forge a new world. Lin Luochen grumbled, what does this have to do with my magic eye? Chu Lingyin explained, according to the laws of time, apart from special places like the River of Time, two identical entities cannot coexist in the same space-time. Just as this space-time cannot have two of you, if they were to appear simultaneously it would result in a temporal paradox. Lin Luochen remarked gloomily, are you suggesting there is another magic eye in this world? Chu Lingyin nodded, saying, logically there can only be one. Normally your magic eye would disappear. But you possess the reverse fate monument, which due to its inherent power has allowed your magic eye to persist. Whenever you activate the reverse fate monument, its power activates, creating its own realm, allowing your magic eye to shift from illusion to reality. However, its power is insufficient to contend with the heavenly laws of this realm, so it has failed to completely sever its connection to the original owner. Lin Luochen chuckled helplessly. So according to what you said, this world must have a living ancient demon god. My magic eye and its power are borrowed from that ancient demon god. Are we not in ancient times? Chu Lingyin sighed. Although I hate to admit it, it seems to be the case. Lin Luochen had suspected this before, so he wasn't too surprised. He felt a weight lifted off his heart. Aren't we supposed to be going downstream? How did we end up here? It can't be that the green light brought us here, can it? Chu Lingyin replied, who knows? Chu Lingyin was also somewhat exasperated, saying, something must have happened in the River of Time that we don't know about. She had thought she could return to the future, but who knew she had been sent back to ancient times? What on earth happened in the future that made the River of Time so tumultuous? Chu Lingyin was at a loss, but evidently these were not matters she should be concerned with for now. Let's not dwell on that, let's see if we can leave. Lin Luochen nodded, activating the Fate Reincarnation technique and reciting the Core Sutra together with Chu Lingyin. However, the reverse fate monument showed no response, and the two koi in his sea of consciousness appeared listless, while the green lotus weakly swayed. Damn it, he couldn't stop. Chu Lingyin sensed his feelings and angrily left his spiritual platform, venting her frustration on the Green Lotus and the two koi. You two, why can't you take charge? Is it just to bully me? Watching Chu Lingyin kick the Green Lotus and chase after the koi, Lin Luochen quickly tried to soothe her. Alright, you can't rush success. Once they recover, they should be able to send us back. The immediate priority is to— Chu Lingyin coldly huffed, feeling utterly despondent in the sea of consciousness, realizing a terrifying truth. The guy before her couldn't possibly be the saint of reincarnation, could he? Lin Luochen, aware of his presence in the ancient era, began to tread carefully, even taking out a mask from his storage ring to conceal his face. He did not wish for his appearance to disrupt the causal chains of the future, nor did he want to bring unnecessary troubles upon his future self. The area was fraught with danger. Although Lin Luochen had left Murong, Qiuji Qinglian remained weak and could not sense the surroundings. He dared not easily utilize the Desolation Demon, fearing the invasion of dark energy and the attention of the ancient demon god. Lin Luochen chose to follow by way to the Tianyan mountain range, seeking refuge in the largest human tribe in the region, the Xianbird tribe. It is said that there exists a divine tree there upon which two Xianbirds reside, making the entire Tianyan mountain range their territory. The demon clan dared not tread there, and since the Xianbirds did not feed on humans, the human tribe could live in peace and prosperity. A year ago, Bai Wei had visited once with the high priest, deeply attracted by the prosperity she witnessed, filled with envy. Half a month ago, they received a message from the Xianbird tribe. The Xianbird tribe planned to hold a conference of the myriad tribes, inviting various human clans to discuss the future of humanity. They were not only willing to publicly teach their ancestral cultivation methods, but also welcomed other tribes to migrate and settle in the Tianyan Mountains. At the same time, they hoped that each tribe would not hoard their own treasures, but would share their techniques, complementing each other to strengthen the entire human race. Lin Luochen wholeheartedly agreed with this. In this era, the demon monster and witch clans were the true protagonists of the world. The human spirit and ghost clans that would become great in the future were still quite weak. Especially the human clan, which was so weak that it was kept by the demon and monster clans as livestock, reduced to mere food. Among the clans, only the spirit and witch clans showed slightly kinder attitudes towards humans. As for the ghost clan, they had not yet formed a proper stature, merely existing as wandering souls not worth mentioning. All of this stemmed from the lack of systematic cultivation methods for humans, with the practices only in the hands of priests like Bai Wei. Ordinary people were too weak, thus viewed by the tribes as food and pests. The actions of the Xianbird tribe were truly astonishing, stirring up a huge commotion among the ancient human tribes. After careful consideration, Bai Wei's father decided to defy ancestral teachings and secretly led his people to migrate. Unbeknownst to them, they were discovered by the demon clan of the Wanma Mountain, who descended in fury and captured the entire tribe. After all, the Bai clan was livestock raised among the mountains. How dare they attempt to escape? Wasn't that akin to seeking death? Thus, the later events unfolded with the demon clan capturing the entire Bai clan. Had it not been for Lin Luochen's timely assistance, the Bai clan would have likely been lost to the dust of history. Yet even now, the road to Tianyan Mountain was fraught with danger, and the Bai clan suffered heavy casualties. Lin Luochen wished to refrain from intervening, focusing solely on waiting for the two koi and Qinglian to recover, not wanting to meddle in external affairs. However, the desire for tranquility could not withstand the relentless winds of fate, as some matters were beyond his control. Shortly after their departure, they encountered a beast resembling a rhinoceros covered in hardened earth armor. Though the beast was only at the peak of foundation establishment, its tough skin and thick flesh made it impervious to blades and spears, causing severe losses to the Bai clan. Bai Wei invoked the divine invocation technique to summon countless firebirds, but they could not harm the beast in the slightest, instead provoking its wrath. The towering beast lowered its head, its single horn glowing ominously, charging directly at Bai Wei, heedless of the warriors attempting to stop it. Bai Wei recited her incantation with all her strength, and a massive fireball appeared in the sky, crashing down with a burst of sparks. Unfortunately, the beast still broke through the fiery storm, charging towards Bai Wei, seemingly intent on fatally colliding with her. Lin Luochen, observing the girl who awaited death with her eyes closed, could not help but recall the care Bai Wei had shown him during these days. By the time he reacted, he had already rushed out, pressing his hand against the beast's head, forcefully halting its charge. Get lost. Lin Luochen's hand shimmered with light as his long sword appeared, piercing into the beast's eye, causing it to roar in pain and fling him away. In midair, he used his agility to land gracefully, continuously circling the beast while striking it, causing its blood to flow profusely. Bai Wei also regained her senses, shouting, "Everyone attack together." She stood up, summoning vines to ensnare the beast while unleashing a rain of fire down upon it. The others, finally awakening to the situation, joined the fray with various weapons and ropes. Meanwhile, Lin Luochen executed the Qingping sword technique, paired with his mid-grade spiritual artifact, joining forces with Bai Wei and the village warriors to besiege the beast. After battling for quite some time, they finally managed to slay the thick-skinned beast. Lin Luochen, covered in dirt, felt the injuries from his previous breakthrough flare up and could not help but cough up a few mouthfuls of blood. Bai Wei approached anxiously and asked, "Benefactor, are you all right?" Lin Luochen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I'm fine." Only then did Bai Wei feel relieved, but upon seeing her people suffering heavy losses, she silently shed tears filled with guilt. She forced herself to stay strong, directing the recovery of the deceased tribesmen while dealing with the beast's corpse and gathering its flesh for food. Lin Luochen watched her transform from a state of panic to decisive command, sighing that humans indeed grow through adversity. This woman, if she were to survive, would surely become an outstanding leader of the human clan in the future. Unfortunately, he did not belong to this time and space, and did not wish to become too entangled. For at the moment Bai Wei was in danger, she sensed an inexplicable life and death crisis, as if her very existence was about to vanish. This was not merely a warning from her practiced Xintian technique, but also, for at the moment Bai Wei was in danger, she sensed an inexplicable life and death crisis, as if her very existence was about to vanish. This was not merely a warning from her practiced Xintian technique, but also a divine warning from the heavens. Chu Lingyin was perplexed. Why would Bai Wei's death pose a threat to her own existence? Could it be that she was some important historical figure? Surely she couldn't be her grandmother, or great-grandmother. But had Lin Luochen not saved her just now, she would have been doomed. Chu Lingyin suddenly realized that their crossing might have existed within the trajectory of history all along. And Lin Luochen seemingly possessed the power to alter the course of history. Although this power was still weak, it had begun to show signs posing a threat to the heavenly order. Thus, the heavenly order warned them, reminding them to fulfill their historical mission. After all, if the future were to change, she could very well cease to exist. Chu Lingyin broke out into a cold sweat. This was troublesome. Every decision now could mean life or death. What role did this brat play in history? What should she do? Damn heavens, can't you just say it plainly? Lin Luochen, oblivious to all this, was reflecting on why he had impulsively dashed out earlier. Could it be that he was also being ruled by his lower half? Why did his big head always lose to his little head? Couldn't it show a bit more sense? At that moment he heard a faint noise. Turns out Bai Wei had approached. Please help reduce the word count to meet the limit. At this moment Bai Wei had cleaned the blood off her face and changed into a set of clean animal skin garments. She approached Lin Luochen, slowly hesitating to speak. Her appearance was exquisite and transcendent. Although she wore simple animal skins, they exuded a unique charm on her. Though Bai Wei was young, she possessed great ambitions. Her figure was curvaceous, and the animal skins barely concealed her proud curves. Lin Luochen glanced up at the towering snow-capped mountains and the charming face of Bai Wei hidden behind them, offering a faint smile. Is there something you need, Bai Wei the priestess? As he spoke, he casually picked up a spirit ginseng from his storage ring, preparing to consume it for healing. Just as he was about to take it, Bai Wei crouched down anxiously and pressed his hand. Benefactor, this kind of large ginseng is extremely potent. Consuming it will be unbearable for your body. You must not. Though she was unsure where Lin Luochen had obtained this spirit ginseng, the power it contained made her feel a sense of danger. Lin Luochen was taken aback. Was the spirit ginseng he held poisonous? After all, it was clearly obtained by Shu Shu from the Moonbreak Demon Gorge. Seeing his confusion, Bai Wei hurriedly explained, Benefactor, many of our tribesmen have perished after consuming such potent spirit medicines exploding from within. Upon hearing this, Lin Luochen suddenly understood. In this era, each tribe had its unique methods of consuming medicines. Aside from priestesses like Bai Wei who practiced the divine arts, others gained strength through a gradual intake of various spirit medicines. Bai Wei's ability to recognize the danger of the spirit ginseng in Lin Luochen's hands stemmed from the countless experiences bought with the lives of the Bai clan members. These methods of consuming medicines were always the highest secret of the tribe, rarely shared with outsiders. The assembly of the Xian Niao tribe aimed to encourage the tribes to disclose these methods of consuming medicines. Understanding this, Lin Luochen couldn't help but sigh. The human race here neither practiced cultivation nor understood how to refine medicinal powers. This kind of spirit medicine indeed had the potential to cause them to explode. It's fine, this amount of power has little effect on me. I need it for healing. Lin Luochen waved his hand, saying, No need. There's no need to be polite, Benefactor. Whatever you require, just speak, and we will do our... Though she did not understand the reason, she could sense that the Benefactor's strength was significantly diminished. After all, he had once slaughtered demons as if they were mere dogs, yet now he struggled to defeat a mere beast, clearly indicating he was gravely injured. Lin Luochen waved his hand, saying, No need. There's no need to be polite, benefactor. Whatever you require, just speak, and we will do our utmost to fulfill it. Bai Wei bit her lip nervously and asked, does the benefactor need blood food? In her impression, many demons consumed blood food to recover from injuries. Lin Luochen chuckled. I am not a demon, I do not consume humans. Bai Wei sighed in relief. If Lin Luochen truly wanted blood food, she would not dare to take him to the human tribe. Benefactor is truly not of the demon race. Lin Luochen shook his head in denial, which made Bai Wei suspicious that he might be of mixed blood. After all, in her impression, humans could not be this strong. Taking a deep breath, she bit her red lip lightly, as if having made a resolution. Benefactor, the first blood of a spirit maiden is beneficial for healing. Bai Wei is willing to assist the benefactor in healing. Bai Wei was not infatuated at first sight, rather she hoped to keep Lin Luochen around. She noticed that Lin Luochen appeared to be without a tribe, and wanted to see if she could retain him. With such a powerful being, the Bai clan would not have to fear the demon race or rely on others. However, Bai Wei wisely refrained from making any demands, knowing that to do so at this moment would be ungracious. Lin Luochen was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, what is the first blood of a spirit maiden? Bai Wei's charming face flushed slightly, her eyes darting, yet she still made an effort to look at Lin Luochen. A spirit maiden is a woman born with the ability to resonate with the heavens and earth. The first blood is the blood that falls when a spirit maiden first shares a bed with a man. It is said that the first blood of a spirit maiden possesses miraculous power, capable not only of helping one break through, but also healing wounds. However, she left out one detail. After losing her first blood, a spirit maiden's ability to sense the world would be greatly diminished. This was also why she had not yet married at her age. Most girls her age had already become mothers. Lin Luochen finally understood that the so-called first blood referred to virgin blood, and he couldn't help but feel amused and exasperated. He would avoid such matters as much as possible. How could he act recklessly in this era? What if he accidentally created an absurd situation where he had to give birth to his own child? I appreciate the kind intentions of Priestess Bai Wei, but I can heal myself, so there's no need for your concern. Upon hearing this, Bai Wei felt somewhat disappointed, but did not press the issue. Instead, she stood up and respectfully bowed. Then Bai Wei will not disturb you further. If the benefactor requires anything, just command us, and we will do our best to fulfill it. In this era, the principle of barter and equivalent exchange was followed. She had already offered her most precious thing, but unfortunately the other party was not interested. Lin Luochen nodded and watched her leave with a calm heart. Chu Lingyin teased, she is indeed a wise woman who knows when to advance and retreat. Aren't you moved at all? Lin Luochen replied without hesitation, I am not moved. I do not wish to change history and cause irreversible disasters for the future. Chu Lingyin cautiously probed, have you ever considered that our crossing is itself a part of history? Lin Luochen nodded, saying, I have thought about it. But if that is the case, then everything we do is part of history. If so, what difference does it make whether we act or remain inactive? Doing nothing is the safest approach. Chu Lingyin was momentarily speechless, but desperately hoped he would do something to validate her assumptions. If Lin Luochen truly was the reincarnation sage, he could not have only crossed over this once. Perhaps this time he could help the human race appropriately and see if it impacts history. If there were no changes, and he could even initiate the next crossover, then he was likely the reincarnation sage. Thinking of this, she coughed lightly and said, Lin Luochen, seeing your kin suffering, don't you want to do something? Lin Luochen decisively replied, I do not want to. I am not a saint, nor do I have that kind of strength. But you can do something within your abilities. Since we have come here, we must have a mission. Oh, why shy away? Lin Luochen replied bluntly, what if changing the future results in our non-existence? Isn't that better? If we can help the current human race become strong, perhaps we can change the future crisis of the human race. Chu Lingyin spoke passionately, appealing to reason. However, Lin Luochen let her words go in one ear and out the other, feeling increasingly frustrated. Chu Lingyin, are you truly such a selfless person? Chu Lingyin replied sternly, I came here to save all living beings. Lin Luochen looked at her with an odd expression, saying, but your methods and thoughts do not resemble those of a righteous person concerned for the world. Chu Lingyin retorted angrily, shallow. Pedantic. Who told you that saving all living beings must be the work of the righteous? Just because I am of the demonic path does not mean I cannot care for the world. When the divine is powerless, only the demonic can save all beings. Lin Luochen regarded her with newfound respect, saying, I see now how it seems I was the shallow one. Chu Lingyin replied with satisfaction. All right then, hurry and help the human race to the best of your abilities. I will not go. Lin Luochen, having been reborn and changed his future, vaguely felt that he possessed the power to alter the course of history. Thus he adhered to the philosophy of doing nothing unless necessary, wishing only to survive until Qinglian and Jinli could recover. Yet given King Lian's current state, he had no idea when they would recover. Chu Lingyin was infuriated, her spiritual essence coalescing into needles that pierced him a few times. You cold-blooded bastard of the human race. Lin Luochen grimaced in pain and helplessly replied, isn't there still the Xin Yao tribe? It isn't my place to save the human race. Chu Lingyin was at a loss for what to do with him, only able to resentfully jab him a few more times. Lin Luochen remained indifferent, even somewhat accustomed to it, quietly meditating to heal. Not far away, two pairs of green eyes were fixed intently on him. Two demons resembling old men, but with swollen bellies and a pair of fleshy wings on their backs, whispered to each other. By the way, is that kid really the powerful being who went on a killing spree at Bind Mountain that day? He doesn't look like it. He is clearly a human devoid of any demonic aura, completely different from the powerful being that day. But his figure and attire are quite similar, just that he has something extra on his head, making it hard to see his face. You fool. He hasn't noticed us following him all this way. He must be a fake, a counterfeit made by humans. You go. No, you go. The two demons of the out-of-body realm pushed each other, neither daring to step forward recklessly, and could only continue to awkwardly trail behind Lin Luochen and his group. You go. No, you go. The two demons of the out-of-body realm pushed each other, neither daring to step forward recklessly, and could only continue to awkwardly trail behind Lin Luochen and his group. Lin Luochen and the others were completely unaware of the two demon clansmen trailing behind them as they continued their journey towards the Wanmaga Mountains. Bai Wei clearly hadn't given up, as she occasionally revealed her feelings, awkwardly attempting to tease Lin Luochen, which sparked envy among the men of her clan. Although Lin Luochen occasionally found himself distracted and engaged in futile actions, he managed to control himself and did not allow Bai Wei to gain immediate fame. Due to the Bai clan's slow progress as they supported the elderly and children, it took them half a month to approach the outskirts of the Wanmaga Mountains. According to Bai Wei, there was a canyon ahead that led to the outside world, but it was heavily guarded by demons, making passage difficult. Thus, they could only climb over the mountains on either side. Although there were lower-tier demons residing on the mountains, the numbers would at least be significantly reduced. At this moment, with the sun high in the sky, Bai Wei led her clan up the old path the high priest had taken her. Demons are generally active at night, so passing through during the day would mean encountering the least amount of demons. On their way up the mountain, they unexpectedly encountered another human tribe. Both sides were startled by this sudden encounter and froze in place, the atmosphere tense and charged. The opposing group consisted of several hundred people wielding sharp spears and long weapons, dressed in vine armor, but they also seemed to be accompanied by families. Leading them was a pair of siblings, both possessing strikingly unusual green eyes. Their prominent blue hair was neatly tied behind their heads, revealing slightly pointed ears. The young man had a handsome face, a strong physique, and when his gaze fell on Bai Wei, his brows slightly furrowed, showing a hint of surprise. Bai Wei, is that you? Bai Wei also appeared surprised, lowering her voice to exclaim, Qingting clan leader. Sister Qingyi. It seemed they recognized each other, and the tense atmosphere instantly eased. The woman named Qingyi had a tall and fiery figure. Her green eyes and pointed ears gave her a wild look. Sister Bai Wei, are you also heading to Tianyun Mountain? Bai Wei responded with a soft and joyfully said, Sister Qingyi, so are you. Qingyi nodded while the young man named Qingting scanned the crowd and curiously asked, where is the high priest Bai? Bai Wei's eyes instantly turned red and her voice fell. Father is no longer here. What happened? The Qingting siblings were taken aback, and Bai Wei briefly recounted the tribe's misfortunes, deliberately omitting Lin Luochen's identity. Upon hearing about the Bai clan's misfortunes, the Qingting siblings felt both emotional and secretly relieved. Had they not hesitated for a moment after receiving news from the Xianbird tribe, it might have been the Qingting clan facing such calamity. Qingyi angrily declared, these demons are truly despicable. We can no longer stay in the Wanmaga Mountains. Qingting nodded and said solemnly, while the demons are still unresponsive, we must leave quickly. He turned to Bai Wei with a smile. Since we've met Sister Bai Wei, why don't we travel together? Bai Wei naturally agreed, feeling safer with the Qingting clan accompanying them. After merging the two groups, they climbed the mountain together, and Lin Luochen took a keen interest in observing the unusual siblings. Bai Wei noticed his curiosity and leaned closer, lowering her voice to say, they have some demon blood flowing in them. Lin Luochen suddenly understood, but he was curious whether the Qingting siblings were the result of a love affair between humans and demons or a forced outcome. It seemed that in this era of the survival of the fittest, the concept of love was almost non-existent. Bai Wei glanced at Lin Luochen from the corner of her eye. In her view, Lin Luochen carried demonic energy, possibly being a human-demon hybrid. After all, many demons had such preferences, and some used humans for reproduction, resulting in many demon offspring. However, most of these demon offspring were purely demonic and lacked humanity, often killing their mothers at birth. Therefore, humans often tried to find ways to eliminate demon offspring during pregnancy, or at the very least would kill the demon infants after birth. Due to the poor compatibility of the two bloodlines, true human-demon hybrids were extremely rare, and even if they existed, they did not live long. Bai Wei couldn't help but worry that if she truly developed a relationship with him, would they end up having a demon offspring. Lin Luochen, unaware of Bai Wei's wandering thoughts, was instead curious about the Qingting siblings, pondering what demon lineage they could belong to. With just pointed ears, he couldn't even tell if they had tails, making it difficult to judge. Qingyi noticed his scrutinizing gaze and suddenly pointed her spear at him. "Kid, keep your eyes to yourself, or my spear won't spare you." Lin Luochen chuckled as he pushed the spear tip away, teasing, "It's evident, after all, the one with the eyes is here with me." Qingyi clearly didn't grasp the underlying meaning and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Bai Wei, while also not understanding, quickly intervened. "Sister Qingyi, don't mind him, he's just curious." Qingyi snorted, and seeing Bai Wei so anxious, suddenly laughed. "Sister, Bai Wei is so nervous. Could it be that he is your crush?" Bai Wei's face instantly turned crimson. Although she didn't directly admit it, she also didn't deny it. This reaction greatly surprised Qingyi. "No way. You actually like someone so weak?" "Sister Bai Wei, my brother is strong and capable. Isn't he better than this kid? Why not consider him instead?" Lin Luochen felt somewhat offended while Bai Wei laughed awkwardly, and Qingting quickly coughed to stop his sister's nonsense. "Qingyi, stop talking nonsense." Qingyi stuck out her tongue. In her view, without the high priest, the Bai clan would eventually be consumed by other tribes. It would be better to join their clan, at least forming a strong alliance to establish a foothold in Tianyan Mountain. The group arrived at the mountaintop, where they saw several low-tier demons lazily flying in the air amidst the steep cliffs. Normally Bai Wei and Qingting would choose to stealthily navigate through the forest, but with so many people, they had to force their way through. Qingting and Bai Wei led the elite of both clans, quietly approaching and silently eliminating the demons along the way. But soon they startled the demons patrolling above. Those demons quickly circled in the sky, emitting piercing screams. The demons in the caves were disturbed and rushed out, only to be met with a loud roar. "Release!" With Qingting's command, the elite under his command tensed, and their spears were thrown, raining down like a storm of bamboo spears. The low-tier demons had barely emerged before being instantly killed by the falling bamboo spears and arrows. Qingting and Qingyi took the lead, charging out like leopards, their spears striking down the obstructing demons with thunderous force. The remaining Qingting clansmen quickly followed up with finishing blows, their movements clean and efficient, clearly well-trained. Lin Luochen watched the two of them move with ghostly swiftness, secretly astonished. This pair of siblings actually had golden core cultivation. Their techniques vaguely carried demonic energy, and their style resembled that of demons, evidently cultivated through their demon bloodline. The station demons were initially flustered, but quickly regained their composure and charged at them with wild cries. "Damn humans, how dare you offend us? You are tired of living." Although they were outnumbered, their strength and physical capabilities greatly surpassed those of the humans, resulting in heavy casualties among them. Bai Wei recited a spell conjuring flames and gales to restrain the demons, quickly attracting their attention. A golden core demon lunged at Bai Wei and Lin Luochen's side, as he swiftly drew his sword to meet it. However, without a flying artifact, he was at a disadvantage against the airborne demons. The demon darted around, and despite Lin Luocheng's relentless swordplay, he could only defend and was unable to strike back. He decisively feigned a weakness, and the demon took the bait, shrieking as it dove towards Lin Luocheng's back. Just as Lin Luochen intended to counterattack, a gust of wind rushed by, and the demon vanished from his sight. Lin Luochen glanced at the demon pinned to a tree by a spear, and the smug Qingyi in the distance, feeling both amused and exasperated. This Qingting held no hostility towards him, yet it seemed this sister was blaming him for stealing her future sister-in-law. The Qingting siblings were strong, and their clansmen were well-trained. Moreover, the Bai clan was present as well. Although the demons were stronger in terms of power, their reduced numbers quickly led to heavy casualties. Just as everyone was about to escape, the sky suddenly darkened. Two shadows swooped down from above, their large wings kicking up a gust of wind that sent everyone flying. Qingting reacted swiftly, throwing his spear like lightning, but one of the demons casually swatted it aside. "Lowly humans, we allowed you to recuperate, yet you dared to escape. Demon generals." Qingting's face turned pale, his fingers gripping the spear turning blue, yet he gritted his teeth and took a step forward to protect his clansmen. These were the two demons who had been trailing Lin Luochen and the others for some time. Initially wary of Lin Luocheng's strength, they had been observing until now. Seeing him struggle against ordinary demons, they could no longer hold back and revealed themselves to block Bai Wei and the others. The demon general scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Bai Wei. "That woman. Where is that young man from that day?" Bai Wei was confused. Lin Luochen was clearly right in front of them, so why did these two demon generals ignore him? She subtly shifted to the side, trying to shield Lin Luochen, her hand behind her back, waving urgently to signal him to leave quickly. Lin Luochen looked at the frail figure standing in front of him, a complex expression in his eyes, as he heard Bai Wei's clear yet firm voice. He has long since left. Lin Luochen sighed softly. He would rather she sell him out, allowing him to leave with it. Except when it came to matters of importance, he genuinely disliked hiding behind a woman. The demon general laughed wildly. Humans are indeed cunning. This impostor almost tricked us, but thankfully we are clever. The leader of the Qingting clan must die. Half the men will be killed and half the women will be taken as slaves, but you can be spared. The other demon general's gaze fell on Bai Wei, and the other's his eyes filled with lewd desires as his bony fingers pointed at Bai Wei and Qingyi. These two are excellent breeding stock. They should be able to produce good offspring. Come with us. Bai Wei's face turned pale, and Qingyi bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with a desperate resolve. They were all too aware of the nature of such demons. The women who were captured often faced a fate worse than death. King Tang's spear tip trembled slightly as he growled, rather than live in shame, it's better to fight them. Some clansmen hesitated while others were filled with fear and trepidation, but only a few possessed the determination to fight to the death. Veins bulged in King Tang's hands while Qingyi sighed, ready to sacrifice everything. Suddenly a white figure emerged from the crowd. There is a head to every grievance and a master to every debt. Lin Luochen sighed lightly and helplessly said, what you are looking for is me. Come at me if you have something to discuss. The demon general looked at him in shock, then sneered, cunning human, do you think you can trick me? Lin Luochen walked in front of everyone, raised his hand to remove his mask, and time seemed to freeze for a moment. In the next second, a blazing golden light burst forth from his brow, and before the demon general could even scream, he exploded into a rain of blood in midair. The last thought of the demon general was, humans are indeed cunning, pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. As the last demon disappeared, Lin Luochen put his mask back on. When he turned around, he saw King Tang's spear drop to the ground, and Qingyi's cherry lips parted in surprise, her face filled with disbelief. Bai Wei looked excited, and Lin Luochen smiled helplessly, saying, let's go, what are you waiting for? Qingyi stared blankly at Lin Luochen, utterly stunned, unable to process what had just transpired. A demon general, just gone like that. Was it truly a glance that triggered annihilation? Recalling her earlier words, Qingyi's cheeks burned with shame. The rest of the Qing clan stood dazed, their minds reeling as they gazed incredulously at Lin Luochen. This was their first time witnessing a human slay a demon general, not with grand ceremony, but as effortlessly as slaughtering chickens or dogs. At that moment, Lin Luochen seemed wreathed in an ominous black aura, his presence indistinguishable from that of a demon sovereign. Only when he turned and continued walking forward, pulling out a handkerchief to cover his mouth as he coughed, did Bai Wei finally snap out of her trance and hurry after him. Benefactor, are you unharmed? I am fine. Let us go quickly. Lin Luochen felt his internal organs searing with fire. Blood welled up uncontrollably, staining the handkerchief crimson. Bai Wei's expression tightened with alarm as she rushed forward to support him. Lin Luochen tried to push her away, but chaotic demonic energy surged violently through his meridians, drawing cold sweat from his brow. He could only submit to her assistance. Bai Wei reaffirmed her conviction. Indeed, the benefactor bore grave injuries, hence his reluctance to act openly. Only then did the others awaken from their stupor, hastily lifting the wounded and hastening to catch up. Qing Tang clasped his hands in gratitude. We owe you our lives, brother. We would have been doomed without your intervention. If Qingyi offended you earlier, I offer my sincere apologies on her behalf. Pray do not hold it against her. Lin Luochen replied coolly, there is no offense. Her forthright nature, in fact, I find rather refreshing. His words were merely polite convention, but in this era such phrasing inevitably invited deeper interpretation. Qingyi and Qing Tang exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain whether his remark carried veiled implication. Remembering Lin Luochen's wandering gaze, Qingyi suddenly suspected the demon general had perished not by divine wrath, but by predatory instinct. What if he forces himself upon me? Bai Wei felt a pang of inadequacy. Did the benefactor favor this kind of boldness? Yet she could never emulate it. Each member of the group carried private thoughts as they pressed onward, encountering no further obstacles. After all, if even a demon general had fallen, who dared approach recklessly, courting death? Seeing Lin Luochen supported by Bai Wei, Chu Lingyin couldn't resist teasing him. Did you not vow not to intervene? Why break your word so suddenly? Lin Luochen answered calmly. I acted solely in self-preservation. The two demons would have spared no one, least of all me. Chu Lingyin nearly burst into laughter, her eyes crinkling as she said playfully, enough, enough. I know you had no choice. Lin Luochen had neither the energy nor the inclination for banter. Even the warmth and softness beside him faded into irrelevance as he strained to suppress the demonic energy churning within. He sensed the demonic power transmitted through the demon eye this time was violently unstable, as though someone had forcibly flooded it with raw demonic essence. So, the ancient demon sovereign had detected its disappearance and now sought its origin. Chu Lingyin, could the demon sovereign possibly locate me? She dismissed the concern lightly. Rest assured, the fate reversal steel shields you from all divination. It cannot find you. Hearing this, Lin Luochen exhaled deeply, then cast a single glance backward at the group behind him, making them shiver involuntarily. With sudden levity he smiled, Lingyin, do me a favor. At his unexpectedly intimate address, Chu Lingyin stiffened, her instincts flaring. What do you intend? A flash of cold light sharpened Lin Luochen's gaze as he spoke low and grave. Is there any way to return me swiftly to Bayan Mountain? Having spent long enough with him, Chu Lingyin had begun to anticipate his logic. You mean to eradicate them utterly? Lin Luochen gave a quiet hum. Those escaped demons witnessed me wielding the demon eye. They remain a latent threat. Though he wished not to interfere with this era's natural course, his own survival superseded all principle. Seeing him finally embrace causality's disruption, Chu Lingyin offered unwavering support. Though treasures abound here, without a fire spirit root, you must rely on formation arrays to ignite flames for forging flying artifacts. Lin Luochen cut her off. No, I'm pressed for time. Is there a faster method? Chu Lingyin admitted frankly. Then only the void-stepping technique remains, treading empty air itself. Yet she added cautiously, your current cultivation base cannot sustain it. Drawing demonic energy directly from the demon eye may severely damage your body. To Lin Luochen, the looming presence of the ancient demon sovereign was a blade poised at his throat. He could afford no further hesitation. Then what are we waiting for? Proceed immediately. Chu Lingyin let out a delicate huff. Reluctant yet resigned, open your mind fully. She told herself this was necessary. Not mere compliance, but vital verification. Is he truly the cycle sovereign saint? Moments later, both Lin Luochen and Chu Lingyin trembled inwardly as their souls resonated, a profound, seamless fusion. Suppressing rising emotion, Lin Luochen activated the destiny cycle art, channeling demonic energy from the demon eye throughout his body, black chi surging like storm-racked tides. He glanced back at Bai Wei and said softly, I have urgent matters. I shall follow shortly. You proceed ahead. As his voice faded, he stepped forward, each footfall ascending as if climbing invisible stairs. Within 3 strides he stood suspended among the clouds. His flamboyant display served no mere vanity. It was calculated intimidation meant to quell ambitions of both clans. Qing Yi and the others watched him flicker out of sight, mouths agape. He flew away. In their understanding, only half-avian feather clan members could fly unaided. Even Qing Tung and his sister, cultivation realms solidified at Golden Core, remained earthbound without flying artifacts. Bai Wei knew concealment was futile. She nodded faintly, her gaze lingering on Lin Luochen's retreating silhouette, torn between relief and doubt. Wasn't the Bai Wei knew concealment was futile. She nodded faintly, her gaze lingering on Lin Luochen's retreating silhouette, torn between relief and doubt. Wasn't the benefactor injured? Bai Wei knew concealment was futile. She nodded faintly, her gaze lingering on Lin Luochen's retreating silhouette, torn between relief and doubt. The dozen-odd demons who'd fled earlier had already regrouped, now seething with outrage. News had just arrived the Qing clan had also escaped, sparking fury beyond measure. That sudden human youth ruined everything. Without him, these humans would never dare defy us. Human? He bore no human aura. His presence alone choked my breath. Perhaps he's a demon. Those golden beams shot from his eyes. They matched legends of the Desolation Demon Sovereign's demon eye, rumored to dwell in the north. The Desolation Demon Sovereign. Could he be the bastard offspring of that sovereign and a human? Demons possessed their own cultivation hierarchy, parallel yet distinct from humanity's later systems. Their ranks progressed, thus Demon Soldier Foundation Establishment, Demon Trooper Golden Core, Demon Envoy Nascent Soul, Demon General Out-of-Body Projection, Demon Marquis, Harmonized Body, Demon Venerable, Void Permeating, Demon Lord Grand Ascension, Demon Emperor Tribulation Transcendence. As for Demon Sovereigns, they mirrored the post-era saints who harmonized with heaven and earth, mastering fundamental laws. Both were tribulation transcenders wielding law-commanding authority, far surpassing ordinary cultivators of the same realm, thus earning the epithet Divine Saint. Learning this incident might involve the Desolation Demon Sovereign, some grew deeply uneasy. Given its magnitude, should we not report it upward? Report it. That would announce to all that Wanma Mountain stands empty of demons. At that very instant a light chuckle echoed. So, you've yet to file your report? Of course not. The Red Flame Mountain faction watches us like hawks. If they learn of our vulnerability, a demon blurted reflexively, then froze mid-sentence, whirling around in shock. There, descending slowly through empty air, came the youth from that day. demonic energy swirling about him like a tempest, his gaze sweeping over them, as though surveying corpses. One demon barely uttered the word before Lin Luochen's forehead blazed gold, and the demon exploded into crimson mist. This sovereign dislikes being stared at while speaking. Kneel, and speak accordingly. The demon's scalps prickled. This sovereign, a demon lord. Feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from Lin Luochen, they dropped to their knees instantly, heads bowed, too terrified to lift their eyes. Mercy, demon lord. Mercy. In 3 silent steps Lin Luochen alighted atop the peak, where skeletal remains coalesced beneath his feet into a throne of bleached bone. Seating himself with imperial nonchalance, he commanded coldly, "All who saw this sovereign that day are gathered here." He wasn't posturing. He lacked the strength even to stand upright, fearing exposure of his fragile state. Though his meridians matched those of a demon sovereign, his mortal frame could not endure such power. Hence his flight was deliberately slow. Moreover, he'd intercepted and eliminated several pursuing demons en route, costing precious time, delaying his arrival. Their faces paled further. Yais, 2 more remain. Lin Luochen hadn't anticipated survivors. Resting his chin on his palm, he declared with absolute authority, "Summon them, immediately." Their faces paled further. Yais, 2 more remain. Lin Luochen hadn't anticipated survivors. Resting his chin on his palm, he declared with absolute authority, "Summon them, immediately." Their faces paled further. Yais, 2 more remain. Lin Luochen hadn't anticipated survivors. Resting his chin on his palm, he declared with absolute, whatever this demon lord intended, their sole priority was appeasing him, ensuring his swift departure. Even if he demanded blood kinship, demanded unity, no survivor should escape while comrades perished. Seeing his bluster successfully intimidate the demon clan, Lin Luochen silently regulated the turbulent demonic energy within him. Chu Lingyin, you were right. Indeed, in the demon clan the strong are revered. Not just the demon clan, in all realms the law of the jungle is an unchanging truth, Chu Lingyin coldly retorted. Lin Luochen deeply agreed, but his worries only grew. Although Chu Lingyin claimed that the reverse destiny monument was reliable, he remained skeptical. Upon learning that the demon god had begun to investigate, Lin Luochen resolutely decided to strengthen himself. After all, it was uncertain when Qinglian would recover. What if the demon god came knocking before then? If every encounter were like this one, he would perish even before the ancient demon god arrived. Though Lin Luochen possessed the meridians of the demon god, his body was far too fragile to withstand the power of the demon god. Currently, without using the demon eye, he could at most exert the strength of a golden core cultivator. This was the limit of what his body could endure. Once he exceeded the strength of the golden core, he would end up like now, with his organs burning, his body's meridians scorched as if by fierce flames. When activating the demon eye directly, Lin Luochen could theoretically wield power equivalent to that of the demon eye's master. However, since his body couldn't even withstand the residual energy, the maximum power he could utilize was that of the Dongshu realm. Moreover, Lin Luochen couldn't constantly use the demon eye. What if someone attacked him without regard for honor and ethics? He would likely not even have time to activate the demon eye before meeting his end. In response, Chu Lingyin devised a dual plan for Lin Luochen, allowing him to take 2 steps simultaneously. First, he would use the demonic energy to impact the demon god's meridians within his body, laying the foundation to endure greater demonic power. This was to enable him to utilize the demonic power drawn from the demon eye without harming himself. Many high-level cultivators like Lung Yuanshuang become no different from ordinary people once they lose their spiritual energy. This was because they did not practice body refinement, merely opening relevant acupoints and meridians to carry spiritual energy. The advantage of this method is the rapid cultivation speed and low resource consumption, avoiding a body riddled with muscle knots. Now, with this powerful demonic energy, Lin Luochen could efficiently open his own demon god acupoints and meridians. He wouldn't need to spend a lot of time accumulating spiritual energy, as he could directly use the power of the demon god. Secondly, Lin Luochen would begin the path of body refinement, strengthening his physique. While he might not be able to compare with the demon god, at the very least, he should be able to withstand the scattered power of the demon eye, allowing it to exert greater strength. The path of body refinement is easy to start and yields quick results, but advancing to a higher level is incredibly difficult. Creating a powerful body consumes resources equivalent to forging hundreds of weapons of the same grade. However, this was not a problem for Lin Luochen, as this era was not lacking in heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Although it was to enhance his strength in this era, a powerful physique would benefit him once he returns. Lin Luochen had to admit that while Chu Lingyin might seem unreliable, she was indeed very professional when it came to cultivation. Just then, 2 figures flew back, looking somewhat bewildered at the scene. One of them turned to leave, but Lin Luochen's demon eye opened at his brow, instantly causing that demon to explode into a shower of flesh. The other person quickly knelt down pleading for mercy, losing all semblance of his previous arrogance. Lin Luochen stood up lazily and asked, "You all are here, right?" The demons below replied, "Yes, we are." "Very good," Lin Luochen said with a slight smile, satisfied. "Thank you for your hard work. As a reward, I grant you all a death." As soon as he finished speaking, his demon eye shone brightly, and where it passed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. This time Lin Luochen did not wear a mask, firstly for the convenience of using the demon eye, and secondly, because he had no intention of leaving any survivors. The demons did not expect him to be so ruthless. Trying to escape was futile, and they could only die with resentment. Moments later, the ground was littered with corpses and dismembered flesh, and Lin Luochen weakly fell back onto the throne, coughing up large amounts of blood. He endured the pain and activated the god-eating technique he learned from Chu Lingyin, absorbing the blood and flesh essence of these demons into his body. Instantly, demonic mist surged in the area and a torrent of blood energy rushed towards Lin Luochen, like rivers returning to the sea, transforming into nutrients to nourish his flesh. Lin Luochen wore an expression of enjoyment, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, but it quickly faded as he frowned. Damn, every time he used the power of the demon god, he would be disturbed by sinister energy. If this continued, would he end up becoming an evil god? Meanwhile, far away on a demon mountain, a massive stone coffin lay horizontally atop the peak. Suddenly, the coffin lid was kicked off, and an aura as deep as the abyss emanated, causing a group of demons to tremble in fear. The desolation demon god angrily emerged from the coffin, cursing and kicking the stone coffin away. "What the hell is this heavenly burial coffin? It's utterly useless." Moments later, the desolation demon god sat on a giant stone seat, feeling frustrated. "Who has tampered with my eyes?" In recent days, he had been observing the demon eye with all his might, even placing seals, but none had prevented the disappearance of the demon eye. This drove the desolation demon god nearly mad, as he could not understand what was wrong with his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that losing this eye would greatly diminish his power, he would have wanted to gouge it out. Damn it, who could it be? Could it be that blood demon who acted against me at the last banquet? The more the desolation demon god thought about it, the more he felt it plausible. He unfurled the wings on his back and flew towards the blood sea, where the blood demon resided. 3 days later, Bai Wei followed Qing Tung and others toward the Tianyan mountain range, somewhat lost in thought. Seeing that Lin Luochen had not returned for a long time, she couldn't help but feel anxious, doubting whether he had truly left. Just as Bai Wei thought he would not appear again, a commotion suddenly arose ahead. In the morning light, a tall figure leaned against a tree, the mountain wind stirring his clothes and long hair resembling an otherworldly immortal. Bai Wei's heart trembled, and she unconsciously quickened her pace, jogging forward. "Benefactor, you've returned." Lin Luochen replied with a hum, somewhat helplessly, saying, "You all are quite slow." Although there were no words of concern, seeing him back, Bai Wei felt much more at ease. "Were you waiting for me, benefactor? That must mean you've been waiting for quite a while. You're overthinking it. That's not the case." Cough, cough. Lin Luochen coughed into his handkerchief, causing Bai Wei to immediately tense up. "Benefactor, are you all right?" Lin Luochen gasped for breath, saying, "I'm fine, let's go." This time he had used the demon eye and ended up injured. Otherwise he wouldn't have taken so long to return. Bai Wei quickly supported him nervously, but Lin Luochen gently pushed her away, saying, "Bai Wei, you shouldn't be so intimate with the opposite sex." "Huh? Beasties shouldn't be too intimate." Bai Wei clearly did not understand, staring at him in confusion. Wasn't the benefactor a human-demon hybrid, but rather a human-beast hybrid? "But I'm not a beast." Lin Luochen helplessly explained, "What I mean is that it's not appropriate for the opposite sex to be overly intimate. But I just supported my father like this." "But I'm not your father." "I don't mind." Faced with the girl's straightforward and fervent gaze, Lin Luochen truly found it hard to resist, and he quickly conceded. Chu Lingyin laughed heartily. "This girl is bolder and more passionate than I imagined. No wonder you can't bear to part with her." Lin Luochen weakly defended, "I just wanted to take a look at Tianyan Mountain. I didn't want to cause trouble." "All right, right. Chu Lingyin teased, making Lin Luochen exasperated, yet he could do nothing about this woman. "You wait for me." Behind, Qing Ting watched the two retreating figures, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes, but he quickly composed himself and followed. "With brothers around this time, we need not worry about the demons of the 10,000 demon mountain pursuing us." Lin Luochen merely stated blandly, "They won't pursue anymore, never again." Qing Tong was struck as if by lightning, while Bai Wei incredulously asked, "Does that mean they are all dead?" Lin Luochen affirmed with a hum, leaving everyone dumbfounded, their hearts stirred with waves of awe. Thinking back to the days when Lin Luochen had been missing, a terrifying thought surfaced in their minds, and they looked at him with newfound respect. Qing Yi also looked at Lin Luochen with a peculiar expression, filled with curiosity. What exactly is this guy? A human or a demon? Why is he so powerful yet appears so weak? Lin Luochen and his companions trudged through mountains and waters, with many falling along the way never to rise again. This was not only due to the ever-present demons along the road, but also because of the extremely harsh environment. Lin Luochen felt helpless about this situation, silently cultivating his devouring god, art seeming somewhat idle. With the Qingting siblings by his side, unless they encountered exceptionally powerful demons, he really had little to do. The siblings were quite formidable. For demons they could not handle, Lin Luochen could only resort to using his demons. Thus the siblings became increasingly respectful, as the enemies they struggled to fight against were dealt with effortlessly by Lin Luochen. Feeling a sense of crisis within, Lin Luochen paid little mind to other matters and picked various spiritual herbs along the way for cultivation. Watching Lin Luochen munch on spiritual herbs, as if they were cabbage, showing no signs of exploding from excessive consumption, everyone felt both awe and respect. With the constant influx of spiritual herbs and demonic energy, the acupoints and meridians Lin Luochen opened continued to multiply. Watching Lin Luochen munch on spiritual herbs, as if they were cabbage, showing no signs of exploding from excessive consumption, everyone felt both awe and respect. With the constant influx of spiritual herbs and demonic energy, the acupoints and meridians Lin Luochen opened continued to multiply. Thus Bai Wei and the others watched him spit blood from time to time. After finally recovering, he would start spitting blood again a few days later. Qingting shook his head helplessly, feeling a bit regretful. Though this guy possessed great power, he was frail and sickly. However, Lin Luocheng's blood was not wasted. Over the past 2 months, he had only broken through to the 4th layer of foundation establishment, yet he had opened numerous acupoints within. At this moment, with the infusion of demonic energy from the demon eye, he was already able to unleash powers close to that of the nascent soul. Moreover, after accumulating countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he could now contend with foundation establishment cultivators using only his physical body. Lin Luochen couldn't help but feel regretful. If the rat were in this era, it would probably become a saint very quickly, right? He had filled his storage bag to the brim and couldn't help but lament that he couldn't bring more back. Lin Luochen finally understood that sometimes having too many treasures and not being able to carry them all could be quite troublesome. Along the way, Lin Luochen and the others encountered other human clans. These tribes varied in size, with some having hundreds of members and others only 20 or 30. Upon seeing the numerous figures of Bai Wei and the others, these villages were very cautious, but politely sent them on their way. Lin Luochen noticed that most of these tribes hid the women in their villages, seemingly afraid that Lin Luochen and his companions would raid them. After all, in this era, numbers equated to power, and women were the prerequisite for having many people. 2 months later, Lin Luochen and his group finally entered the Tianyan mountain range. The number of human tribes they encountered increased, and their attitudes were much friendlier. After all, the tribes that had traveled thousands of miles to Tianyan mountain were mostly prepared for migration and even had the thought of publicly sharing their clan's secret techniques. Tribes with such thoughts generally had broader perspectives and were not too narrow-minded. Within the Tianyan mountain range, they truly had not seen any traces of the demon race, only towering ancient trees that had stood for thousands of years. Though there were demon beasts roaming among the mountains, they were within the range that everyone could handle. Many powerful demon beasts even chose to avoid them, as if they had received some command, which surprised and intrigued everyone. After walking for several more days, they came across a gigantic tree that blocked out the sky, resembling a giant umbrella standing among the mountains. Bai Wei, seeing Lin Luocheng's astonishment, explained that is the divine tree where the Xian bird resides. The Xian bird tribe is located by the river at the foot of that mountain. Lin Luochen gazed at the towering giant tree, sensing the vast spiritual power emanating from it, realizing that this tree must have already become sentient. As they continued forward, the closer they got, the more they could feel the immense size of the divine tree, and the number of human encounters increased. Seeing that night was falling, everyone decided to rest where they were and continue on the next day. Qingtung and others had their clansmen bring out their best clothing, intending to tidy themselves up before heading to the Xian bird tribe. Although they were there to seek refuge, if they looked too shabby, they might easily be looked down upon. The Qingtung siblings carefully groomed themselves and changed into the attire that was usually worn only by the priests. Though made of coarse linen, they looked quite appealing, and even wearing burlap gave off a unique charm. Lin Luochen, of course, could not do the same. He sat on a nearby stone, drinking wine to calm his pain. Bai Wei sat beside Lin Luochen, feeling a bit envious as she watched the Qingting siblings. She didn't have priestly clothing, and since they had left in a hurry, she had not brought many clothes, most of which were damaged along the way. Seeing the envy in her eyes, Lin Luochen sighed helplessly. Bai Wei, stand up. Huh? Bai Wei looked at him in confusion, but still stood up, unsure of what to do. Could it be that my benefactor has suddenly come to a realization? Is he checking whether I can bear children? With this thought, she felt embarrassed, yet could it be that my benefactor has suddenly come to a realization? Is he checking whether I can bear children? With this thought, she felt embarrassed, yet quickly straightened her posture, displaying her assets. Lin Luochen had to admit that she was indeed very capable, but then he encountered a dilemma. Why don't you try this dress and see if it fits? He took out a loose-fitting white dress from his storage ring and handed it to Bai Wei. Although she had seen Lin Luochen pull things out of thin air multiple times, she was still astounded and felt even more flabbergasted upon seeing the dress. Is this for me? She had long been envious of the fabric of Lin Luochen's clothing, as they had never seen such fine materials before. To her surprise, he actually had more, and even gave her one, which filled her with immense joy. Lin Luochen replied, try it on, and see if it fits. I estimate it should be about right. This was naturally Murong Zaya's dress, which he had not had the chance to return, and he didn't expect it to come in handy. However, he estimated that it would likely be a bit tight in the chest. After all, this ancient girl was truly gifted. He had no idea how she had grown so much under these living conditions. Bai Wei nodded happily and walked into a secluded cave. Lin Luochen stood guard outside the cave to prevent anyone from intruding. But soon Bai Wei's shy voice came from within. Benefactor, I don't understand how to wear this clothing. Could you help me check if I'm wearing it correctly? Lin Luochen frowned and walked in only to see the girl dressed awkwardly, revealing a lot of skin, which instantly made his blood rush. He summoned his great wisdom and perseverance to suppress his wandering thoughts, helped her adjust the dress, and then fled, as if escaping. It was intentional. This woman was definitely being deliberate. It was far too dangerous. Who would accidentally reveal half their body while putting on clothes? That was too cunning. Bai Wei watched Lin Luochen flee in a panic, her brow slightly furrowed, feeling a bit defeated. She had followed the teachings of the village women. Oh, why was it of no use at all? She couldn't just knock him out and take him back. What could she do? After a moment, Bai Wei, dressed in a white dress, stood before Lin Luochen and gracefully spun around. Benefactor, do I look good? Lin Luochen couldn't help but exclaim, there's indeed truth in the saying that clothes make the man. Bai Wei had already been quite delicate and ethereal, but now in a white dress she appeared even more otherworldly. However, as Lin Luochen had expected, the dress did feel a bit tight in the chest, creating a visually shocking effect. This fairy was formidable. At this moment, Bai Wei seemed both pure and alluring, reflecting her personality. Contradictory, yet harmonious. Lin Luochen spoke truthfully, it looks quite beautiful. Bai Wei's face lit up with joy. I've never worn such fine clothes before. Thank you, benefactor. Though the clothing had a faint fragrance, it was clear that women in this era did not yet understand, thinking it was the clothes' natural scent. Her words left Lin Luochen with mixed feelings as he shook his head and said, it's nothing as long as you like it. Though the clothing had a faint fragrance, it was clear that women in this era did not yet understand, thinking it was the clothes' natural scent. Her words left Lin Luochen with mixed feelings. A group of women surrounded her, touching and admiring the dress, all filled with envy. Hearing that it was a gift from Lin Luochen, many women looked at him with twinkling eyes, sending him flirtatious glances. Could going out into the wild with him just once earn such fine clothing? The fiery gazes made Lin Luochen feel overwhelmed, nearly making him flee in panic. Though Qing Yi also felt a tinge of envy, she snorted disdainfully, finding it quite shameless. The next day, after a long journey, Lin Luochen and the others finally saw the Xian bird tribe by the river at the foot of the mountain. The Xian bird tribe is located in a flat area at the foot of the mountain, nestled against the mountains and facing the water, with a great river flowing ahead. The houses are well-ordered and many residents dressed in coarse linen come and go, with a population reportedly exceeding 10,000. At this moment, a large number of new wooden houses have been built by the riverside, with people coming and going, creating a lively atmosphere. Before the crowd could reach the Xian bird tribe, a flock of large birds flew down from the sky, with about 10 white figures standing atop them. The leader is a handsome young man dressed in a white linen robe adorned with golden wheat ears, exuding an air of elegance. Upon seeing Lin Luochen and Bai Wei walking at the front of the group, he couldn't help but be taken aback, evidently captivated by their presence. After all, their attire was a striking contrast in this era, making them stand out like a crane among a flock of chickens. The young man quickly composed himself, his smile becoming more sincere and his demeanor noticeably more serious. I knew it. I heard the magpies singing today. It turns out a noble guest has arrived. With a hearty laugh, the young man leaped from the great bird, landing gracefully on the ground. The others followed suit, descending from the sky with fluid movements, not a single one harmed. This display left the members of the Qing and Bai clans stunned, each one wide-eyed. Clearly the young man regarded Lin Luochen as the tribe leader, bowing to him in respect. I am Xianin, the chief of the Xianbird tribe. May I ask which tribe you noble guests belong to? Lin Luochen looked at Bai Wei and Qing Tong, and the two quickly stepped forward, returning the greeting. I am Bai Wei, the high priestess of the Bai clan from the Wanmog Mountains, and this is Qing Tong, the leader of the Qing clan. Xian Yin was momentarily stunned, scrutinizing Bai Wei with a look of surprise. So it is you, Bai Wei. I almost didn't recognize you after a year. What happened to the high priest Bai? Upon hearing that the high priest Bai had unfortunately passed away, Xian Yin's face filled with sorrow and indignation. These monsters are truly despicable. Bai Wei, you are brave to stay in my Tianyan mountains. No demon dares to cause havoc here. Bai Wei gratefully said, Thank you, Chief, Xian Yin, on behalf of my tribe. Xian Yin waved his hand saying, We are all human, helping one another is only right. You and Chief Qing Tung have traveled a long way with your people. Please settle them first, and we can discuss other matters later. The group indeed felt fatigued from their journey, and readily agreed, following Xian Yin into the tribe. Along the way, although the group chatted and laughed with Xian Yin and the tribe's elders, their guard was fully up. After all, offering excessive kindness without reason could be a sign of treachery. Who knew what schemes might be behind the seemingly benevolent Xianbird tribe? Coming from a future where deception is commonplace, Lin Luochen was the most cautious among them. Yet watching the Xianbird tribe's members construct houses for their guests, he began to feel he was underestimating their intentions. Could it be that the ancient humans were not as duplicitous, genuinely caring for the future of their kind? Just as the group let their guard down, a sudden gust of wind startled them. Xianyin quickly said, Everyone, do not be afraid. The Xianbird deity has returned. A clear bird cry rang out as a giant bird soared from the heavens, stirring up a fierce wind. The giant bird resembled a phoenix, but its feathers were a vibrant mix of colors, lacking the phoenix's crown, making it seem rather unique. The Xianbird tribespeople around them dropped their tasks and began reciting prayers expressing gratitude for the peace bestowed by the Xianbird. The bird initially flew by, but glancing down casually, its gaze landed on Bai Wei. It let out a soft chirp and immediately turned back, landing before Bai Wei and offering her a feather. Bai Wei was startled and instinctively hid behind Lin Luochen, unsure of what the guardian spirit of the Xianbird tribe wanted. Xian Yin hurried forward, mumbling something to the Xianbird. The bird responded with a few soft chirps, and Xian Yin turned back to Bai Wei with a troubled expression. She did not want to make the exchange, but feared angering the Xianbird, and could only seek the opinion of the owner. Lin Luochen replied lightly, If you do not wish to exchange, then. She did not want to make the exchange, but feared angering the Xianbird, and could only seek the opinion of the owner. Lin Luochen replied lightly, If you do not wish to exchange, then do not. He wanted to test the Xianbird's attitude and the true nature of the Xianbird tribe. Bai Wei suddenly felt more assured and nervously asked, Chief, Xian Yin, can I refuse? Bai Wei, think carefully. Xian Yin urged, The Xianbird's feather can ward off evil and bring good fortune, and it can also grant you a single favor from the Xianbird deity. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up, eager to have Bai Wei accept the offer. However, Bai Wei still shook her head, saying, I do not wish to exchange. Xian Yin, feeling helpless, conveyed the message to the Xianbird, which looked somewhat displeased at Bai Wei. Lin Luochen positioned himself in front of the Xianbird, ready to activate the magic eye on his forehead at any moment. Although this Xianbird was a completion stage entity, just a step away from the Void Realm, its power was not to be underestimated. Yet Lin Luochen was unperturbed at this distance. He was confident he could strike it down with a single magical eye. Fortunately, the Xianbird, while somewhat displeased, took off into the sky, soaring towards the sacred tree on the mountain. The group felt a wave of relief, though the gazes of the Xianbird tribe members towards Bai Wei were less than friendly. After all, she had rejected the Xianbird's request, which could easily bring disaster upon them. Bai Wei felt apprehensive, but did not regret her decision. After all, if today it was clothing, would it not be blood and flesh tomorrow? If coming here meant retreating step by step, what difference was there from being in the Wanmog Mountains? With Lin Luochen by her side, she could afford to be a little willful. If necessary, she could lead her people away from this place. Xian Yin was unlike the other tribespeople. He remained polite to them, subtly probing Lin Luochen's identity. However, Qing Tung and Bai Wei did not wish to offend Lin Luochen, and they kept silent, diverting the conversation elsewhere. Bai Wei even changed the topic, asking, Chief Xian Yin, do you know when the gathering of all tribes will take place? Xian Yin candidly replied, Actually, most of the tribes that can come have already arrived. You are the furthest tribe. However, to allow more tribes to participate, I plan to wait for about a month, so please be patient. Bai Wei nodded, saying, Thank you, Chief Xian Yin, I was just inquiring. The more participants there are, the better it will be for this gathering. As the group walked along the riverbank, they indeed found many members of other tribes residing in the newly built temporary wooden houses. Upon seeing their arrival, many offered respectful greetings, and several warmly greeted Xian Yin and Bai Wei. Bai Wei and the others hurriedly returned the greetings, looking at the many newly constructed wooden houses by the river, filled with anticipation for the gathering of all tribes. Perhaps this gathering could genuinely change the fate of the human race and turn around their current predicament. Lin Luochen observed that most of the tribe leaders were quite young, but upon reflection, he understood why. In such a harsh environment, long-lived individuals were rare, and the elderly often fell victim to the struggles against demons. Thus, the elders generally retired to the background, allowing the younger, stronger individuals to lead the tribes in surviving the harsh conditions. Although Xian Yin did not glean Lin Luocheng's origins from Bai Wei and the others, he sensed that Lin Luocheng's identity was certainly extraordinary. He treated Lin Luochen with great courtesy, frequently engaging him in conversation, hoping to learn about his background and his relationship with Bai Wei. However, Xian Yin's methods, while perhaps clever in this era, seemed rather clumsy from Lin Luocheng's perspective. Lin Luochen skillfully deflected all of Xian Yin's inquiries, leaving him with nothing. Although Xian Yin felt frustrated, he still arranged accommodations for both the Bai and Qing clans in the pre-prepared houses before taking his leave. Though Xian Yin was personable and made people feel at ease, indeed a leader with charisma, Lin Luochen still felt uneasy. After nightfall, he changed into a set of black clothing, preparing to investigate the Xianbird tribe. Just as Lin Luochen was about to step out, there was a sudden knock on the door, and Bai Wei's sneaky voice came through. "Benefactor, are you asleep?" Lin Luochen frowned. This was bad. Had she come for a night raid? Lin Luochen was still hesitating when Bai Wei's voice came from outside. "Benefactor." Lin Luochen, fearing to attract the attention of others, reluctantly opened the door and hid behind it. "Come in and talk." Bai Wei, dressed again in coarse clothes, walked in. Just as she was about to say something, she was taken aback by Lin Luocheng's black attire. "Benefactor, why are you dressed like this?" Lin Luochen helplessly replied. "I was planning to go out for a stroll. What do you need from me?" Bai Wei hesitated and awkwardly said, "I wanted to ask about your views on the Xianbird tribe, but it seems I no longer need to ask." Lin Luochen pondered for a moment and inquired, "Have you been here before? Do you know the layout of this place?" Bai Wei shyly replied, "I've only been here once, and I didn't dare to look around, so I don't remember it clearly. However, if you take me with you, I can remember the way once I see it again." Lin Luochen thought for a moment and nodded. "All right. You must listen to me." Although he could exert the power of the nascent soul realm, he was still only at the foundation establishment stage and could not use his divine sense. If they were discovered, he was afraid that fighting their way out would be their only option. Bai Wei nodded excitedly as Lin Luochen took out a loose black robe and handed it to her. "Change into this. Your current outfit is too conspicuous." Bai Wei awkwardly held the black dress and said to Lin Luochen, "Benefactor, actually you are even more conspicuous in this outfit." Lin Luochen just realized that everyone around was wearing animal skins and coarse clothes, making his attire stand out even more. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Bai Wei bit her lip, trying to suppress a laugh. Lin Luochen cleared his throat, his demonic energy surging, concealing himself within it. "You can rest assured they won't see me." Bai Wei responded with an "oh," then, without hesitation, began changing her clothes in front of him, startling Lin Luochen into immediately stopping her. "You don't need to change it anyway, others can't see you." Moments later, a wave of black mist silently swept through the Xianbird tribe without alarming anyone. Amidst the black mist, Lin Luochen embraced Bai Wei's exposed waist, feeling the youthful vitality of her body, and couldn't help but feel stirred. Bai Wei hung on him, the weight of her soft form pressing against him, making him feel somewhat humiliated. Lin Luochen couldn't help but wonder why his resolve seemed to be weakening lately. Could it be due to merging with Chu Lingyan's soul too much, leading to his assimilation, or perhaps being influenced by the demonic energy? As Lin Luochen pondered, he followed Bai Wei's guidance, navigating the twists and turns within the Xianbird tribe. Although the layout of the Xianbird tribe was relatively straightforward, it still resembled a maze with many guards patrolling. If it weren't for Bai Wei's directions, he feared he would not have been able to find the hidden council hall. From within the large stone house, voices could be heard indicating that discussions were taking place inside. Lin Luochen and Bai Wei quietly approached, pressing against the wall to eavesdrop, and heard a stranger's voice. That Bai Wei from the Bai clan really doesn't know her place. She actually rejected the request of the Xianbird god. What if the Xianbird god holds a grudge? What shall we do then? Tribe leader, should we negotiate with her again? If that doesn't work, we can just take it by force. Another voice agreed. Exactly, the Bai clan is already like a stray dog. What pride do they have left? Xianyin slammed his hand on the stone table angrily, saying, "How do you think this makes us look to the other tribes? Bai Wei's choice to give up her clothes is her freedom. We have no right to force her. If we bully the weak, how are we different from demons?" The previously noisy group fell silent, and a woman's voice slowly emerged. "The tribe leader is right. This is aimed at uniting various forces to change the current situation of humanity. We should not be selfish." However, the two Xianbird gods have been somewhat irritable recently, and angering them at this critical juncture is unwise. "I will talk to Bai Wei again. If that doesn't work, we can offer other tributes to the Xianbird god." Xianyi nodded, saying, "I've been quite busy lately, so I will trouble Priest Xianshu to take care of this matter." Priest Xianshu acknowledged, and Xian Yin then solemnly reminded everyone, Recently various tribes have been coming, so you must watch over your clan members and not be arrogant. The future of humanity is at stake. We should not be selfish, but look at the bigger picture. Recently various tribes have been coming, so you must watch over your clan members and not be arrogant. The future of humanity is at stake. We should not be selfish, but look at the bigger picture. Rang out. Tribe leader the Ghost Mountain and Qian clan have been causing trouble lately. You need to. Just as he spoke, a commotion erupted outside, and someone shouted, "Who is there?" Along the way there were many members of the Qianbird tribe, with some riding flying birds patrolling the skies. Lin Luochen, wrapped in demonic energy, darted through the Qianbird tribe. Since they had not been discovered, it was clear that others were also prowling the area. Although it wasn't their fault, they were caught in the crossfire, and had to quickly return to the temporary camp by the river. Along the way there were many members of the Qianbird tribe, with some riding flying birds patrolling the skies. Lin Luochen, wrapped in demonic energy, darted through the Qianbird tribe, but with so many people around, he found it quite troublesome. Bai Wei hugged him tightly, feeling anxious about being caught, yet also experiencing a thrill at the same time. Just then Lin Luochen noticed another black mist approaching him, and was momentarily stunned. At first glance the black mist bore some resemblance to Lin Luochen's demonic energy, but it exuded a chilling aura that felt somewhat eerie. Upon seeing him the other party was evidently taken aback, and quickly threw a sheepskin scroll towards him. "Big brother, hurry and run. They'll distract the pursuers." The voice of the newcomer was hoarse, yet carried a youthful tone, clearly not their true voice. Lin Luochen cursed inwardly, and decisively waved his hand, sending the sheepskin scroll back. "You call me big brother, how can I bear to see you in trouble? No need you keep this." Just then a bird's cry echoed, and the sound of rushing wind filled the air. "You two should not refuse to stay, and let us talk." Xianyin stood atop a giant white bird, extending his arms. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn in, forming two giant hands that reached toward the two. This technique resembled some later forms of magic, and emitted an aura that seemed to touch the threshold of the nation. However, to Lin Luochen, it was utterly inadequate. Absorbing the demonic energy within his demonic eye, he swiftly waved his hand to disperse the giant hands of spiritual energy. At the same time, a fierce wind arose, blowing the giant bird away, struggling to maintain its form in the air. Lin Luochen accelerated, instantly shaking off the crowd, solidifying water into ice as he dashed across the river's surface. At that moment, another black mist freed itself from the giant hands, watching Lin Luochen's retreating figure and urgently calling for help. "Big brother, wait for me." Lin Luochen ignored the plea and swiftly left with Bai Wei. By the time Xianyin stabilized himself and wanted to pursue, Lin Luochen's figure had already disappeared across the river, leaving him to look at the other black mist. Within the black mist was a shadow resembling a child. Xianyin sighed in resignation. "Hylian priest, you might as well stop struggling, right?" "Hylian? Who is that?" "I don't know." The black mist chuckled dryly and swiftly fled in another direction, forcing Xianyin to pursue on his bird. Meanwhile, Lin Luochen took a wide detour before returning to his room from the other side of the river. Another person had drawn away a lot of attention, making things much easier for him. The moment they returned to the room, Xianyin's voice came from outside. "There's a demon tribe infiltrating, do everyone please gather." Lin Luochen frowned, and Bai Wei looked at him, lifting her small hand to cover her eyes. "Benefactor, please change your clothes, I won't peek." Lin Luochen looked at her large finger gaps and couldn't help but twitch his lips.